Hey, Howren-kun, let me raise you. The girl in white whispered in my ear. Her words were frivolous and playful. April 30th, April Fool's Day had already passed for a month, but it seemed that God had played a belated joke on me. On a gigolo street in Shinjuku District, Tokyo, I encountered the most desperate thing in my life. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky were like a man's heavy body pressing down darkly, and the leaves on the trees were like the hands of a young girl who was reluctant to accept, swaying in a mess. The leaves swayed unsteadily, but they could not resist the pressure of the dark clouds. Finally, after a few rapid and high thunders, heavy rain poured down. In mid-April, affected by the cold vortex, the thunderstorms over Tokyo came earlier than usual. Ding 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 dong. Okay, that's all for today. Get out of class, dismissed. As the bell rang like the British Big Ben in the classroom of Class C of the second grade, Fujiwara Hirohito quickly packed up his desk, carefully checked again to see if there was anything he had forgotten, and then stood up and left the classroom. It's raining? Well, it just so happens that I have something urgent to do today. I have asked for leave from the club, so I don't have to go to work, so I just go back. Passing by the corridor, Hirohito glanced at the gloomy weather outside the window, shook his head, walked down the stairs quickly, and went to the shoe cabinet on the first floor to change shoes. At this moment, a group of first-year girls passed by, and among them, a sharp-eyed, short-haired girl found Hirohito changing shoes. Look, isn't that Fujiwara-senpai from the second grade? Wow, it really is. Fujiwara-senpai is so handsome. Hey, is this Fujiwara-senpai, the second grader who is in the top 3 in the school, gets A in almost all subjects, and even gets full marks in the exorcism practice class, and the elective Western European magic attack class? Yes, I heard that Fujiwara-senpai is a former member of the basketball team, the vice chairman of the exorcism team, and also joined the kendo team and is the captain of the kendo team. And more. The person the girls are talking about, Fujiwara-senpai, is a second-year student at Hachioji High School and a legendary figure in this high school. He is excellent in both character and study, good at kendo and good at sports, but that's not all. The most important thing is that Fujiwara-senpai is not only tall, with a masculine short messy hair, but also has a face with distinct features like a sculpture, angular and extremely handsome, and a handsome shark tooth. It is no exaggeration to say that women who see such a handsome face will cry uncontrollably at night and find their bedsheets wet when they wake up in the morning. Men who see him will cry and shout to join the kendo club and work hard to learn fencing. This feeling of being woken up by your own handsomeness every day is probably only experienced by readers of this book. Hey, Fujiwara-senpai is looking here! Perhaps the girls' discussion was a little louder, which attracted Howren's attention. He turned his eyes and showed a kind smile to this group of high school girls. Ah, Senior Fujiwara smiled at me! You are talking nonsense. He was obviously smiling at me. Senior Fujiwara's shark teeth are so handsome. He looks so good when he smiles. Just because of Howren's smile, the girls screamed collectively. They were very excited, and they were so happy that they couldn't close their legs. Faced with this situation, Howren's heart was not the slightest fluctuation, and he had long been accustomed to it. After all, he lived a new life, and God blessed him, so that he had a face that everyone loved since he was a child. When he grew up a little, he was rapidly moving towards the direction of a male god. That's right, live a new life. In fact, he is not from this world, but a time traveler. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary working man named Gen Howren. Because he couldn't resist the pleading of a colleague who was addicted to the Pink Shixi withdrawal dog walking game, he had no choice but to click on the Pink Shixi link sent by his colleague, ready to help him withdraw money. However, after clicking, it was not the Pink Shixi interface that popped up, but a big red envelope interface. At that time, he did not notice anything unusual, and he clicked the red envelope reflexively. As a result, he heard a mechanical synthesized voice saying, "Congratulations, your help was successful, and you have won the reward of resetting your life." Then the world spun around, and Howren fainted instantly. When he woke up again, he had come to Tokyo, a modern island country in this parallel world, and had become a baby. Now 17 years have passed since that accidental crossing. Thinking of this, Howren sighed, put on his shoes quickly, and ignored the group of girls who couldn't even close their legs. He took his raincoat and left the teaching building directly. After leaving the teaching building, Fujiwara walked towards the bicycle shed slowly. However, before he reached the bicycle shed, a hurried shout came from behind him. "Fujiwara-senpai! Fujiwara-senpai!" Turning around and glancing at the person behind him, Howren skillfully put on a gentle smile. "It's Ito-kun. What's wrong? Is there anything? Just call me Makoto, Senior." For what happened last time, thank you very much, Senior Ariado. If it weren't for your help, I would have almost been killed, cough. Anyway, thank you very much. A junior from the kendo club named Ito Makoto stretched out his hand and made a knife-like gesture, wiped his neck, and then bowed again and said, "To express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to have a meal, together. It's okay, it's just a small favor. Besides, didn't you lend me some study materials last time? No need to be so polite." Howren shook his head and declined the invitation of his junior. Speaking of study materials, Ito Makoto suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, showing an ant's smile and said, "Hey, senior, I still have a lot of study materials here. Do you want more moas?" "How dare you say that? I asked you to borrow the witchcraft notes of your witchcraft specialty class, but you put some messy things in the notes. Okay, I have something else to do, so we'll leave first." Howren shook his head helplessly, and without waiting for Ito to say anything, he waved goodbye to him, leaving the junior standing there alone. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, but he couldn't help but sigh. Senior Fujiwara is such a good person, helping others without asking for anything in return. Howren was in a hurry and was eager to go home, so naturally he didn't hear the sigh of this junior. He didn't know that in the eyes of the juniors in these clubs, he was a good senior who cared about the juniors, often taught them fencing, and was willing to help others. After arriving at the carport, Howren skillfully put on his raincoat, rode his bicycle, and quickly left the school. "Ah, Fujiwara-kun, get out of class is over." Riding all the way back home, Howren ran into the lady who lived next door, Muto Aiko, a housewife. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Muto." Howren immediately showed a hearty smile and greeted her politely. "Fujiwara-kun, would you like to come to my house for dinner today? Kaoru-chan is here too. We'll make rice bowls tonight." Mrs. Muto seemed to be taking out the trash at the door. When she saw Howren, she enthusiastically invited him to her house for rice bowls. "No, thank you, Mrs. Muto. I have to go out for a while and will be back very late." Howren waved his hand and politely declined the invitation of the housewife. "Are you going to work part-time? You also work part-time on Thursdays now?" "Yes, I found a new part-time job recently." "Oh, that's a pity. This is your second part-time job. Although you are still young, you still have to take care of your health. In fact, you don't have to work so hard." Mrs. Muto looked at the 17-year-old boy in front of her, and she felt a little emotional. Other children of this age are in the palm of their parents' hands and spend the happiest student days. But this one has to work part-time to earn money to support himself. It is said that his father passed away early, and his mother was imprisoned for some unknown crime. Now he lives alone with his grandfather in the countryside. The grandfather in the countryside didn't have much income and couldn't support Howren, who was in high school, so he had to go out to work to earn a living. What a good child. Not only is he handsome, but he is also polite, sweet-mouthed, calm, and mature, and most importantly, very hard-working. How could God be so unfair to such an excellent boy? There's nothing I can do about it. Mrs. Muto doesn't want to see me not being able to afford food next month. Howren naturally didn't know what Mrs. Muto was thinking, so he made a small joke. However, he was really envious in his heart. What was he envious of? Of course, he envied the life of housewives. In the island countries, these housewives usually have their husbands earn money outside, and they just do their job as housewives at home. It's called the work of housewives, but in fact, in addition to housework, they usually only do 4 serious things in a day, 3 meals a day, which is really quite leisurely. Unlike him, in addition to going to school every day and participating in club activities, he also has to run a part-time job after class, so he has almost no free time in a day. Alas, it would be great if I could be a house husband in the future and eat the soft rice of beautiful girls. With such an unrealistic fantasy, Howren said goodbye to Mrs. Muto and returned to his deceased father, the only legacy left to him, a 2-story Japanese-style building with the house number 404. Glancing at the unlucky house number, Howren sighed and pushed the door open. The house is not big. It is an old Japanese-style building from 10 years ago. The exterior walls are painted white, the floor is covered with very cheap tiles, and the furniture is also old-fashioned. After closing the door, Howren threw his school bag directly, walked quickly to the tatami in the hall, and then he squatted down on the spot, hugged his knees with his hands, buried his head deep in his knees, and his body began to tremble. While trembling, he made a soft moan like a wounded animal. White teeth, white teeth. No, white teeth it should be. Fuck. Fuck, so scary. I'm scared to death. I was so scared all the way. Finally, I'm back safely. With this look, there is no trace of the mature, handsome, calm, and generous look before. If the juniors, classmates, or Mrs. Muto in the school saw this scene, they would definitely say it's impossible, because it's like a completely different person. After shivering for a long time, Howren finally came to his senses, but whispered with extreme bitterness, "Alas, why am I so unlucky? What about the life of a time traveler? Why is it different from what I expected?" At the beginning of the time travel, He also fantasized that he could awaken a powerful golden finger like the protagonists of various urban novels, then make money and start a company, pretend to be cool and slap people in the face and make a fortune, or play a few blushing love games with cute Tokyo girls. However, ideals are plump, but reality is skinny. He did not awaken any money-losing system, nor did he load any love games. He did not have any golden fingers or anything special. He was just an ordinary person, just like in his previous life. Of course, the only difference might be that God gave him a better skin after his rebirth. After his expectations turned into disappointment, he gave up this unrealistic fantasy and began to redefine his life. He set a more practical goal: study hard, become a top student, get into Dongda, and find a good job after graduation. Be an ordinary person with ideals and ambitions, and live a simple life. And he has already traveled halfway on this road, and he can achieve his goal in a few years. However, just last year, a sudden accident shattered his little dream, so that he could no longer live a simple life of an ordinary person. Because tear. A sound of clothes tearing suddenly sounded. Then a long golden fluffy tail broke out of Howren's tail vertebrae and stretched out instantly. Gently stroking the long golden tail with healthy fur and unusually beautiful appearance, Howren revealed a bitter smile. Because I'm a monster! That's right, Howren, who is an excellent student, a good senior, and a work-study student in front of outsiders, is actually not a good person. He is not even a human, but a monster. Howren gently stroked his long tail, picked up the remote control on the tatami, and turned on the old TV. Just aimlessly switching radio stations frequently, Howren's panic gradually subsided, and his face showed an unusually complicated expression. Yes, he is a monster, and the island country he lives in is also a parallel world with monsters and many supernatural things. Don't look at the current Tokyo, which is not much different from the Tokyo of the previous life. The cherry blossoms on Mount Fuji are still beautiful. Akihabara is still the holy land of the second dimension, and the Cowboy Street in Shinjuku district is still popular every night. Tokyo is still very hot. However, a long time ago, this parallel world was the world of demons and monsters, and humans could only live under the shadow of demons. Although there were also onmyoji, exorcists, and magic attackers, and humans also mastered extraordinary powers, the situation was generally that demons were strong and humans were weak. However, in modern times, everything has been reversed. With the development of human technology, exorcism techniques such as onmyoji have been combined with modern technology and have achieved leapfrog development. As a result, 200 years ago, humans defeated the Demon Alliance led by the Great Demon King and legendary monsters in one fell swoop, and became the real ruler of this world. Howren already knew this history at the beginning of the journey. But as a human who grew up in a new era where humans are the rulers, the existence of demons did not have much impact on his life. Because, since being defeated by humans, the remaining forces of demons and monsters can only hide in the dark to lick their wounds, tremble, and face human hunting from time to time. As long as the demons hiding in the dark are intelligent, except for a very small number, they generally dare not attack humans at will. In other words, the existence of demons does not affect Howren's dream of becoming a top student and living an ordinary life after graduation. However, things are unpredictable. One day during the spring vacation last year, Howren's dream was completely shattered by an unexpected accident. That day, he met a dying demon who had a nine-tailed beast on his back, a half-face mask with red stripes and a white background, and a folding fan hanging around his waist. He claimed to be Tamamonomae. Your last name is Fujiwara? I see, it turns out that all this is the choice of fate. In this case, you should inherit my mantle. After learning his last name, the demon passed on his demon power and blood to him through a special way of liquid exchange without saying anything. Afterwards, the demon died of serious injuries and his body turned into a stone. It was also from that time that he changed from a pure-blooded human to the half-human, half-demon appearance he has today. Tamamonomae, isn't it the nine-tailed fox demon? But why? Howren stroked his long, fluffy tail, which felt very good, and his complicated mood was slightly healed, but then he was full of doubts again. Tamamonomae, of course, he had heard of it, and no one didn't know it. The nine-tailed fox demon of the legendary island country is known as the three major demon kings of the island country, together with Daitengu and Shutendoji. Although in a parallel world, the historical biography and various legends of this world are similar to those of the previous life, but the demons and weirdness in the legend are not false, but real. Legend has it that Tamamonomae came from the Celestial Empire and was born in Tushan, the country of Qingqiu. It was originally a fox of Qingqiu, golden hair all over its body, and its long tail was divided into 9 strands. It was also called golden-haired, white-faced, nine-tailed fox. In the Shang dynasty, she transformed into Sudaji, seduced King Zhou, and caused chaos in the court. Until the Tang dynasty, she crossed the island country to the east and transformed into Tamamonomae, becoming one of the 3 demon kings who caused chaos in the island country. He was very familiar with all these stories, but there was only one thing he could never understand. Why did this fox demon want to pass on her magic power and bloodline to him when she was dying? Let's not talk about the fact that he was a human being. Humans and demons are different. Just talking about gender, Tamamonomae was a female fox demon, and he was a grown man. The 9-tailed fox demon was a peerless enchantress, famous for her charm. Her magic power and bloodline naturally had extremely powerful charm attributes. This led to the fact that after accepting the fox demon inheritance, he, who was originally an ordinary handsome guy, became more charming and became a national husband-level male god. This was also the main reason why those new schoolgirls were so happy every time they saw him. Fortunately, it's just that my charm has increased. I have an extra fox tail, and my teeth have become a little sharper. So far, there have been no negative phenomena such as fox ears, beards, or even feminization. Putting down the remote control, taking a small mirror on the table, Howren looked at his face carefully. Then he opened his mouth slightly, revealing a row of neat and handsome shark teeth. The person in the mirror did not have the weird fox ears and beard he had expected, nor did he move closer to some magical profession in Thailand. In addition to the sharpening of teeth, the addition of a tail, and the need to release the tail for air every 3 days, he had not observed any other negative effects in the past month. Not only were there no negative factors, but there were even many benefits. According to a notebook left in Tamamonomae's last possessions, Qingqiu fox demons are born with extraordinary charm. Those with fox demon blood will become more and more beautiful as their blood awakens. In addition, fox demons with only 1 tail at the time of their first awakening already have a powerful strength that is difficult for ordinary demons to match. After that, as long as the blood awakens step by step and 9 foxtails are born, they can become a great demon king who dominates the world and is proud of all demons. At the end of the notebook, the 9-tailed fox demon in its complete form is summarized in 1 sentence. The top of the demon, proud of the world, with 9 tails there is heaven. Listen, the top of the demon with 9 tails there is heaven. How 2-year-old it sounds. Cough, how high class. It can even be said that if it were placed in a martial arts novel, Howren would be Zhang Wuji who fell off a cliff and obtained a peerless secret book. In addition to the demonic power and blood of the 9-tailed fox demon, Howren also got a strange stone, which is Killing Stone. Closing his eyes, Howren looked at himself with the spiritual vision of the yin-yang technique he had learned by himself. In his mind, an oval stone quickly emerged. The oval stone was not big, black in color, with a very rough surface, many holes, and was tied with a straw rope. There were also many paper strips called paper tassels tied to the rope, which were made of Japanese paper and shaped like lightning. Similar ropes are commonly seen in shrine maiden agencies, the torii gates of shrines in Yin-Yang Ryo, sacred trees, or near stones. Therefore, they are ropes and straw ropes made of straw to indicate the boundaries of sacred objects. At first glance, it seems to be a sacred stone enshrined in a shrine, but in fact, its true origin is not only unrelated to the sacred stone of the shrine, but its original owner is even the mortal enemy of the shrine maidens. Because this stone is the mysterious stone called Killing Stone that Tamamonomae turned into after his death. I remember that after inheriting all the power, before Howren could ask, Tamamonomae's graceful body turned into a wisp of light smoke and disappeared, leaving only this strange Killing Stone. Out of curiosity, he picked up the Killing Stone and prepared to take a closer look. As a result, who would have thought that as soon as he picked it up, the Killing Stone actually melted directly and quickly merged into his body along Howren's palm. After that, he inexplicably had such an identical stone in his mind. Although he didn't know why the Killing Stone merged into his body, after a year of exploration, Howren discovered some special uses of this stone. With this in mind, Howren communicated with the Killing Stone in his mind, and at the same time, he operated a trace of green fox demon power and injected it into the Killing Stone. Stone, check my status! As soon as this thought came into his mind, the Killing Stone responded instantly. I saw that on the mysterious stone in my mind, the green fox demon power was entangled with the knot of straw, and the 4 lightning-shaped paper pendants tied to the knot swayed without wind. Suddenly, a paragraph of text woven with green demon power appeared in Howren's mind. Gender, male, race, demon clan bloodline, Qingqiu, golden hair, white face, 9-tailed fox bloodline. Demon power, be unsealed 9-tail awakening status, 1 tail has been born not awakened. Mastered magic, 1. Sea-level magic. Fox hiding technique, can hide one's own demon bloodline and turn into a human body. It takes half an hour to rest every 3 days before it can be released again. 2. B-level magic can hide breath and interfere with the enemy's vision, hearing, and other 5 senses. 3. Master a number of low-level magic. 4. None. Master other magic, a number of yin-yang magic, a number of witchcraft, a number of offensive magic. This is one of the uses of the Killing Stone that Howren has figured out in the past year. It can check the status of his own demon. Of course, there are some other uses. Although it is strange why the Killing Stone, which was transformed after Tamamonomae's death, has such a magical effect, this can barely be regarded as a belated golden finger. However, in the face of all this, Howren did not have the joy and excitement of the adventure at all, but only deep fear and worry. Because this world is too dangerous. Daily Express, today's special report. The Taishi Bureau's exorcist team recently broke into Oyama and eliminated the descendants of the great demon king Shuten Doji, who lurked deep in Oyama. Recently, the National High-Level Sword Shaman Trial Assessment was held in Fukushima Prefecture. The genius sword shaman Nakagawa of the Miko Agency eliminated 50 radiation-mutated ghosts hiding in the underground pipelines in Minami-Soma City, Fukushima Prefecture, and successfully won the first place in the assessment. The great Onmyoji Abe Hayata of the Onmyoji has set off for Hokkaido to prepare to reinforce the whaling barrier set up in the waters around Hokkaido to attract more whale demons. It is expected that the income of fishermen will double this year. The news being broadcast on TV made Howren's hands and feet cold and his neck stiff. The fear that had just been eliminated surged into his heart again. In fact, this is just the daily norm in this parallel world. In this world, humans are strong and monsters are weak. Monsters can only hide in the shadows and tremble, and they have to be on guard against being hunted by humans. Originally, this was something that Howren, who has lived in this world for 17 years, had already gotten used to. But since the accident that happened a year ago, he could no longer calmly face the news of monster hunting and killing, which used to be normal. Whenever he heard it, he couldn't help but tremble all over. This is why he squatted on the ground and kept shouting, "Yabai, yabai," as soon as he entered the door. Because if he is not careful, once he exposes the fact that he is a monster, then his end will most likely be blood-splattered 3 feet. Thump, thump, thump. It was also at this time that Howren had just recovered from the shadow of the news report. Before he had time to breathe a sigh of relief, the ringing of the doorbell made him tense again. Open the door. The shadow guard is checking the water meter. Oh no, it's time for the monthly on-site inspection by the Shadow Branch of the Taishi Bureau. We will conduct a comprehensive inspection of your residence for demonic power. If we find any small demons that have escaped the net and new sources of demonic energy, we will eliminate them as soon as possible. Please rest assured. Howren squatted in place holding his tail, and sad tears flowed uncontrollably. It's bad. Why did the Taishi Bureau come at this time? If they are allowed to come in now, they will definitely find out that I am a monster. At that time, I am afraid. Gudong. Howren swallowed hard, subconsciously grabbed his already frizzy foxtail, and stroked it against the hair and said in annoyance, "Ah, this world is really too dangerous." The Taishi Bureau, along with the Miko Agency and the Onmyoji Bureau, is listed as the 3 official demon-eliminating organizations in the island country. Compared to the ancient Shrine Maiden Agency and Yin Yang Bureau, the Taishi Bureau has absorbed more exorcists and demon experts who combine modern technology and take the scientific route. The Taishi Bureau is a direct-controlled agency of the island government, which goes deep into the people to help people deal with various demons and supernatural events they encounter in daily life. For example, the monthly regular door-to-door inspection of demonic spirits is one of the responsibilities of the Taishi Bureau. In the past, Howren had long been accustomed to such door-to-door inspections of water meters and even got acquainted with the staff of the Taishi Bureau who were previously in charge of this residential area and later transferred. But now, "Yabai, why do you come at this time?" Pulling his fluffy foxtail, Howren jumped up directly from the tatami. Although in the past year he has long been accustomed to this kind of life, fearing that he would be discovered and exorcised by a certain exorcist one day, and living in fear every day. But because Howren has a strong sense of crisis, he has always hidden the fact that he is a monster very well, so he has basically never been exposed. But today, he chose to come at this time, not earlier or later. This is a big trouble. You know, now he is in a state of revealing his demonic appearance, and he can't recover in a short time. The so-called revealing the demonic appearance is to reveal the true appearance of the monster, which is Howren's current foxtail state. Since he got the inheritance of Tamamonomae, his body has become like this. Although according to the notes left by Tamamonomae, monsters with the bloodline of the great monster can converge their demonic appearance on their own, and he also learned how to converge their demonic appearance through the notes, the fox hiding technique. But this fox hiding technique has a disadvantage. It only lasts for 72 hours. And after recovering the demonic appearance, you need to rest for half an hour before you can continue to use it. In other words, every 3 days he must let the hidden tail out for a breath. This is also reasonable, just like a man in adolescence, although he usually tucks his tail between his legs. But every morning, there is always a short period of time when the tail will involuntarily rise. This is why Howren was in a hurry to return home from school. It was not because of his part-time job, but because the duration of his demon retainance was about to end. It's not even half an hour yet. Once the people from the Taishi Bureau come in, they will definitely find this tail. What should I do? The tail is secondary. The most important thing is that after revealing the demon-like appearance, it is difficult to conceal the demon power in Howren's body. Although he can try his best to suppress the demon power on the surface of his body and not leak it out, even so, he cannot escape the detection of the sophisticated demon-searching instruments of the Taishi Bureau. And once the people from the Taishi Bureau find out that he is a demon, then there will really be a horrible and bloody 404 incident in room 404. How about just pretending not to be at home? Well, let's do it this way. No matter what the people from the Taishi Bureau do, they can't break in by breaking the door. As long as the fox tail can be retracted after half an hour, everything will be safe. Soon, Howren made up his mind and decided to pretend not to be at home. After a while, the knocking sound did stop. However, bang! After a while of silence outside the door that was not locked suddenly banged open. One man and two women, 3 members of the Taishi Bureau's exorcism team, wearing black uniforms and holding exorcism pistols, actually broke in directly. Captain Hoshino, the instrument suddenly detected a demonic reaction just now, right here. Ah, Captain, look, that's... One of the short-haired women, holding a small instrument similar to a sensor in one hand and a gun in the other, walked in front. After crossing the screen at the entrance, she soon noticed Howren in the hall and hurriedly reported to the young woman behind her called Captain Hoshino. The 2 people behind the short-haired woman also noticed Howren and his fluffy golden long tail. Damn, how did they break in directly? Howren never expected that the water meter checker in this world would not play by the rules and directly break into his home. This time it's over. After finally traveling through time and space and living for 17 years, is this the day to die? After traveling to Tokyo in a parallel world and becoming a monster, Howren faced the first crisis in his monster life. What a handsome fox monster! Don't move. Officer Maori, go set up a barrier to drive people away to prevent ordinary people from mistakenly entering here. The woman called the captain seemed to be stunned for a moment by Howren's handsome appearance, and then she noticed his foxtail. She immediately gave orders to the male team member next to her and quickly raised her exorcism pistol, pointing the muzzle directly at Howren. Howren's eyes followed the black muzzle of the gun and swept to the back. This is a beautiful girl wearing a conservative black uniform, but her whole body is full of youthful atmosphere. She looks only 17 or 18 years old and has a beautiful face. Tall figure, thin muscles and bones, hot curves that can't be covered by the black uniform. What a gun rack! No, now is not the time to think about this. It's over. I've been discovered. How did they get in? Wait, that instrument can identify demonic energy. Did they use the instrument to detect the demonic energy leaked from him when he was in demonic form outside the door, and that's why they got in? Seeing that the people from the Taishi Bureau actually got in and found him in demonic form, Howren's heart sank. Captain Shinye, it's a fox demon, a very rare male fox demon. Fox demons are usually high-level demons. Oh my god, this is a big fish. Recently, we received reports from the public that there were suspected strange supernatural phenomena near this area. I didn't expect it to be a fox demon. This is really great. After the female team member at the front identified Howren's foxtail, she suddenly became very excited. Officer Ohara, stay calm. It's a good thing to meet a demon, but the fox demon is a superior demon. Although its combat power is not very good, it is very good at charm. Be careful. This year's personnel evaluation and assessment stipulates that everyone must kill at least 3 demons. Your number does not meet the standard. You must seize the opportunity this time. Gun mount? Oh no, Captain Hoshino nodded. Although he suppressed his emotions and reminded the team members to be careful, he could not help but feel a little excited in his words. Personnel evaluation and assessment is an assessment system for public officials of the island country. It is similar to the comprehensive management assessment of civil servants in the Celestial Empire. It is mainly based on regular assessments and held once a year. It mainly assesses the ability and performance of public officials. As a public agency of the island country, the Taishi Bureau naturally needs to conduct personnel evaluation and assessment. However, their assessment is different from that of ordinary civil servants. It mainly uses exorcising demons and solving supernatural events as performance assessment standards. Not only the Taishi Bureau, but also the Miko Bureau, Onmyoji Bureau, temples, and even the exorcism clubs of major colleges and universities have similar assessments for exorcising demons and spirits. In this parallel world where humans are strong and demons are weak, this is a very common phenomenon. Demons in this world are the existence that everyone wants to kill. Even after they are discovered, those who are capable can kill them directly without any reason. Haoren is very clear about this, so he is half disappointed. At this time, the male team member who went out to set up the exorcism barrier also came back. The three of them stared straight at the fox-tailed boy on the tatami, as if they were looking at a lamb on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Under this extremely aggressive gaze, the thin body of the fox-tailed boy seemed to tremble a little. He raised his hand weakly and said, "Well, can you listen to me for a moment? I'm not a monster. Everyone please wear your spiritual earplugs. Don't listen to his sweet words. The fox demon is best at charm. Be careful. His voice can bewitch people's hearts." Shinge didn't give Haoren any chance to speak. He took out a spiritual earplug with isolation function from his arms and blocked his ears. The other two followed suit and took out earplugs to block their ears. The spiritual earplug is an auxiliary exorcism equipment of the Taishi Bureau. There are micro-integrated chip runes on the earplug. After wearing it, it can avoid the monster's voice can bewitch the mind or interfere with the mind, but it does not affect the reception of normal sounds. In their opinion, what is the fox demon best at? Of course it is charm. The fox demon is an expert in charm. Every word, action, sound, and movement can bewitch people's hearts. It's not even as simple as just bewitching people's hearts. There is a record of the supernatural history of the island country. In the Edo period, there was a pig farmer in Kyoto. One day on his way home, he met a lost beauty. After kindly helping the beauty to point the way, the beauty smiled at him and thanked him. Just because of this smile, the pig farmer was fascinated all the way, and in the end, he didn't know how to get home. And that day, it happened that his wife was not at home. At night, sound of So's collective carnival came from his pigsty. The next day, a passing onmyoji found the dying pig farmer. After waking him up, the onmyoji told him that he probably met the nine-tailed fox demon and the great demon king Tamamonomae. It can be seen that fox demons, especially nine-tailed fox demons, their charm is even more poisonous than strong spring. Cough, strong poison. Fox demons, in the island country of the parallel world, are also synonymous with charm and silver chaos. Many exorcists and demon exorcists, when they were fighting against fox demons, were caught by this mistake. Even if they survived by chance, they would still be in a very ugly state in the end. Therefore, we must be careful of the fox demon's charm. Fortunately, they are not ordinary beginners, but the exorcist detachment affiliated with the Taishi Bureau. Their team's exorcist equipment is very complete, and they are equipped with a lot of relatively rare anti-charm equipment and spells. In addition, their captain Shinye has rich experience in exorcism. He is a natural exorcist with water attribute spiritual power. Water has a lot of spiritual power, and water can accommodate everything. It is tolerant and great, so it is suitable for using various exorcist props. Although she does not know much witchcraft and yin-yang magic, her water attribute spiritual power is very suitable for controlling the equipment of the Taishi Bureau, which takes the route of technological exorcism. Therefore, she was admitted to the Taishi Bureau as an exception just after graduating from high school, and today, a year later, at the age of only 19, she was successfully promoted to the captain of the clerk. Facing a fox demon, other exorcists might find it a difficult problem, but for their team, this fox demon was like hitting a brick wall. With this in mind, after putting on the spiritual earplugs, the two team members who were a little nervous before finally relaxed. The two raised their exorcist pistols and were about to pull the trigger to add another achievement to their personnel assessment. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly came from next door. "Ah, monster!" It was a scream of a middle-aged woman. "Captain, this voice sounds like the lady we met at the door just now." "Captain, the monster detector has moved, showing that there is a monster reaction next door." After listening to the reports of the two team members, Shinye's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, obviously feeling a little strange. They received a report from Chaoyang. Oh no, they received a report from the people of Tokyo and collected certain intelligence in advance, confirming that there was a monster hiding in this residential area, so they came to patrol. As a result, they did find a monster. But they had already found a fox demon, so how could another one appear now? "Officer Maori, go to the next door. Xiaoyuan and I are in charge here." "Yes, Captain." The male team member who received Hoshino's instructions quickly retreated and rushed to the next door. Although the instrument detected a demonic reaction again, For the well-equipped Taishi Bureau's exorcism team, there is no big difference between killing one demon and killing two demons. At this moment, the fox demon boy, who had collapsed on the ground and trembling, suddenly restrained his fearful expression and seemed to want to get up. "Don't move!" Hoshino had been paying attention to the fox demon boy and naturally noticed the boy's unusual movement. He raised his pistol and threatened, but soon she suddenly widened her eyes and covered her ears with force. So, you caught the wrong guy. The one over there is the demon you are looking for. He must have shown up because the barrier you set up to repel people alarmed him." Although he had put on earplugs, a voice that was not loud but unusually clear suddenly sounded next to the ears of Hoshino and the others. "Captain, something is strange. We obviously wore spiritual earplugs, but we can still hear him talking." Officer Ohara, who was at the front, straightened his body instantly and pointed his gun at Howren, who was moving abnormally. Hoshino reached out to cover the spiritual earplugs, as if to confirm whether the earplugs were working properly. After confirming it, he found that the earplugs were not abnormal. Not good. This fox demon must have mastered the charm magic above level B to ignore the barrier of the spiritual earplugs. With a preconceived notion, Hoshino seemed to have figured something out, and his face suddenly changed. Demons can be roughly divided into FSSS levels according to their strength. Among them, S-level demons can be called Demon Kings, also known as city-destroying demons, and SS-level demons are Great Demon Kings, also known as Natural Disaster-level demons. SSS level is said to be the original demons at the beginning of the birth of demons. The world-destroying demons are also demons that can compete with gods. Of course, this kind of demons only exist in legends, just like gods. They do not actually exist. In short, the strongest demon in today's island country is the SS-level Demon King, similar to Tamamonomae, who is the SS-level Demon King. The skills, abilities, talents, and skills practiced by demons can also be classified according to this level. B-level charm magic is not something that ordinary demons can master. Xingye suddenly realized that Howren on the opposite side did not pay attention to the gun pointed at him, nor did he care about Xingye's surprise. He just frowned slightly, pointed to the next door, and continued to talk to himself. "I think you'd better hurry over there. The monster over there seems to be unusual. I'm afraid your subordinate can't handle it." It seems that the fox-tailed boy seems to have sensed something and is still worried about them, but, "Captain, this?" Sweet talk, Ohara-san. Don't listen to his nonsense. Shoot!" Having determined that the fox-tailed boy in front of him was a fox demon who was good at charm, Hoshino did not listen to the fox demon's sweet talk, but directly issued an attack order. Prepare to injure him first and make him lose the ability to resist. With her cry, she took the lead in pulling the trigger. The barrel of the spiritual power pistol, which had been specially silenced, instantly spewed out a fierce fire snake. The 9mm spiritual power pistol bullet specially made by the Taishi Bureau was shot out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, like a venomous snake showing its terrifying fangs, quickly biting the fox-tailed boy. However, the moment after Hoshino pulled the trigger, a crisp sound was heard, as if an iron bullet hit a hard steel plate and was instantly deflected. A nearly pure white, transparent, silky, and smooth light film, as textured as an eggshell, suddenly rose from less than half a meter in front of the fox-tailed boy. Because this layer of light film blocked the spiritual power bullet, the boy was unharmed. Hoshino. Facing the sudden shooting attack by the two, Howren patted his chest with some lingering fear. "Yabai! The people in the current exorcism team are really amazing. They didn't even leave me time to stack buffs. Fortunately, I know a little bit of exorcism and made preparations in advance. It's too scary. It's not good to go on like this. Very bad." As he spoke, he took out a few white pieces of paper from his jacket pocket, squatted on the tatami, folded the pieces of paper in a strange order, and posted them on the tatami one by one. "This? How is it possible? This is a special 9mm demon-killing spiritual power bullet that can break the defense of all demons below level B with demon power. How could it be? Captain, what should we do? Should we call for reinforcements?" The scene in front of her surprised Officer Obara. She stared at the fox-tailed boy squatting down and posting the notes under the light film as if nothing had happened, and swallowed subconsciously. "Don't panic. This is not a defense of demonic power. It should be a shield of yin-yang magic." Hoshino was well informed. After the initial surprise, he quickly calmed down and guessed the origin of the light film through the origami paper that the boy took out. Shikigami shield yin-yang magic? But a demon. How can he know yin-yang magic? Now is not the time to think about this. Change to spiritual power armor-piercing bullets. While giving orders, Hoshino quickly took out a new magazine from his waist and replaced it. After the two of them had changed the magazines, under her command, the two of them fired again. Bang! 2 spiritual power armor-piercing bullets accurately hit the thin film. Light film shook for a while, and soon broke into pieces, turning into scattered paper scraps. But the two bullets also ran out of power and fell to the ground. Humph, it's a Shikigami, you're dead! The moment the light film was shattered, Hoshino spat lightly and was about to pull the trigger again to attack the fox demon. However, the next moment, another light film exactly the same as the previous one rose in the same place. It's actually a Shikigami composite shield. You can set up a maximum of 5 overlapping shields. I didn't expect that you, a fox demon, can have so many tricks. Humph, but you dare to show off your skills in front of the power of human technology. Shawan, listen to my command. 5 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. 5 volleys. The 5 layers of light film collapsed. Hey, plus the previous one, how can there be 6 layers? Wait, how can there be another layer, 7 layers? Shoot! The light film shattered again and rose again. Am I dazzled? How can there be more? Shoot! The light film shattered and rose. Captain, there's more. I don't believe this. Shoot! Until the 3 magazines of armor-piercing bullets were all empty, the 2 of them were all panting and squatting on the ground. At this time, Officer Ohara couldn't help but swear first. Baga, 3 magazines, 75 bullets. How heavy is this shield? No wonder Officer Ohara swore. The light curtain in front of him shattered 1 layer, and immediately another layer was born, which seemed to be endless. This scene made Hoshino stunned and even more surprised. What is going on with this fox demon? Why is the released Shikigami shield so heavy? No, the most important thing is, why can a demon master the yin-yang technique that only humans can learn? Captain, Shikigami composite shield can only overlap 5 layers at most. Why is there so many? After swearing, Ohara seemed to remember something and asked his captain. Shikigami, shield is a defensive Shikigami commonly used by the Onmyoji of the Onmyoji Ryo. It is made of origami and used to resist the attacks of demons. The power of the shield is related to the strength of the Onmyoji himself. The stronger the Onmyoji, the harder it is to break the shield. But things are unpredictable, and there are always exceptions. There are also demons that are good at breaking armor. For the existence of the same level, this kind of demon can always easily break the opponent's defense. After all, even a certain kind of rubber product that is wear-resistant and resistant to rubbing can't withstand diamond bricks. It is also to deal with this kind of armor-breaking demon that Onmyojis began to try their best to improve Shikigami shield. Among them, the genius Onmyoji of the Onmyoji Ryo, Abe Hayata, who is only 25 years old and is a first-level exorcist in the island country and is known as one of the 18 spirit generals, has developed an upgraded version of Shikigami shield, Shikigami composite shield. The level of exorcists is specially assessed and certified by the national institutions of the island country. From the national 7th level exorcist to the national 1st level exorcist, there are 7 levels, and there is a special level above this. Abe Hayata is a national 1st-class exorcist at a young age, with the strength to rival the S-level Demon King. The Shikigami composite shield he developed is naturally extremely powerful. By imitating the structure of the cubic crystal, i.e. regular tetrahedron of diamond carbon atoms, a 5-layer structure, regular tetrahedron composite shield was constructed. This composite shield not only has a greatly improved defense than before, it can resist damage far beyond its own level, and it also has a 5-layer overlapping effect. In other words, it is necessary to break the 5-layer shield to truly break this magic. But now the composite shield released by this fox-tailed boy is not only 5-layer. Hoshino naturally couldn't answer this question. In fact, at this moment she was also confused and had no idea what tricks this fox demon had played. It was also when the 2 girls felt extremely absurd and puzzled that the fox-tailed boy seemed to have put on the stickers and stood up from the tatami. Huh, I finally got it done. It was a close call. The exorcist of the Taishi Bureau is so scary. He broke the shield so quickly. Fortunately, I deduced this 3,000 layers of Shikigami composite shield a few months in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died here. Howard patted his chest and said with some lingering fear, What? 3,000 layers? Damn! The information that Howard accidentally revealed in his words made the 2 of them stunned. Officer Ohara couldn't stand this stimulation. After cursing, he almost fainted. 3,000 layers? Stacking 3,000 layers on a shield, is this something a human would do? How afraid of death is this person? Ah no, this boy is not a human, but a monster. Captain Hoshino bit his lower lip tightly and stared at the fox-tailed boy in front of him with forced calmness, but the fear in his eyes could not be concealed. Especially the boy pretended to be frightened at this moment, saying that they broke the shield quickly and almost died here. What is this? This is Versailles. The fox-tailed boy was clearly playing with them in Versailles. Of course, only monsters with terrifying strength have the capital of Versailles. It turns out that it was not the fox monster that hit the wall this time, but they hit the wall. Thinking of this, Xingye's heart slowly sank to the bottom of the valley. However, she would not understand that in fact, Howren's lingering fear was not pretended, nor was it Versailles, but came from the heart. Because Howren's personality is a bit special. In his previous life he played many shooting games. Not the first-person shooting games of the island country, but serious shooting games. Therefore, he developed a serious phobia of insufficient firepower. Howren happened to travel to a parallel world where humans are strong and monsters are weak, and monsters are killed wantonly. Especially after he became a monster, this personality was exacerbated. This is why he was so scared when he was rushing home. He was afraid that an exorcist might accidentally appear on the road, see through his fox demon identity, and kill him on the spot. Although he was in human society, because of his identity as a demon and his personality, Howren felt like the protagonist in a novel who traveled to the end of the world. In the end of the world, it was difficult to survive. And he was in Tokyo, struggling to survive. For this reason, he could only learn a little more self-protection methods, and exorcism spells such as yin-yang magic were one of them. But because he was self-taught and had no systematic learning, his actual level of exorcism was very low. This situation did not change until he mastered the second function of the killing stone left by Tamamonomae. The second function of the killing stone can deduce and improve various spells. In addition to demon magic, exorcism spells such as yin-yang magic can also be deduced. I deduced to 3,000 layers in one breath, but I didn't expect that 80 layers would be destroyed so quickly. It seems that 3,000 layers are indeed too few, and it needs to be improved, otherwise it is too insecure. Well, let's increase it to 10,000 layers later. After patting his chest for a while, Howren finally came to his senses and whispered to himself. Then he slowly turned around, opened his mouth slightly, revealing a row of neat and white shark teeth, and showed a kind smile to the two women who were sitting on the ground gasping for breath. Okay then, next, in order to prevent me from getting hurt, I have to wrong you. Perhaps because of the shark teeth, the fox-tailed boy's kind smile seemed extremely ferocious in the eyes of the two people, and coupled with his handsome and unparalleled face, it added a different kind of charm. Fortunately, this is not a female-oriented domineering president article, otherwise such a smile would inevitably be dubbed as the signature action of the domineering president in female-oriented novels, evil smile. As the fox-tailed boy finished speaking, before the two could say anything, they saw a few faint white lights suddenly light up from the white stickers on the tatami. Although the white light was small, it was as bright as the dawn, quietly spreading from the room, swaying on the floor, depicting countless strange symbols and characters, and arranged in a special combination. Soon, the light gradually became brighter and expanded. Wherever the light passed, the darkness melted quickly like snow poured into boiling oil. A small barrier covering the entire room quickly unfolded under the boy's feet. The next second, the white barrier erupted with a brilliant light that was enough to burn people's eyes. The overflow of light was dazzling, and the whole room was instantly immersed in an endless sea of light. The situation next door seems to be a little bad. While releasing spells, Howren's mind shifted to the next door, obviously discovering something. After hesitating for a while, he sighed and said, "Well, in order to solve the demon next door and save Mrs. Muto, it seems that I have to increase the power a little. Sorry, my magic is a bit strong. Please bear with it." "Captain, what kind of magic is this?" Faced with the sudden, unexpected situation, Officer Obara became a little panicked. Because all this happened in a flash, when the two came to their senses, they could no longer see anything in the house, and only the strong white light remained dazzlingly in their eyes. The two instinctively wanted to use some protective equipment and talismans to resist this unknown magic. Captain Hoshino even reached into his chest and tried to take out something. However, this white light seemed to be able to drain the spiritual power of the exorcist and even seize people's consciousness. The spiritual power and even self-consciousness of the two quickly dissipated with the shining of the white light. Before her consciousness completely dissipated, Hoshino suddenly reacted, and a thought that made her sweat quickly flashed through her mind. It's over. This is the charm of the fox demon to steal people's consciousness. Plop. Soon, the two lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. On the spot, the fox-tailed boy finally breathed a sigh of relief after a violent gasp. It succeeded. Fortunately, I made a little preparation in advance. I always have 3,000 shikigami shields on my body. I also set up this deduced soul-stealing spell barrier in the room in advance, and there are a few other backups that I haven't used in time. Otherwise, I almost would have fallen into the hands of this group of terrible Taishi Bureau exorcists. That's a full 80 layers of shikigami shields, and the other party only used 2 exorcism pistols. If they had taken out some more powerful exorcism equipment at that time, or if they called for support, it would be dangerous. No, 3,000 layers is still too little. The defense is seriously insufficient. It must be thickened. Recalling the scene before, when the other party broke through his full 80 layers of shields, Howren made a deep assumption and suddenly felt a sense of fear, deeply aware of the insufficiency of his own defense. Insufficient firepower. Oh no, it's insufficient defense, but it's a very serious problem. Although there are not too many ifs this time, it can be considered lucky. But what about next time and the next time? It's impossible to be so lucky every time. In fact, this is not the first time that Howren has been attacked by an exorcist. It has been a year since he inherited the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox demon. In this world where monsters are hunted as prey by humans, Howren has lived in human society for a long time. No matter how well he hides, there will always be times when he is exposed. Just like today, there will always be some force majeure. After all, if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. In the first few days after inheriting Tamamonomae's bloodline, he was discovered by an onmyoji of the Onmyoji Ryo and attacked on the spot because he was not very skilled in suppressing the demonic power in his body. At that time, he had not yet mastered the demonic power and bloodline in his body. Of course, he has not fully mastered it even now, because a year ago after Tamamonomae passed on his demonic power to him and awakened his first foxtail, he did not have time to teach him anything before passing away. In other words, having demonic power but not being able to use it is the most serious problem facing Howren. Fortunately, due to his personality, environment, and other reasons, he accidentally learned a little bit of exorcism techniques, such as onmyoji and witchcraft as a means of self-protection. It was precisely because of these methods and his quick thinking that he was able to successfully escape from the onmyoji. Therefore, facing the attack of the exorcist again, although it was very sudden, he was still mentally prepared. Fortunately, I learned some exorcism techniques in advance. The crisis was finally over. Howren breathed a sigh of relief and was very glad for the decision he made. In this parallel world, not only do demons exist, but humans also have extraordinary powers. Among them, the extraordinary powers mastered by humans are generally called spiritual power, and the spells released by spiritual power are generally called spiritual arts or exorcism techniques. In the island country, spiritual arts are also called Shinto techniques, because the island country believes in Shintoism, and the Shinto techniques belonging to the island country can be roughly divided into two categories. One is the yin-yang techniques practiced by yin-yang masters, and the other is the witchcraft practiced by witches. Of course, there are also new concept spiritual techniques, like Taishiburo, that are born with the combination of modern technology, as well as some spiritual techniques that are not native to the island country, such as the attack magic of Western Europe. In Shinto techniques, yin-yang masters are more proficient in shikigami and divination, while witches are more proficient in spells and words. What Howren released before was a spell that the witches are good at, the soul-stealing spell, which is a spell specifically used to deal with ghosts. Of course, it is also effective on humans. Those who are cursed will lose their spiritual power and strength and lose consciousness. The exorcist of the Taishi Bureau seems to have set up a barrier to drive people away in advance, which is good. Otherwise, the noise here is too loud and might alarm other people. Okay, let's clean up first. After calming down, Howren quickly removed the barrier, and then he bent down and picked up the stickers on the ground that set up the barrier one by one. After doing all this, Howren temporarily ignored the two people who had fainted. He watched at the door for a while. After making sure that no one noticed this place, he left his house and walked to the next door. A minute later, at Mrs. Muto's house, looking at Mrs. Muto lying on the ground in front of him, who seemed to be unconscious, and beside her, there was a male corpse that seemed to have been splashed with sulfuric acid and corroded beyond recognition, and there was resentment in the room. Howren couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that it was a vengeful ghost that was causing trouble. This kind of demon has no intelligence and can only attack based on instinct, but its strength is very strong, reaching the level of a sea-level demon. No wonder this exorcist can't handle it. Fortunately, the soul-stealing curse is the nemesis of ghosts, and the vengeful ghost should have been eliminated. A vengeful ghost is a ghost formed by the long-term resentment of a person after death. It is also a kind of ghost with a strength of sea level. Ghosts are also a kind of demons. Humans attacked by vengeful ghosts are likely to be possessed by them, lose their minds, and become wandering zombies. Because vengeful ghosts are afraid of light, people possessed by vengeful ghosts will hide during the day and appear in the wilderness at night. Of course, there is also a small chance that the person will be directly eroded by the vengeful ghost and die of rotting, just like the corpse in front of Howren. Compared with intelligent demons, most ghosts have extremely low intelligence, and only retain their instincts or a little memory from their previous lives. It is precisely because of their low intelligence that in this world where humans are strong and demons are weak, they do not hide like intelligent demons, but actively attack humans. It seems that Mrs. Muto is fine. She is not possessed by the grudge. She is just infected by the grudge and fainted. Shunchan is not at home either. Fortunately, after discovering that Mrs. Muto was still alive, Haoren went forward to check the body again, but quickly shook his head. This person should be hopeless. His body was eroded by the grudge. I remember what his name was. It seems that his surname is Maori. His job is a police-like exorcist. What a pity. What a pity. In another detective book, this person is like the protagonist of The Sleeping Detective. Unfortunately, in this parallel world of Tokyo, the sleeping detective did not survive more than 3 chapters. Without touching the body, Haoren took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello. Is this the exorcism branch of the Taishi Bureau in Hachioji Town? We have a supernatural incident here. Please send someone to solve it as soon as possible. The address is... Haoren was still having a headache. How should he deal with these Taishi Bureau officials who suddenly broke into his house and discovered his fox demon identity? You know, these 3 people from the Taishi Bureau came to his house for a routine inspection. If the 3 people disappeared without any accidents, they would definitely be tracked down by the higher-ups, and he would probably encounter more troubles. Now, the appearance of the vengeful ghost just helped him solve this urgent problem, and also served as this unexpected situation. Next, we should consider how to hide the 2 women from being discovered. While it would take some time for the Taishi Bureau's exorcism team to arrive, Haoren muttered to himself and quickly returned to his 2-story building. An hour later? Where am I? In a dim underground storage room, Hoshino Rumi groaned and gradually woke up. Hoshino, who had just woken up, was still a little confused. Her spiritual power was almost exhausted, and she felt weak all over. It took her a long time to sort out her previous memories. I remember that I found a fox demon in a house with Ohara-san and Mori-kun, and then we were defeated by the fox demon. Well, I didn't die, so was I caught by the fox demon? Looking up, Hoshino found herself in a dark and narrow space. The space was not big, but it was filled with a lot of sundries and a very unpleasant stench. I didn't know what was put there, but I thought it should be a storage room or something like that. Looking at herself again, she was tied tightly with a thick rope. Now that she had lost all her spiritual power and was weak all over, she would definitely not be able to break free from the rope. Even if she had the strength, looking at the white talismans attached to the rope, Hoshino finally gave up the idea of struggling. By the way, where are Ohara-san and Mori-kun? After recognizing the current situation, Hoshino became worried about the safety of his 2 subordinates. Soon, she found Officer Ohara, who was still in a coma in a corner of the storage room, which was also behind her. Ohara-san! Ohara-san, are you okay? Hoshino hurriedly shouted a few words, but because she was weak all over, she could hardly make a loud sound. It was more like a soft moan than a shout. After shouting a few words without success, Hoshino turned around with difficulty and took a closer look at the subordinate. He found that the other's chest was heaving. It's so big, is this the majesty of an older woman? When can I be like Ohara-san? No, Ohara-san seems to be breathing, so he should be fine. Seeing this, Hoshino quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Ohara-san is fine, he just fainted. As for Mori-kun, I remember that I asked him to go to the next door to check this situation. Now he is not here. I think Mori-kun has not been caught by the fox demon. That's great. As long as Mori-kun can escape successfully, he will definitely call for help, and then he will be saved. Although his mind was still a little confused, Hoshino quickly analyzed the current situation. Now she has lost all her spiritual power and is powerless. She is also tied up by the fox demon with a special spell rope. In this way, it is almost impossible to escape by her own strength. The only thing she can do is to stay here and wait for rescue. But then again, why didn't the fox demon kill me and Ohara-san? After understanding her own situation, Hoshino soon remembered a key question. After defeating them, the fox demon boy did not kill them, but captured them directly. You know, in this world, monsters and humans are mortal enemies. Whether it is humans or monsters, after defeating the other party, they will kill it as soon as possible. But strangely, the fox demon spared their lives. While thinking, Hoshino changed to a more comfortable position. There is no way, she is tied too tightly now, and she is very uncomfortable. I don't know what's wrong with this fox demon. He actually practiced a very exquisite Japanese-style bondage and tied people up so skillfully. The so-called Japanese bondage originated from the rope-catching technique commonly used in the army. It is a kind of rope art in the island country and belongs to the bondage sexual behavior. Japanese bondage is deeply influenced by the Warring States period of the island country. In that chaotic era, there were many kinds of torture and cruelty, and the bondage technique was also an important means of execution. After a long period of development, Japanese bondage gradually evolved into a special art, known as the rope art of the island country. Unlike Western bondage, which simply fixes people to their homes, in Japanese bondage, the recipient often needs to endure various oppressions brought by rope binding, including squeezing or stimulation of the chest and lower part. In some special island action movie blockbusters, this kind of heroine who is tied up in Japanese style often appears, fighting fiercely with one or more male protagonists. This is generally called something M. Hoshino's current situation is very similar to the heroines in those action movies. Because she was not very comfortable being tied up, she turned over slightly. But just like this, when she turned over, Hoshino accidentally hit a small cabinet. The small cabinet shook, and a white plastic bag placed on it fell down and hit Hoshino on the head. The white plastic bag seemed to contain books or something. Because it fell from a high altitude, it hit Hoshino's head and scattered all over the floor. "Hey, what is this?" Hoshino subconsciously looked at the scattered items on the floor. The first thing that caught his eye was a white notebook. Study materials? Looking at the big words written on the white notebook, Hoshino tilted her head in confusion. Then she looked around, where there was a comic book and a well-packaged CD. What is this? Why is the woman on the cover so exposed? The cover of the comic book showed a female knight tied up with chains and imprisoned in a dungeon. The female knight was wearing armor, but the armor was severely damaged and was a bikini, which could not cover the female knight's fair body at all. The CD packaging also showed a similar scene, except that the heroine had become a woman wearing a torn Western-style aristocratic robe and a crown. Moreover, the way this woman was tied up was almost exactly the same as hers, using Japanese-style bondage. The imprisoned princess knight? The life of a princess of a lost country after being captured? Hoshino slowly read the title on the comic cover and the CD packaging. She was stunned for a moment and repeated a few key words in a low voice again. Imprisoned, captured, princess knight, princess of a lost country? Then, she suddenly reacted and let out a scream from the depths of her soul, the most terrified scream since she was born. Ah! Although Hoshino was young, she didn't know much about the relationship between men and women. But even if she hadn't eaten pork, had she never seen pigs run? This kind of comics and CDs were clearly the favorite collections of the male high school students in her school when she was still in school. They were comics and games with certain special colors, and her experience in comics and games was so similar to her current situation. She hadn't thought too much about it before, or she hadn't considered it at all. But after seeing these comics and games, she recalled that the other party had locked them in this dark storage room and tied them up in the evil way of Japanese bondage. Most importantly, the other party was a fox demon known for her charm and incest, so the answer to why the other party didn't kill her and Ohara-san was obvious. Thinking of this, Hoshino couldn't help but let out a desperate cry again. I remember that fox demons have the habit of training their enemies. Ah! It's over. No wonder Hoshino was so terrified. Because, whether in the various ancient biographies and historical facts in the island country, or in the stories of various modern comics and novels, fox demons have always been demons known for their charm, lust, incest, and playing with human emotions. And the Taishi Bureau, who has been dealing with demons for many years, knows very well that fox demons are different from ordinary demons who kill humans directly after defeating them. They prefer to keep their enemies alive. They like to use charm, that is, mental control, physical control, or emotional control, to train their enemies and take them as their most loyal servants. Among them, the world-famous nine-tailed fox demon Tamamonomae has seduced thousands of men and taken thousands of men as her most loyal lackeys to be driven by her, losing yourself and becoming a tool used by the enemy, if that's all. But fox demons are naturally promiscuous. When they meet beautiful enemies of the opposite sex, after taking them as servants, they will even become the objects of fox demons' venting, especially when dealing with the demon's mortal enemies, exorcists. It is said that fox demons with certain special fetishes like young people of the opposite sex the most, and sometimes even the same sex. As the exorcist of the Taishi Bureau, Hoshino is a tall, youthful, and beautiful female high school student who has just graduated. She perfectly fits all the above characteristics. Yes, that must be the case. The fox demon must have been attracted by her beauty, so he didn't kill her, but imprisoned her here. I hope Mori-kun can find someone to support us quickly. Hoshino was naturally unwilling to become the servant of the fox demon, but with her current state of losing all her spiritual power, she had no choice. For now, she could only wait for the rescue of Officer Mori. However, at this time, a conversation suddenly came from outside the storage room. Team leader, we have searched everywhere, and there is nothing found nearby. Only this place is left. Well, Fujiwara-kun, is this the storage room in your yard? Ah, yes, this is where I usually store some sundries. There are canned herrings in it. It may be a little smelly. I will open it and show it to the officers. Seemed to be three people talking, and two of the voices sounded very familiar. One voice was the voice of the young fox demon, and the other was a female voice. It's Team Leader Kondo. Morikun has successfully called for support. The moment Hoshino recognized the female voice, she became excited. Kondo was her immediate superior, the leader of Team 12 of the Demon Exorcism section of the Taishi Bureau. Needless to say, the leader of the Taishi Bureau appeared here, and it must be the support called by the escaped Mori Affairs officer. In other words, she was finally saved. Great, the team leader must catch this abominable fox demon. It's too abominable that this fox demon actually wanted to imprison her and train her with charm. Hoshino was excited, and she was even thinking about how to retaliate against the fox demon after catching it. However, canned herring? Are you Swedish? Why is there such a thing in the storage room? No, it's my friend who likes to eat it. He has no place to store it, so he temporarily left it at my house. I'm opening the door, officer. The fox demon boy's voice fell, and the door of the storage room was pushed open. Through this hole, Hoshino could clearly see his boss outside wearing the uniform of the Taishi Bureau. Logically, the people outside the door should be able to see him. But strangely, Team Leader Kondo simply glanced at the storage room through the open door, but it seemed that he didn't find anything. She even quickly covered her nose and asked the fox demon boy to close the door. It's really a storage room. It smells so bad. Close it quickly. Close it? Wait. Hoshino was stunned. Bang! The door of the storage room was closed again, and at the same time there was a burst of conversation outside again. Team leader, we searched everywhere, but we couldn't find the whereabouts of Hoshino and Officer Obara. Well, it seems that he didn't lie. Hoshino and the others are probably possessed by a vengeful ghost. People who are possessed will be very afraid of sunlight. Now they should have found a place to hide. Team leader, what should we do now? Let's search the area again. Yes, sir. The conversation reached Hoshino's ears word for word, but her face changed drastically. Team leader Kondo, don't leave, I'm here. Although she was weak and her voice was unusually hoarse at the moment, Hoshino still tried her best to shout. Although the sound was not loud, it stands to reason that people outside must have heard it with only a storage room door between them. But for some reason, there was no response from outside, as if she didn't hear her shout at all. How could it be? Not long after, Kondo left with the officers of the Taishi Bureau. After the officers left, the door of the storage room was pushed open again. In Hoshino's desperate sight, Hirohito walked in slowly. Ha! I finally got it done. It's worthy of being a B-level magic. Breath blocking is really useful. Breath blocking is the only B-level magic that Hauren learned after inheriting Tamamonomae's bloodline. The effect is also very powerful. It successfully deceived the search of the Taishi Bureau's affairs officer. After sending the Taishi Bureau's affairs officer away, Hauren entered the storage room and planned to visit the two people he had captured. The reason why the two women were captured was because they already knew that he was a fox demon. It would definitely not work to let them go directly, as that would reveal the secret that he was a demon. But if he didn't let them go and made them disappear directly, Hauren was worried that the people from the Taishi Bureau would follow the clues and trace him. So he had to use this delaying tactic to temporarily deceive the people from the Taishi Bureau. Next, use this time to think of a way to shut the two people up, preferably to sleep, persuade them to swear a spiritual spell to keep a secret for him. What should I do if I want someone not to reveal a secret? Find something to hold against the other party and use it as a threat? In Hauren's previous life, this might have been a better way. But in a world with extraordinary powers, there are better ways, and one of them is undoubtedly to swear a spiritual curse. With this idea in mind, Hauren entered the storage room, but as soon as he came in, he found that one of the two had already woken up. So he adjusted his expression slightly and showed a smile that he thought was kind. Oh, you're already awake? Let's talk? Hauren wanted to have a good talk with this young lady from the Taishi Bureau. On the one hand, he wanted to get some useful information. It was rare to catch two exorcists from the Taishi Bureau, so Hauren naturally wanted to collect some first-hand information about the Taishi Bureau in exorcism. For example, how many exorcism teams does the Taishi Bureau have in Tokyo? How many subordinates there are? How strong they are? What type of exorcism techniques they are good at? And what type of exorcism props they are good at using? Or whether the Taishi Bureau's monster searching equipment has any blind spots that allow monsters to escape the search, etc. After becoming a monster, although Hauren has been hiding well, even an old horse can stumble just like today. So just in case, he still needs to learn more about the methods and other information of the exorcism agencies, such as the Taishi Bureau and the Yin Yang Bureau. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Secondly, he wanted to persuade the two of them with emotion and reason, so that they would take the initiative to swear a spiritual spell and keep his secret. But who knew? You! Don't come over here! From Xingye's perspective, the fox demon boy in front of him opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of ferocious shark teeth, and walked over with a lewd smile on his face. Suddenly, the beautiful girl affairs officer screamed, rolled her eyes, kicked her legs, and actually rushed over. Xingye's sudden action scared Howren, and he was stunned for a long time before he reacted. What happened? Did she faint from fright? Am I that scary? After thinking for a long time, Howren couldn't figure out why this woman suddenly fainted from fright. Forget it. This is where the food for Himari is stored. Some of it has been opened but not finished yet. It's really too smelly. Let's move it to another place first, and come back to clean it up another day. Put all these open cans of herring into sealed containers. Shaking his head, Howren bent down slightly, stretched out his hand and carried the 2 unconscious Taishi Bureau officers on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. With the blood of the demon fox, he is much stronger than normal humans. Even with 2 people on his shoulders, he can still walk briskly. Well, let's put them in the bedroom first. Boil a pot of water, make some tea, and wait for them to wake up. Drink some tea to calm their nerves. By the way, my kettle seems to be missing. Where did I put it? While muttering to himself, Howren quickly carried the 2 back to the bedroom and then went to find the kettle. However, what Howren didn't know was that Hoshino, who had fainted from shock, woke up in a daze because his body was moved too much. Hoshino woke up slightly, but his mind was still a little unclear. He vaguely heard a few sensitive words in Howren's muttering. Container, bedroom, pot. After being thrown onto the bed in the bedroom by Howren without any lightness or weight, and feeling the softness of the bed, Hoshino's mind finally became completely clear. Combining the words he just heard and the soft bed he felt under him at this moment, in an instant, the scene of the imprisoned female knight in the comic book he had seen before appeared in Hoshino's mind, and he thought of something. It's over. I'm going to become a container for liquid. With a desperate cry, Hoshino's body twitched and he fainted again. Don't. There's too much. I can't fit it in. When Hoshino regained consciousness again, he was woken up by someone pinching his nose. Because her nose was pinched, she had difficulty breathing, which made her mistakenly believe that a lot of liquid was poured into her mouth and nose, and she was in a state of pseudo-drowning. After waving her arms and struggling weakly for a while, Hoshino was sweating all over, panting, and finally opened her eyes. What caught her eyes was the snow-white and clean ceiling, on which hung a not too bright but very soft incandescent lamp. What she felt under her was the soft bed, and at the same time, a pleasant mint fragrance faintly drifted from the quilt into her nose. Such a soft and warm interior scene made Hoshino relax her tense mood a little. It turns out that the previous horrible scene was a dream. I thought I almost turned into a pot, and couldn't hold any more. However, before Hoshino could relax from the terrible nightmare, a gentle male voice suddenly came from beside him. What do you mean too much? Can't fit it in? Hoshino turned her neck stiffly, and in front of her was a very handsome, familiar face with a smile on his lips and a row of shark teeth. However, this familiarity was not a good thing. But it's a fox demon! The person sitting next to Hoshino was naturally Howren. After he made tea, he came to the bedroom with the teacup, move one of them to the next room, untie the rope of the other, and pinch the nose to wake him up. Howren was about to start his persuasion plan. At this time, his nose wrinkled slightly. Why is there a strange fragrance? It seems to be the smell of this woman. Howren found that there was a strong fragrance floating in the bedroom. It seemed to have a strong fragrance with a hint of jasmine. After sniffing carefully, he found that the fragrance came from the girl who had fainted from his shock. Perhaps because she was too nervous and frightened, the girl broke out in cold sweat, and the fragrance was the smell of sweat. Before, because the storage room was too smelly, it could not be smelled, but now that it was changed to another place, it was discovered by Howren. I didn't expect that your body fragrance is so strong. It smells good. Some women do have body fragrance, of course. Some also have body odor, and it is obvious that Xingye belongs to the former. Howren bluntly expressed his feelings, but it made Xingye blush instantly. Because he was woken up by Howren pinching his nose just now, Xingye was still panting for fragrance, and his body was also sweating, coupled with a crimson face. The whole person exuded an indescribable. Well, if you have to find a word to describe it, Howren can only think of 2 words: sex. Yes, this female exorcist is fine when performing official duties. she is more serious, but once she blushes and pant, she was simply a replica of a delicate, frail, and sexy-looking beautiful girl. In addition, Howren only pinched her nose for a short while, and she was sweating all over and panting. She also blushed because of his simple words. It is enough to show that she is a person with a sensitive physique that easily blushes and sweats. She has a delicate appearance, a sexy face, easily blushes and sweats, a sensitive body, and a strong body fragrance. Oh my god, if this is put in Gal Game and some animations with fierce fighting between men and women, she is exactly a weak role. When he first met this beautiful girl exorcist, Howren thought that since she could become the captain of the exorcists at such a young age, Hoshino should be a heroic and brave woman. But who knew that he was wrong? After being captured and facing adversity, her originally cowardly character was finally exposed. Of course, this kind of personality is more convenient for communication. Howren stared at the female exorcist for a long time, until Xingye's body trembled slightly, as if she was afraid. Then he retracted his gaze and smiled slightly. You don't have to be so scared. I won't hurt you for the time being. Come on, tell me your name first. My name is Xingye Rumi. Looking at Howren with shark teeth and a ferocious face, Xingye Rumi subconsciously stepped back. Seeing that Howren did not make any other moves after saying this, she swallowed her saliva, hesitated for a moment, and answered honestly. Xingye Rumi, what a good name. In order to appease the nervous and fearful mood of the female exorcist, Howren praised her a little. Then he took out a detector-like instrument from his arms, played with it in his hands, and asked Xingye, Come, I'll ask you a few questions, and you have to answer truthfully. First of all, the first question is, how do you use this thing? What do you want to do? Although still a little scared, a trace of vigilance quickly flashed across Xingye's pretty face. Nothing. I just want to know how to use it. Howren was actually very curious about how this type of monster hunting device is used and what the principle is. Because this time, he was discovered by this thing, which led to a series of events that happened later. And if he can also use this thing, he can also be warned in advance when encountering threats such as monsters in the future. Howren had a good idea, but he was soon poured with a basin of cold water. You can't use it. This is a special monster hunting device made by our Taishi Bureau. It has a special spiritual power lock. Only I, as the captain, can use spiritual power to unlock it. And after unlocking it, only the spiritual power fingerprints of the Taishi Bureau members can drive it. Spiritual power lock? Spiritual power fingerprint? Can't be used? It's really troublesome. Well, forget it. If it can't be used, then it can't be used. Howren's face froze, and he quickly shook his head, then continued to ask. Okay, then the second question is, how many exorcist teams like yours do your Taishi Bureau have in Tokyo? I heard that your Taishi Bureau has a quota of exorcist assessments every year, and each person needs to kill 3 demons. Now that almost all the demons are hiding, where do you find so many demons to kill? Howren's words made Xingye slightly stunned. Her body trembled, her little hands clenched tightly, and she looked a little scared, but she still said in a firm tone, Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not betray my organization. Okay, pretty stubborn. Okay, it's the same if I ask someone else later. Although the information from the Taishi Bureau is useful to Howren, he is not in a hurry to get it. For now, let's talk about the oath of the spiritual spell. However, perhaps because Howren mentioned another person in his words, before he continued to ask questions, Xingye quickly turned his head and looked around as if looking for something. Where did you take my colleague? Not finding his colleague, Hoshino's eyes flashed with fear again. His voice became a little flustered. Don't worry. She's fine. She's lying in another room to rest, but her physical condition is much worse than yours. She has been hit by some shocks, so she shouldn't wake up so soon. This was the conclusion Howren came to after carefully examining the 2 women's bodies inside and out while they were unconscious. Because of the shock of his spiritual spell, normal people generally can't wake up quickly. To be honest, it was beyond his expectation that Hoshino could wake up so quickly. However, Howren's simple explanation meant something else to Hoshino. Lying in another room to rest? Poor physical condition? Shocked. How could it be? Masaka, could it be that Ohara-san has been defiled by this evil fox demon? She's resting because of her poor physical condition and can't bear it? Or Ohara-san has been successfully turned into a pot by the fox demon? And now, it's my turn? Thinking of this, Xingye could no longer hold back the fear in her heart. She sniffed hard with her delicate little nose and then burst into tears. Wow, I'm going to turn into a pot. Woo. Even though she was a genius exorcist praised by outsiders and the captain of the affairs officer of the Taishi Bureau, she was just a girl under 20 years old. Facing such a sinister scene and such a ferocious demon, it was good enough that she could remain calm before crying confused Howren. Turn into a pot? What does it mean? He didn't know what was wrong with this young female exorcist. Why did she cry for a disagreement and say such inexplicable words? Even when he saw Xingye's shoulders twitching and her body trembling slightly, Howren was still thinking about one thing. I don't have a switch in my hand. It's really noisy. However, in order to carry out the persuasion plan smoothly, he still forced himself to resist the urge to stuff the crying mouth in front of him with something, and tried to show a gentle smile and said, Don't cry. I said I won't hurt you for the time being, as long as you cooperate and chat with me. Howren originally planned to persuade this official of the Taishi Bureau, get some information about the Taishi Bureau, and let her swear a spiritual spell to keep it secret for him. But now that Xingye was crying and making a fuss, he could only give up this idea temporarily and comfort her. After Howren's comfort, Xingye finally stopped crying. However, her eyes became more and more gray, and she kept muttering in a low voice, I understand. I understand. Well, you understand? What do you understand? However, Howren did not wonder for long. Soon, he saw Xingye lower his head, hug his knees, and said with a hint of despair in his voice, You deliberately said that you wanted to chat with me in order to let me relax my vigilance, and then use the fox demon's charm to seduce me with words. Let me fall, and let me become your most loyal, most obedient, and playful servant? Howren? Xingye's shocking remarks directly petrified Howren on the spot. Howren finally understood why this exorcist from the Taishi Bureau was so afraid of him, and why he screamed and fainted before. The biggest reason was naturally because of his identity as a fox demon. Howren also knew clearly the absurd rumors about fox demons that were passed down in the human world. Good at charm, like to use charm to charm the enemy, control the enemy's body or mind, and turn it into his most loyal servant. This is the fox demon in this world. It seems that this guy took me as a peerless enchantress like Tamamonomae who enchanted the world. Oh no, it was a peerless male demon, thinking that I wanted to brainwash and control her with charm. If this female exorcist faced other fox demons, she might be right to guess the worst. But it was different for Howren, not to mention that Howren had no such intention. Even if he had, he couldn't actually do it, because he didn't know any charm spells at all. With this in mind, Howren felt that he still needed to clarify this misunderstanding. Otherwise, he might not be able to communicate with it properly, let alone use a spell oath to keep the secret. Of course, the fact that he didn't know how to charm couldn't be said openly. This was his own secret and his weakness couldn't be exposed at will. So Howren tried to explain it clearly. Ahem. I didn't mean that, and I wouldn't use charm spells on you, and I don't like to have any servants. However, he was interrupted by Xingye just halfway through his words. You don't like to have servants? So that's it, I understand. You like to hets, right? You like the kind of pet dogs that crawl on all fours, wag their tails and beg for mercy, and stick out their tongues to flatter you, right? Especially a beauty dog like me. Hoshino was just a little confused for a while, and soon he seemed to have figured something out, and his eyes became darker. Howren. Hoshino's words made Howren's brain freeze for a long time before he finally came back to his senses. Beauty. Oh no, pet dog? This guy, is his brain filled with yellow garbage? Why, I guessed it, don't say anything. I know what you, the silver chaotic fox demon, think. You caught me, isn't it just to do this? Hoshino's eyes have completely lost their luster, and his tone has become a little self-destructive. I don't have that kind of idea about you. Howren is still trying to refute. However, yes, you have no idea about me. You just have an idea about my body, right? So you fox spirits like to play word games so much? Who is playing word games? Stop. Seeing the increasingly desperate and gloomy eyes of the female exorcist in front of him, Howren hurriedly interrupted her. In order to wake her up, he even grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard twice. After being shaken like this, Xingye finally woke up a little. Listen to me, I don't want to take in any servants, let alone pets, and I won't hurt you. I'll even let you go later. The premise is that as long as you cooperate with me and swear a spiritual curse. After being fooled by this female exorcist with a head full of yellow garbage, Howren has completely lost interest in chatting, so he simply gets straight to the point and states his requirements. As long as she is willing to cooperate and swear a spiritual curse, and then make up an excuse for why she disappeared, then it is not impossible to let her go. After all, once a person with spiritual power swears a spiritual curse, he can never break it, so there is no need to worry about her revealing the secret that she is a fox demon. However, after hearing Howren's words, Xingye was slightly stunned. Spirit curse oath? As a spirit exorcist, she naturally knew what a spiritual curse oath was. Yes, the oath I want you to swear is... Howren was about to say the content of the oath, but this time Xingye actually learned to answer quickly. I understand. When Hoshino said, I understand for the third time, Howren instinctively felt that something was wrong. He wanted to stop him, but he was still a step too slow. You want me to swear not to resist? Hoshino's pretty face was full of despair. Although desperate, she still mustered up the last bit of courage and said in a very sure but self-deprecating tone, "You said before that you would not use charm on me. In fact, you want to make me completely mentally collapse by verbally humiliating and physically torturing me without using charm. You want me to become a loyal pet dog who only knows how to roll his eyes, make a V-shape with his hands, and make an ahegao expression, and beg the master in a broken tone to reward me with your big bones. Is that right?" As soon as Hoshino finished speaking, the room was silent for 3 minutes. For a while, neither of them spoke or moved, as if time had stopped. It was not until Howren suddenly took a breath and dug his ears hard that time seemed to flow again. Howren was obviously stunned by what Xingye said. He still underestimated the extent of the illness of this beautiful girl exorcist. He thought she just had some brain disease. But who knew that this girl actually suffered from severe paranoia? Howren even dug his ears hard. You ask why he dug his ears? Of course it was to pour out the colored waste in his ears. It's really impossible to communicate. Forget it. Think of another way. Seeing that he couldn't communicate with her smoothly after trying again and again, Howren was too lazy to say anything. He reached out and slapped Xingye's neck hard, knocking her unconscious. Then Howren began to think of other ways to solve the problem in front of him. How can we solve the problem of these two female exorcists? This is a difficult problem. However, it is called a difficult problem only relative to Howren. If it were another demon, it wouldn't be a problem at all to encounter this situation. To prevent a human from revealing a secret, the best way for a demon is to make this human disappear forever, and then fly away and hide. But Howren is not a demon, or rather, although he has the blood of a demon, he is still a human in essence. At the same time, he is an alien living in human society. The exorcist of the Taishi Bureau is not a fool, and he has only been deceived temporarily. But it is easy to deceive for a while, but it is impossible to deceive for a lifetime. Once the people of the Taishi Bureau react and investigate a little, the fact that he is a demon will be exposed immediately. Once things develop to that point, he will no longer be able to gain a foothold in human society. Therefore, he thought of using the spiritual spell oath to seal the mouths of the two women. The spiritual spell oath is a kind of spell oath. As long as the oath is made, the caster will be bound by the spell and cannot violate the oath for life. But this oath must be made voluntarily and cannot be forced. Therefore, in the absence of communication, Howren chose to give up this method. Then, without using the oath of the spirit spell, how can we prevent these two people from telling others that they found themselves to be a monster? Should we use that? Can't use the oath of the spirit spell. There are other ways. As far as Howren knows, there is another way that can also achieve the goal. This way is, just forget, delete or seal this memory. I remember that when I was learning the art of exorcism, I accidentally saw in a book that there is an S-level yin-yang technique that can seal memories. But the book only mentioned it in one sentence, and I haven't learned this kind of exorcism technique. In the two-story building of number 404, Howren thought about other ways, and soon he thought of one. Although I don't know how to do it, the method is still feasible. I can try this. While talking to himself, Howren silently closed his eyes and looked at himself with the spiritual vision eye of the yin-yang technique he learned by himself. In his mind, an oval stone soon emerged. Stone, stone. Is there any other way to modify people's memories? As soon as this thought came to his mind, the killing stone reacted, instantly. On the mysterious stone in his mind, the 4 lightning-shaped paper pendants, tied to the straw-woven rope knot, suddenly swayed without wind, and one of the paper pendants suddenly emitted a green flame without any warning and spontaneously combusted. But in an instant, the paper pendant was burned into black ash and dissipated. At the same time, Howren's mind suddenly had a paragraph of text woven with green flames. This is another use of the killing stone that Howren has figured out in the past year. In most cases, as long as you ask a question in your mind, you can get the answer after the paper pendant spontaneously combusts. This is the Qingqiu Fox Demon's secret method. Howren was delighted when he saw the first line of the text woven with green fire. The Qingqiu Fox Demon's secret method is the secret method that the great demon king Tamamonomae practiced during his lifetime. The Demon King's secret method, just think about it. It must be very powerful, and it will definitely be a piece of cake to solve the current trouble. However, when Howren turned his eyes and looked at the next line of words, his face suddenly changed. Fox Eyes, A-level magic, uses the special magic power of the Qingqiu Fox to inject into the eyes, charm the enemy, rewrite the enemy's cognition and common sense, and even modify the memory. How to use? Howren just saw the next line of words clearly, and he was instantly upset. There is nothing wrong with Fox Eyes. Since Tamamonomae is a world-famous peerless enchantress, and a beauty who brings disaster. In addition to her extremely beautiful appearance, she must have mastered related magic to seduce men. There is nothing wrong with A-level magic. According to the classification of demons by various authoritative demon-catching organizations in the parallel world, demons can be roughly divided into FSS levels according to their strength. The skills, abilities, talents, and skills practiced by demons can also be classified according to this level. Tamamonomae is an SS-level demon king anyway, so it is not surprising that he mastered an A-level magic. There is nothing wrong with these. What really makes Howren uneasy is injecting demonic power into the eyes, charming the enemy, and rewriting the enemy's cognition and common sense and even memory. Why is it a charm spell? Yes, this is a charm spell, or a charm spell. Similar spells are excellent weapons for female fox demons to deal with the opposite sex, and sometimes even the same sex will be affected. Usually this kind of spell has an extremely powerful mental charm effect. Once the person is affected, the will be controlled by the caster. This may be a bit complicated. In simple terms, it can be understood as hypnosis. For example, in his previous life, Howren had heard of the action movie Hypnosis Guide, or the hypnosis glasses of a certain moderator. Fox eyes are similar to this. As long as you successfully charm the other party, you can control the other party's will, and even modify the other party's memory. This magic is very powerful and can indeed solve Howren's current aftermath problem. But I can't learn charms at all. Howren stroked his long tail against the fur again and said irritably, he couldn't learn charms. This was a fact that Howren discovered not long after he got the Killing Stone. It has been a year since he got the blood and power of the nine-tailed fox demon. Although he usually resisted this monster bloodline, he had to use the simplest method when facing the possibility of life-threatening at any time. That is to enhance his own strength. If he doesn't want to be treated as a demon by many exorcists, then his own strength is always strong enough, which is always the best solution. However, because Tamamonomae didn't have time to teach him any advanced magic, he just passed on his blood and magic power and died. As a result, he now has a lot of magic power, but he can't use it. Fortunately, he still has a magical thing like the Killing Stone. It is also the third function of the Killing Stone. By burning the lightning-shaped paper hanging tied to the Killing Stone, a magic method he wants will emerge in his mind. Therefore, he learned the fox hiding technique, breath blocking, and several low-level magic. However, while learning magic, Howren discovered a very serious problem. That is, although other magic was fine, he could not learn the magic of charm and seduction, which were the magic that the nine-tailed fox demon should be best at. Howren did not know why he could not learn the magic of charm. He tried several times, but he could not succeed and finally had to give up. So, when he saw the words of charm written on the words woven by Qinghuo, Howren's heart sank. No, I can't learn this. There are 3 paper pendants left. Try again, muttering to himself. Howren quickly calmed down and asked again in his heart. Stone, besides charm, is there any other way to modify or seal memory? This time, one of the remaining 3 lightning-shaped paper pendants tied to the Sulinke knot caught fire again. The same words woven with blue flames condensed and appeared again. But the words that appeared this time surprised Howren a little. The secret method of the dream-eating taper, the dream-eating technique. A B-level magic, which can read memories and turn them into dreams to eat them to replenish one's own magic power. The blank parts of the memory can be replaced by new dreams. The dream-eating tapir is a monster that eats people's nightmares. According to books, its body is like a horse, its nose is like an elephant, its face is like a lion, its forehead is like a rhinoceros, its tail is like a cow, and its legs are like a tiger. It was first seen in the Celestial Empire, and later spread to the island country, becoming a B-level monster in the island country. Of course, Howren has never seen it with his own eyes, but only read about it in books. The reason why he was surprised was not because it was a B-level magic, but because the Killing Stone used to show the magic of the nine-tailed fox demon, and this was the first time it showed the magic of other monsters. Could it be that this stone actually hides many other magics? After thinking for a long time, Howren vaguely had some guesses, but he couldn't be sure. Then he looked down and continued to look at the last line of text. Restriction. After each use, you need to rest for 3 days before you can use it again. Is there a cooldown time? There are 2 people here and they need to use it twice in total. In other words, there is 1 left and he can only use it again after 3 days? Well, never mind, let's give it a try. Concentrating his mind, Howren began to run the demon power in his body according to the text woven by Qinghuo. After trying it 3 or 4 times, he soon found the way. It seems quite simple. In this way, he finally solved a difficult problem, but Howren didn't relax at all, but sighed. Speaking of which, I should also find a way to improve my strength. If my strength is strong enough, I don't have to look back and forth so much. making it so troublesome. It's not a solution to be so scared every day. In this crisis-ridden Tokyo, Howren is always worried about his life. In addition to doing his best to hide himself, the best way is undoubtedly to improve his strength. If the strength reaches a certain level, then there is no need to worry about the exorcists of the Taishi Bureau and the Yin-Yang Bureau. Therefore, after experiencing today's accident, Howren made an important decision. I have decided that the goal in the future is to do everything possible to improve my strength and enhance my self-protection ability. There are currently two ways for Howren to improve his strength. One is to learn more magic and exorcism. The second is to increase the number of tails according to what Tamamonomae said. The nine-tailed, I can't think of it. Forget it. I'll ask Kimiri later. For now, let's deal with the two exorcists of the Taishi Bureau first. Then let's start reading dreams. The next morning, Howren got up a little earlier and was preparing breakfast. Yesterday's dream-eating technique went smoothly. Howren used the dream-eating technique on the female officer named Obara. He successfully read the other party's memory, erased and rewrote part of it, and put her back that night. The erased memory was naturally the memory of meeting him. He rewrote it to be attacked by a vengeful ghost, causing him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, he appeared under a bridge hole in a small river. Because being possessed by a vengeful ghost will make you lose your mind, and fear the sun, it is reasonable for you to hide under the bridge hole. Even if she is called back by the people of the Taishi Bureau for questioning, she can just say that she lost consciousness and doesn't remember anything, and there will be no problem. And because of the dream-eating technique, Howren also learned a lot of information about the Taishi Bureau by browsing the memory of Officer Obara. This can also be regarded as indirectly achieving a goal that was not achieved before. In order to prevent forgetting later, Howren also recorded all the information about the Taishi Bureau one by one. Nowadays, after successfully erasing a person's memory, the dream-eating technique needs to rest for 3 days before it can be used again. In other words, the remaining Hoshino Rumi needs to disappear for 3 days. So during these 3 days, Howren plans to let Hoshino Rumi temporarily live in his own home to wait for the cooling time of the dream-eating technique. Today is Friday, and Howren still needs to go to school, so he should not be at home during the day. In order to prevent this beautiful girl from starving to death, he decided to feed her a breakfast. After all, she has not eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. Soon, breakfast was ready. A stack of egg pancakes, 2 cups of soy milk, and 2 stacks of pickles were neatly placed on the small dining table in the living room by Howren. As a part-time worker who rented a house outside in his previous life, Howren, who had a father who died early in this life and a mother who was imprisoned, had a life of living alone early, so he naturally filled up his cooking skills. Although it is not as good as a master chef, it is still possible to make a simple breakfast without any effort. Because Howren prefers Chinese breakfast, the breakfast he makes is naturally full of Chinese style. Of course, due to economic constraints, the breakfast is not very rich. It can only be said to be nutritionally balanced. After making breakfast, Howren went upstairs to wake up Xingye. The room was filled with a very pleasant and rich fragrance, which was the body fragrance of a beautiful female exorcist. The female exorcist was sleeping very soundly. I don't know if she was overly frightened yesterday or what. Anyway, she was very tired and slept very soundly. Her sleeping posture was not very good. She hugged the quilt with both hands and lay on the bed in the guest room. There were faint traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, and her 2 big white legs were tightly curled together. Because he was worried about dirtying the bed, Howren kindly took off the uniform coat and pants of the unconscious exorcist last night. However, Xingye was wearing a pair of safety pants. It's a pity. Oh no, it's fortunate. Howren had already untied the ropes on her body. Because she was in a state of losing all her spiritual power, she had no strength in her body, so naturally she couldn't escape. Of course, even if she recovered some strength in the next 2 days, she couldn't run away from this house. Since becoming a monster, Howren, who lacked a sense of security, had set up a lot of yin-yang magic and witchcraft barriers in his 2-story building. As long as the barriers were activated, a beautiful girl with little spiritual power would not be able to escape. What's more, after today, it would be the weekend, and Howren would not go anywhere. He would stay at home for 2 days until the cooling time of the dream-eating technique was over. While thinking, Howren put clothes on Xingye and then woke her up. This was done to prevent the girl with severe paranoia from thinking too much when she woke up and found that her coat had been taken off. This time, Howren did not pinch the girl's nose to wake her up, but changed away and gently patted the girl's cheek. Obviously, he was afraid of hearing words like "it can't fit anymore, it's full again." However, it was useless. Well, I surrender, master. I will listen to you obediently. Please don't hit my face with your big bones." Apparently this time, Hoshino had another nightmare, and when she woke up, her face was still flushed. After waking up Shinge, Haoran handed her a toothbrush and a towel and asked her to wash up first. After a night, Shinge's fear of him did not decrease but increased. Naturally, she did not dare to disobey. She washed up obediently and then came to the dining table in the living room. "You didn't eat last night. You should be hungry now. Come, sit down." Haoran pointed to the seat in front of him and motioned Shinge to sit down. However, Shinge, who was relatively obedient just now, did not move this time. "Haoran, why are you afraid that I will poison you? Don't worry, I'll eat it first and show you." Haoran thought that Shinge was worried that the food was poisonous, so he took a bite of the egg pancake and drank a mouthful of soy milk. Shinge wanted to refuse at first. She was not afraid of poison, but she was afraid that it was mixed with something like aphrodisiac. But she changed her mind and thought that she had already fallen into the hands of this fox demon and would fall sooner or later, so what difference would it make if it was earlier or later? She thought so in a daze, and when she came to her senses, Shinge found that she had taken a piece of egg pancake and put it in her mouth and took a big bite. There was no way she didn't eat anything yesterday, and she was frightened, so she was really hungry. Since she had already taken the first bite, Shinge didn't care about so much. She picked up a pickle and put it in her mouth to chew, and then took a sip of soy milk. I have to say that this fox demon boy's cooking skills are still good. The fragrant pancake was wrapped around the clove tongue. The sticky soy milk splashed in the deepest part of the throat. For a while, Shinge's entire mouth was full of honey. The fragrance lingered, and the essence, cough, lasted for a long time. The soft egg pancake and the refreshing pickles formed a contrast in taste, and with the fragrant soy milk, all the flavors mixed in the mouth and tongue, it was simply beautiful. Delicious. At this moment, Hoshino narrowed his eyes, revealing an intoxicated expression, and even subconsciously praised, "Delicious." Fortunately, this is not a food article, otherwise Hoshino would be flushed, panting, and look like he had taken an aphrodisiac. Of course, even so, Haoran couldn't help feeling proud when he saw it. Although he was not the best in cooking, he was more than enough to conquer the taste buds of ordinary beautiful girls, even if it was just an omelet. While eating breakfast, Haoran took out the information about the Taishi Bureau that he had written down in a notebook yesterday. This was hastily written when reading dreams yesterday. Haoran didn't have time to take a closer look, but now is the perfect time to take a look. As one of the 3 major exorcism agencies in the island country, the Taishi Bureau has 6 national first-class exorcists, equivalent to the level of demon kings. The Onmyoji and Miko agencies also have a similar number of national first-class exorcists. The national first-level exorcists who pass the Exorcist Level 1 test are top-notch elites. There is a huge difference between them and ordinary professional exorcists. Since there are less than 20 of them, they are given the title of 18 Spirit Generals by the island media. In addition, although the combatants under the Taishi Bureau are collectively called exorcists, they can be divided into 3 important agencies: the Devil Removal Department, the Curse Search Department, and the Curse Equipment Department. Among them, the official exorcist of the Devil Removal Department is an exorcist who specializes in removing demon disasters. Among the exorcists, only a small number of elites are capable of taking on this profession. The Curse Search Department is an investigator of curse crimes, specializing in investigating and banning human spiritual crimes, and is an expert in human curses. In short, these 2 departments are one against demons and the other against people. The Curse Equipment Department is the most famous agency under the Taishi Bureau, and is as famous as the 7 Lucky Gods of the Miko Agency and the Onmyoji Department of the Onmyoji. Cursed armor refers to wrapping the spiritual power of the exorcist on weapons or protective gear to form a powerful weapon. It is an extremely powerful means to deal with demons or human exorcists. Among them, the Shadow Branch where Hoshino is located is a branch under the Exorcism Department. Because the strength of the branch members is limited, Hoshino and the other 2 are not formal exorcists. At most, they are just trainees. While eating breakfast, Haoran flipped through the information recorded in the notebook. There are some ordinary intelligence and some secret intelligence that only the exorcists of the Taishi Bureau know. "I'm going to school today, so you stay at home honestly. Remember to clean up the table after breakfast. Remember, don't think about escaping. You can't escape from this house. Of course, don't worry, I won't keep you for too long. You will be free in 3 days. Look forward to it." After breakfast, after explaining these words, Haoran left home with his school bag. He did not tie Hoshino up with a rope again, because he had made preparations in advance. No matter what, Hoshino could not escape from this house. However, because they were in a hurry, Howren did not notice that after he finished speaking, Xingye's body suddenly stiffened and the iron cup of soy milk in her hand fell on the table with a bang. She stopped biting the egg pancake in her mouth halfway and just sat there motionless. After a long time, she finally came to her senses, but she trembled all over and collapsed on the chair. Free in 3 days? Is it American freedom? Does it mean that in 3 days, I will become an obedient dog that does not need to be tied with a rope? Xingye covered her head with both hands in pain and muttered to herself. After a long time, her emotions eased a little, but she remembered what Howren had said before. At this moment, she found that the soy milk in her hand had spilled all over the table, and some of the soy milk spilled on a thin notebook. Turning her eyes to the notebook, Xingye was stunned. What is this? Alas, it's still a little late. Let's take the train to school today. On the other side, after Howren left home, he took out his mobile phone to check the time. He found that it was a little late today because he was preparing breakfast, so he decided to give up riding a bike and take the train to school. He took a train to school. Because he got on the train halfway, there were no seats left, so Howren could only find a place with handrails to stand. Soon, the train started shaking. Howren was about to take out his notes to continue reading, but when he looked through his bag, he couldn't find it. I seem to have forgotten to bring my notebook. Forget it, I'll go back and read it. Without finding his notes, Howren could only take out his mobile phone and browse the news to kill time on the bus. This is also a habit that Howren has developed since he became a monster, to read the news every day. Because there will be many reports about exorcists exorcising monsters in the news. By paying attention to the news in this area every day, Howren can also know the dynamics of major monster exorcism organizations in a timely manner. It was also after Howren read a few news articles about demon exorcism that the door of the train suddenly opened. A bunch of young and beautiful high school girls entered the train, talking and laughing. Suddenly, a breath of youth filled the entire carriage, and even the air seemed to be much fresher. Howren just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. This train was heading to the school district. Along the way, in addition to Hachioji High School where Howren was, there were several girls' schools, so it was not surprising that female high school students appeared. However, after this group of female high school students came in, the men around them, whether they were office workers or students, raised their hands and grabbed the railings, as if to prove that their hands were innocent. Howren did the same. In fact, Howren had always thought in his previous life that the island country that could shoot a series of educational films on trains must have a chaotic train. However, after the actual experience, Howren realized that the so-called educational films on trains were just YY. In Tokyo, once a man does something beyond the limit on the train, it is confirmed to be harassing women. Not only is the punishment extremely severe, but this incident will also be recorded as a stain. However, the island government has gone too far, resulting in some women who are similar to touching porcelain and actively approaching men on the tram, threatening to be harassed and extorting money. This is why men like Howren raised their hands high and even worried that women would get too close. Alas, blue child, you must protect yourself when you go out. Howren thought so, lowered his head slightly, and didn't look at it more. On the other hand, it was also to avoid being noticed by this group of female high school students. However, handsome guy, are you a student of Hachioji High School? A pleasant female voice sounded beside him, forcing Howren to raise his head slightly, but he found that since some time, a female high school student with a ponytail, a melon seed face, and a very cute appearance stood beside him. She was waving her milky white little hand and shyly greeted him. Behind her, there was a group of girls looking at this side with a smile, whispering from time to time. This group of girls was exactly the group of high school girls who had just entered the tram. Seeing this scene, Howren sighed in his heart. How could he not understand what the girl wanted to do? He was clearly wearing a very recognizable school uniform and school badge, and the other party still asked this question. This was obviously a deliberate flirtation. In fact, since inheriting the blood of Tamamonomae and increasing his charm, being flirted with has long been a common thing for Howren. Flirting is actually a small matter. For Howren, he has experienced more excessive things than this. For example, in the park, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old wanted to play the game of couple house with him. At school, a girl of 17 or 18 years old secretly stuffed love letters into his shoe cabinet. At the grandfather's house in the countryside, a 30-year-old young woman whose husband was away asked him to help with farm work. What kind of farm work? Planting rice in the paddy field. And in the store where he worked part-time, the 40-year-old proprietress once asked him if he still wanted to work hard. Even when he went to the market to buy vegetables, he met a 50-year-old woman in her prime. Cough. a 50-year-old old lady who asked him if he wanted to marry her daughter and go to her house to eat rice bowls together. There is no way. Being too good-looking is sometimes a sin. However, although he is often harassed by strange women, Howren has not had a girlfriend so far. It's not that he can't have one, but that he doesn't want to have one. Before becoming a monster, Howren only wanted to be admitted to the University of Tokyo and become a successful person. To do this, he naturally had to study hard. For him who is devoted to studying, women will only affect the speed of learning and are an obstacle. No women in mind. Learning is natural. After he became a monster, he had no such idea. Living a life of fear every day, walking on thin ice everywhere, how can he have the time to have a girlfriend? And once he has a girlfriend, he must divide his attention to protect his girlfriend. This makes his already weak defense even weaker. How can this be possible? He lacks a sense of security. With this thought in mind, Howren lowered his head again, pretending not to hear, and moved his feet slightly, intending to change places to avoid the high school girl. However, when the girl saw that he wanted to leave, she became anxious, and she dodged and jumped, instantly crossing a few steps and blocking Howren. This set of smooth and fast movements made Howren narrow his eyes. Obviously, an ordinary girl could not do such movements. This means that either this girl has learned spiritual arts such as body forging and has a very high physical strength, or this girl herself is a melee exorcist like a sword wizard. No matter which one it is not good news for Howren. After becoming a monster, he is very sensitive to this kind of people approaching him. After all, he has a serious phobia of insufficient firepower, and he will be sufficiently vigilant against anyone who has even a 1% chance of threatening him. Sorry, I don't mean anything else. I just want to get to know you. Can you exchange lines with me? Perhaps realizing that her action was a bit rude, the girl hurriedly explained. Howren stared at the girl for a long time before he smiled slightly and said, "I'm really sorry. I already have a girlfriend." The line of the island country is equivalent to QChat and WeChat in China. Howren naturally knows this. The other party proposed to exchange lines. To put it bluntly, just want to add WeChat to chat first and then establish feelings. Howren naturally would not agree to this. After saying that, without waiting for the girl to speak again, he moved his feet and walked to the front of the tram. "Ha ha ha, Sayuri, you failed to flirt with him. I told you that this kind of man is usually very cold and not that easy to flirt with." Yeah, but he looks really good when he smiles, especially those handsome shark teeth. They hit my G-spot. It would be nice if I could get his line. What a pity. After getting away from the group of girls, Howren could still hear the chirping and laughing of the girls behind him from time to time. Howren could only sigh helplessly. Is there anything wrong with being handsome? Of course, this was just a small episode on the way to school, and Howren didn't take it to heart. Soon the train arrived at the station, and after getting off the train, Howren walked directly to Hachioji High School not far from the station. "Fujiwara-senpai, good morning." "Fujiwara-san, good morning." As a popular figure in the school, Howren was quite popular among most girls. Therefore, as soon as he entered the school gate, a girl who knew Howren took the initiative to greet him. In response, Howren smiled and nodded one by one. After all, in front of outsiders, he is a good student and senior who is excellent in both character and learning, helpful, versatile in sports, and also good at swordsmanship. The reason why he maintains such a persona in school is that before becoming a monster, Howren's ideal was to study hard and become a person with ideals and ambitions. For a person with ideals and ambitions, interpersonal communication is also an indispensable part. Leaving a good reputation will have a good promoting effect on the smooth participation in work after graduation and even the connections in the future. After becoming a monster, in order not to expose the fact that he is a monster, it is even more necessary to maintain a good reputation to hide himself. "Fujiwara-senpai, good morning." On the way to the teaching building, Howren heard a familiar voice again from behind. "Oh, it's Ito-kun. Good morning." Turning around, Howren found that the one who greeted him was the junior who said he would treat him to a meal yesterday and lent him some study materials. "Just call me Makoto, senior. You came in late today. Is there something wrong at home?" "Well, a little delayed." Ito came up to Howren in a familiar way and started chatting with him. Ever since Howren helped him solve a small problem before, this junior named Ito Makoto often came to talk to him, very familiar. "By the way, senior, do you know that next Monday our school will have a very special transfer student?" "By the way, senior, do you know that next Monday our school will have a very special transfer student?" As they chatted, Ito suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "For high school students in island countries, sometimes there are transfers due to parents' job transfers or changes in family addresses, so it is not uncommon. Howren is not interested in transfer students. For him, thinking about how to avoid exorcists every day is enough of a headache, so how can he pay attention to these things? However, he still cooperated and asked back, "What special transfer student?" "Hey senior, this transfer student is very famous, you must know her, or it should be said that there are very few people who don't know her." Ito deliberately kept it a secret, waiting for Hauren to ask him. However, Hauren did not answer. Seeing that Hauren did not ask, Ito could only smile awkwardly and said, "This transfer student is the genius sword wizard Nakagawa Ko of the Miko Agency. It is said that because she achieved excellent results in the National Advanced Sword Wizard Trial Assessment, she was transferred to the Miko Agency headquarters in Tokyo. Because Miss Nakagawa Ko is still in high school, she will also transfer to Tokyo, and the school she transferred to was finally selected as Hachioji High School in our Hachioji town. Of course, this news is currently only known by the school, and the students don't know, otherwise it would cause a big sensation." Ito is smart and has a wide range of friends. In particular, he is very well informed about gossip and can know some news that ordinary students don't know, such as the matter about Nakagawa Ko's transfer. "Nakagawa Shi! Nakagawa Shi!" After hearing what Ito said, Hauren whispered the name of the transfer student twice, and he always felt that it sounded very familiar. Soon, he remembered that Nakagawa Shi was the sword witch of the Miko Agency who eliminated 50 radiation-mutated ghosts in one breath, which he saw on TV news yesterday. The Miko Agency is one of the 3 major exorcism agencies in the island country, and most of the exorcists are Miko of the shrine. Mikos are good at spells and word spirit exorcism, and they are more long-range or auxiliary among exorcists. But there are exceptions to everything. Among the Miko, there is also a type of sword Miko who specializes in combat and has good melee ability. And most of the sword Miko come from the special agency of the Miko Agency, the 7 Lucky Gods House. This Nakagawa Shi is the sword Miko of the Bishamontan line of the 7 Lucky Gods House. At a young age, she passed the National Second-Level Exorcist Assessment and has the strength of a genius sword witch comparable to that of a level demons. As a result, she often appears in television reports and newspapers of major media in the island country and has become a household name in the island country. Most importantly, it is said that Nakagawa is a mature, charming, and pitiful beauty. Although almost no one has seen her true appearance, she is the sword priestess of the Miko Agency, who usually likes to wear a half-face mask on her face. Therefore, even though she is often on the news, few people have seen Nakagawa's true appearance. Hey, I don't know if Nakagawa is really as beautiful as the rumors say. If so, then the boys in our school are lucky. Maybe seniors and I will have a chance too. When Ito talked about Nakagawa, his face was full of red, and he had a smile that all men understand. But standing opposite him was Fujiwara Study First No Woman in Heart Hirohito. "Don't be fanciful, Ito-kun. I have something to ask of you." Hauren had no interest in the transfer student Nakagawa. The only thing he thought of was that she was the sword priestess of the Miko Agency. If she really transferred here in the future, he must stay away from her. After all, he was a monster. If he was caught by the witch, he would be dead. But on the contrary, after seeing Ito, he remembered something. "What is it? Senior, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do it even if it means going through fire and water." Ito patted his chest and made a solemn promise. However, this look made him look frivolous. "You don't have to go through fire and water. It's just a very simple thing," Hauren said, and took out a detector-like instrument from his bag and handed it to Ito. "This thing has a spiritual power lock. Help me find a way to open it." After a period of contact with Ito, Hauren still had a certain understanding of him. Although he looked frivolous sometimes, and even almost got chopped by a hatchet because of being too frivolous before, he was unexpectedly reliable in some places. For example, Ito has been interested in spiritual power machinery and spiritual power information equipment since he was a child, and often likes to assemble and disassemble some equipment in this area. Of course, this is mainly due to his father being a researcher in the development department of the new exorcist equipment of the Onmyoji Bureau. Hauren is not sure how high his level is in this area now, but it is definitely better than that of ordinary spiritual mechanics. Therefore, maybe Ito can crack the spiritual lock of the demon hunting device obtained from the exorcist of the Taishi Bureau. "Hey, isn't this the MS-JIT 6 double-tube spiritual crystal demon hunting device? How did the senior have this thing?" As expected, Ito recognized the demon hunting device at a glance and reported its model and specifications. "I found this at the flea market." Hauren made up an excuse. But for Ito, who specializes in this area, this is obviously a flawed excuse. But this instrument is still very new, and this thing can only be used by exorcists from professional exorcism institutions. Maybe someone stole it and sold it, I'm not sure. Don't worry about it, I just want to ask you one question. Can you unlock this spiritual power lock? After Hauren said this, Ito didn't ask any more questions, patted his chest and said, "It's not a big problem. It just takes a little time, senior. Don't worry, I will definitely unlock it for you before school is over." "Okay." After getting a positive answer, Haoren nodded with satisfaction. Didn't this Hoshino insist that only she could unlock it? Then she will be surprised when she goes back tonight. It was also after Haoren explained and parted with Ito, and they went to their respective classrooms to start classes. At Haoren's house, a beautiful female exorcist was in an extremely angry situation. Too abominable, too abominable. Who is it? Who did this? Holding the thin notebook in her hand, Hoshino's body was trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because of anger. Before, out of curiosity, Hoshino picked up the notebook and took a look. Who knew that it would be fine if she didn't look at it? But she was shocked when she saw it. These notes actually recorded a lot of relevant information about the Taishi Bureau, some of which were confidential information known only to the internal members of the Taishi Bureau, including some of the duty rules of their Taishi Bureau branch in Hachioji Town, what kind of exorcism skills each member of the branch is good at, and even the family information of the members were recorded clearly. And this notebook was obviously recorded by the Fox Demon Boy. Who did it? Who revealed this confidential information to this evil Fox Demon? In addition to being angry, Hoshino's brain turned a little faster. The Fox Demon does not have many channels to obtain information, and the most likely way is to obtain it from the two captives. The Fox Demon tortured her yesterday, but she would rather die than surrender. If it wasn't her, then who else could it be? Xiao Yuan! That's right, it must be her, this hateful traitor. That's right, a traitor. Xiao Yuan has fallen and become a loyal lackey of the Fox Demon. In fact, Hoshino guessed half right. The intelligence information of the Taishi Bureau was indeed obtained by Hao Ren from Xiao Yuan, the officer. However, it was not because Xiao Yuan was bewitched by the charm that she fell, but because of the magical dream-eating technique. Hoshino didn't know the existence of the dream-eating technique, and naturally thought that Xiao Yuan would reveal this information because she surrendered to the Fox Demon Boy. At the same time, she was a little surprised that Xiao Yuan, an officer with considerable experience in exorcism, had fallen in just one night. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Xiao Yuan was originally a simple and kind woman. She was married and had a son. Such a kind married woman would actually abandon her husband and children and become a loyal lackey servant of the Fox Demon. From this, we can see how terrible the charm of the Fox Demon is. The Fox Demon is indeed the ultimate synonym of chaos and evil. Xiao Yuan, whether you were forced or fell on your own initiative, since you surrendered to the Fox Demon and revealed the information of our Taishi Bureau to the Fox Demon, then you are a traitor. Hoshino began to criticize this colleague who couldn't resist the temptation, but halfway through, she seemed to remember something. Xiao Yuan, by the way, where is Xiao Yuan? Hoshino suddenly remembered that she seemed to have not seen Officer Xiao Yuan since last night. Thinking of this, Hoshino endured her exhausted body and began to search for Xiao Yuan's traces in the small house. Although she had guessed that Xiao Yuan had fallen, for the sake of her colleagues, she still planned to question her face-to-face to see if Xiao Yuan could be saved and whether she could change her mind. Although she knew that the hope was slim, soon she searched the entire small house, but did not find a single figure. There was no one in the living room, kitchen, toilet, bedroom, first floor, or second floor. There was no one inside the house, so Hoshino wanted to go to the yard outside to have a look. However, she found that she could not open the door no matter what, and even the windows were locked by an unknown force. From the doors and windows, Hoshino could sense the presence of a faint spiritual energy. At this time, she remembered what the Fox Demon Boy said before leaving. Remember, don't think about escaping. You can't escape from this house. It turns out that he had already tampered with the doors and windows. Although she had been mentally prepared, when she really found that she could not escape, Hoshino still became a little disappointed. Forget it. Maybe Xiao Yuan went out with the Fox Demon, so let's wait for him to come back and ask him in person. Hoshino made up his mind to ask him in person. Not only was it about Xiao Yuan's depravity, but also, why did the Fox Demon want to find out the information of their Taishi Bureau? Could it be that the Fox Demon was resentful of their Taishi Bureau because of this incident and wanted to take revenge on them? If that was the case, then we must find a way to stop him. With this thought in mind, Xingye was about to leave from the window of the second-floor bedroom. At this moment, she suddenly heard a strange cat cry. Meow meow. Xingye was stunned for a moment, and her eyes subconsciously turned to the direction where the sound came from, to the yard below. I saw that a large black cat appeared in the yard at some point, which was more than twice the size of an ordinary cat. The black cat was lying under the eaves of the house with only half of its body exposed and was chewing something. and it made seemingly happy sounds from time to time. Is this a cat? How could a cat run in? And it seemed to be eating something? Because the black cat was large, it blocked the line of sight, so Xingye couldn't see what it was eating. However, when Hoshino looked more carefully, he found that there were things scattered on the ground beside the black cat, which seemed to be a few worn-out clothes, and there was also a piece of clothing under it. Looking down from the upstairs, it seemed that the black cat was lying on this piece of clothing and gnawing on something. And as the black cat ate, perhaps because it was so high that it forgot itself a little, its body began to gradually grow larger, and a tail grew out of its tail vertebrae, as if its tail was forked. Wait, something is wrong. How can a cat have two tails? And it can change its size freely? Seeing this, Hoshino finally reacted. This is not a cat, it is clearly a cat demon, and scattered clothes, lying on the clothes and gnawing on them. Could this cat demon be eating? Thinking of this, Hoshino suddenly felt nauseous, and an urge to vomit surged in her throat. However, she did not vomit because her body was too weak, and being stimulated by this directly caused her eyes to roll back and fainted again. However, when she fainted, the cat demon below suddenly looked up at the building. A trace of doubt flashed in its big cat eyes, and it spoke in human language. Meow, why did you faint? Meow, forget it anyway. Master Nine-Tailed only asked us to watch her and not let her run away. It's none of our business whether she faints or not. Meow. Oh no, I was so happy eating that the rest of my tails leaked out. Meow. After muttering to herself, the cat demon found that both of her tails were leaking out, so she quickly put one of them away. Afterwards, she didn't care about Hoshino, who fainted upstairs, and buried her head to continue chewing, shouting happily while chewing. Canned herring is so delicious, meow. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in a Chinese restaurant in Hachioji town, Haoran, who finished class early, did not go home directly, but came here to work part-time. This is what he had to do after losing his father at a young age, and his mother was imprisoned. In the island country, part-time jobs are generally calculated on an hourly basis. The hourly wage of a restaurant like Kyoto is about 800 to 1200 yen, which is equivalent to about Rm 50 to 75. The work content is generally taking orders, pouring tea and wine, serving dishes, collecting plates, and generally taking care of meals, etc. For example, the Chinese restaurant where Haoran works is relatively not very tiring, but the treatment is not bad. Today's work is done, so manager, I'll take my leave first. At 9 o'clock, Haoran simply packed up, took off the work clothes in the store, changed back into his own clothes, and said goodbye to the restaurant's proprietress. However, the restaurant's proprietress tried to keep Haoran. Haoran, you've worked hard at work. Don't be in a hurry to leave. How about staying to have a drink with the aunt in the evening? The restaurant's proprietress' surname is Takeuchi, about 40 years old, dignified and beautiful, with a plump and straight figure. Most importantly, she is a widow. Her husband died a few years after marriage, and she didn't even leave a child. For some reason, Mrs. Takeuchi did not remarry, nor did she have any scandals. She has been running the restaurant alone until now. Now this well-known widow has invited Haoran to accompany her for drinks. Alas, this is the trouble of handsome people. No, Manager Takeuchi, I'm still a minor. Haoran righteously rejected the female manager's invitation to accompany her for drinks. In the island country, people are considered adults at the age of 20, and the island country's laws stipulate that minors cannot drink. Hey, what's the matter? You drink with me, not by yourself. You can have a drink. Wearing a traditional kimono and a hairpin, the boss lady Takeuchi twisted her waist and walked to Haoran's side, smiling. It must be said that Mrs. Takeuchi has a really good figure, plump and perky, with a thin waist and thin legs, plus a beautiful appearance. She doesn't look like a 40-year-old widow at all. Haoran would believe it if she said she just turned 30. In fact, this was not the first time that Mrs. Takeuchi invited Haoran. The 40-year-old boss lady who asked Haoran if he still wanted to work hard was this widow. However, if you really want to say that the other party had this intention, it was not. In fact, the other party was more of a teasing. Haoran knew very well that this was just a little trick used by older women to tease younger men. If he really agreed here, he would definitely be embarrassed in the end. So Haoran still refused without hesitation. Sorry, manager, I have something to do at home, and I have to go back early. Little ghost, I remember you also made this excuse last time. This time it's real. Ha! Okay, Haoran, it's a little uneasy at night recently. Don't go to any alleys or take detours. Remember to go home early and be careful on the road. Mrs. Takeuchi covered her mouth with her hand and laughed softly. Seeing that Haoran was so persistent, she did not force him and walked back to the store with her waist twisted. The manager talked a lot today. He gave me this warning before leaving. Does he treat me like a child? After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Haoran shook his head, took a step, and prepared to walk home. The restaurant is not far from home. It takes more than 10 minutes to walk home. Howren specially found a part-time job close to home. Ito is really reliable. He really solved it. On the way home, Howren was bored and took out the demon hunting instrument from his bag and played with it in his hands. This was returned to him by Ito before school was over. It must be said that Ito is really reliable in this regard. However, although the spiritual power lock was unlocked, Howren forgot to ask Ito how to use this demon hunting instrument because he was in a hurry to go to his part-time job. Now, he can only slowly explore it by himself. How do I use this thing? Is it this red button? Beep. Why has it become longer? Does it have a telescopic function? Where's this knob? Click. Fuck. Why does the instrument vibrate constantly after turning the knob? There is also a gear to control the frequency of vibration. Does it have a massage function? The female exorcist of the Taishi Bureau is really good at playing. She can use it to search for monsters during work and to explore caves during her free time. It really kills two birds with one stone. After playing with the monster hunting instrument for a while, although he discovered many new functions, Howren finally shook his head and put it away. Forget it. I still have to go back? Quickly. Although I asked Feiju to look after the house, I don't know how it is after not going back for a day. Thinking of this, Howren couldn't help but speed up his pace, crossed a street with few pedestrians, and quickly rushed home. Howren's home is not in the bustling city, but near the suburbs, so around 9 o'clock in the evening, there were no pedestrians on the nearby streets. It was also in this silence that suddenly, a girl's scream came from a distance. Help! Hearing the voice, Howren stopped instantly and turned his eyes to a small alley on the right. The voice came from this alley. Because it was past 9 o'clock in the evening, although there were streetlights on the street, there were no streetlights in the alley. Therefore, Howren could only vaguely see two figures in the alley, but he couldn't see their faces clearly. One of the figures was relatively burly, probably a man, and the other figure was relatively petite and seemed to be a girl. In the sight, the man seemed to grab the girl's arm with both hands, and the girl was struggling constantly. The one who shouted for help was obviously this girl. Dark alley, a single man and a single woman, the woman shouting for help? Putting all this information together, everyone knows what happened in the alley, and Howren is no exception. Obviously, this is a man molesting a woman. When encountering such a thing, a man with a little more passion will generally stand up for justice and come to save the beauty. Even if he didn't rush into the alley recklessly, he would at least shout from a distance. Unfortunately, Howren just glanced at him and didn't make any move. Help, please, save me. The girl in the alley seemed to have noticed someone outside and shouted again. The man also noticed Howren's presence, but he warned in a low voice, Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This time, Howren finally took action. However, he didn't rush into the alley to save people, but walked away. This scene made the two people in the alley stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that this person would leave as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation. In the end, it was the girl who reacted first, and took advantage of the man's daze to step hard on his instep. Ah! The man immediately let out a cry of pain, and the girl took the opportunity to break free from the grip of her hands. Save me, handsome guy, we met this morning. After breaking free from the man, the girl shouted for help while running towards Howren. After exiting the alley, the girl's face was finally exposed under the streetlight. She had a ponytail, an oval face, and looked very cute. She was the high school girl that Howren had seen on the train that morning. The girl ran behind Howren and hid herself. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the corner of Howren's clothes. Her tearful face showed a trace of joy after escaping a disaster. Handsome man, this person wants to molest me, please help me. Before Howren could reply, the burly man who was stepped on in the alley had recovered and walked out of the alley quickly. As he walked, he threatened, Boy, don't mind your own business. Seeing this, Howren couldn't help but sigh, took out a piece of origami from his arms, rubbed it gently, and threw it directly forward. You go first. I'll help you stop her. After hearing Howren's words, the girl was delighted, thinking that he was going to help. However, the moment the origami was thrown out by Howren, it turned into a stream of light and quickly hit the man who was about to walk out of the alley. After the man was hit by the stream of light, his body immediately stopped moving. After a short pause, he turned around quickly and ran towards the other end of the alley without looking back. But before he left, he still said thank you. Thank you for saving me. Seeing this, Ponytail Girl hiding behind Howren suddenly changed her expression. However, before she could make any move, a blunt samurai sword made of origami fell from the sky like a hammer of justice and slapped her on the side of her face, accompanied by a roar. Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not a human. Kendo term. Bang! There was a sound of a hard object hitting the body, and the ponytail girl was hit on the face by the paper sword. Her whole body was knocked away and hit the guardrail of the street hard before she stopped. The street became quiet at this moment, leaving only Howren, who was still in the sword-drawing posture and the origami paper sword in Howren's hand. Looking at the ponytail girl on the other side, her ponytail had long fallen apart, and her entire cheek was sunken with a deep mark. Half of her face collapsed, and even a few teeth in her mouth were broken. Although she looked seriously injured and half of her face collapsed, she did not lose her ability to move, nor did she cry out in pain, and she was even able to get up from the ground. Obviously, she was not a normal human being. However, after the ponytail girl got up, she did not do anything else, but kept a kneeling posture in a daze, and kept muttering in a low voice, "Why?" It seems that she did not expect why Howren would launch a sudden attack on her. "Why? Humph, of course it's because you are a monster." Howren glanced at the confused ponytail girl on the other side. Oh no, it was an unknown monster, and said as a matter of course, "Why did you find out?" The monster's face, which was distorted by the collapse, was a bit confused. Obviously, she did not expect Howren to actually see through her monster identity. "Your acting is too fake." "Well, I wanted to say that, but it's actually because of this." As he spoke, Howren took out a demon-hunting instrument from the Taishi Bureau. At this moment, a red dot was lit on the display of the demon-hunting instrument, and the instrument was also vibrating slightly. Of course, the reason is far more than this. When they met by chance on the train during the day, Howren discovered the unusual thing about the ponytail girl. She had strong strength. A girl with strong strength was actually molested by an ordinary man. No matter how he thought about it, he felt something was wrong. In addition, the vigilance and persistence derived from the serious firepower phobia made Howren always maintain a high level of vigilance against ordinary chats or encounters. Demon hunting instrument. Are you the exorcist of the Taishi Bureau? This female demon had seen the world and recognized the instrument in Howren's hand at a glance. If it was a demon hunting instrument, it would indeed be easy to find that she was a demon. After all, when she was controlling the burly man, she had more or less revealed some demonic energy. Howren neither confirmed nor denied, but quietly put away the demon-hunting instrument, raised the paper sword and pointed it at the female demon and said, "It seems that you know a lot. You can even recognize the demon-hunting instrument. I think you are not an unknown person. Tell me, what kind of demon are you, and why are you targeting me?" While questioning, Howren held the sword in front of him and took a defensive posture. It seemed that he saw that the female demon was not simple and became alert. The female demon finally came back to her senses at this time. She glanced at Howren's cautious and vigilant appearance, but suddenly laughed. "Ha! What's wrong with the exorcist of the Taishi Bureau? It's not like I haven't eaten exorcists of the Taishi Bureau before. Boy, you are unlucky to meet me and become my food. Bang! Face!" The female demon was halfway through her words when she suddenly saw a figure flashing in front of her. Before she could react, a paper sword with a sound of breaking through the air quickly hit her other side of the face, knocking her out again. Although the female demon still climbed up quickly this time and seemed to be fine, her other side of the face was completely collapsed. Because both sides of her face collapsed, she could not speak clearly. "Slave? Bobi, Guran took advantage of the 5 books to attack. You, despicable, you actually took advantage of me to attack while I was talking." The sneak attack would be fine, but what made the female demon even more angry was that this kid actually held a sword in front of him and took a defensive posture to paralyze her. That was why she let down her guard and was hit by him again. Too cunning, this kid. It's really hard. These 2 swords are like hitting a steel plate. With my current physical strength, I feel this way. This monster is not small. It must be at least B-level, yabai. Just when the female monster was furious, Howren, who had just struck a sword and fell far away, shook his numb hands and smacked his lips. In fact, since he got all the blood and magic power of Tamamonomae, he has become a powerful monster. But his magic power is not SS level at the level of the Great Demon King. With only 1 tail, his magic power is probably only at the level of a B-level monster, and he doesn't know many magic arts. So judging from the strength of the monster, Howren is actually not as good as an ordinary B-level monster, not to mention the high-level monsters above B-level. However, on the other hand, his body has been greatly strengthened because of the blood of the 9-tailed fox. In addition, he knew a little about swordsmanship and was the leader of the Kendo Club of Hachioji High School. Therefore, when dealing with ordinary little demons and low-level exorcists, he only needed to rely on his little knowledge of swordsmanship to defeat them. Only when dealing with professional exorcists like the Taishi Bureau, who had all kinds of advanced equipment, would he use yin-yang magic and witchcraft as his trump card. However, through the 2 probing attacks just now, Howren found that this female demon was obviously not a little demon. Although the attack was effective, the female demon's collapsed face was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most terrifying thing was that on the demon's gradually healing cheek, the corners of her mouth expanded wildly upwards at some point, until her mouth corners stretched all the way to the roots of her ears and then stopped. The bright lips looked terrifying, and the sharp and ferocious teeth could be clearly seen inside, and there seemed to be buds wriggling in the gaps. Sharp, big mouth? Cracked? Could this be the legendary urban legend level monster, the slit-mouthed woman? Seeing such a terrifying big mouth, Howren couldn't help but guess. At the same time, his heart slowly sank. The slit-mouthed woman is a monster born from the urban legend of the island country. She looks like a woman with disheveled hair and a mask covering her bursting mouth. It is rumored that the slit-mouthed woman likes to capture human children and young people. She often wanders near the school gate. At first, she will ask the child, "Am I beautiful?" If the child says beautiful, she will take off her mask or scarf and ask the child, "Am I beautiful like this?" Then she will forcibly take them away to kill and eat them. If the child says not beautiful, she will be very angry and eat the child immediately. Monsters at the urban legend level usually have extremely powerful strength. At least they are all A-level monsters. Facing this kind of urban legend monster that is at least A-level, Howren is obviously not its opponent in a head-on confrontation. Oh no yabai, this is a bit bad. Urban legend level monsters, because they are urban legends passed down by word of mouth. They themselves carry extremely huge magical powers similar to human beliefs. As long as someone has heard of them, spread them, and believed them, then urban legend level monsters will not die easily. This kind of monster is also one of the most troublesome monsters for countless exorcists. Now, this kind of powerful monster appeared in front of Howren alive, and also had a strong appetite for him. That's right, appetite? Huff, huff, huff. Boy, you have a wide range of knowledge. You actually know my name. It's good that way. You smell delicious and strange. You are obviously an exorcist, but you have a feeling that makes me want to stop. I have a hunch that if I swallow you, I can go one step further and touch the threshold of the Demon King. At this time, the collapsed cheeks of the slit-mouthed woman had completely healed, and she could speak normally. From her terrifying mouth that was already cracked, a burst of heart-piercing laughter came out. The words of the slit-mouthed woman moved Howren's heart, and he suddenly figured out something. Before, he was still wondering why the urban legend demon came to him. Was it a coincidence? The reason why he thought so was that unlike ordinary demons, urban legend-level demons were born in cities and lurked in urban demons. They did not hide away from humans like ordinary demons. They were also different from ordinary intelligent demons. They would actively and frequently attack humans. So even if you encounter an urban legend demon, you can only attribute it to bad luck. But now it seems that this is not a coincidence at all. This reminded him of something. It was the last words of advice left to him by Tamamonomae when he died a year ago. You must remember that before awakening the three-tailed beast, you must try to hide. It is not only the exorcists who threaten you, but also the demons. Howren did not understand what this sentence meant at the time, but after a year, he finally understood. There is not harmony between demons and demons. There are also disputes and infighting. Some demons will even kill their own kind in order to advance to a higher level. Compared to humans, demons are more devoted to the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. Because of the fox hiding technique, Howren restrained his demonic power and hid his demonic appearance. The slit-mouthed woman in front of him did not realize that he was also a demon. But the demon's instinct to advance drove the slit-mouthed woman to find him as her prey. This is troublesome. It seems that I will not only have to face human enemies, but also demon enemies in the future. Why does my Tokyo Road to Survival start with the difficulty of hell? How can I play this? After realizing this, Howren was overwhelmed with grief and almost cursed the colleague who sent him a red envelope from Pinshichi in his previous life. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have traveled through time. Unfortunately, before Howren could curse a few words, the slit-mouthed woman opposite him opened her already exaggerated big mouth and revealed a hideous smile. Boy, what are you mumbling about? I advise you to give up resistance and become my food so that you can suffer less. In the eyes of the slit-mouthed woman, the opponent was just a small exorcist from the Taishi Bureau, and his strength was not very high. This can be inferred from the strength of the previous two sword attacks. The opponent was at most a level 5 exorcist, which was roughly equivalent to the level of a D-level demon, or even less. The opponent relied on the advantage of sneak attacks and weapons, and attacked her only weak spot, the face when she was not prepared, so that he could hurt her. But she was an urban legend-level demon, which was an A-level demon second only to the Demon King. Even if he saw through his previous disguise, so what? In the end, he still let her flatten and round him, and was played with by her in the palm of his hand, and finally became her food. It would be better to give up resistance early, so that he could suffer less. Of course, while persuading her not to resist, the slit-mouthed woman suddenly flashed and quickly flashed in front of Howren. She held a pair of rusty scissors wrapped in black air that she had taken out from nowhere, and without saying a word, she cut towards Howren's handsome face. What she hated most was a face prettier than hers, especially a man's face. Such a sudden attack was obviously a revenge for Howren's previous sneak attack by the slit-mouthed woman. However, she did not use her full strength, but only wrapped a trace of demonic power on the big scissors, and most of the attack was made with only the physical strength of an A-level demon. But even so, if there was no strength of an A-level demon or a second-level exorcist, it would be impossible to block it. A mere 5th-level exorcist with such a handsome face, who gave him the courage to stand in front of this demon and talk, "Get down." However, when the slit-mouthed woman's big scissors approached, but had not yet touched Howren's face, a thin, smooth, and soft light curtain suddenly rose in front of Howren. Bing bang bang. The moment the light curtain touched the scissors wrapped in black air of the slit-mouthed woman, it was like a bubble pierced by a needle tip, without much resistance, and broke directly. Although a light curtain condensed in an instant, it shattered again in the next second, condensed again, shattered again. After a series of sounds like glass shattering, the slit-mouthed woman cut through 50 light curtains in one breath, and finally stopped her attack due to exhaustion. Howren also took this opportunity to quickly distance himself and escape from the slit-mouthed woman's attack range. After the attack was blocked, the slit-mouthed woman did not continue to pursue, but stared at the paper scraps scattered on the ground in front of her with some surprise. Although she just made a casual attack just now, she is still an urban legend-level demon after all. When ordinary exorcists see her, they will only be killed instantly. But the man in front of him, is this a defensive Shikigami? You really have a super hard turtle shell. The slit-mouthed woman has seen many exorcists, so how could she not recognize that the paper scraps left on the ground after the light curtains were broken are actually defensive spiritual arts such as Shikigami? The strongest defensive spiritual arts of Shikigami should be the Shikigami multiple shield created by the great Onmyoji Abe Hayata. But the maximum number of Shikigami multiple shields is only 5. How can there be so many? While the slit-mouthed woman was surprised, Howren was also surprised. The opponent actually broke his 50 shields with one strike. You know, his Shikigami shield has only 3,000 in total. Doesn't this mean that as long as the opponent attacks 59 more times, he can break all his shields? It only takes 60 hits to hurt him, which is too insecure. Sure enough, the defense is still seriously insufficient. Howren felt a chill in his heart. While feeling a little scared, he was also thinking quickly about countermeasures. He doesn't have much spiritual power, and his reserves are about the same as the spiritual power of a level 5 exorcist. Although his actual combat power is hundreds of millions higher than that of an ordinary level 5 exorcist. A little bit. But facing the A-level demon, he can't win with just his spiritual power. Although his demonic power has reached the level of a B-level demon, he does not know any other demonic arts except for the hidden demonic arts, such as the Fox Hidden Art, so it is useless. Unless, well, he can only draw a trump card from the trump card deck accumulated over the years to deal with it. Then the question is, which deck should he choose? After making up his mind, Howren was about to draw a trump card to deal with it, when the slit-mouthed woman attacked again. However, this time, it was not only her big scissors that attacked, but also her long hair. The loose hair of the slit-mouthed woman suddenly grew rapidly like a vine and rolled towards Howren's body. Obviously, after seeing Howren's extremely hard turtle shell, the slit-mouthed woman also restrained her contemptuous mentality and became a little more serious. Shikigami Refining God Technique. Break the magic. Make it solid. And make it sharp. Seeing the long hair coming, Howren quickly recited a spell in his mind. In an instant, mysterious runes flashed on the paper sword, and at the same time, the sword body seemed to be sharpened, and the previous blunt sword instantly turned into a sharp sword with cold light. Shikigami Refining Spirits is a spiritual art developed by the island country's yin-yang magic, based on the alchemy in Western European offensive magic. Western European alchemy can use substances with strong gold properties and plasticity, such as mercury, to refine weapons, protective gear, and even artifacts. Under the effect of alchemy, mercury can be transformed into any form of weapon due to its strong shaping ability, not just swords. Knives, guns, whips, gloves, protective gear, etc. can all be transformed at will. And this alchemy is not just a refining technology hiding in the back workshop, but a kind of offensive magic. In other words, in addition to being able to use it to refine things, it can also be used for fighting. Since the Meiji Restoration, the island country has abolished the policy of isolation and began to vigorously learn Western technology. The yin-yang masters have also kept pace with the times and began to combine Western offensive magic to develop new yin-yang magic. This shikigami refining technique is a new type of yin-yang technique developed by imitating Western European alchemy. It can use the spirit paper needed to release the shikigami to refine various weapons, and can also change the hardness, strength, sharpness, flexibility, etc. of the weapons. Because Haoren is good at swordsmanship, this kind of yin-yang technique is very compatible with him. This is also a more practical yin-yang technique that Haoren has learned. After all, in this modern society, he can't carry a sword to school at any time. After learning this yin-yang technique, he can change weapons at any time. Cut! After the paper sword was given the 3 attributes of hardness, sharpness, and magic breaking, Haoren turned his wrist and quickly raised the sword from bottom to top, cutting off all the incoming hair. Then, Haoren drew his sword and retreated, avoiding the big scissors wrapped in black air from the slit woman. The big scissors did not hit, but hit the stone pavement of the street. In an instant, the powerful power of the A-level demon burst out violently. Boom! For a moment, the street seemed to be hit by a meteorite from the sky. After a loud bang, the ground cracked, gravel splashed, and black smoke lingered. When the black gas dissipated, Haoren found that the road he was standing on before was actually broken in 2, as if a giant had used a giant pair of scissors to cut the road into 2 parts. The strength of the A-level demon is really terrifying. Haoren, who dodged the attack, took a breath and couldn't help but smack his lips. In fact, he didn't intend to directly take the attack of the slit-mouthed woman from the beginning, and he couldn't take it with just a paper sword. He planned to fight with the slit-mouthed woman for a while to delay time and play his trump card. During this period, if he could avoid her attack, he would split it. If he couldn't avoid it, he would use the 3,000-fold Shikigami shield to resist it. Flowing, slender, flexible, and rolling. After reciting a spell in his heart again, Haoren threw a few pieces of origami directly at the slit-mouthed woman. The origami was not a talisman. It seemed to be just an ordinary spiritual paper to dispel ghosts. It didn't have any killing power. Once it encountered the black gas lingering around the slit-mouthed woman, it quickly turned into nothingness. But Haoren didn't care. He repeated his previous actions while dealing with the slit-mouthed woman. This scene amused the slit-mouthed woman. "Boy, what are you doing? Are you stupid? You don't think you can hurt me with these ordinary exorcist spirit papers? Ha ha! This demon is an urban legend, almost immortal. Not to mention the exorcist spirit paper. Even if you take out the 12 spirit talismans of the Yin-Yang Bureau, it is difficult to kill this demon." As she spoke, the slit-mouthed woman even deliberately removed the defensive black air around her body and let the spirit paper fly close to her. After the spirit paper got close, it exploded a series of spiritual power halos next to her, covering her body. However, even if the defense was removed and her body was covered in the spiritual power halo emitted by the spirit paper, the slit-mouthed woman was still unharmed. "See, your Shikigami attack has no effect on me at all." The slit-mouthed woman taunted Haoren mercilessly and even deliberately slowed down the rhythm of the attack in order to torture him more. She liked to see the most desperate expression of her prey when it struggled with all its might but still couldn't escape. How beautiful it was. However, the slit-mouthed woman didn't feel proud for long. Soon she found something wrong. Her attack speed actually slowed down. She didn't slow down on purpose. Although she did slow down her attack rhythm on purpose to tease her opponent, it was just a rhythm. Her attack was still fierce. This slowdown was as if her body was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move. The slit-mouthed woman reacted quickly and stopped attacking instantly and pulled away. At the same time, she used part of her mind to carefully check the reason for the abnormality in her body. Not long after, she found the reason. Her arms, thighs, body, and even the air around her were covered with long, thin threads that were invisible to the naked eye and looked like spider silk. "Yes, my attack really has no effect on you, doesn't it?" Seeing that the slit-mouthed woman stopped attacking, Haoren also stopped and asked casually. However, this seemingly casual remark was extremely harsh to the slit-mouthed woman's ears. "Boy, do you think you can entangle me with just some silk threads? You are too naive." Plop! The slit-mouthed woman had just finished speaking when she suddenly fell down, as if she was tripped by something. A closer look revealed that there were also a few more silk threads on her feet where she had just stood. A dignified urban legend was actually tripped by a few silk threads and made a fool of herself. Who would believe it if she told others about it? But the absurd fact happened just like that, and what shocked the slit-mouthed woman even more was yet to come. When she struggled to stand up, she found that the silk threads began to tighten. "What the hell is this?" Why can't I tear it apart? The moment the slit-mouthed woman found that the spider silk was tightening, she tried to tear and break free from it. However, these spider threads seemed to have extraordinary toughness. Even as an A-level demon, she could not tear even one strand even with all her strength. On the contrary, the more she struggled, the tighter the spider silk wrapped around her. In the end, her limbs and body were all tightly entangled by the spider silk that was invisible to the naked eye, making her unable to move at all. You only realized something was wrong now, a little later than I expected. You are a demon of urban legend, and your reaction is really slow. Seeing that the slit-mouthed woman was completely entangled in the spider silk and unable to break free, Howren was not surprised but just sighed and shook his head. What did you do? What kind of person are you? What on earth did this kid do? A level 5 exorcist could actually bind her, an A-level demon. What kind of magic is this? Is this kid a human? Many question marks appeared on the slit-mouthed woman's big head. However, the only response she got was Howren's bland words. This is the spider silk of the Netchin bride. With your knowledge, you should have heard of it. You can't tear this spider silk, so don't waste your energy. Netchin bride? That spider demon. Howren's simple words scared the slit-mouthed woman. Who is Netchin bride? It is an A-level demon like her. In fact, because Netchin bride has existed for a long time, it is even stronger than her. A demon in modern urban legend. Netchin bride is recorded in Toriyama Seikien's 100 Demons Night Parade. It is a demon that has transformed from a spider into a human form. They are beautiful women during the day, and at night they reveal their original form of spider spirits, releasing small spiders that spit out green smoke from their mouths, sucking people's blood, and will actively seduce men and spit out spider silk to tie them up. When a man is captured by spider silk 3 days later, he will be taken away and eaten by the spider silk. It is an extremely dangerous A-level demon. Legend has it that once they are entangled in their spider silk, almost no one can break free. How can you, a mere exorcist from the Taishi Bureau, have spider silk of A-level demons? The slit-mouthed woman was shocked and naturally puzzled. Actually, this is not real spider silk. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Shaking his head, Howren did not intend to explain more. In fact, this is not the real spider silk of the Nethraji. It is a counterfeit made by Howren using the soul refining technique, that is, the island country's alchemy, using spirit paper as a medium to imitate the spider silk of the Nethraji. Although it is a counterfeit, it is as flexible and strong as the spider silk of the Nethraji. Of course, ordinary soul refining techniques cannot refine spider silk with the strength of A-level demons. But Howren is different. His killing stone can deduce spiritual arts such as yin-yang techniques. He once deduced the Shikigami shield to the 3,000th level in one breath, so deducing the soul refining technique is naturally a piece of cake. After binding the slit-mouthed woman with spider silk, Howren's face gradually became cold and he slowly raised the paper sword. Before his death, Tamamonomae had told him that the struggle between demons was far more cruel than that between humans. With the blood of the nine-tailed fox, he would inevitably encounter demon enemies in the future. So either don't provoke them or stay away from them. If you really can't avoid them, then cut the grass and root them out. Okay, the next is your death. After Howren finished speaking, the slit-mouthed woman was stunned for a moment, and soon she laughed out loud as if she heard something funny. Ha ha ha! You don't really think that you can kill me with just the spider silk of the Net Bride? Or do you think you, a mere level 5 exorcist, want to kill me? Although the spider silk of the Net Bride was indeed very powerful, she really couldn't break free from the bondage. But it was limited to binding her, and the spider silk couldn't kill her. Besides, as a demon of urban legend level, it was very difficult for others to kill her. As long as the urban legend is still circulating in the city, she will not die, and even if she dies, she can be resurrected. Could this exorcist in front of him, who is only level 5, kill a powerful A-level demon with the ability to regenerate and revive? It is simply the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha! The slit-mouthed woman's ferocious mouth stretched straight to her ears, and she almost laughed out tears. However, who told you that I will kill you myself? Slit-mouthed woman. Howren raised the paper sword but did not attack. Instead, he silently recited a spell, and turned the paper sword into a piece of origami and put it away. Then he turned around and looked behind him, as if he was confirming something. After a long time, he turned around, walked slowly to the side of the bound slit-mouthed woman, and then sat down on the ground in front of her. Slit-mouthed woman, I think you may have misunderstood something, Miss Slit-mouthed woman. I am not trapping you to kill you, and I also know that I cannot kill you. I am just doing this to delay time. You and I have been fighting here for so long, and you have made such a big noise. You don't think that the people from the Onmyoji Bureau and the Miko Agency are all deaf? As he spoke, Howren, who was sitting on the ground, took out a bottle of something like eye ointment from his arms and applied it directly to his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were already wet. Slit-mouthed woman. After Howren said this, the slit-mouthed woman finally reacted, and her face suddenly changed. But before she could react, Howren, with tears in his eyes, suddenly pinched his nose and shouted at the top of his voice, "Help, there's a monster here! I'm so scared! Someone come and save me!" At this moment, the slit-mouthed woman was tied up by spider silk and held a pair of scissors. Right below the scissors sat a 17-year-old weak high school boy who was crying out loud because he was too scared. It was like a world-famous painting. You cunning human. Looking at this scene, the slit-mouthed woman didn't understand what was going on. She almost couldn't catch her breath and was so angry that she died. This person is too cunning. He actually planned to kill someone with a borrowed knife. She is not a brainless monster. She knows how dangerous it is for a monster to be in a human city. As an urban legend monster, she usually hides among humans, but only when she catches prey humans will she reveal her monster appearance. Generally speaking, she will disguise herself as a human to catch prey. The hunting time is usually at night, and the location is chosen in the alleys or suburbs where there are few people. The hunting process is also very short, so it basically will not alarm any exorcist. But today an accident occurred, because this kid was too cunning, resulting in a long battle and a lot of noise. In this way, once the exorcist discovered her existence, and the other party sent top exorcists to encircle and suppress her, she would definitely be in danger of death. The most important thing is that she is a cold and arrogant female voice. A bright silver long sword like a swift silver lightning slashed the slit-mouthed woman's big scissors. Amid the sound of metal clashing, the slit-mouthed woman and her scissors were chopped off by the sword, and the fingers holding the scissors were broken, and even the flying scissors were cut with a large cut, which shows how powerful this sword is. At the same time, a tall and beautiful woman with fair skin holding a long sword, wearing a red and white shrine maiden's costume, appeared in front of Howren. The woman who appeared in front of Howren had long, bright silver hair that fell on her shoulders. She was wearing a shrine maiden's costume with a white dress and a red skirt. Unlike the wide and fluffy clothes of ordinary shrine maidens, this shrine maiden's clothes seemed to have been specially trimmed with wide sleeves and skirts, making the cuffs narrower, and the red skirt became tight red pants, which seemed to be a change made to avoid hindering close combat. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of slender legs under the special tight pants of the shrine maiden's clothes, which perfectly interprets what long legs are. Coupled with the woman's unusually healthy white skin and cold temperament, she looks mature and beautiful, like a senior high-cold queen. After repelling the slit-mouthed woman, the high-cold shrine maiden did not chase, but turned around and glanced at Howren behind her, and said coldly, "Stay here, don't run around." After that, she moved her body, with a peculiar step, and flashed to the side of the repelled slit-mouthed woman in a few steps, and swung her knife again. Seeing that the high-cold shrine maiden caught up with the slit-mouthed woman who was knocked away in just a few steps, Howren's eyes condensed slightly. As the leader of the kendo club, he knew a thing or two about swordsmanship. He recognized this action in an instant. It seemed to be some kind of instant kendo footwork. This girl was obviously not ordinary, and must be a kendo master, as she could use this footwork so skillfully. The kendo masters in this world were different from the kendo masters in the island country in the previous life, because the humans in this world had mastered the extraordinary power of spiritual power. Therefore, the island country warriors who were good at swordsmanship were all relatively dangerous. A powerful swordsman could even easily kill evil spirits with a sword. And wearing a shrine maiden's clothes and being proficient in kendo, she was most likely the elite shrine maiden of the Shrine Maiden Agency, the Sword Shrine Maiden. Howren had sensed that several waves of exorcists were approaching here, but he didn't expect that the first one to arrive was actually a Sword Shrine Maiden. It was easy to explain why the Sword Shrine Maiden came here. Just like the Cursed Clothes Officer of the Taishi Bureau, Imperial Spirit Master of the Yin Yang Bureau, were the elites of their respective organizations. The Sword Shrine Maiden of the Shrine Maiden Agency was also the elite among the Shrine Maidens. This type of elite is usually a secret weapon used by the exorcists to specifically target large-scale disasters caused by demons, also known as demonic disasters. Demons at the level of urban legends have already met the minimum requirements for causing demonic disasters, so it is not surprising that the Sword Witch would show up. However, isn't it a bit too arrogant for the Witch Agency to send a Sword Witch to deal with A-level demons? However, Howren soon found that he was wrong, and wrong to an outrageous degree. Ah! The slit-mouthed woman was hit by the sword for the second time, and her entire right hand was cut off, and she let out a shrill wail. Facing this sword witch, the slit-mouthed woman of urban legends did not seem to have much power to fight back. However, demons are demons, and the pressure brought by the powerful enemy and the injury of the broken arm have stimulated her ferocity. Roar! The slit-mouthed woman suddenly opened her ugly mouth and let out a terrifying roar that was not like a human being could make. The moment the roar sounded, a strong shock wave instantly spread in all directions, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The billboards on the surrounding buildings were blown and banged, and several of them fell down. Even the thick trees in the roadside green belt were shaking violently in the roar. At this time, Howren, who had already run behind a big tree, was almost unable to open his eyes due to the strong storm, and his face was scratched and hurt. If he hadn't activated the Shikigami shield in time, I'm afraid his face would have been scratched and bled. Such a strong demon power, worthy of being an A-level demon. If it weren't for tricks, it would be really difficult to deal with. After finally stabilizing his body, Howren couldn't help but sigh. A-level demons are also known as the strongest demons under the Demon King. Their strength is naturally self-evident. This is also the reason why Howren tried his best to avoid a head-on confrontation with it before, and even used his trump card. It was also while Howren was sighing that the body of the roaring slit-mouthed woman suddenly began to swell. In just a few seconds, the height of a normal person turned into a giant demon with a height of nearly 4 meters, with a bloody mouth that seemed to be able to swallow a whole person in one gulp. After the giant demon appeared, it locked onto the sword wizard, and its thick feet stepped on waves of stone chips and rushed towards the sword wizard. The tall sword wizard looked so petite and slender in front of the 4-meter-tall demon and seemed to be vulnerable. However, the sword wizard did not panic at all, but just raised the slender sword and slowly injected her spiritual power into the sword. With the injection of spiritual power, the long sword showed bright silver, strange sword patterns in the night, exuding an unusually dangerous beauty. For some reason, looking at the silver blade pattern on the sword that was so bright that it made people tremble, Howren suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression in his heart. This feeling was only felt when Howren first learned swordsmanship and faced the master who taught him swordsmanship. This woman is ridiculously strong. In an instant, Howren gave a very high evaluation to this sword witch who he had never met before. It was also while Howren was sighing that the sword witch opposite had already raised the sword, took a step forward with her slender legs, and her center of gravity sank slowly. Then, Blessing of Bishamonten. With a cold, low shout, accompanied by a stomping of the ground with her agile long legs, the sword witch jumped up and actually jumped 10 meters high, and came to the sky above the giant demon. The giant demon also reacted quickly. Seeing the witch jump 10 meters high, he also kicked hard with his feet and jumped high. The ground seemed to shake because of it. Under the silver plate-like full moon, the sword witch and the giant demon were approaching each other quickly, and were about to meet. Poochie! The slender sword slashed freely and swiftly. The next second, the two figures crossed each other. After the sword witch landed safely, she pointed the sword at the sky. The terrifying and ferocious giant demon, with only half of its body left, flew past the sword witch and smashed to the ground. The upper body of the demon, with a smooth and mirror-like incision, was weakly stuck in the air above. The large amount of black and green blood sprayed from the incision was like thick ink splashed on the moon disk. The urban legend-level demon with strength second only to the Demon King, the powerful existence that even Howren did not dare to fight head-on, was actually cut in half by the sword witch. Such a sharp and stunning swordsmanship not only shocked Howren, but also gave him a slight throbbing feeling. So beautiful. Howren stared blankly at the sword witch who was shaking her sword and splashing the blood on it. Her beautiful back with silver hair was like a statue of a goddess guarding the entire city against the backdrop of the full moon. At this moment, Howren found that his heart was beating faster for the first time in 17 years. Plop, plop, plop. Having lived 2 lives as a human and a handsome man with a very high appearance in the second life, Howren asked himself what type of women he had not seen in these years. But the one in front of him, looking at her beautiful figure after beheading the demon under the moon, really made his heart warm. This should be the only woman who made him feel a little moved in the 17 years since his reincarnation. But the other party is a sword witch and he is a demon. If the two knew each other's identities, they would be destined to be enemies. Thinking of this, Howren sighed deeply, and his slightly hot heart gradually cooled down, and his eyes looking at the silver-haired sword wizard gradually returned to normal. It was also after Howren adjusted his mood that the silver-haired sword wizard had put away the sword, put it on his waist, and slowly came to him. "The monster has been eliminated. You can go." Looking at Howren in front of him, the silver-haired sword wizard did not ask such caring words as, "Are you okay?" Nor did she change at all because of Howren's handsome face. Her beautiful face was still as cold as ice, but she just waved coldly, indicating that Howren could leave. However, Howren obviously would not leave just like that. "Well, thank you for saving me, Miss Miko. Can you tell me your name? I want to find a chance to thank you in the future." After a slight pause, Howren pretended to wipe his tears and put on a grateful look, as if he was thanking the silver-haired sword wizard. In fact, he just wanted to know some information about this sword wizard. Such a powerful sword wizard appeared near his home. If he didn't figure it out, he would be worried and unable to sleep at night. If he could get the relevant information, at least he would know her name. In this way, Howren would definitely avoid places where she was in the future. However, the silver-haired sword wizard in front of him didn't seem to intend to tell him her name, or rather, she had no interest in chatting with him. "I came here to exorcise demons, and saving people was just a side job. You don't have to thank me. Just leave here." Looking at the silver-haired sword wizard's cold eyes that kept people away, Howren hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. "Anyway, I'm very grateful. So Miss Witch?" Knowing that he couldn't get any useful information, Howren could only turn around and leave. But when Howren left, he didn't notice that the silver-haired witch only sent him away, but she didn't leave, as if she was waiting for something there. As he walked towards his home, Howren frowned and pondered. Although he didn't get any useful information, he didn't get nothing. "Blessing of Vaisravana? Vaisravana, Vaisravana. It sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere." Howren quickly remembered the words that the silver-haired sword wizard would shout out when he drew his sword twice. Of course, he knew what Vaisravana was. Vaisravana is the transliteration of Sanskrit, which means to know a lot. Vaisravana is the northern god of knowledge in Buddhism, the guardian of the body of the universe, and the garland in the heavenly King Hall in the Mahayana Buddhist temples of the Celestial Empire. He is usually green, wears armor, holds a wisdom umbrella in his right hand, and holds a divine rat in his left hand, the treasure-spitting rat. The belief in the god of knowledge Vaisravana was widely spread during the Tang dynasty in the Celestial Empire. Emperor Minghuang of Tang was able to quell many riots because of the blessing of the god of knowledge, so he specially ordered it to be worshipped. The Tang dynasty army painted flags with the image of the god of knowledge, called Heavenly King flags, to bless the prosperity of military fortune. Later, Buddhism was introduced to the island country. During the Warring States period, many military commanders in the island country believed in Buddhism. The famous Vaishamontan lord appeared, Kenshin Uesugi, the military god of Echigo. He claimed to be the incarnation of Bishamontan. His military flag had the word Bi, a variant of B. Bishamontan was also included in the 7 lucky gods of Japanese folk belief. The special organization of the modern Shrine Maiden Agency, 7 Lucky Gods House, is composed of shrine maidens from 7 factions who believe in the 7 lucky gods. Thinking of this, Howren quickly remembered where he had heard this sentence. "I seem to have seen in the news before that the genius shrine maiden of the Shrine Maiden Agency, the sword shaman Nakagawa Ko from the Bishamontan branch of the 7 lucky gods, often said Bishamontan's blessing during battles. Could it be Nakagawa Ko?" After muttering to himself, Howren recalled for a moment and quickly denied it. "No, I remember that Nakagawa Ko on TV wore a half-face mask and couldn't see her face clearly, but she had black hair, not silver hair. I think it should be another sword shrine maiden from the 7 lucky gods. If she would shout Bishamontan's blessing during battles, there is no need to think too much. Most likely it is a shrine maiden from the Bishamontan branch of the 7 lucky gods. In any case, since a sword shaman has appeared nearby, it is better to be careful in the future." Shaking his head, Howren stopped thinking about it, slightly quickened his pace, and rushed towards home. "Ha! I'm finally back!" 10 minutes later, Howren finally returned home. However, the entrance, which should have been empty, now had a beautiful red-haired girl in a special black dress standing at the door to greet him. The reason why this is a special set of clothes is that this is a set of clothes with a dark and melancholy style. The patterns on the dress are based on irises, lilies, and other patterns, with some skulls, roses, thorns, and other special totems at intervals. There are lace on the hem of the skirt and black silk stockings on the slender legs. The girl also wore some strange silver ornaments, such as roses, spiders, and thorny vines. The overall look of the dress is very rebellious, and at the same time it highlights the gorgeous nobility. A closer look shows that this is clearly a gorgeous Gothic Lolita outfit. The girl wearing this gorgeous outfit actually grew 2 furry round ears on the top of her head, and even under the hem of the skirt, there were 2 black plush long tails that seemed to be forked. These ears and tails are not decorations, but real things. It can be seen that this girl is not a human, but seems to be a cat girl. Ahem, cat demon. When the cat demon girl saw Howren entering the house, she greeted him very attentively. "Welcome back, Master Nine-Tailed. The meal is ready, and the bath water is hot. Do you want to eat first, or take a bath first?" At this point, the cat demon girl took a few steps forward and directly opened her arms to hug Howren, who was changing his shoes. Her long black silk legs were wrapped around his waist. Her rosy lips were close to his ears, and she said with a hint of charm, "Or should we eat first, meow?" While saying this, the cat demon girl rubbed her cheek against Howren's neck, very skillfully. Smelling the good smell on Howren's body, she sighed comfortably, her face slightly red, like a cat in estrus. However, what responded to her was, "Dong! It hurts, meow!" The cat demon girl who was hit on the head instantly fell off Howren, squatted on the ground, and held her head with both hands. Seeing this scene, Howren couldn't help but sigh. "Himari, where did you learn these weird things from?" "I learned it from watching anime yesterday, meow." "What anime?" "The Black Beast?" "Meoom. Didn't I tell you not to watch weird anime often?" "Kyubi-sama, don't hit my head. Don't hit my head. If you hit me again, I'll become a stupid cat, meow." Looking at the red-haired cat demon girl squatting on the ground with her head in her hands, begging for mercy, Howren sighed helplessly, not knowing what he was thinking. This cat demon girl is called Himari, and she claims to be a servant of Tamamonomae. Half a year after Howren inherited Tamamonomae's bloodline, a big black cat suddenly came to him and said that it wanted to serve him as its new master. This big black cat is Himari, a cat. Nekomata, commonly known as catstock. In the mythology of the island country, it is a black cat with two tails, big and pointed ears, and double-sided serrated teeth. It is a kind of cat demon. It is said to have two tails and can walk upright. The size of an adult Nekomata is about twice that of a human. A large Nekomata can even grow to the size of a calf, with its tail forked in two at the end. Generally, an adult Nekomata can have the strength of a B-level demon, and is a powerful cat demon. Nekomata likes to eat fish on weekdays, has a light body, and often turns into a girl to get close to humans, but is often hurt by people. Relatively speaking, Nekomata is a docile demon, and it will only attack those it hates. It is precisely because Nekomata is relatively docile, and Howren is worried that if he drives away Himari, she may reveal the secret that she has obtained the inheritance of Tamamonomae. After thinking it over and over again, he finally decided to accept this only demon servant. After all, it is just a slightly larger cat. Even if it is taken out, outsiders will only think it is a pet pig. Oh no, it is just a pet cat. It does not affect his life. Howren originally thought so, but what he never expected was that after he agreed, this black cat, which seemed to have lived for who knows how many years, actually turned into a human in front of him. And after turning into a human, it was still a heartless cat-eared lowly girl. This is too cruel. Howren, who felt that his life was getting more and more difficult, has since lived with this heartless cat demon girl. The memory was interrupted from then on, but Howren sighed again and changed the subject. "By the way, I asked you to look after the house. Where is the female exorcist named Hoshino? Is she okay?" "Meow, Master Nine-Tailed Fox." "That? You must be hungry. Let's eat first, meow." Howren asked casually, but he found that after hearing his words, the pair of furry cat ears of Himari stood up instantly. Her eyes turned away subconsciously, and even her tail, which was raised high just now, seemed to be deflated and drooped directly. "Something is wrong. There is a problem. I ate at the place where I work part-time, Himari. Tell me the truth. What happened?" Actually, it's like this. Meow. Finally, under Howren's repeated urging, Himari began to slowly tell the story. When Howren returned home and found that there was a little accident at home, the silver-haired sword wizard did not leave the street where the battle took place before, but stood there motionless, as if waiting for something. After a long time, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the street and quickly ran towards the silver-haired sword wizard. The sword wizard seemed not to notice, and let the black shadow approach. "Miss, I'm late." It was not until the black shadow came behind her and knelt on one knee with a plop that the silver-haired sword wizard slowly turned around. Under the moonlight, the black shadow revealed its figure. It turned out to be a young and beautiful girl wearing a modern maid outfit in black and white, with black hair and a white headscarf on her head. Glancing at the kneeling maid, the silver-haired sword wizard's cold eyes flashed a rare strange light. "It's okay. I just finished it here. Mao Yue, do you have my mask?" "Here, for you, miss." Upon hearing this, the maid named Mao Yue hurriedly took out a half-face mask from her bosom and handed it to the silver-haired sword witch. The sword witch took the half-face mask and put it on her face without saying anything. And the moment she put on the mask, something magical happened. The silver-haired sword witch's beautiful silver hair turned from silver to black quickly, just like rice paper dyed with ink. But in just a few seconds, the beautiful silver hair had completely turned into beautiful and smooth black hair. The silver-haired sword witch also became a completely black long straight queen. Faced with such a magical scene, Maoyue did not react at all, as if she was already used to it. She just lowered her head and said respectfully, "Miss, since the demon has been eliminated, we should leave here as soon as possible. In 2 days, you will transfer to a new school, and you should visit the headquarters in Tokyo in advance." However, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the silver-haired. "Oh no, it should be called the black-haired sword wizard now. No hurry, wait a little longer." After putting on the mask, the black-haired sword wizard's voice also changed a little. The indifference in it disappeared a lot, and it sounded more humane. "Wait a little longer? May I ask, miss, what are you waiting for?" Maoyue had a trace of doubt on her face. Just as she was about to ask another question, the black-haired sword wizard suddenly raised a finger and placed it on her lips, blocking the second half of her sentence. The picture seemed to be still at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but the still picture finally moved. Pulu pulu. A series of subtle sounds like bubbles rolling in the water suddenly sounded on the quiet street. Then, the upper half of the giant corpse of the slit-mouthed woman, not far in front of the black-haired sword wizard, suddenly began to shrink, and a lot of bubbles were turned up at the incision. The other half of the corpse in the distance did the same. While turning up the bubbles, the lower half seemed to be attracted by a magnet and began to slowly move towards the upper half. It was also at this time that the black-haired sword wizard finally made a move. She took a few steps forward, raised one foot wearing clogs, and, after filling the heel with spiritual power, she stepped hard on the lower half of the slit-mouthed woman's body. Aya! In an instant, the slit-mouthed woman, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, let out a shrill scream. "Haha! You finally stopped pretending, right?" Listening to the screams of the monster, unlike the previous indifferent attitude of the silver-haired man, the black-haired sword wizard, who was wearing a half-face mask, actually smiled with enjoyment. Then, not only did she not loosen her clogs, but she crushed it again with great force. "Ah!" Hearing the screams of the monster, a blush quickly climbed up the neck of the black-haired sword witch. If she hadn't been wearing a mask, outsiders would have seen that the sword witch's originally cold and beautiful face was actually showing a deep, sick blush. It was as if, listening to the screams of the monster, she was enjoying herself. "Ah, Lady Witch, please spare me, spare me." The slit-mouthed woman was really miserable. The urban legend-level monsters were naturally not so easy to kill. Even if they died, as long as the urban legends were not destroyed and still circulated in the city, the monsters would be resurrected again after decades of accumulation. Therefore, how to permanently eliminate the urban legend-level monsters has always been a headache for exorcism organizations. As an urban legend, the slit-mouthed woman was naturally not easy to kill. She has a strong regeneration ability. Even if she is cut in two, she can still recover. This can be seen from the fact that she took 2 swords from Hauren with her face, and her face collapsed, but she was able to recover as before. However, this self-regeneration is not really unlimited regeneration. There are restrictions, and it consumes a huge amount of demonic power. After a certain number of regenerations, all the demonic power in the body is consumed, and it can no longer regenerate. Even when the slit-mouthed woman is regenerating on the verge of death, she is in the most vulnerable state among all the demons. At this time, any exorcist with a little bit of strength can kill her again. This is also the reason why the slit-mouthed woman has been pretending to be dead and hiding until now. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. Because the regeneration time can't be delayed too long, if she is in a dying state for a long time without regeneration, then she will really die. The slit-mouthed woman originally planned to wait for the sword wizard to leave before secretly giving birth. But who knew that the black-haired sword wizard, who was very thoughtful, not only saw through her plan, but also waited for her to reveal herself. Now he trampled on her body with wooden clogs, poured spiritual power into her broken body, and tortured her. The slit-mouthed woman had no choice but to beg for mercy. However, perhaps her begging was really useful, or perhaps the sword wizard was tired of stepping on her. In short, the black-haired sword wizard moved his feet away and let the 2 bodies of the slit-mouthed woman merge together. She walked slowly to the 2 merged bodies, drew out her sword, and gently patted the slit-mouthed woman's cheek. The coldness in her voice disappeared, becoming soft and charming, and she said with a hint of teasing, "You want me to spare you? Yes, Miko, please spare me. I just revived and haven't hurt anyone." "You haven't hurt anyone? What about today?" The black-haired sword wizard used the sword to pick up the ugly face of the slit-mouthed woman and said with a frivolous tone. The sword wizard's frivolous action and tone made the slit-mouthed woman slightly stunned. She couldn't understand why the Miko, who was as cold as ice before, suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment. However, this was not important to her. The important thing was to save her life first. Today was an accident. Today was just, The slit-mouthed woman tried to explain something, but she couldn't say anything more when she was halfway through, because at this time a sword had already pierced into her mouth. The black-haired sword wizard's voice with a hint of joy followed. You don't meet the criteria. You know, only cute monsters can survive here, such as Uzuki, come here. Hearing the black-haired sword wizard's call, the maid Uzuki walked to her side very obediently. Then, the white headscarf on Uzuki's head was torn off by the sword wizard, revealing a pair of furry pointed ears hidden in it. It seemed to be some kind of canine ears. Anyway, it is impossible for a person to grow such a pair of furry pointed ears on his head. Obviously, this maid named Uzuki is not a human, but a demon. You see, only cute monsters like Uzuki are worth raising, and I will let her live. Feels so good. As he spoke, the black-haired sword wizard stretched out his hand to stroke the two furry ears of the canine maid, and at the same time used the sword to stir a few times in the mouth of the slit-mouthed woman. The dual pleasure of stroking a cute furry thing and torturing an ugly thing was visibly written on her face. The dog maid also squinted her eyes in enjoyment, like an Akita dog being stroked by her master, and she uttered soft moans from time to time. Miss, be gentle. On the other side, although the sword pierced her mouth and spun a few times, it was not a serious injury for the slit-mouthed woman with strong vitality and amazing recovery ability. She just groaned in pain. On the contrary, the scene in front of her stunned the slit-mouthed woman. Humans actually live in harmony with demons. No, it's humans who subdue demons as servants. This is too rare. There have been cases of demons subduing humans as servants, and the fox demon who is good at charm is one of them. But when humans encounter demons, they usually kill them without saying a word, and never let go of a demon that escapes the net. Of course, the slit-mouthed woman had some knowledge and knew that the Yuling department of the Onmyoji Bureau also had a group of Onmyojis who were good at controlling monsters. But the monsters in the Yuling department were basically made into Shikigami guards by the Onmyojis. They were already bound to the Shikigami and lost their freedom. Some monsters even lost their ability to think. So this scene seemed very abnormal to her. However, before she could think about it, the black-haired sword wizard had already pulled the long sword out of her mouth and took out a stack of talismans from his arms, smiling and saying, "Heh, because you are too ugly, you can only disappear." The moment she saw the talisman, the slit-mouthed woman was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. This is the Burning Demon Talisman. Once this talisman is attached, the demon's demonic power will be burned out. Of course, this talisman must be attached close to the body to be effective, and against A-level demons, at least 20 pieces are needed to be effective. But the slit-mouthed woman had no power to resist. Once she was hit by the demon-burning talisman, her demonic power would be burned out instantly. Without her demonic power, she would never be able to regenerate again. Knowing this very well, the slit-mouthed woman panicked and tried to use her regeneration ability to repair her mouth. After she could speak, she immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. But the black-clothed sword wizard ignored her and continued to stick the talismans on the slit-mouthed woman's body one by one, especially on her ugly face. Ah! After the talisman took effect, the demonic power of the slit-mouthed woman began to burn violently. Having lost her demonic power and not recovering from the serious injuries she suffered, the slit-mouthed woman's vitality began to decline rapidly. Forgive me. Please forgive me. I know a secret. The black-haired sword wizard still ignored her. She had tortured her enough, and it was time to put an end to this ugly monster. Thinking of this, the sword wizard swung his sword and chopped it down. However, it's about the secret of the legacy of the deceased great demon king Tamamonomae. As the slit-mouthed woman shouted this, the sword just stopped at the slit-mouthed woman's neck. Tell me more about it. At the same time, in Howren's home, in the living room. What? Are you saying that Hoshino suddenly fainted for some reason, and after waking up, her emotions were a little out of control, and then you tied her up? Howren was surprised after hearing what Himari said. Yes, meow, Master Ninetails. Take me to see. So, under the guidance of Himari, Howren came to the guest room on the second floor and saw the female exorcist tied to a chair with a thick hemp rope and a wet towel stuffed in her mouth. After seeing Howren come in, Hoshino, who had just lowered his head and was quite quiet, suddenly struggled violently and made a humming sound from time to time as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Howren hurried over and took the towel out of Hoshino's mouth. As soon as the towel was taken off, Hoshino's angry questioning came to him. You damn fox demon. What did you do to Xiaoyuan? Xiaoyuan? Howren was slightly stunned. and soon remembered that Xiaoyuan was the other female exorcist who he let go after reading the dream last night. What did I do to Xiaoyuan? Nothing. I just let her go. Haoren wanted to answer like this, but he changed his mind and thought that the fewer people knew about the dream-eating technique, the better. What's more, if Hoshino knew about it, she might be on guard after 3 days. Once she became wary, it would be more difficult to read dreams. Haoren is a cautious person. He would not take any unknown risks, even if there was only a trace of it. Thinking of this, he hesitated. It was because of this hesitation that Hoshino seemed to have acquiesced. Xingye's expression changed instantly, and he said with full fire, "You damn fox demon! Xiaoyuan is a married woman, but you didn't let her go. You are a beast who can only think with your lower body. No, you are even worse than a beast." Perhaps because he had been too depressed in the past 2 days and was in fear all day long, the tight string in Xingye's heart had already reached its limit. Haoren's acquiescence was the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Xingye to lose his mind instantly. On the other hand, Haoren, who was already in a very bad mood tonight because of the attack by the slit-mouthed woman, was cursed for no reason, and his mood suddenly became worse. Is this woman sick? Why am I thinking with my lower body? Well, you asked what happened to Xiaoyuan, so I'll tell you. Haoren, who was angry, didn't even think about it, and said angrily, "Go back." Xiaoyuan? Humph! Xiaoyuan, she died a long time ago. As soon as Haoren finished speaking, the room fell into silence for a moment. The silence lasted for a while, and Xingye finally came back to his senses. "You said Xiaoyuan died? How could it be? You lied to me. How did she die?" Xingye was a little unconvinced at first, and after muttering to himself, he asked again, "How did she die?" This question really stumped Haoren. He was just angry just now, and he spoke quickly, wanting to scare Xingye. Who made her speak so harshly? Haoren didn't think so much at the time, and he couldn't answer it at this moment. But now he regretted saying that Xiaoyuan was not dead, which would be embarrassing. Fortunately, the cat demon girl who had been watching beside Haoren turned her cat eyes and stood up in time to rescue her master. "How did she die?" "I ate Xiaoyuan, meow!" As Feiju waved her little hands, her little milk teeth showed, revealing a ferocious look, and she shook the 2 cattails that accidentally leaked out. She was secretly proud of herself. "Hehe, I helped Master Jiwei. How will Master Jiwei reward me later?" After hearing what Feiju said, Haoren's thoughts suddenly became smooth, and he naturally followed her words. "That's right. I grilled Xiaoyuan for a long time last night, but who knew that this woman was too stubborn and refused to say anything? I had no choice but to throw her to Feiju, hoping that Feiju would scare her. But who knew that Feiju accidentally went too far and killed her directly and finally was eaten by Feiju?" As he spoke, Haoren stretched out his hand and pulled the cat ears on Feiju's head, as if blaming her for accidentally eating the captive. Meow. However, the cat girl did not look like she was being punished. Instead, she seemed to enjoy being gently pulled by Haoren's ears. She squinted her eyes happily, and her 2 cat tails swayed happily. Because of Haoren's words and actions, Hoshino's eyes turned to the top of Himari's head and saw the pair of furry cat ears and the 2 swaying cat tails behind her. She was stunned for a moment, but soon came to her senses, took a breath of cold air, and the anger in her chest was instantly extinguished, because she suddenly remembered the scene she saw during the day. A black cat was lying on a pile of clothes and gnawing on something, a scene that frightened her. Could it be that the black cat ate Xiaoyuan really died during the day? Was he eaten by this cat demon? And from what the 2 demons said, Xiaoyuan refused to obey in order to keep the information of the Taishi Bureau, and finally sacrificed himself. At this moment, Hoshino became a little sad, both for Xiaoyuan's sacrifice and for his own tragic experience. But after a while of feeling sad, Hoshino suddenly seemed to think of something, and her body trembled slightly. Wait. If Xiaoyuan didn't tell the information before she died, then where did the information in the notebook come from? Only she and Xiaoyuan were captured by the fox demon. She didn't say anything, and Xiaoyuan didn't say anything either. So did the information come out of thin air? Or did the fox demon capture other members of the Taishi Bureau? Puzzled, Hoshino finally couldn't help but blurt out, "Let me ask you, have you captured other exorcists from our Taishi Bureau?" "Captured other exorcists? I'm sick. If you hadn't come to me, how could I, a monster, take the initiative to provoke your Taishi Bureau? I don't want to die." This is the truth. Normally, intelligent monsters, even monster kings, generally don't take the initiative to provoke the 3 major exorcism organizations. Haoren glanced at Hoshino with a foolish look, but his words made Hoshino's body suddenly stiffen as if struck by lightning. "Then, where did you get the things recorded in that notebook?" After a moment of stiffness, Hoshino quickly reacted and asked with a tremor in his voice, "Notebook? What notebook?" Being asked this question suddenly, Haoren didn't react at first. "Don't pretend to be confused. It's the notebook that records the information of the Taishi Bureau." It was not until Hoshino added this sentence that Howren understood. It turned out that he was talking about the notebook that he used to record the information of the Taishi Bureau after using the dream-eating technique. Although he knew it, Hoshino's scolding tone made Howren a little unhappy. "How did you get it? Speaking of which, it's all thanks to your uncooperativeness last night." Howren was unhappy and couldn't help but mocking it. In fact, he was just stating a fact. It was precisely because Shinge would rather die than speak last night, and there was really no way to communicate, that Howren was forced to resort to the killing stone. And that's when he came up with the dream-eating technique. Howren's original intention was to taunt Shinge, saying, "What if you don't say anything?" In the end, I still got the information about the Taishi Bureau. However, he found that after the taunt, Shinge suddenly stopped talking. For a moment, the whole room fell into silence, and even the air seemed to solidify. For a long time, Shinge didn't know what he was thinking about. He suddenly came to his senses, but he held his head with both hands and kept muttering with a strong tremor in his tone. "No, it's impossible. Thanks to me, could it be? No, it's impossible." Impossible? Shinge meant that he couldn't get the information through other methods? What's impossible about this? Little girl, you still underestimate the magic of witchcraft. Looking at Shinge mumbling to himself, Howren couldn't help but guess, and then he decided to continue to attack this female exorcist, because her tone and attitude did make Howren a little angry. "Haha, as long as it's something I want, nothing is impossible. Look what this is," Howren said, taking out a special instrument from his pocket. "This is a demon-hunting instrument." Shinge was slightly stunned and soon recognized that it was the demon-hunting instrument of the Taishi Bureau, and it seemed to be the one from their team. At the same time, she was also a little strange, and didn't understand why Howren suddenly took out this thing. Just as she was wondering, the next second, her eyes suddenly widened, because a scene that shocked her suddenly appeared in front of her. As the fox demon fiddled with the instrument for a few times, the instrument actually began to work normally, and the fox demon immediately adjusted it again, and actually triggered the hidden function of the demon-hunting instrument vibration and telescopic function. This. How is this possible? You know, the demon-hunting instrument has a spiritual power lock, and only she can open and use it. Why can the fox demon open it smoothly and use the demon-hunting instrument? At this moment, Shinge fell into extreme confusion and puzzlement. But soon, she thought of the previous intelligence, combined with the fact that the fox demon could actually use the demon-searching instrument, the thing that she had strongly denied before came to her mind again. Wait, could it really be? Don't forget, I'm a superior demon, a fox demon. There's nothing I can't do. While Shinge was confused, Howren revealed his identity again, wanting to warn Shinge that he was a superior demon, and superior demons were all very powerful. In this way, she would recognize the reality and tell her that resistance was useless. Of course, the most important point is to be more respectful when talking to yourself. If you come up and scold, even a clayman will get angry, let alone Howren. After Howren finished speaking, Shinge's delicate body trembled slightly, the light in her eyes quickly dimmed, as if she had lost her soul, and she collapsed on the seat with powerlessness. In Howren's opinion, this should be the effect of his words. Shinge was deeply hit, and the emotion of fear surged in his heart again. That's right. Otherwise, as a captive, Hoshino is not afraid of him and dares to contradict him. Is he still a captive? As a captive, one must be aware of being a captive. At this time, the slightly slower reaction of the side, Himari, came with a fatal finishing blow. "Maya, you woman, speak to the nine-tailed master respectfully in the future." The hairs on Himari's cattail exploded, waving her little hands, looking a little aggressive. "Nine-tailed?" Hoshino opened his gray eyes and stared blankly at the aggressive cat girl. "Yes, this is the great nine-tailed fox demon, master, and the descendant of Master Tamamonomae." Howren was not paying attention, and this heartless cat girl revealed his past. So he hurried forward, first covered the cat girl's mouth, and then hit her hard on the head. Meow! However, words once spoken are like spilled water, and it is hard to take them back. Tamamonomae, the legendary enchantress who enchants the world, the originator of the enchantment technique who can make the sows of the pig farmers revel collectively with just a smile? And this fox demon is also a nine-tailed fox? Or is it the descendant of Tamamonomae? Ugh! Hoshino, who had reacted, had a violent heartbeat, and a strong despair filled her heart in an instant. When did you do it? With a strong despair, she tried to make a final struggle. When did you do it? To extract information? When you were asleep last night. This was the truth. It was after Hoshino fell into a coma last night that Howren asked the killing stone for help and learned the dream-eating technique, and used the dream-eating technique to read Obara's memory. However, it was also because of Howren's big truth that it was like a sledgehammer that completely smashed Hoshino's already fragile spiritual world. Some details quickly emerged in Hoshino's mind, and she slowly connected them together. Xiaoyuan died, but he did not reveal any information about the Taishi Bureau before he died. And she knew most of the information of the Taishi Bureau, even some confidential information that only insiders knew. When the fox demon tortured her last night, she made a pot of tea, and she couldn't help but drink a few sips because she was too thirsty. She was suddenly knocked unconscious by the fox demon when she was halfway through her conversation last night. The originator of the charm technique, the descendant of the great demon king, Tamamonomae. The fox demon can use the demon hunting instrument with a spiritual power lock that only she can unlock. And, what the other party just said, as long as it is something I want, nothing is impossible. All these details are connected together, all pointing to an extremely terrible fact at the same time. It is also a terrible fact that Hoshino has been vaguely aware of from the beginning, but has never been willing to admit. It turns out, the traitor is me. At this moment, Hoshino suddenly remembered that when he was studying the relevant knowledge of demons in the Taishi Bureau, he had read some introductions about the nine-tailed fox demon in the book Demon Encyclopedia. Nine-tailed fox demon, the pinnacle of the fox demon clan, the peerless enchantress who charms the world, the originator of the charm technique. Unlike other demons who like to kill, they prefer to play with the human mind. They like to watch humans fall unconsciously. Note, if you encounter a nine-tailed fox demon alone in the wild, you don't have to run away, don't have to shout for help, and don't have to resist. Because you can't do any of the above. Even if you think you can do it, it's just some small resistance settings that the nine-tailed fox demon manually added for you to add a little fun. When Xingye saw these introductions, she didn't understand what they meant. Now she finally understood. It turned out that even the resistance consciousness she had at this moment was given to her by the fox demon boy because he thought it was interesting. In fact, from the moment she was caught by the fox demon, she had completely lost control of her body, mind, and everything else. Perhaps yesterday she had become a loyal pet dog with rolled eyes, made a V-shape with her hands, and made an ahegao expression. It's just that she doesn't know it now, because even her own memory at this moment may be false. At this moment, Hoshino's spirit finally collapsed completely. With a hint of self-abandonment, she asked Howren the last question. You told me this morning that I would be free in 3 days, right? Howren was slightly stunned, not understanding why Hoshino suddenly asked this question. But after observing her expression, Howren felt that she should have calmed down after listening to what he said. Since she calmed down, Howren didn't say anything more, nodded slightly and replied, That's right. As long as you are honest and cooperate with me, you will be free in 3 days. After Howren answered, he saw Hoshino lowered his head and stopped talking. At this time, his anger had almost subsided. Seeing that Hoshino was no longer as excited as before and had become a little calmer, he continued, Okay, stay in the room for a while and calm down. I'll bring you dinner later. Because he encountered the urban legend-level demon and the powerful sword wizard tonight, Howren felt that his own strength was insufficient and there were still some things he wanted to ask Himiri. Now that Hoshino didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, let her stay here and calm down. Thinking of this, Howren no longer paid attention to Hoshino and directly pulled Himiri out of the room. However, what he didn't know was that soon after he left the room, it turns out that my self-awareness can only be retained for 3 more days at most. 3 days is the deadline set by the fox demon for me. If I don't choose to surrender by then my self-awareness will dissipate. Hoshino was like a deflated ball, her whole body completely slumped on the chair with lifeless eyes and numb voice, as if she had completely lost her soul. Having already understood the terrible truth that she is a traitor, Hoshino naturally did not believe the fox demon's promise of freedom in 3 days. After some in-depth thinking she finally understood what the fox demon meant, is to surrender voluntarily and be a loyal dog with a free soul, but not a free body. Or be washed of self-awareness and become a puppet with an unfree soul but a free body. Now she is facing a difficult choice between 2 options. No matter which one she chooses, she will fall into the abyss of hell, but she has to make a choice. Hiju, didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to call me Kyubi-sama anymore? Just call me Howren. In the living room on the 1st floor, Howren sat on the sofa, scolding a stupid cat girl who had accidentally exposed his identity before. Hey, how can this be, Meow? Kyubi-sama is Kyubi-sama. You are the great demon king. Our Kyubi clan's followers are waiting for you to lead them, Meow. Hearing what Howren said, Hiju got anxious immediately. Her cat ears stood up high, and her body jumped up from the sofa and retorted. I say again, I am not a demon king, and I don't want to lead any Kyubi followers. Howren suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he agree to accept this cat girl in the first place? In fact, the reason why this cat girl came to him was that she wanted him to return to the demons, inherit the position of the great demon king, and re-lead the followers of the nine-tailed clan. Why do you say that? Because according to what Feiju said, each of the three demon kings is an existence that rules over all demons. Under their command, they originally ruled over many demon tribes and demon servants who were their followers. But since the death of Tamamonomae, the demon followers of Tamamonomae's line have fallen apart and formed their own factions. Under the leadership of their respective demon kings, they either turned against each other and fought for power, or ignored worldly affairs for self-protection. They didn't know that Tamamonomae had a new successor. Of course, even if they knew, for the major demon kings who had finally mastered the supreme power, they would not recognize the new great demon king who was weaker than them. Only Feiju, who was originally a maid of Tamamonomae and a loyal cat girl, went through untold hardships and finally found her new master. She wanted the new master to return, integrate the entire nine-tailed fox family, and make them stop fighting. Of course, Howren would not do this. Not to mention that these demon kings would not obey his orders obediently. His strength was far from being a match for the demon kings, and going there would be like delivering food. Not now. But nine-tailed fox, you have accepted the inheritance of Tamamonomae-sama, and you are the master of our nine-tailed fox. Feiju wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Howren. Let's talk about this later. You know, I only have one tail now. The most urgent thing is to improve my strength. Howren was not very interested in integrating the nine-tailed fox's followers and commanding the demon clan. For him, the most urgent goal at the moment is how to improve his strength and enhance his self-protection ability. After all, what happened in the past 2 days made him deeply feel the insufficiency of his own strength. Whether facing an exorcist or a demon, if he didn't have that little trump card, the final outcome would probably not be much better. Therefore, improving strength is necessary and urgent. With this in mind, Howren continued to ask, "Let me ask you, Hime, since you were Tamamonomae's maid, do you know any way to awaken the number of my tails? In order to improve strength faster, in addition to learning more magic, the best way is undoubtedly to awaken the number of tails. And as Tamamonomae's maid, Hime should know something." Howren originally thought so. But meow meow meow? Number of tails? The red-haired cat girl first tilted her head in confusion, as if she was recalling something. After recalling for a long time, she finally said in an extremely uncertain tone, "I originally had only one tail, but one day, I don't know why, suddenly with a puff and then a whoosh, another one grew out, and it became 2. Meow!" A small bump instantly bulged on Howren's forehead, and he reached out and hit the cat girl hard on the forehead. Bang! Meow, it hurts. I'm not asking how your tails became so many. I'm asking, do you know the nine-tailed fox, that is, Tamamonomae, how her tail grew into 9? Howren covered his forehead helplessly, and his understanding of the unreliability of this cat girl rose to a new level. But since I met Tamamonomae, she already had 9 tails. Meow! Himari touched the forehead that was hit and said with a face full of grievance, "This." After Himari said this, Howren was speechless for a moment. He overlooked one point. When Tamamonomae debuted, that is, when she transformed into Sudaji in the Shang dynasty of the Celestial Empire, she was already in the nine-tailed form. Later, she crossed the sea to the island country and transformed into Tamamonomae, and became even more famous for her nine-tailed form. And Himari was obviously a monster servant collected by Tamamonomae in the island country. She served Tamamonomae in his heyday. Therefore, it is understandable that she didn't know how Tamamonomae's 9 tails grew. After understanding this point, Howren knew that asking this question might not get him anything, so he had to change his mindset. "So when Tamamonomae was alive, did she ever tell you anything about her tail?" This time, Himari thought for a while and finally nodded. "Yes? Well, I've heard Tamamonomae say before that the power of the nine-tailed fox demon comes from its 9 tails, and the power of the 9 tails comes from love." "From love? What do you mean?" "It's love, meow," Himari answered affirmatively. After hearing the cat girl's answer, Howren felt no ripples in his heart and even wanted to laugh. The peerless enchantress who is famous for her charm of the world actually said that the source of her power is because of love? Isn't this a joke? As long as she gives a look or a move, men will fall in love with her involuntarily and will give her everything they have, including their lives. Can Tamamonomae, who can capture men so easily, have love? This is like a person who eats chicken breast every day to lose weight. After losing weight, he wants to vomit when he sees chicken breast again. It's not Tamamonomae's own love, but the love of others for her, meow. Himari seemed to see that Howren was a little unconvinced and continued to add, "Are the others devoted to her?" "Yes." "Meow. In other words, the power of the 9 tail comes from the love of the opposite sex for her? Or The key to awakening the nine-tail is whether it can be loved by more people of the opposite sex. The more people love it, the stronger the power of the nine-tail will be. That's too simple. Tamamonomae is a master of charm. As long as she uses the charm, the love of men for her will be endless. Although Howren doesn't know whether the love captured by charm can be regarded as true love, but since Tamamonomae was a great demon king in his lifetime, it should be considered. Then the question is if love is really the key factor in awakening the tail. For Tamamonomae, as long as he uses the charm, he can gain a lot of love. But for him who doesn't know the charm, what should he do? Because he doesn't know the charm, with his handsome appearance, Howren thinks that he may be able to gain the favor of at least a few opposite sexes, but to say that they love him wholeheartedly. If you don't get to know him in a simple and easy way, dating for a year or two is almost impossible. Lovers who are committed to each other through life and death often go through the test of time, and it is not as simple as love at first sight. This is time-consuming, laborious, and exhausting. Maybe you will have to live like the three people that Howren hated the most in his previous life. The time assassin Mr. Luo, the computer repairman, Brother Edison, and the acupuncture assistant, Brother Toothpick. In this way, it is naturally not as good as Tamamonomae, who just beckons her fingers and makes a bunch of men fall at her feet. Therefore, for Howren, who does not know how to charm, this method must be very difficult. At least it is impossible to quickly improve one's own strength within 1 or 2 years. But apart from this method, is there no other way to quickly improve strength? Howren just thought about this, and Feiju seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. Master Jue, if you want to quickly improve your strength, there is actually another way, Meow. Howren was slightly stunned and quickly urged, What way? Tell me quickly. As long as Master Jue obtains the legacy left by Master Tamamonomae. Meow. Legacy? Yes. They are mainly some top-level magic treasures collected by Master Tamamonomae during his lifetime. They have various uses, some of which can enhance one's own magic power. The most important thing is that these magic treasures are very suitable for fox demons to use. Meow. The magic treasures of the Great Demon King? A demon treasure is a treasure that a powerful demon has made with his own demon power. It can only be used by the demon itself or its close tribesmen. For example, the huge wine gourd of Shutendoji, one of the 3 great demon kings of the island country, is a powerful demon treasure. It is actually a bit similar to the existence of magic weapons in the world of immortal cultivation. It can be used for fighting, for traveling, for carrying, and so on. There are many functions. Some powerful demon treasures can also become a trump card for demons. If used properly, it is not impossible to defeat the strong with the weak and to fight back in a desperate situation. Of course, corresponding to this, humans also have the so-called spiritual treasures. However, compared with the demon treasures that demons have made with their own demon power and spent a lot of time and effort, human spiritual treasures can be mass-produced in factories, such as the exorcism equipment of major exorcism agencies. This is due to the highly developed technology of mankind, and it is also one of the reasons why mankind was able to defeat the Demon Alliance 200 years ago. Yes, Lord Nine-Tailed Fox, if you can obtain these legacies, your strength will be greatly improved, Meow. Himari nodded affirmatively. Are there any treasures that can increase demon power? Well, this should be able to improve my strength a little. At the very least, it can also add a few new cards to my bottom deck. Howren lowered his head and pondered for a while. In fact, he also had 2 of Tamamonomae's relics. A year ago, Tamamonomae died in front of him, and after turning into a killing stone, 2 things were left on the spot. A half-face mask with red patterns and a white background, and a folding fan. The mask has the function of concealing the breath and demonic power, while the function of the folding fan is unknown. These 2 things seem to be demon treasures, but they are not able to enhance the demonic power. And according to what Himari said, Tamamonomae seems to have other relics that can enhance his demonic power. In this case, it is indeed necessary to obtain them. Now he has encountered powerful existences such as urban legend-level demons and sword wizards. And the silver-haired sword wizard was able to rush over at the fastest speed at that time, which means that she should live near his home. This makes Howren feel very insecure, so it is urgent to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Howren continued to ask, So, where are these legacies now? These inheritances are actually in Anne. As Himari continued to talk, Howren roughly knew the whereabouts of the so-called inheritance. These inheritances were actually kept by a trusted servant of Tamamonomae during his lifetime. This servant was also a demon named Yukihime. However, this demon servant was different from ordinary demons and had a strange temperament. She did not like to live in the demon's stronghold, but liked to hide her demon identity and live in human cities. She was often unpredictable and difficult to find. She had not had any contact with other followers of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and even Himari had only seen her once. It was said that the last time she appeared was a month ago. She was witnessed by the subordinates of a demon king of the Nine-Tailed Fox and appeared on the streets of Shinjuku District in Tokyo. Master Nine-Tailed Fox, this secret is only known to me and a few demon kings of the Nine-Tailed Fox, as well as some of the demon king's confidants. Now they are also looking for Yukihime, trying to seize Master Tamamonomae's relics. Meow! However, without Master Tamamonomae's token, they should not be able to find her. Meow. Mr. Ninetails, as long as you bring the token of Lady Tamamonomae and find her as the descendant of Lady Tamamonomae, she will definitely give the token to you. Meow. After the explanation, Feiju quickly told Howren another piece of information about the demon party. Well, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. You have to snatch it from a group of powerful demon kings. Howren sighed lightly and asked, "What token? Don't you have Lady Tamamonomae's mask and folding fan? Take them. As long as you show up nearby with the token, she will take the initiative to find you, and then you just need to show your identity as a fox demon. Meow?" After Himari's explanation, Howren finally understood how to obtain Tamamonomae's inheritance. However, let's not talk about the fact that there is a group of nine-tailed demon kings who are eyeing and planning to snatch Tamamonomae's inheritance. The location is in Shinjuku District, Tokyo, and Tokyo is the headquarters of major exorcism agencies. If something happens here, the major exorcism agencies will definitely not sit idly by. Once the exorcist organization and the demon forces take action at the same time, the situation will be complicated. It seems that this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Let me think about it again. In the end, Howren did not make a decision immediately, but ended the conversation with this sentence. The matter of Tamamonomae's legacy can be postponed. The demon kings have been looking for it for a year and have not found it. It won't be a big problem if it is delayed for a while. The most urgent thing is to deal with the female exorcist who eats white rice at home. There are 2 days left. In 2 days, I can use the dream-eating technique on her, erase her memory, and then let her go. Howren originally thought so, and in fact, until the third night, everything was developing smoothly in this direction. The weekend was very peaceful. Howren did not go out, and no one came to see him. Except for Mrs. Muto next door, she asked her daughter to call Howren once, saying that she invited Howren to her house for a rice bowl. But he refused on the grounds that he had to work on the weekend. The captured female exorcist also became much more honest, perhaps because of what happened that night. She deeply realized her identity as a captive. Maybe it was because Howren promised her that he would set her free in 3 days. In short, Xingye never contradicted him or resisted him again. She ate when she was told to eat, slept when she was told to sleep, and never stood when she was told to sit. At first glance, it seemed that everything was going in a good direction. However, until the evening of Sunday, the last day, something unexpected happened to Howren. "I lost, Fox Demon. No, Master Nine-Tailed, I promise you, I swear to you." Geniuses are people who are born with a halo. They may have a noble birth, a smart mind that others cannot match, special talents that they are born with, or something that can attract others. I once thought that I was a genius. Yes, I once thought. I have a face that is blessed by God, a good memory, physical strength, and a strong imagination fog. Not only am I good at reading and sports, but I am also dexterous. When I was in elementary school, I was always the best in the class no matter what I did, whether it was memorizing for exams, learning witchcraft, cleaning, gymnastics, or skipping ropes. I was excellent in everything, and my classmates regarded me as an idol. The adults around me often praised me as a genius and a child prodigy. I once thought that geniuses should be people like me. It was not until I entered middle school that I realized there are many people in the world who are smarter than me, better at sports than me, more dexterous than me, and even cuter than me. At first, I was not willing to be outdone and would catch up, because no matter who you are, you don't want to lose to others. But the reality is cruel. No matter how hard I try, I will always lose to geniuses in all aspects. And every time I lose anything, I will have a shadow in my heart, and I will have more inferiority in my heart. Until, in a certain competition, I chose to give up. Because I discovered a cruel fact. Although I am not an ordinary person, I am definitely not a genius. I can never beat an opponent I can't beat. So I chose to give up. After giving up for the first time, there will naturally be a second time, a third time, and even countless times. In the end, compromise and giving up became the most common options in my life. I found a way for myself to escape the pain of failure. Even after graduating from high school, I did not go to college to continue my studies, but chose to rush into work. With the help of my mother, I joined the exorcism class of the Taishi Bureau. Because I was afraid that I would meet more geniuses in college, and then perhaps I would be completely lost in the crowd. In the eyes of others, I was a very promising exorcist who could join the Taishi Bureau after graduating from high school. In fact, only I knew that I was just cowardly escaping. Yes, I am not strong. On the contrary, I am a coward. When facing real difficulties, I do not have the courage and determination to move forward. There is only concession and compromise. This time is the same. I also chose concession and compromise. But I didn't know at the time that my choice would change the rest of my life. In the past 2 days, Rumi Hoshino recalled many past events and thought about many things, including some things she never thought about before. For example, freedom, death, and submission. After becoming the exorcist of the Taishi Bureau, she has been smooth sailing because of her mother's care. She was very successful in the workplace and was promoted in less than a year. There was no danger in her work. She exorcised spirits and demons almost all against some small demons, and basically did not encounter any major setbacks. Being in a public office, she did not have to try her best to compare with others, and no one forced her to compare. It can be said that the year after graduation and joining the work was the most comfortable year for Hoshino, which was much better than her life in school before. But it was precisely because she was used to this comfortable life that when she encountered a truly brutal and cunning demon for the first time, faced this cruel world for the first time, and encountered unsolvable difficulties for the first time, she became a little overwhelmed. Now, a huge problem in front of her is death, or submission. The choice given by the fox demon was very clear. After 3 days, she had to choose freedom of body or freedom of mind. There was no third way to choose. If she chose freedom of body, it meant that her self-consciousness would disappear from then on. And if the self-consciousness disappeared, then people would be no different from death. This option represented death. Choosing freedom of mind meant that her self-consciousness could still be retained, but her body was not her own, but became a slave of the fox demon. In other words, this option represented surrender. At that time, she did not give an answer, and the fox demon did not urge her. Even in the past 2 days, the fox demon did not take the initiative to ask her a question, but gave her enough time to think. At the beginning, there was a moment when she thought that she should stick to her dignity and righteousness as a human being and fight against the demon to the end. If the other party was an ordinary demon, Xingye would probably carry out this idea. But unfortunately, the other party was obviously not an ordinary demon, but a 9-tailed fox demon, a terrible existence that was best at playing with people's hearts. Maybe her resistance was given by the other party because he thought it was interesting. Maybe the more she resisted, the more excited the other party would be. Moreover, no matter how she resisted, the final result would not change. After she was toyed with and the fox demon lost interest in her, her self-consciousness would be completely erased by the fox demon. She would also truly usher in death. After understanding this, after 2 days of careful consideration, Xingye finally figured out one thing. She didn't want to die. She was not a strong person. She didn't want to lose her self-consciousness and die unclearly. Moreover, even if she wanted to resist to the end, even if the fox demon found it interesting and did not erase her self-consciousness for the time being, her resistance would not have any effect. This would only bring more pleasure to the fox demon and bring more torture to herself. In order to appreciate her resistance, the fox demon would definitely torture her in various ways, and what awaited her was only endless purgatory day after day. So she made a difficult decision. She decided to submit to the fox demon, regard him as her only master, and obey all the orders of the master. And to do this means that she has completely abandoned the so-called dignity and righteousness. Of course, maybe she already had none of these things, because the notebook in the fox demon's hand is the best proof. She is a shameful traitor, and it was she who leaked the information of the Taishi Bureau to the fox demon. The fox demon will use this information to take cruel revenge on the Taishi Bureau. Who knows, the fox demon may also use the information obtained from her to capture her mother, thus turning her mother into a loyal dog like her, rolling her eyes. The fox demon may even lead her mother in front of her and let her enjoy the scene of her mother kneeling down and begging for a big bone. If that is the case, what a sad scene it would be. However, there is no way back. From the moment she was caught by the 9-tailed fox demon, her fate of fall was doomed. I lost, fox demon. No, Master 9-tail, I promise you I will swear a spiritual curse to you. In the evening in the guest room, Hoshino whispered this to Hauren, who had just entered the room, and then knelt down gently. Listening to the emotionless and numb voice of the beautiful female exorcist kneeling in front of him, looking at her face that seemed to have a hint of relief, Hauren was a little confused for a while. Originally, he planned to call Hoshino for dinner. In view of the fact that Hoshino had been very honest and obedient in the past 2 days, she was not rude to him as before, nor did she resist him. Therefore, Howren did not intend to starve her deliberately. Besides, tonight is also the last night. After tonight, the cooling time of the dream-eating technique will be up. By then, the memory of the female exorcist can be erased, and this trouble can be sent away. So it is reasonable for Howren to think that on the last night, he should at least give her a good meal. It can be regarded as the last dinner. Something seems to be wrong? Forget, so. After making dinner, Howren went upstairs to call Xingye for dinner. But who knew that as soon as he entered the door, before he could say a word, he saw this scene and heard such words. Howren was a little confused. What's going on? Why did he kneel down suddenly? And why did he change his address? Master Jue? Seeing that Howren didn't reply for a long time, Xingye thought that the other party had tacitly agreed with her words, so she continued to speak in a numb voice, like a puppet without a soul. Then let's start, Master Jue. What kind of spiritual oath do you want me to make? Spiritual oath? After Xingye said this, Howren noticed that she seemed to say that she wanted to make a spiritual oath just now. So she figured it out? That's great. To be honest, using the dream-eating technique to erase memories was ultimately something Howren had to do. When a person's memory is directly erased, there will be some unavoidable flaws more or less. Although the probability of this flaw being discovered is very low due to the magic of dream-eating, it is still a flaw no matter how low the probability is. For Howren, who has always been cautious, it is also a risk factor. The oath of the spiritual spell is different. Relatively speaking, the person who makes the oath cannot break the oath for the rest of his life. For example, if Hoshino vows to not reveal the secret that he is a fox demon, then she will definitely not reveal it, and she cannot even think of this idea. Moreover, the oath does not tamper with the memory like the dream-eating technique does. In this way, the probability of the oath being discovered is extremely low. Relatively speaking, the oath of the spiritual spell is more secure and more in line with Howren's requirements. But the oath of the spiritual spell also has a disadvantage. The person who makes the oath must take the initiative to make it, and outsiders cannot force it. So when Howren heard that Hoshino had figured it out and agreed to make the oath of the spiritual spell, he was overjoyed. Although it is not clear why Hoshino suddenly figured it out, it is not important. What is important is the result. Making a spiritual oath to keep a secret is undoubtedly the safest method among the current methods. Since she agrees, it is really great. So, Howren's attitude towards Hoshino also became kind. Hey, it's good that you have thought it through. Not bad, not bad. Oh, by the way, you don't have to call me Master Nine-Tailed Fox. Why do you call me so respectfully? Do you want me to call you Master? Hoshino raised his dim eyes, glanced at Howren, who showed sharp teeth and had a kind smile, lewd smile on his face, and said numbly, Howren? It must be said that Hoshino's ability to interrupt others is absolutely first class. Fortunately, Howren has seen Hoshino's persecution delusion and powerful imagination brain supplement ability. Therefore, when Xingye said this, Howren just waved his hand with a normal expression and said, No need, just call me Howren, then let's talk about the oath. The oath I want you to make is... Howren repeated the content of the oath in detail, which was roughly not to reveal the secret that he was a monster, not to tell anyone what happened in the past 3 days, and then make up an excuse for disappearing. Howren thought there should be nothing missing. However, after hearing this, Xingye frowned in surprise. I thought the fox demon would ask her to make an oath not to resist or submit to slavery. Unexpectedly, that's it? So simple? Because she was too surprised, Xingye couldn't help asking. But after asking this question, she quickly reacted. No, that's not right. This is the nine-tailed fox demon who takes the greatest pleasure in playing with people's hearts. How could it make such a simple request? There must be some other deep meaning. The so-called human thinking error is that once you have determined something, it is difficult to correct it, just like Xingye now. Just as she frowned and tried to think about Howren's deep meaning, Howren slowly said, Simple? Of course, the oath is not that complicated. Just keep it a secret for me. And after you make the oath, I will let you go back, and you can continue to be the exorcist of the Taishi Bureau. Originally, Howren's plan was to use the dream-eating technique to delete Xingye's memory and then let her go. Now that Xingye has agreed to make the oath, there is no need to use the dream-eating technique. After making the oath, just let her go. After all, the exorcist organization like the Taishi Bureau is too powerful. When Howren's strength is far from enough, he doesn't want to provoke the Taishi Bureau. This is a very normal way of thinking. But as soon as Howren finished speaking, Xingye was shocked and finally reacted. Great, it turns out that the key point is the latter sentence. What he said about letting me go back to the Taishi Bureau. Actually, he wanted me to sneak into the Taishi Bureau as a spy and be his insider. The fox demon deliberately told me not to reveal the secret and not to tell anyone what happened in the past 3 days. In fact, It was worried that I would accidentally leak the secret because of carelessness when I was a spy. But it was different with the oath. The oath would automatically restrain my words and actions, and I couldn't even think about it. Naturally, I didn't have to worry about leaking the secret rashly. In this way, I could successfully become an insider without worrying about being exposed. It was indeed a cunning fox demon. Is this the legendary Master's mission? At this moment, Xingye seemed to have seen that when the nine-tailed fox demon destroyed the entire Taishi Bureau, the senior officials in the bureau roared at her with ferocious faces. "You traitor, why did you betray the Taishi Bureau?" And she only had an expressionless answer. "It's just the Master's mission." As for the oath of non-resistance and submission, those don't need to be made at all, because this scheming nine-tailed fox demon has been playing with my mind from the beginning. From beginning to end, I couldn't resist him. Since there is no way to resist, why bother to make a vow not to resist? Thinking of this, Xingye was still a little hesitant in her heart, wondering if she would become a traitor and do something to let down the Taishi Bureau. But then she thought, wasn't she already a traitor? Since there was a first time, then the second and third times are also natural. In just a few minutes, Xingye's inner world had gone through countless fierce struggles, and finally she chose to compromise. "I understand. I promise you. Then let's start. I swear in the name of Xingye Rumi." The low and numb voice seemed to bring up the claws of the devil in the dark abyss, slowly dragging the young female exorcist fallen into the abyss. The oath of the spiritual spell went very smoothly, and finally, Xingye made a vow to guarantee not to reveal the secret of Howren being a fox demon. After the oath was completed, Howren was naturally very happy. In this way, the crisis of the monster's identity being leaked was finally solved. "Come down and have dinner." In addition to being happy, he became kinder to Hoshino. Since the other party was so cooperative, he naturally had to smile. However, in Hoshino's eyes, this smile was full of satisfaction and pride of success. In the dining room, Howren invited Hoshino to sit at the dining table, and Hime sat down at the other side early. Under normal circumstances, when Howren was not at home at school, Hime would eat canned herring for lunch during the day. Of course, Howren would occasionally prepare a lunch for her. Because of the addition of a freeloader, Howren's already not wealthy family was even worse, causing him to have to take on 2 or 3 part-time jobs to make money. Today is the weekend. Howren happened to be at home and prepared dinner, so Jaime naturally didn't have to eat canned herring, but followed to eat. Dinner was 3 large bowls of dumplings, a small dish of Sichuan spicy sauce as a dipping sauce, plus some fruits, still in a simple style. "Wow, we're eating dumplings today, that's great. I'm going to eat." "Ah, hot meow." Seeing Howren bring a steaming big bowl of dumplings, Feiju cheered and couldn't wait to eat, but because of her impatience, she accidentally burned her cat tongue. Dumplings are also meat, and it is normal for Feiju, a cat girl, to like eating them. "You can also try my cooking skills." Howren brought another bowl to Xingye and motioned her to try it. Xingye did not resist Howren's words. Even if this plate of dumplings might be mixed with some poison or aphrodisiac that could corrode people's minds, she could only eat it honestly. Just like the tea she drank before and the egg pancakes that morning, perhaps from the beginning, the fox demon added some kind of poison that could corrupt people to food and water. But she had to eat it, because in Xingye's view, she had long been controlled by the 9-tailed fox demon in mind, body, and even soul. Now the fox demon has become her master again, and has given her a master's order to go to the Taishi Bureau as a spy. She could not disobey the master's order no matter what. Taking a deep breath, she picked up a pair of chopsticks beside her, scooped out a dumpling with a ladle, and then put it into her mouth. Of course, unlike the cat girl's impatience, she blew it gently a few times before putting it into her mouth. Because the dumpling was made relatively large, and Hoshino's mouth was relatively small, she tried it and found that she could not swallow it completely, and could only hold half of the dumpling. The large dumpling exuded amazing heat, blocking the warm esophagus. Hoshino couldn't help licking the dumpling skin with his tongue, and after finding that the temperature was moderate, he carefully bit it. With such a bite, the thin dumpling skin brought a fragrant, soft, and smooth feeling. When she bit into the rich filling inside, a stream of fragrant gravy quickly burst out and instantly splashed the whole mouth. The juicy pork wrapped around the clove tongue, and the fragrant gravy overflowed the whole mouth. Because there was too much juice, some of it went directly into the esophagus, and some hung at the corners of Hoshino's mouth. A taste shock filled with infinite freshness and unusual deliciousness instantly attacked Xingye's taste buds, making her stare with eyes wide open in shock. "Woo, delicious! How can dumplings be so delicious?" Xingye, who had been depressed for many days, and was already exhausted, sighed comfortably. When she ate this delicious dumpling, she actually felt a sense of comfort and release. This should be the most delicious dumpling that Xingye has eaten since he was born. It's just an ordinary plate of dumplings. Why is it so delicious? Is it because the fox demon has good craftsmanship? No, no matter how good the craftsmanship is, it is difficult to show the ingredients such as dumplings. Why is that? Needless to say, this fox demon must have added ingredients. Maybe the fox demon added aphrodisiac that can make food delicious. Maybe the fox demon controlled her body and modified her taste with evil magic. Let her eat even a plate of rotten food or thick fishy soy milk, and she will feel delicious. It was too complicated, and Xingye, who had chosen to lie down, didn't want to think about it. In short, it was all the fox demon's fault. Haoran naturally didn't know that after tasting the food made by his superb cooking skills, Xingye was still complaining about him behind his back. On the contrary, seeing Xingye's comfortable feeling as if she had taken an aphrodisiac and hearing her shouting delicious, Haoran laughed happily. He didn't have any other hobbies, but he liked to watch others eat the food he made with an intoxicated expression on their faces. This was a kind of affirmation of his cooking skills, and he felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. When he was satisfied in his heart, his mood naturally became happy. With this happiness, Haoran's attitude towards Xingye became more kind. Do you know how such delicious dumplings are made? When Haoran asked this, Xingye came back to her senses from her intoxication. Her big eyes blinked twice, and she stared at Haoran in confusion. When she saw Haoran's face full of nuclear kindness, silver smile, she suddenly had an idea in her heart and woke up instantly. Xingye, how did you almost fall for the food? Don't forget that the person sitting opposite you is the evil nine-tailed fox demon. He must have added that kind of medicine to this food. When the medicine takes effect, you may feel very uncomfortable. He must want to use this sweet first, bitter later method to torture and discipline you so that you will become more obedient. You actually look intoxicated, which is really disappointing. After some self-criticism, Xingye finally recognized the reality, and the comfort and intoxication on his face completely disappeared. After hesitating for a while, Xingye timidly said, "Why?" "First of all, I choose the fillings. The fillings in these dumplings are carefully prepared by me. They are a combination of the deliciousness of pork and green onions." Whenever Haoran talked about food, he seemed to open up a chatterbox and introduced it endlessly. However, Xingye didn't listen much to his introduction, because after hearing a certain keyword, Xingye fell into endless reverie envy. Carefully prepared fillings? Woohoo! As expected, did the fox demon add that kind of medicine to the food? By the way, there is another reason, because of that thing. Haoran added another sentence while Xingye was daydreaming. Then, he got up and went to the kitchen to get something and put it in front of Xingye. The moment he saw this thing, Xingye was stunned. It was a thick round wooden stick as big as an adult's forearm. The surface of the stick was very smooth and there was some flour on it. This is a rolling pin from the Celestial Empire. However, for Xingye, who is an islander and has never been in the kitchen, he naturally doesn't recognize it. Haoran didn't know that Xingye didn't recognize this thing. Instead, he patted Xingye's shoulder affectionately, handed the rolling pin to her, and continued, "This is a good thing, island country. Well, it's not common in Tokyo. If you like eating dumplings so much, you can actually make them yourself. I can give it to you. You will know after using it. It will bring you a very pleasant and novel experience." When it comes to cooking, Haoran will become very enthusiastic. In fact, he was promoting the rolling pin, a noodle rolling artifact from China. However, this enthusiasm was another matter to Xingye. "Good stuff? Give it to me? Bring me a very pleasant and novel experience?" Xingye first caught a few key words in Haoran's words and muttered a few words in his heart. Then he glanced at the thing that looked extremely strange and evil in shape again, the rolling pin. Then, I don't know what she thought of, her face suddenly changed, and she let out the most panicked and helpless cry since she was born. "No, don't! It will break!" Why did the fox demon show so much enthusiasm? It must be that he encountered something that interested him. What are the things that the fox demon is interested in? Nothing more than evil, depravity, and ahegao. In this case, how can she not have wild thoughts? Moreover, if the rolling pin is the size of a forearm, if it is real, then she is finished. Therefore, Hoshino screamed, and fear and terror once again surged from the bottom of his heart, overflowing his whole body. What's broken? Haoran was a little confused by Hoshino's sudden scream. Although Haoran is always meticulous and his thinking is fast in battle, it does not mean that his thinking is also fast in other aspects. In other words, he can't keep up with Hoshino's extremely jumping thinking. After all, Haoran was still talking about how to cook with great interest the moment before, and the other party suddenly screamed the next moment. Who knows what this means? So after hesitating for a while, Haoran still explained, "It won't break. This rolling pin is very strong and durable." Strong? Very durable? But I'm not strong. However, Howren's explanation brought Xingye more fear. She was about to beg for mercy, hoping that Howren would not torture her. Howren's next words made Xingye swallow back the words that had not yet been spoken. Oh, by the way, this thing is called a rolling pin, which is a kitchen utensil used to roll noodles and make dumpling skins. The reason why the dumplings I make are so delicious is that this rolling pin is of good quality. The dumpling skins made are very thin and soft, the dough skins are well made, and the taste is naturally different. Kitchen utensil? Making dumpling skins? Rolling pin? Xingye was slightly stunned, and a charming blush soon appeared on her pretty face, and her already beautiful face became more and more sexy. It was not until this moment that she realized that she had thought wrongly. However, Xingye would not think that she had thought wrongly on her own initiative, nor would she admit that her thoughts were colored. Instead, she thought, "This must be because the fox demon controlled my mind, so I thought so. He must have done it on purpose. Now he must be enjoying my expression of shame and anger, and taking pleasure in it. The nine-tailed fox demon is so terrible that it can manipulate people's hearts like this." Xingye thought indignantly, and took a sneak peek at Howren, who was still enthusiastically introducing the use of the rolling pin, and quickly lowered his head. It was also after she swallowed a few dumplings that Howren finally finished talking. "How about this rolling pin? It's good. It can make delicious dumplings. I'll give it to you." "Oh," Xingye responded softly, without refusing, because she knew she couldn't refuse. And this rolling pin also became the first very meaningful gift that Howren gave her. After receiving the rolling pin, Xingye also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and her mood became a little complicated. Why is it complicated? Because Xingye believes that although she has chosen to surrender to the fox demon, she is also mentally prepared to step into the abyss and endure physical and mental torment. But she unexpectedly discovered that the fox demon did not seem to treat servants as badly as she imagined. At least he didn't torture her or abuse her. The one before? Oh no, it was a rolling pin. She thought the fox demon was going to punish her with that thing, which scared her. But later she found out that it wasn't the case, although it was very likely that the fox demon wanted to enjoy her expression of shame and anger after the misunderstanding. It was much better than using a rolling pin directly, or even physical punishment. This discovery made her feel a little relieved, and her mood improved a lot. But for some reason, deep in her heart, there was a slight sense of loss. It should be a happy thing that she was not tortured by the fox demon. Why did she have this strange sense of loss? Maybe it was because the dumplings were too delicious, or maybe it was because the previous incident made her too ashamed and paralyzed her thinking. In short, after thinking for a while, Hoshino soon got the answer. She must have been affected by some evil magic of the fox demon, which gave her this sense of loss. Thinking of this, Hoshino couldn't help but start to worry about her future. In the future, I might even be defeated by the endless tricks of this cunning fox demon. Perhaps this feeling of loss is already a precursor to the fall of the soul. While Hoshino's thoughts were wandering, he unconsciously picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, dipped it in the dipping sauce filled with Sichuan hot sauce for a few times, and then prepared to put it in his mouth. Wait. Seeing this, Howren's face changed and he hurriedly wanted to remind him. This hot sauce is not an ordinary hot sauce. Because Howren likes spicy food, he specially searched for it online for a long time and finally found this extra spicy hot sauce. It is said to be a few points hotter than mustard. Dipping so much at one time, I'm afraid it won't be. However, Howren's reminder was still half a beat late. Hoshino bit the dumpling covered with hot sauce and then, woo, cough, 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 ha, so spicy! A burning sensation rushed straight into his nose, and Hoshino coughed a few times. His face flushed instantly and tears flowed down. This scene made Howren a little amused, and he thought that this female exorcist was really a little careless. When Howren was complaining in his heart, Hoshino covered his mouth and made an unclear low hum. Woo! Deliberate. It must be deliberate. It must be the fox demon's deliberate. Do you really want to see me crying bitterly? I'm afraid you want to see the kind of embarrassing scene where the water overflows from the kettle? The unfortunate Hoshino secretly complained in his heart. Soon, a pleasant dinner came to an end. Of course, it was only pleasant relative to Howren and Himiri. Howren satisfied his desire to explain cooking, and Himiri satisfied her stomach. It's so late now. You can stay one more night and leave early tomorrow morning. Because dinner was cooked late today, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening after the three of them finished eating. Howren, who was in a good mood, decided to let Hoshino stay for the last night and let her go tomorrow morning. Of course, the main reason was that Howren planned to discuss with Hoshino and make up an excuse. Because after letting Hoshino go back tomorrow, it goes without saying that the people from the Taishi Bureau will definitely come to question her. He had to make up an excuse to explain where Hoshino had been during the 3 days of her disappearance. Therefore, after dinner, Howren called Hoshino to discuss together. It was also when Howren and Hoshino were discussing what excuse to use to deceive the exorcist of the Taishi Bureau that Howren worked part-time in a Chinese restaurant not far from Howren's home. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, 2 special guests suddenly visited the restaurant. The restaurant's owner, Takeuchi, was sitting at the cash register, calculating today's income. At this time, a cold female voice suddenly sounded from the door of the store. "Boss, give me a few macarons, 2 pieces of tiramisu, and 2 cups of milk tea." In a Chinese restaurant ordering Western desserts, such a strange request, everyone would think that this customer is problematic. Look, the only 2 customers who were eating in the store raised their heads in surprise and looked towards the store entrance. They wanted to see which weird guy would make such a strange request. As a result, they saw 2 women walking in the store entrance. One of them had fair skin and extremely beautiful looks. She had long, bright silver hair that fell on her shoulders and was wearing a shrine maiden costume with a white dress and red skirt. The other was a young and beautiful girl wearing a modern maiden outfit that was black and white, with black hair and a white headscarf on her head. What a beautiful woman. The first time they saw the shrine maiden and the maid, the 2 diners widened their eyes as if they were shocked by their amazing beauty, and it was difficult to look away. Their eyes mainly stayed on the silver-haired shrine maiden. The silver-haired shrine maiden was noble and cold, with a beautiful face and a gorgeous shrine maiden's clothes. She was as beautiful as a high-top flower that could only be admired from afar and not be touched. However, the 2 identities of shrine maiden and maid were put together, which shocked the 2 diners and made them feel a little strange. If Howren was here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that the silver-haired shrine maiden was none other than the sword wizard of Bishamonten who saved him 2 nights ago, and the dog maid named Mao raised by the sword wizard. "I'm sorry, 2 guests. Our restaurant is a Chinese restaurant, and we don't have macarons and tiramisu." Just when the 2 diners were intoxicated by the peerless face of the silver-haired sword wizard, a soft female voice suddenly came from the restaurant, like a heavy hammer, hitting the spiritual world of the 2 people hard, and also awakened the 2 from their intoxication. They hurriedly lowered their heads and dared not look at them again. Unlike the 2 diners, Mrs. Takeuchi did not even raise her head. She was still counting the bills, as if she knew that 2 guests were coming in. On the other hand, the silver-haired sword wizard did not care about being rejected by the boss lady. She just walked quickly to the cashier counter with her dog maid, reached out and gently patted the wooden countertop, and said, "How can there be no? I remember that I often ate macarons and tiramisu made by you when I was a child. Isn't it, Aunt Takeuchi?" Although the question was a question, the silver-haired sword wizard's tone did not have much doubt and was still full of cold and arrogant. Even when facing the aunt who often made desserts for her when she was a child, it was the same. Mrs. Takeuchi finally raised her head and glanced at the silver-haired girl in front of her. A smile flashed in her charming eyes and she chuckled. "It's you! Haha! I haven't seen you for a long time. You're still the same. Okay, wait a moment. Auntie will prepare some for you later." After that, she left the cashier counter, walked quickly to the door of the store, and hung up the "This store is closed" sign. 10 minutes later, the 2 diners in the store ate hastily and left at the urging of Mrs. Takeuchi, leaving only the silver-haired witch and the dog maid in the store. She welcomed the 2 to sit down at a table, and Takeuchi brought up macarons, tiramisu, and milk tea. These desserts were all made by her, ready-made. Although she opened a Chinese restaurant, she usually liked to eat these desserts, so she always had some on hand. Generally speaking, only people who are familiar with her would know this, and coincidentally, the silver-haired sword wizard in front of her is someone who is familiar with her. "Come on, try it." After serving the dessert, Takeuchi also sat down and invited the guests to taste the dessert she made. The silver-haired sword wizard named nodded, picked up a macaron, and took a bite. "Well, delicious. Aunt Takeuchi's craftsmanship is better than before." It was obviously a compliment, but when it came out of his mouth, it was as cold as ice, and there was no compliment at all. Knowing that the silver-haired girl's personality was born like this, Takeuchi didn't care. She picked up a piece of dessert and tasted it while thinking about her purpose. Since she had lived in seclusion here, she hadn't seen each other for several years. The other party's sudden visit was obviously not a simple visit, but must have something else. However, she did not ask directly, but only glanced at the maid next to the silver-haired sword wizard, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Then she affectionately took the silver-haired sword wizard's cold little hand, stroked it up and down, and said with a sweet smile, "You are really careless. You actually brought a monster and appeared on the street openly. Aren't you afraid that other exorcists will find her and kill her?" Who was cold and arrogant, seemed to be a little uncomfortable with Mrs. Takuchi's intimacy. She struggled twice but couldn't break free. As the saying goes, icebergs are afraid of black bellies. In fact, when was very young, she was often teased by this young aunt, which almost left her with a psychological shadow. To be honest, if she didn't have something to ask her today, didn't want to come to her at all. But fortunately, she now has a way to deal with it. Thinking of this, with her free hand, she took out a half-face mask from her bosom and quickly put it on her face. In an instant, her beautiful silver hair turned into black hair, and the cold corners of the girl's mouth gradually softened, and finally even slightly curled up, smiling sweetly, with a hint of unique charm. "Auntie Takuchi, you are one of the 18 spirit generals, the only 18 national-level exorcists in our country, and the boundary goddess of the Onmyoji. With you here, what should I be afraid of? Or are you afraid that others will see a monster entering your store and ruin your reputation? Heh. After putting on the mask, she seemed to have become a different person, calmly responding to the teasing of a certain black-bellied aunt, and even had some intention of turning the tables. This scene stunned Takuchi. After a long while, she seemed to have figured something out, and sighed, "I didn't expect that you actually obtained the S-level spiritual treasure of the Uesugi family, the military god mask. No wonder it can remove the suppression of your natural ice spirit vein on your personality." At this point, Takuchi's face became serious, and he changed the subject and said, "Tell me, what do you want to see me about?" Seeing that Takuchi finally became serious, he restrained his smile and got straight to the point. "I hope Aunt Takuchi can do me a favor and help me set up a large barrier in Shinjuku district in a week." The goddess of barrier, Takeuchi Hori, is one of the 18 spiritual generals of the island country, and also one of the only 18 first-level exorcists in the island country who have passed the National First-Level Exorcist Assessment. At the same time, she is one of the 6 great Onmyojis in the Onmyoji who have the strength to rival the S-level Demon King. Because she is good at setting up various spirit-removing barriers, and can even make small barriers that require time to set up instantaneously, and large barriers swiftly, she was dubbed the Boundary Goddess by the island media. That's not all. It is rumored that when she was young, Takeuchi Hori worked in the Hokkaido branch of the Onmyoji Ryo. One day, the Hokkaido branch was suddenly attacked by 6 demon kings. Because there were not many masters in the branch, and the other party attacked suddenly. Without preparation, the Onmyojis in the branch suffered heavy casualties, and the situation was critical. It was also at this critical juncture that Takeuchi Hori stood up in time when she saw that the Hokkaido branch was about to be destroyed. She used a powerful demon-trapping barrier to trap 6 powerful demon kings for 2 days and 2 nights at the same time, until the reinforcements from the main dormitory came to support. After the barrier was opened, the Onmyojis who came to support were surprised to find that 2 of the 6 demon kings were trapped alive, and the other 4 were injured to varying degrees. With only 1 barrier, they actually caused a terrifying record of 2 deaths and 4 injuries when facing the demon kings. For a while, the name of Barrier Goddess became famous throughout the island country, and even the demon kings in the demon world were afraid of her. However, it was also during the years when Hori was in the limelight that she suddenly announced her retirement for some reason and never appeared in the public eye again. 10 years have passed since then. No one would have thought that the famous barrier goddess 10 years ago would actually run such a small Chinese restaurant here. Even spent a lot of effort to find out her whereabouts, and then came to ask for help. That's right, help! She wanted Hori's help to set up a large barrier in Shinjuku District, Tokyo. What barrier? What is it used for? After hearing what she said, Suili did not say anything, but just thought for a while and asked back. Suili was very familiar with the temper of his Aunt Suili, and knew that if he did not make it clear, she would not agree to help. Actually, the matter is like this. What? The legacy of the great demon king Tamamonomae? You want to use this as bait to hunt the demon king? Nonsense. It's just nonsense. After some explanation, Suili finally understood what the sword witch girl in front of her was going to do, but her face changed, and she scolded her. No wonder Suili scolded the sword witch girl. It was really... Let's not talk about Tamamonomae's legacy first. A second-level exorcist went to hunt the demon king? What's the difference between this and seeking death? This girl has been daring since she was a child. I didn't expect that this time she would set her sights on the demon king. How could Suili not be angry? Although the strength of the cannot be regarded as that of an ordinary second-level exorcist. Even with the military god mask and her snow moon sword, she is not without the ability to fight against the demon king. But that is when facing a demon king, and there is more than one demon king eyeing Tamamonomae's legacy. If she faces more than one, she will inevitably lose. After all, Suili has watched this girl grow up. How could she watch her act so nonsense? So she scolded her. However, did not realize it at all, but tried to persuade Suili. So I came to ask for help from Aunt Suili, didn't I? Don't worry, listen to me. This time I plan. Quickly recounted the plan she had thought of long ago, and then added, in this way, I have a 70% chance of success. With your help, I have at least a 90% chance. Even if I fail, I will not be in any danger. After listening to the story of, Suili thought carefully for a while and soon fell into silence. In fact, if it is really according to what's said, there will be no danger. Even so, Suili still had a question. Let me ask you, why do you plan to hunt demon kings? Aunt Suili, you know that my goal is to pass the National First Level Exorcist Assessment. If I can successfully hunt 1 or 2 demon kings, it will be of great help to me in passing the National First Level Exorcist Assessment. After hearing this reason, Suili nodded. Indeed, this girl has been a genius since she was a child, and she is determined to pass the National First Level Exorcist Assessment and become the best exorcist in the island country. But if the National First Level Exorcist Assessment is so easy to pass, there would not be only 18 National First Level Exorcists in such a large island country. Even so, I won't help you with this favor. Although Shinjuku District belongs to the jurisdiction of the Onmyoji, I have retired long ago and don't plan to interfere in any exorcism affairs. However, even after understanding the purpose of the Sword Witch Girl and knowing the other party's plan, Suili still didn't plan to help. 10 years ago, when Suili retired, she had already made a decision that she would no longer participate in any exorcism. This is the principle she set, and the principle cannot be violated. However, naturally knew this principle, and she came prepared this time. So how could she return empty-handed? Auntie Hori, I heard that there is a magical demon treasure in Tamamonomae's legacy this time, which should be helpful to your matter. A quarter of an hour later, the Sword Witch Girl walked out of the Chinese restaurant with a satisfied smile on her face. The maid Mao Yue followed her and looked at her happy master. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but ask, Miss, is your purpose really to pass the National First Level Exorcist Assessment? Mao Yue has followed the Sword Witch Girl for many years and has a good understanding of her own young lady's temper. If the young lady had not obtained the military god mask before, she might have done so, but after obtaining the mask, the young lady's personality shackles have been unlocked. Now she will never act like this for this reason. Ah, Mao Yue, you figured it out. Of course, I won't do such a thing for such a boring reason. With my extraordinary talent, it's only a matter of time before I become a national first-class exorcist. There's no need to rush. As expected, the Sword Witch Girl's answer confirmed Mao Yue's guess. Then why did you do this, young lady? After hearing Mao Yue's words, the Sword Witch Girl did not answer directly, but asked a question first. Hey Mao Yue, I heard from that ugly female monster that Tamamonomae's inheritance is kept in the hands of a monster named Yukihime, right? Yes, young lady. Although Mao Yue didn't understand why her young lady asked this, she nodded. According to that female monster, Yukihime is a very beautiful monster. If she is really as beautiful as the rumors say, isn't she worthy of my raising? But now there are some annoying monster kings eyeing my prey, so Mao Yue, what do you think I should do? Eliminate them. Mao Yue glanced at the Sword Witch Girl, whose neck was slowly dyed with a layer of rosy red, and hesitated for a while, but still responded. That's right, eliminate them, kill them all. Kill all the monsters that dare to target my prey. Kill all the ugly monsters in this world. Ha ha ha! Under the dim moonlight, the black-haired Sword Witch smiled wildly and ostentatiously. Under the cold mask, her beautiful face was already covered with a deep, morbid blush. Then it's settled. If the people from the History Bureau want to ask you in detail later, just say this. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the living room, Howren finally discussed with Xingye and made up a short story about being possessed by a vengeful ghost, and then being rescued by a kind-hearted witch passing by. Because the witch was wearing a mask, Xingye did not see the witch's appearance, nor did he know her name. In short, he was rescued by a kind-hearted person passing by. After the discussion, Howren looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock. Normally, he wouldn't go to bed so early at this time, but as a woman and an office worker with a very regular schedule, Hoshino had already felt a little sleepy. So Howren didn't bother Hoshino anymore and let her go to bed. After Hoshino went to bed, Howren didn't go back to his room to rest, but sat in the living room to think for a while, then called Hime and told her, Himari, I've decided. Next weekend, you will accompany me to find that snow princess. I want to take back Tamamonomae's inheritance. Kyubi-sama, have you finally decided? That's great. Hearing Howren say that he was going to take back Tamamonomae's inheritance, Hime was naturally overjoyed. Because for her, if Howren could obtain Tamamonomae's inheritance, The increase in strength would be secondary, and the most important thing was to confirm his identity as the successor of Tamamonomae. In this way, it would be much easier for Howren to subdue other demon followers of the Kyuubi family in the future. Well, it's decided, but I have to go to class and work part-time sometimes, so it's not convenient to take leave, so I can only go on weekends. For Howren, now that the trouble with the female exorcist of the Taishi Bureau has been resolved, there is no worry, and it is time to find a way to improve his own strength. Thinking of this, Howren pulled Himiri and began to discuss the weekend plan in detail. I'm not very familiar with Shinjuku District. Let's go to Shinjuku District to explore the way on the weekend. Let's discuss where to go first. The next morning, in the entrance hall of the gate, Howren was giving the last instructions to the neatly dressed Hoshino. You can go back, remember to answer the Taishi Bureau's questions according to the excuse we discussed last night. Also, from now on, we will pretend that we have never met. Do you understand? Since Hoshino made a spiritual curse oath and was released back to the Taishi Bureau, then Howren will naturally treat the events of the past 3 days as if they had never happened, and the two will only be strangers when they meet in the future. This beautiful female exorcist will also completely disappear from his life. From then on, his life can finally return to peace again. However, the idea is full, but the reality is skinny. Unfortunately, this is destined to be Howren's wishful thinking. To Xingye, his words have another meaning. In order not to be exposed, so pretend not to know each other in front of others. It is indeed a cunning fox demon, doing things without leaking a single drop. See if I can report intelligence only at night when there are not many people. I can only become a chicken-stealing and dog-stealing person hiding in the dark in the future. Damn! I understand, Master Nine-Tailed. Xingye responded with a hint of humiliation. Although she felt very unwilling, she still consciously took on the identity of a spy. Even she herself was a little surprised why her self-consciousness was so high. Needless to say, this must be because the cunning fox demon controlled her mind, so she was so self-conscious. Didn't I tell you not to call me Master Nine-Tailed? Howren sighed, really not understanding why this female exorcist suddenly became so respectful to him. Did he threaten her too much that day? While Howren was wondering, Xingye shuddered all over after hearing his words. Sure enough, is the fox demon no longer satisfied with the title of Master? I thought I could retain the last bit of dignity, at least the dignity of the title, but I didn't expect that I still had to. Xingye bit her lower lip tightly and didn't respond for a long time, as if she was having a fierce struggle in her heart. In the end, surrender still prevailed in her heart. She lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. I know, Master Howren. As soon as the words fell, Howren's face froze instantly. Obviously, he was stuck. After a long time, he sighed. Don't shout like that. Remove the extra 2 words. Extra 2 words? Xingye was stunned for a moment and soon understood. Okay, Master. Howren. Perhaps because of humiliation, or perhaps because of shame. In any case, after saying this, Hoshino lowered her head like an ostrich, her face flushed, and a lot of fragrant sweat came out of her body again. For a moment, the whole entrance was filled with body fragrance, making Howren's nose itch. As expected of a woman with a strong body fragrance, she is really the best. Ah, no, now is not the time to think about this. Shaking his head, Howren grabbed Hoshino's shoulders with one hand and straightened her lowered head with the other hand so that she could look directly at him. And then he said seriously, Hoshino Rumi, I'll say it again, and for the last time, don't call me Nine-Tailed Lord, and don't call me Master Howren Master. Don't call me Nine-Tailed Lord in front of outsiders. I'm not your master either. Just call me Howren. Howren now understood that this female exorcist with severe paranoia must have made up some strange things in her mind again. Although I don't know what she has imagined, I still have to correct it. Howren thought that after hearing his warning words, Hoshino would return to normal, or at least restrain himself. However, Hoshino was only stunned for 3 seconds. Woo! Soon, she made a dirty, cough, whimpering sound, and the blush on her face not only did not fade, but deepened a lot, and it seemed that blood was about to drip out. Not the Nine-Tailed Master? It's to keep it secret. It turns out that he is a meticulous fox demon. What does not my master mean? Not my master? Does it mean that he doesn't want to treat me as a servant? But I have clearly surrendered to him. Why would he say that? Wait, don't want to treat me as a servant? Call Howren directly? In the island country, only close people will call each other by their names, and because Howren often corrects the wrong address of Himari, he is used to letting Himari call him Howren instead of Fujiwara. So, habitually, he also said the same thing to Hoshino. This also directly leads to calling by name intimately? Could it be that the fox demon has already regarded me as a forbidden delicacy, just like the kind of hot water bag that must sleep with it every night? Woo woo woo. After realizing this, Hoshino's face instantly turned red, and he almost cried out of shame. But for some reason, as if by magic, Hoshino actually replied with such a sentence. I will try my best. Anyway, my mind has been controlled by the fox demon, and I can't resist at all. It's just a hot water bag. In order to prevent the fox demon from torturing me, I can only choose to surrender. Huh? Do you really understand? Glancing at Hoshino's complexion, the blushing cheeks that had not faded, Howren was very suspicious. I understand, Howren. Howren called out this word very smoothly, and there was no reluctance in his voice. I understand. Finally, this trouble has been sent away. We will never see each other again. After sending Hoshino away, Howren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a trouble was solved, so he could temporarily resume his peaceful life. Thinking of this, Howren turned around and told Himiri, Well, Himiri, you stay at home and take good care of the house. I'm going to class. The canned herrings are in the storage room. If you want to eat them, go and get them yourself. But remember not to scatter them everywhere. Find some rags to cover them. I understand, Nine-Tailed Master. After telling Himiri, Howren was about to go to school, but was stopped by Himiri again. Nine-Tailed Master, I feel like your demon power has become stronger, meow? As Himiri spoke, she stretched her head over and sniffed Howren hard. Is there? Howren looked at Feiju in surprise, then looked down at himself. Soon he seemed to think of something and frowned. No, I released the fox hiding technique. How can you smell the demonic power? Although Feiju's nose is extremely sensitive and can smell the subtle demonic power from a long distance. But Howren released the fox hiding technique to hide his demonic appearance and demonic power. How could Feiju smell it? Really, I smelled it, not before. But just now, after that human left, your demonic power seemed to suddenly become stronger, meow. Feiju lay on Howren's chest again and smelled carefully, and then confirmed. Suddenly stronger? Could it be? Feiju's words made Howren slightly stunned, and soon he reacted that what Feiju said was very likely to be true, because the strength of the fox hiding technique will be adjusted according to the strength of one's own demonic power. The more powerful a monster is, the stronger the hiding effect of the fox hiding technique will be. The less powerful a monster is, the weaker the hiding effect will be. Although the fox hiding technique will automatically adjust the intensity of the hiding effect according to the strength of the monster's power, this adjustment will take a long time without human intervention. In other words, if the monster's power suddenly increases a lot in a short period of time, the fox hiding technique will not have time to adjust it, and the excess power will leak out. For example, Howren has the power of a B-level monster, and the fox hiding technique corresponds to the effect of hiding the power of a B-level monster. If Howren's power suddenly increases a lot at this time, then a trace of the power will inevitably leak out. So has his power really increased? Thinking of this, Howren communicated with the killing stone in his mind with his mind, and at the same time, he circulated a trace of the green fox monster's power and injected it into the killing stone. Stone, check my status. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the killing stone reacted instantly. A paragraph of text woven with green demonic power slowly emerged in Howren's mind. Gender, male. Race, demon clan bloodline. Golden-haired, white-faced, nine-tailed fox bloodline. Demonic power. Unsealed nine-tailed awakening status. One tail has been born half awakened. Mastered demonic arts. 1. C-level demonic arts. Fox hiding arts can hide one's own demonic bloodline and turn into a human body. It takes half an hour to rest every 3 days before it can be released again. 2. B-level demonic arts breath blocking can hide breath and interfere with the enemy's vision, hearing, and other 5 senses. 3. B-level demonic arts dream-eating arts can read memories and turn memories into dreams to eat them to replenish one's own demonic power. The blank parts of the memory can be replaced by weaving new dreams. 4. Mastered several low-level demonic arts. 5. None. Mastered other arts. Several yin-yang arts. Several witchcraft. Several offensive magic arts. Howren's own state at the moment was displayed in his mind. After careful identification, Howren soon discovered that there were 3 differences compared to the last time he checked his own state. The first difference is that in the magic column, there is an additional dream-eating magic. This is easy to explain. 3 days ago, in order to clear the memory of Officer Obara of the Taishi Bureau, he learned this magic through the killing stone, so it is normal that it is displayed now. The second difference is the magic power. The last time I checked, Howren's magic power was displayed as B, but this time it became B+. The third difference is the awakening state of the nine-tailed fox. Last time it was displayed as 1 tail has been born, not awakened. This time it is 1 tail has been born, semi-awakened. After finding these 3 differences, Howren frowned and thought, while muttering to himself, did the magic power change from B to B+? The change from B to B+ clearly shows that his magic power has indeed increased a lot at this moment, which also confirms what Himari said. Did the magic power of the nine-tailed fox really increase? Yes, but why did the magic power increase for no reason? Howren nodded, but he was very confused. Why did the demonic power suddenly increase? According to Himi, the demonic power of the nine-tailed fox demon is linked to the number of awakened tails, and the number of awakened tails is related to love. Could it be that he got love? Whose love? He doesn't have a girlfriend. This is definitely not right. After eliminating a wrong option first, Howren noticed the text, "One tail has been born, semi-awakened state," in the status displayed by the Killing Stone. So what does this semi-awakened state mean? Did Lord Ninetail awaken a new tail? After hearing what Himi said, Howren was slightly stunned and thought for a while. He felt that he couldn't figure it out just by thinking about it, so he might as well see it with his own eyes. So, Howren lifted the fox hiding technique and restored his original demonic appearance. However, it didn't matter if he didn't restore the demonic appearance, but when he restored it, Howren was shocked. Even the nearby Feiju was stunned and exclaimed, "Ears! Mohu mohu furry ears meow!" What appeared in front of Feiju was a handsome male fox demon with a golden fox tail, a pair of handsome shark teeth, and a pair of golden furry fox ears on his head. This male fox demon was Howren, who had returned to his demon form. "Oh my god, how did I suddenly grow ears?" Reaching out and touching the golden fox ears standing on his head, Howren was dumbfounded. When he inherited Tamamonomae's nine-tailed bloodline and demon power a year ago, he was somewhat fortunate that he had nothing strange except a fox tail and slightly sharper teeth. But now, he really looks more and more like a fox demon. "Master Jue, your tail seems a little strange. There is a furry ball next to it. Meow!" It was also when Howren was sighing that Feiju keenly discovered something unusual about him. The tail is weird? A furry ball? Howren came to his senses after hearing this. He reached behind him and touched something furry next to the long golden tail. What is this? This furry thing looked like another branch after the tail split. Because he was behind, Howren could not see it, so he could only feel it to make sure. However, after touching it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was. At this time, Himari seemed to have thought of something and suddenly exclaimed, "Master Jue, the second tail. This is the prototype of the second tail. Great, you are about to awaken the second tail." The second tail? This furry ball is the second tail? Yes, Master Jue. You have further awakened the blood of the nine-tailed fox and are close to the real nine-tailed fox demon, and you have already given birth to the second embryonic tail, which means that the second tail is about to grow. No wonder your demon power has increased. I am afraid that when you really grow a second tail, you can be promoted to an A-level demon. Himari's words made Howren slightly stunned. Although it was a little unbelievable, he had only been a demon for a year, and his knowledge in this area was definitely not as good as Himari's. So he still chose to believe Himari, but a new problem came again. Why did I grow this young tail? Kyubi-sama, have you forgotten what we said before? Tamamonomae-sama once said that the power of the Kyubi comes from love, which means that someone of the opposite sex must have fallen in love with you. No, it may not have reached the level of love yet. It should just be that they have a good impression of you. Otherwise, there should be more than just this short tail. Himari first answered Howren's question, and then, as if she had thought of something, she muttered to herself. Himari's words made Howren stunned for a moment, and soon he remembered the wrong inference that he had ruled out first. Unexpectedly, the first answer he ruled out was the correct answer. A few days ago, when discussing with Himari how to improve his strength, Himari said that the key to awakening the tail is love, and it must be true love, the true love of the opposite sex for him. In this case, could it be that someone has fallen in love with him recently? Howren first thought of this reason, but after thinking about it seriously for a while, he soon shook his head and denied it. Because if they just have a crush on him, then it would be simple. With his looks, the high school girls who have a crush on him in the school can line up around the playground of Hachioji High School. If that counts, he would have awakened his second or even third tail a long time ago. So this doesn't make sense, unless there are some restrictions. For example, the love that arises from his handsome looks is not true love, and may just be coveting his body. Or perhaps the high school girls who have a crush on him in the school are not the devoted love that Himuri said. And according to Himuri, those who have a crush on him should only be at the stage of having some affection and have not yet gone all the way. If it's not the high school girls who have a crush on him in the school, then who else could it be? Howren was thinking about this when Himuri suddenly interrupted with a sentence out of the blue. "Master Jue, it should be the female exorcist just now. She has been completely conquered by you, meow." Hoshino? Impossible. That stupid female exorcist. Howren's first reaction was that it was impossible. What a joke. He had imprisoned her for 3 whole days and threatened her several times during that time. It would be a blessing if she didn't hate him. How could she have a good impression of him? Because it was really unreasonable, Howren didn't even think about it and directly ruled out this wrong answer. Achoo! Not far from Howren's house, a female exorcist who had just left his house suddenly sneezed for no reason. Forget it. Forget it for now. I'm going to school first. After thinking for a long time, Howren still couldn't figure out which woman had a good impression of him, so he had to give up for the time being. Looking at the time, he decided to go to school first. So, Howren said goodbye to Himuri and rode his bicycle to school. Because he got up early today, Howren didn't take the train, but chose to go out by bicycle. Fujiwara-senpai, good morning. Fujiwara-san, good morning. After riding into the school gate and parking his bike, many girls took the initiative to greet Howren. Howren still had a smile on his face, nodded in response, and rushed towards the teaching building. Halfway through, he was suddenly stopped by a familiar-looking junior from the kendo club. Fujiwara-senpai, good morning. Today the club is going to hold a kendo coaching competition for new members. The director asked me to inform you. I hope you don't forget to be there. Oh, that's what happened. After the junior reminded Howren, Howren remembered that there was such a thing in the club he joined. It has been a year since he entered high school. Howren, who once aspired to enter the University of Tokyo, naturally accepted all student organizations that could increase interpersonal relationships. In the past year, Howren has joined 3 clubs in total: a spirit exorcism club, a kendo club, and a basketball club. After a year of hard work, he has now become the deputy director of the exorcism club and the leader of the kendo club. As for the basketball club, he quit because he had 2 more jobs and had no time to participate in so many clubs. He joined the basketball club purely out of interest and joined the exorcism club and kendo club to increase his self-protection ability. When survival is in jeopardy, interest has to stand aside. After all, you can learn some basic exorcism skills in the exorcism club, and you can practice swordsmanship in the kendo club. And today happens to be the guidance match for the new members of the kendo club. The so-called guidance match is a competition in which the old members of the kendo club guide the new members. This is also a relatively important event in the club. Howren, who has missed several club activities because of his part-time job, naturally feels embarrassed to miss this important event again. Please tell the director that I will definitely go after school this afternoon. Okay, Fujiwara-senpai. After Howren's affirmative answer, the junior said goodbye and left. Just as Howren saw his junior off and was about to continue walking towards the teaching building, a commotion suddenly came from the school gate, not far from Howren. Beep! Look, what car is that? It's a luxury car, or an extended RV. Why is there such a luxury car parked at the gate of our school? Look, the car door is open and someone got out. It seems to be a female student. Oh my God, is this the daughter of a wealthy family? Why don't I remember there are any rich kids in our school? Is it a transfer student? Because of the noise, Howren subconsciously turned his head to look at the school gate. Then, he saw a luxury car parked at the school gate, and a very beautiful silver-haired girl got out of the luxury car. After seeing the appearance of the silver-haired girl, Howren was stunned for a moment. After a long time, he came back to his senses, but he lost his voice and said, "Isn't this the silver-haired sword wizard from the other day?" The person who got out of the luxury car was a beautiful girl with a great figure and a skin as white as snow. Her long silver hair was down to her waist, part of which was tied with a blue ribbon. Her eyes were as blue as the ice in the Arctic. Her silver hair was like a waterfall hanging down to her waist, and her eyes were as cold as a frozen spring on a snowy mountain. The girl exuded an ethereal and arrogant temperament. She was wearing a pure white long-sleeved coat. The color was very pure. Under the reflection of the sunlight, it was even more brilliant, like the ice and snow on the Tian Shan mountain. But under the reflection of her beautiful light, even the most brilliant things seemed dim and colorless. Seeing this familiar face and temperament, Howren's first reaction was, "Shit, isn't this the silver-haired sword wizard who can kill A-level demons with just a long sword and is so powerful? How could she appear in school?" While Howren was puzzled, there were bursts of exclamations from all around again. "Oh my God, what a beautiful girl! Is this a goddess? This must be a goddess descending to Earth. Ah, I'm in love, sorry. Sayuri, I have a new goddess. I'm in love too, sorry, Brother G. This should be the transfer student. Which transfer student? I heard that a transfer student will transfer to the 3rd grade today." The waves of discussions from all around made Howren frown slightly. Transfer student? 3rd grade? Could it be the Nakagawa-ko that Ito mentioned a few days ago? But doesn't Nakagawa-ko have black hair? How could it be this silver-haired girl? After thinking for a while, finally shook his head. Whether this sword wizard is really Nakagawa-ko or not, or whether it is really a transfer student, it has nothing to do with him, and he will not take the initiative to say hello. Just kidding. As a monster, facing such a powerful sword wizard, he can't even hide in time. How can he say hello? In short, Howren didn't want to have anything to do with this sword wizard. Besides, the other party was still in the 3rd grade, and he, a 2nd grader, didn't have much chance to communicate with him on weekdays, so it was fine. Thinking of this, Howren didn't care about the silver-haired girl who had attracted many students to watch at the school gate and went straight into the teaching building. As the class bell rang like Big Ben, Howren began a new week of study and officially turned on the academic master mode. Yes, Howren is actually a super academic master. Even in the public schools in the Tokyo metropolitan area, Hachioji High School, which can be ranked in the top few, his grades can still be ranked in the top 3 in the school. The top 3 here not only include the scores of the required Chinese, mathematics, and English, but also include various elective subjects, including the spirit subject. He can take the top 3 in every subject. Not only that, Howren is also proficient in many sports such as track and field, swimming, kendo, basketball, etc., and is also very good at cooking. In addition, he is kind, helpful, and has excellent character. Therefore, at Hachioji High School, Howren was given a special title, Hexagonal Warrior. That is to say, Howren has reached almost full standards in all aspects such as study, sports, and interpersonal relationships. Of course, perhaps it is precisely because Howren knows a little bit about everything and his energy is too scattered that he can only get the top 3 in each aspect, instead of the first. However, it is difficult for others to achieve such results. This is partly because Howren himself has some talent and is quite hardworking and serious. After all, before becoming a monster, Howren's ideal was to be admitted to the University of Tokyo and live a relatively wealthy life. On the other hand, after inheriting the blood of the 9-tailed fox demon, Howren found that his will became stronger, his memory was better, and it was easier to concentrate, and his learning efficiency was greatly improved. His physique also became better. The year before inheriting the blood of the fox demon, Howren just entered high school, and it was the time for him to grow up. Because of the blessing of the fox demon blood, he grew tall and strong. Even the little Howren below evolved from the original medium-sized sea dragon beast to a giant steel sea dragon beast. Not only did it become stronger and harder, but it could also release the ultimate wave cannon. With these blessings, Howren can get twice the result with half the effort no matter what he does. In addition, after becoming a monster, Howren felt that his strength was insufficient. Strength is not only reflected in physical strength, but also in knowledge. Sometimes, if you know more than the enemy, then you have a greater chance of winning. Howren, who understands this, deeply realizes the importance of learning. Therefore, after entering high school, his seriousness in studying is terrifying. He also likes this kind of swimming in the ocean of knowledge and experiencing the fulfillment and wonderful feeling of learning. Swimming in the ocean of knowledge, time always passes very fast. The morning seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. As the bell rang, the teacher walked out of the classroom, indicating that all the morning classes were over. During the lunch break, Howren did not go to the cafeteria to eat, but brought his own food. In the words of the Japanese, this is called a bento. At this time, most of the students went to the cafeteria or to the canteen. In short, there were not many students left in the classroom. Howren was also happy to be quiet. He took out the bento and prepared to open it and enjoy it slowly. "Hey, Fujiwara-kun." It was at this time that the quiet atmosphere was broken by someone. A soft female voice sounded, and Howren raised his head when he heard it. In front of his desk, a girl with short orange hair stood. This is a girl with fair skin and beautiful face with a quiet look. The girl wore glasses with red oval frames. She was not tall, probably only a little over 1.5 meters, but her figure was unusually well developed, with convex places and concave places, especially the 2 headlights in front of the car. At least they start with F. Such a big, well, a distinctive girl. Howren naturally recognized her at a glance. Ayase Rika, his classmate, is also a clerk in the exorcism department of Hachioji High School with him, and a student with partial excellence. Why is it said to be partial excellence? Because Ayase Rika, as her name suggests, is extremely good at science, good at all calculations, and good at the barrier study of the exorcism department. She can calculate the layout of various exorcism barriers in a very short time with her brain alone. But she is not good at liberal arts, or things that cannot be obtained through calculations, and has a serious bias in one subject. That's why she is said to be partially excellent. "What's wrong, Ayase-san? What's the matter?" Howren said. When Howren said this, he immediately attracted the attention of the remaining students in the class, especially the girls. It can only be said that Howren's voice is too contagious. The warm, soft, and magnetic voice, coupled with a sunny and handsome image, is simply a Prince Charming for adolescent girls. However, after hearing Howren's magnetic voice, Ayase Rika didn't seem to react. She handed over a test paper, expressionlessly, and placed it directly on Howren's desk, even blocking his lunchbox. I got a question wrong in the Chinese quiz last week. I couldn't quite understand what the teacher explained today. Howren, can you explain it to me again? After saying this in a flat tone, she took out a notebook from behind her back, and without waiting for Howren's response, she sat directly in the empty seat in front of him. This tone and attitude didn't sound like someone asking for help at all. Before Howren could say anything about the scene in front of him, some girls in the classroom had already started whispering. Woo, this Ayase is so cunning. She actually took the opportunity to get close to Fujiwara-kun under the excuse of asking him for help in solving a problem. I'm so envious. I also want Fujiwara-kun to help me solve problems. I have never been good at biology, especially human anatomy and genetics. I am not good at them. I really want Fujiwara-kun to help me solve what deoxyribonucleic acid is. Me too. I'm not very good at physics. I want to ask Hirohito-kun about levers, pulleys, and especially pistons, as well as friction and useful work. When levers and pistons move, is the friction strong and the power high? What are you envious of? This Ayase is a fool. Can't you see that? This is not the attitude to ask for help. It's just, how can you ask for help while others are eating? You even use the test paper to block other people's lunchboxes. This is too stupid. Because he is not good at anything other than calculation, Ayase, a science major, actually doesn't understand the ways of the world very well, and doesn't even know the right attitude when asking for help. Howren had some understanding of the strange temper of his classmate and club member. Therefore, he did not care, but just picked up the test paper and glanced at a wrong question circled in delicate words. This was a question for the Chinese language test. Ayase, who was good at science, would naturally not ask Howren about science questions. Whether from the perspective of a classmate, from the perspective of a member of the exorcism club, or from the perspective of his helpful personality in school. Howren had no reason to refuse others' help. In fact, this was not the first time that Ayase asked him for help in science. Because she didn't know much about the ways of the world, other people in the class didn't like to talk to her, so she could only ask Howren, a helpful classmate, for help. So, come on, I'll explain it to you. Howren took the notebook from her, pointed to the test paper, and began to explain, and from time to time he would write some knowledge points on the notebook. After a long explanation, Ayase finally understood, nodded, and put away the test paper and notebook. However, she did not leave. Do you have anything else to say? Howren couldn't help but ask. Yes, Ayase, who had no expression when she asked Howren to answer the wrong questions before, seemed a little embarrassed and nodded stiffly. What is it? Tell me. Recently, Yukari wants to play games with you again. Fujiwara-kun, can you take time to visit my store one day? Yukari. Yukari Ayase is the girl under 10 years old in the outrageous stories of women aged 7 to 50 that Howren encountered before. These stories are all true, including the 40-year-old Mrs. Takeuchi, who asked him if he wanted to work hard. There is also the 30-year-old young woman in the country who asked him to do farm work and plant rice in the paddy field. Yukari is the 7 or 8-year-old girl he met in the park, who often asked him to play house games. Because this park was right on his way home from school, he would pass by it every time. And every time he passed by, he would always see a little girl in the park, squatting on a pile of sand, playing with it alone. She didn't have any friends to play with, and she was always alone. Out of sympathy, Howren played house with this little girl once, and found out that her name was Yukari. Later, when Lee Kei came to pick up Yukari, he found out that she was Lee Kei's 7-year-old sister. But that's not all. After that, the little girl would wait for him in the park almost every day, wanting to play games with him. Howren, who had club activities and a part-time job, couldn't bear it, so he could only choose to go home late often or take a detour to avoid him. As a result, Yukari hasn't seen him for a long time. Yes, Fujiwara-kun, you know that Yukari has been without a mother since she was a child. She is introverted and can't make many friends. She hasn't seen you much recently, and she really wants to see you. Ayase Riko's family is a single-parent family. Not long after her mother gave birth to Yukari, she passed away, resulting in her being without a mother since she was a child. Howren knew all this very well, and knew that Yukari was indeed a pitiful child. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he nodded and agreed to Riko's request. Who made his original name? Really nice. Okay, can I go directly to your store without going to the park? No, because you don't go to that park anymore, and Yukari doesn't want to go there either, so just come to my store directly. Riko's family is a small store that sells exorcism spells and yin-yang magic paper. Because she has no mother, Riko works as a janitor in the store and is usually responsible for the bookkeeping work in the store. Okay, I'll find time to go. After Howren agreed, Lee Kei breathed a sigh of relief and did not disturb Howren to eat and turned to leave. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it had been a long time since school was over. The students in the school had either gone home or went to the club building or the playground to participate in club activities. The teaching building area was quiet. It was also in this quiet teaching building that a figure suddenly ran out at a certain moment. I read a book for a while and almost forgot about the new member training competition of the Kendo Club. It's already 4 o'clock. If I don't hurry up, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. The one who ran out of the teaching building was naturally Howren. After school, he remembered that the Kendo Club had another important club activity in the afternoon, the new member training competition. The so-called new member training competition refers to an exchange competition between new and old fencing members held by the Kendo Club after the club recruitment is completed at the beginning of school in April every year. The main purpose is to test whether the swords of the new members of the Kendo Club are strong and at the same time let the new members feel the hardness of the swords of the old members. There is even a propaganda slogan posted at the entrance of the Kendo Club's activity venue. The confrontation between the new sword and the old sword, the collision between the strong and the hard, the passionate competition, and the result of a big man. Come on, join the Kendo Club, fencing together, and wantonly sway your youth. Well, this slogan is very passionate. Speaking of it, Howren has been in the Kendo Club for a year. The purpose of joining the Kendo Club was to improve his strength and enhance his self-protection ability. After all, a year ago it was exactly when he became a monster. However, he did not start to contact Kendo after entering high school, but he started to learn it since he was a child. When he was young, he followed his grandfather's neighbor, a sloppy old man, to learn swordsmanship for a period of time at his grandfather's house in the countryside. That experience also became his initial introduction to Kendo, and he would take time to practice swordsmanship every year afterwards. His Kendo talent is not high, but he spends a lot of time practicing every year. As he gets older, Howren's swordsmanship becomes more and more proficient. Yes, it can't be said that he is very skilled, just proficient. To describe it in one sentence, nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Kendo was originally a very popular and worshipped traditional competitive weapon martial arts in the island country. Of course, because the ordinary world has extraordinary powers. The Kendo here is not just an ordinary martial art, but a martial art that can exercise spirits and can be used to deal with demons. In the island country, people call people who practice swordsmen or samurai. In ancient times, swords were regarded as the soul and spiritual symbol of samurai. Island warriors must wear swords all year round and never leave their swords. Therefore, among all the ancient martial arts, swordsmanship is one of the most popular martial arts techniques that samurai must master and spread. In modern times, for the police officers of the island country and the exorcists of the Taishi Bureau, Kendo is a compulsory course for them. The police school and the Taishi Bureau Armament Department both teach the special Metropolitan Police Department style Kendo. This is not all, to exaggerate a little. Even the homeless people who pick up rubbish in the island country are mostly good at swordsmanship. To practice Kendo, you need to pass the level of grade examinations, and you need to have a high degree of control over the arm strength and steps. And because it has a certain degree of aggressiveness, it is not listed as an Olympic event. But even so, the popularity of Kendo in the island society is also quite high, which was the case in Howren's previous life. In this ordinary world, Kendo has become one of the elective courses for most people in the island country. When the National Youth Kendo competition of the island country opens every year, there will be thousands of young men and women practicing swords on the spot. In the island country, almost most high schools and universities have Kendo clubs and Kendo clubs. Among them, the Kendo Club of Hachioji High School is a large club with a large number of people. Looking at all the national high schools in Tokyo, it can be ranked among the top few. Of course, the advertising and recruitment work of the Hachioji High School Kendo Club is indispensable. In addition to the passionate, full of big men poster posted at the entrance of the Kendo Club's dedicated venue, there are many other special posters. For example, the one in front of Howren. This poster shows a handsome man wearing a Kendo uniform, protective gear, and holding a bamboo sword. He is fully equipped, but he only takes off the head mask, revealing a handsome face and a mouthful of iconic shark teeth. There is also a slogan next to it: "Want to have a passionate fencing PK with Fujiwara Howren, the most sunny and handsome Kendo Club captain of Hachioji High School? Want to sweat with Fujiwara and embrace the youth of a real man? Then join the Kendo Club. Hachioji High School Kendo Club welcomes you to join." Yes, this is an advertisement using Howren's name. There is no way with his handsome appearance and good reputation in the school. Women would burst into tears at night and wake up in the morning to find their bed sheets wet. Men would cry and beg to join the kendo club and study fencing. Thanks to Howren's reputation, the kendo club recruited more than double the number of new members this year than in previous years, even though the number of members was limited. Alas, the director is using my poster for advertising again. Howren saw the rather flirtatious poster when he came to the kendo club's dedicated venue. He shook his head speechlessly and was about to go in when the door of the venue was suddenly opened from the inside. Then a figure rushed out quickly. If Howren hadn't reacted quickly and dodged to the side, he would have been hit. After the person rushed out, he saw Howren standing at the door of the venue and immediately shouted anxiously, Oh, Senior Fujiwara, you're finally here. I was just about to look for you. Something bad has happened." Hearing this familiar voice, Howren looked closely and found that the person who came was actually the Junior Ito, who helped him repair the demon-hunting ritual. This Junior Ito Makoto, since he helped him once at the beginning of the school year, he applied to join the kendo club. In his own words, to follow in the footsteps of Senior Fujiwara. "I want to fence with Senior." No matter what, Ito is now in the same club as him. "What happened, Ito-kun? Why are you so flustered?" Seeing Ito's flustered face, Howren asked in a deep voice, "Senior Fujiwara, it's terrible. Someone came to smash our kendo club." "Smashing the place? Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly, what's going on?" Ito's words made Howren slightly stunned, and he quickly asked. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. The so-called smashing the place, generally speaking, refers to other kendo masters coming to challenge. This kind of thing is quite common in dojos, but it happens in schools. Although it has happened in ordinary schools, Hachioji High School is different from ordinary high schools. The head of the kendo club of Hachioji High School this year, Kimura Yusuke, is the son of a famous swordsman in the island country. Although he is only 19 years old, he has a real kendo 5th dan, close to the strength of a 6th dan trainee. Looking at the entire island country's high school students, the 5th dan is the ceiling. In this parallel world, the island country, the level of kendo is slightly different from that of Howren's previous life. Although it is also divided into level and dan, and level comes before dan. But there are more levels, and swordsmen who only have levels but no dan refer specifically to ordinary swordsmen who have no spiritual power or very weak spiritual power, and also refer to more than 90% of the swordsmen who practice kendo in the island country. Because without the blessing of spiritual power, these ordinary swordsmen cannot cause effective damage to demons. They can only hurt the demons with some magic or spirit-enchanted cursed weapons. Of course, it is precisely because of the development of these cursed weapons that ordinary warriors on the human side are equipped with the power to kill demons, and the demons will eventually be defeated by humans. Compared with ordinary swordsmen, swordsmen with ranks are different. Ranks are the most intuitive strength division of swordsmen with extraordinary powers in this parallel world. This kind of ranked swordsman can also be compared with exorcists. Ranks are divided into initial rank, second rank, all the way to 10th rank, a total of 10 rank. Among them, those with the 6th rank qualification and good judgment ability are called trainers. Those with the 6th rank qualification of trainers and good guidance ability are called priests. And those with the 8th rank qualification of priests, high moral character, proficiency in sword theory, skilled skills, and over 55 years old are called fanshi. The ranks that can be obtained by passing the exam are only from the 1st rank to the 8th rank, and the strength corresponds to the 8 levels of exorcists in the National Exorcist Assessment. The 9th and 10th dan are basically all awarded to the 8th dan masters who have passed away and made outstanding contributions to kendo. Therefore, in this parallel world, the 5th dan of kendo is equivalent to the strength of a national 3rd-level exorcist. With such strength, he is almost invincible in the same age group across the entire island country. So generally speaking, no one would dare to mess up the kendo club of Hachioji High School. But now this blind person appeared. "No time to explain. Hurry up, Senior, let's go in first." Boom! As soon as Howren entered the door of the gym, he didn't have time to see what was happening inside, and he heard a roar. Then a figure flew out and flew straight towards the direction where he was at the door. "Fujiwara Senior, be careful." Howren reacted before Ito reminded him. He took a few steps to the right and avoided the flying figure. The figure hit the door with a bang and then rolled down weakly. "Ah, it's Senior Doma. Senior Doma, are you okay? I just went out for a while. How come Senior Doma lost so quickly?" Ito recognized the identity of the figure rolling on the ground and hurried forward to check. Senior Doma, whom Ito mentioned, is the deputy director of the kendo club of Hachioji High School, a 3rd-year student, and the 2nd-best master in the entire kendo club. The first one is naturally the director with a 5-dan strength, and the third one is Howren. After all, as a hexagonal warrior, Howren knows a little about everything and can barely get into the top 3. After Ito shouted like this, he also recognized the deputy director of the Kendo Club, and according to Ito, Doma also went up to deal with the challenger, but not long after, he was defeated. It seems that the person who came to mess up the place is very strong. This is the first thought that came to Howren's mind. When he raised his head and turned his gaze to the center of the venue, he saw a silver-haired girl in white clothes holding a bamboo sword standing in the wide Kendo competition field. Opposite the silver-haired girl stood a group of Kendo Club members, also holding bamboo swords, and the two sides seemed to be in a confrontation. This scene made Howren stunned. My goodness, isn't this the silver-haired sword wizard I saw this morning? Why is she the one who messed up the place? And she beat up Doma. What happened? Howren was thinking about this when several Kendo Club members came forward. Deputy Director, are you okay? Fujiwara-senpai, great, you're finally here. They came forward to help Doma up and check his injuries, and 2 of them came to Howren's side. What's going on? What happened? Howren pointed to the 2 parties in the confrontation and asked in a deep voice. Fujiwara-senpai, we were holding a training competition for new members, and this woman suddenly came uninvited, saying that she wanted to challenge Director Kimura. After listening to the explanations of the members, Howren finally understood what happened. This silver-haired girl is naturally the 3rd-year transfer student who transferred in today, Nakagawa, because her appearance and dress are seriously inconsistent with the description in the media. Although they have the same name and surname, the students in the school did not regard her as the famous genius sword wizard, but regarded her as an ordinary rich lady. It happened that she transferred to the class of Yoshida, a 3rd-year senior in the Kendo Club. Seeing that the transfer student is pretty, Yoshida took the initiative to approach her and asked attentively, "Do you need help?" The silver-haired sword wizard didn't intend to pay attention to him. But when men are chatting, they always like to brag about themselves. Look, the senior boasted that he is a member of the Kendo Club and how superb his swordsmanship is. He also boasted about the Kendo Club and said that the head of the club is a 5th-degree master, which instantly aroused the interest of the silver-haired sword wizard. After that, the scene in front of him happened, where he came to challenge with the Kendo exchange. And Nakagawa also easily defeated Doma, who was ranked 2nd in the Kendo Club. After the club members said this, Howren remembered that he seemed to have seen it on the news before. This Nakagawa seems to have a habit of looking for Kendo masters to spar with. In the island country, when a Kendo master reaches a certain level, it is difficult to improve through ordinary practice. In order to further improve, he needs to find people to spar with. There is nothing wrong with this. The real problem is that Howren originally wanted to avoid this sword wizard. But who knows, the more you fear something, the more it will come. Not only did the other party transfer to his school, but he also took the initiative to come to his door and ask for sparring. I hope she didn't notice me. Just when Howren was thinking this in his heart, a member of the Kendo Club suddenly spoke. Nakagawa, have you really thought about it and want to start Harata? He was responded by a cold and arrogant female voice. Since your minister is unwilling to leave the field, then you all come on together. I want to see if he will still leave the field after I knock you all down. Haradachi? After listening to the conversation in the field, Howren's heart was slightly moved. There is a training method in the island country's kendo called Haradachi, which is generally used by masters above the level of master. Masters at the level of master and master have long had no opponents in the dojo. Apart from basic training, there is no way to improve. So what should they do? For this reason, the kendo masters came up with a method which is to let their disciples besiege themselves, which is the so-called group battle, round-robin battle. The besieged master stands fixed in one position, which is called Haradachi, and his disciples attack from all directions. The kendo masters of the island country prefer this kind of round-robin battle. For example, the famous swordsman Kono Sansaburo in the parallel world island country in modern times once had a very famous Haradachi Kokoko. This Haradachi lasted all day and into the night, and except for the restroom and meal times, the battles were going on non-stop. In one's own dojo, Haradachi is at most a crazy training method. But if such a request is made in someone else's dojo, it would be a real contempt. The general meaning can be seen as, you are all noobs, come on together. The opponent had already defeated Doma, the second best player in their kendo club, and damaged the reputation of their kendo club. If this Haradachi succeeds, I'm afraid that their Hachioji High School Kendo Club will lose all its face. I'm afraid that many of the new members recruited this time will quit the club because of this. Thinking of this, Howren couldn't help but look up and looked around at the reactions of the Kendo Club members around him. This is too much of an underestimation of our Kendo Club. This woman is too arrogant. Since she said so, let's go together and show her that our Hachioji Kendo Club is not a soft persimmon. As expected, as soon as Nakagawa's words fell, a voice of indignation suddenly rang out in the field. Although the expected reaction appeared, Howren frowned instead, feeling something was wrong, because in his impression, the silver-haired sword wizard didn't seem to be like this. Although he had only met the silver-haired sword wizard once before, he asked himself if he would be right in judging people. The other party was obviously an extremely cold and arrogant character. The so-called cold and arrogant is not arrogant, and certainly not bullying the weak. It is the kind of snow lotus on the Tian Shan mountain, self-admiring and indifferent to the world. Such people generally don't care about the lives of others. Of course, it is naturally impossible for them to have the leisure to mock others and make such hateful actions. If it is not because of their own personality, then why would the sword wizard do this? After thinking for a while, Howren decided to go see the director first. Too strong. This woman is really too strong. She has already knocked down the 15th person. This silver-haired woman is too fierce. Yes, and every person was defeated by her sword. She never used a second move. It's too scary. She didn't seem to have consumed any physical strength. Not to mention breathing, even her movements were the same as before. Not at all messy. It's a bit bad. I'm afraid if this continues, her original establishment will really succeed. After witnessing the silver-haired sword wizard knocking the 15th person away, fear and panic quickly filled the entire Kendo Club gym. Senior Doma, there are already 15 people. What should we do? Why hasn't the director come out yet? A Kendo Club member who was watching the game on the sidelines anxiously asked the deputy director, Doma, who was sitting on the sidelines, to rest. Although Doma was defeated, he was not injured, only slightly scratched, because he was wearing protective gear and the opponent seemed to have reduced his strength. After being helped down by a group of juniors, Doma was sitting on the sidelines to rest. Listening to the questions of the juniors, Doma was speechless for a moment. To be honest, he didn't want the minister to come out. After fighting with this silver-haired woman, he knew very well that this woman had terrifying strength and was not in the same dimension as him. Even if the minister took action, he would probably be defeated. What's more, the minister was injured. But if the minister didn't come out, it would be equivalent to avoiding the battle. The minister avoided the battle, the opponent succeeded, and the entire Kendo Club was swept away. In addition, this incident was caused by Yoshida, a member of their own Kendo Club. In this way, their Hachioji High School Kendo Club might become the laughingstock of the entire Tokyo High School Kendo Circle. Not only that, the school might also have opinions. This can be said to be neither advancing nor retreating. What should we do? Just when Yoshida was worried, there was a burst of inspiring shouts from the members of the Kendo Club. Oh, the head, it's the head! The head is going to fight! Great, head! Yusuke, quickly teach this arrogant woman a lesson. Doma turned his head and saw that a tall man wearing traditional Kendo uniform, protective gear, and holding a bamboo sword had walked into the field. The traditional Kendo uniform is a Kendo robe for the upper body and a hakama for the lower body, which is usually made of indigo cotton. The Kendo protective gear is composed of 4 parts, which protect the 4 striking parts in Kendo practice from top to bottom: the top of the head, the forearm, the abdomen, and the throat. This tall man is fully equipped with all the equipment. This man is Yusuke Kimura, the head of the Kendo Club. All of you retreat, I will be her opponent. As Yusuke came on the field, he waved his hand domineeringly, and all the Kendo Club members who were fighting in a round-robin battle retreated. Then, he stood alone in the field, confronting Nakagawa. Unlike the tall and mighty Yusuke, who was fully equipped, the slender Nakagawa was only wearing casual clothes and holding a bamboo sword. Kendo competitions do not use real swords, but bamboo swords. However, Nakagawa defeated Tsuchima, the second-ranked Kendo Club, with just an ordinary bamboo sword and knocked down 15 Kendo Club members who were fighting in a round-robin battle. She didn't even bring any protective gear, because so far, no one had been able to get through her, let alone hurt her. It was also because of such a close confrontation that Yusuke suddenly regretted it. At this moment, he could feel a strong aura from Nakagawa. That was the aura that only Kendo masters had. The opponent would create a strong sense of oppression just by holding up the sword. Nakagawa's whole person seemed like a sharp sword that could be thrust out at any time, with amazing momentum. After feeling this momentum, he instantly understood that this Nakagawa was not an opponent of the same level as him. Not to mention that he was injured now. Even if he was not injured, he would not be able to survive 3 rounds at the hands of the opponent. After understanding this, Shunsuke's heart suddenly jumped. Is he hitting him with his head? Originally, Shunsuke had not come out for a long time because of his injury, and now he was still wrapped in bandages. If he had known this, he would not have come out. Regret, at this moment Shunsuke regretted it very much. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Miss Nakagawa, I've been waiting for a long time. Then, let's start." After that, Shunsuke performed a kendo salute somewhat stiffly, and then held the sword in one hand and took a very rough posture. Nakagawa Shigenryu on the other side did not reply, but frowned slightly when he saw that this was not a traditional kendo stance. The island country's kendo has developed for many years, and naturally derived many schools. There are Tomitaryu's Kodachi, Yagyu Shinkageryu's flowing steps, Itoryu's destructive power, Miyamoto Musashi's Nitenryu, and so on. Among them, Shigenryu is one of them. Shigenryu is one of the ancient sword schools in the island country. Because it was passed down in the Satsuma domain, it is often called Suma Shigenryu. This is a special sword school that has never existed in the history of the East and the West. The characteristics of Shigenryu are that it is open and closed, and it is unstoppable. If it is offensive, it has overwhelming power and speed. If it is blocked, it will knock down the opponent's weapon in one breath. It can also be regarded as a kind of swordsmanship that is unstoppable and rushes forward. Ms. Nakagawa has a good vision. Let me show you my sword skills. I hope you will teach me. Although Yusuke said this with his chest puffed out, he was actually showing weakness. What he meant was, I am asking you to teach me sword skills. Please show mercy and don't let me lose too badly. But because his posture looked like a warrior's pride, the people in the field didn't know. They thought their minister was pretending, being modest. So, as expected of Minister Kimura, he is so confident and yet so humble. Minister Kimura is the orthodox descendant of the Shikshin style, a genius swordsman. How could he lose to this woman? That's for sure. The Shikshin style is known as the strongest offensive swordsmanship that is indomitable, and Minister Kimura has mastered the Shikshin style's unique move, the Great Kasaya Slash, so he will definitely win. That's right, Minister Kimura. Use your Great Kasaya Slash to beat her up and make her kneel down and beg for mercy. It's rare for Kimura-kun to take action. This must be an extremely exciting, crushing game. We must enjoy it. Yeah, no wonder my girlfriend likes to go out and practice swordplay late at night recently. It turns out that she took her to see a kendo match of Senior Kimura before. Not to mention her, even I got wet after watching it, and fell in love with kendo. If I can see Senior Kimura's swordsmanship again today, I will definitely be diligent and hardworking, and stay up late every day to practice swordplay. Brother, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. Someone is carrying the burden for you. What do you mean? The gym, which was dead just now, became full of vitality because of Yusuke's words. Especially the member whose girlfriend ran out to practice sword in the middle of the night was very happy. However, after Yusuke heard the words of the members off the field, his face changed. Especially when he heard the words, beat her up and make her kneel down and beg for mercy, he was even more shocked. He secretly glanced at Nakagawa on the opposite side and found that the other party's face seemed to be a little colder, and his eyes were looking at him as if he was staring at a dead object. Cold sweat oozed from his back and forehead. At this moment, Yusuke's cold heart suddenly had an idea. Is it too late for me to write a suicide note now? The atmosphere inside and outside the kendo club was also full of joy, but when Yusuke's heart was crying, Hauren, who had just come out of the lounge, happened to see this scene. How could these idiots tell others all the minister's unique skills so easily? Originally, Hauren went to the lounge to meet Minister Kimura Yusuke, and found that the minister, who was injured for some reason, was changing his protective gear and preparing to fight. The reason why he didn't fight before was also because of his injury. Yusuke left without saying a word to him. Hauren thought about it and thought, no, it's not right. The minister will definitely lose if he goes. Who is Nakagawa? He is a terrifying existence that can kill A-level demons. Once the minister loses, their kendo club will be finished. Now, he doesn't know why this sword wizard challenged the kendo club, but he has a hunch that it won't be a good thing. In short, this situation must be stopped at all costs. It goes without saying that the minister will definitely lose. The problem is, what should I do after the minister loses? Should I do it myself? All the way out of the lounge, Hauren was also thinking about how to solve the current problem. Hauren, who was familiar with all kinds of cool articles in China in his previous life, had a strong sense of déjà vu about the scene in front of him. According to the normal routine in the Shuangwen novel, the next plot development should be that the cannon fodder minister is easily defeated by the villain sword wizard, and then he is abused in various ways, and even the members of the kendo club are ruthlessly ridiculed in various ways. When the atmosphere in the gym is suppressed to the extreme, and the minister and the members are bullied to the extreme, he will draw his sword in anger. In this way, once he defeats the opponent, not only can he restore the reputation of the Kendo Club, but the mentality of the members of the Kendo Club will also take a 180-degree turn. And for Howren, if it is not a competition of real strength but simply defeating the sword wizard with swordsmanship, it is not impossible to use a little bit of the trump card library. Is this very cool? It is cool, but the problem also comes. After the competition is over, the sword wizard he defeated may keep staring at. It is very likely that he will find out that he is a monster and then eliminate him. Even if the sword wizard does not target him, once the news of his defeating the genius sword wizard who can kill A-level monsters is spread, it will inevitably attract the attention of many people. If he attracts the attention of someone with ulterior motives, his identity as a monster may not be hidden anymore. Therefore, this normal routine was not feasible from the beginning. So, if the normal routine does not work, what should he do? While thinking, Howren subconsciously glanced at the field and found that the minister's body suddenly trembled slightly, whether because of his high fighting spirit or excitement. In addition, he accidentally discovered that a white bandage was exposed at the bottom of the minister's kendo uniform. It was the bandage that the minister had tied when he was injured before. Wait, injured? Injured. Injured. There it is. In the field, seeing that the two were ready, the referee was about to shout, "Start!" A voice like thunder in the sky sounded first. Wait, this competition is unfair. Then, Howren quickly walked into the field and stood between the two. Is this Fujiwara-senpai? How come Fujiwara-senpai is on the field too? What's going on? What is Fujiwara-senpai going to do? What's unfair? What does Fujiwara-senpai mean? Ignoring the various speculations and whispers from the crowd, Howren first turned his gaze to Nakagawa Shige, and with a twitch of his mouth, he revealed a gentle smile and said, "Miss Miko, we meet again. It's you." Facing Howren, who suddenly appeared on the field, Nakagawa Shige's cold and pretty face still had no expression. She just took a quick look and quickly recognized his identity. "Yes, it's me, Miss Miko. Thank you for saving my life. Please allow me to thank you again." After saying that, without waiting for Nakagawa's reply, Howren changed the subject and continued, "Miss Miko, please allow me to explain one thing. Our leader is injured at the moment. He is competing with an injury, so this competition is not fair." As he spoke, Howren came to Yusuke's side and tore open his kendo uniform when he shouted in surprise, "Fujiwara-kun, what are you doing?" revealing the bandages underneath. Howren's words caused the kendo club members in the audience to explode. "What? The leader is injured? What's going on? Look at those bandages? It seems real. If the leader is really fighting with an injury, this is indeed a bit unfair." Nakagawa, who was on the opposite side, was not as surprised as the kendo club members below after seeing these bandages and smelling the medicinal smell coming from them. She didn't even frown. Her cold face was like an iceberg that had never changed, unaffected by any external factors. She said expressionlessly, "Injured? Even if I am injured, I will not stop. Don't you have other masters in your kendo club? Replace them." At this point, Nakagawa paused for a moment, and a faint light flashed in his eyes that was difficult for outsiders to detect. He said again, "Or, do you want to replace him?" Oh. Fujiwara-kun, you are really good to me." As soon as Nakagawa finished speaking, Yusuke, who had long regretted it, showed a hint of joy on his face, but because of the face protector, it was not discovered. "I will replace the director?" No. Even Senior Doma is not a match for Miss Miko, so I am not either." Howren did not notice the faint light in Nakagawa-shi's eyes, nor did he notice Yusuke's joy hidden by the protective gear. He shook his head and denied the idea of playing for the minister, which froze Yusuke's smile. Then, he changed the subject and said, "However, our minister is injured and in poor condition. This is indeed unfair. Therefore, I have a fair proposal." At this point, Howren deliberately paused and waited for Nakagawa's reply. "Go ahead." Nakagawa only had a cold and concise reply. "How about this? The minister and I will fight Miss Nakagawa together. This can also make up for the disadvantage of the minister's injury. What do you think? 2 people? 2 to 1? After hearing Howren's words, not only did the crowd and Yusuke look confused, but even Nakagawa's iceberg face, which had never changed for thousands of years, showed a rare look of surprise. When everyone was puzzled, a question popped up in their hearts. What kind of routine is this? In the end, Nakagawa agreed to Howren's request for a 2-on-1. Since they were ready to go on the field, Howren naturally had to change into his kendo uniform and protective gear before they could start the competition. It was also when Howren was changing his equipment that he was pulled aside by Yusuke and asked, "Hey Fujiwara, what are you doing? What 2-on-1? Boss, you are injured? This is fair. Don't worry, we two will fight together. Even if we lose, it won't be too ugly." Howren didn't explain, just smiled. But this is the truth. Although 2-on-1 is a bit ugly, facing a swordsman with a higher rank than himself, the opponent even brought up Yuan Li. So what is 2-on-1? What's more, Yusuke, as the head of the gym, was injured himself, and the opponent still refused to give up, so it was reasonable to do so. It's really nonsense. Forget it, since the other party has agreed. I can't say much, Fujiwara. You should be careful. Understood, boss. Perhaps he agreed with Howren's statement, and in the end Yusuke didn't say much. After the two finished their discussion, Howren also changed into his kendo uniform and protective gear, holding a bamboo sword, and slowly came to the field. Okay, the next step is the key point. Before the competition started, Howren calmed down and communicated with the killing stone in his mind. Stone, check the information of Nakagawa. As soon as this idea came into his mind, the killing stone reacted instantly. I saw that on the mysterious stone in my mind, the last two lightning-shaped paper pendants, tied to the straw-woven rope knot, suddenly swayed without wind. One of the paper pendants suddenly emitted a green flame without any warning and ignited spontaneously. But in an instant, the paper pendant was burned into black ash and dissipated. At the same time, Howren's mind suddenly had a paragraph of text woven with green flames. Alas, there is only one paper pendant left. It seems that I have to think about how to increase the number of paper pendants. Without rushing to check the content of the text, Howren stared at the only remaining paper pendant on the killer stone and sighed. The paper pendants on the killing stone are important props for activating the various functions of the killing stone. For example, if Howren wants to deduce a skill or learn a new sorcery, he needs to consume a piece of paper pendant. Checking the status is also one of the functions of the killing stone, but there is a difference between checking your own status and checking the status of others. You do not need to consume the paper pendants tied to the killing stone to check your own status, but you do need to consume them to check the status of others. When I first got the killing stone a year ago, there were more than 10 pieces of paper pendants on the stone. However, due to the continuous use of the functions of the killing stone over the past year, the number of paper pendants on the stone has dropped sharply, and now there is only one left. If I don't find a way to increase the number, I won't be able to use the functions of the killing stone in the future. But for now, let's solve the problem of the silver-haired sword wizard first. Thinking of this, Howren began to check the text that appeared in his mind. Name, Nakagawa Shi. Gender, female, race, human. God of war. Uesugi Kenshin bloodline. Spiritual power, A+. Kendo, peak of the 6th stage. Mastered swordsmanship, Shinkaguryu swordsmanship, Shinryu swordsmanship, including sword drawing technique. Sorian 8 positions, middle stage 14 positions, lower stage 2 consecutive slashes, Tengu Sho 8 books, Spheak books, secret living sword, secret no sword taking, secret demon fading sword, mastered witchcraft, all attack witchcraft below level A of the Miko organ, all defense witchcraft below level A of the Miko organ, all auxiliary witchcraft below level A of the Miko organ, including soul stealing curse, soul scattering curse, word spirit binding, word spirit weakness. Looking at the introduction of Nakagawa Shi in his mind, Howren was dumbfounded, let alone the spiritual power A+, peak of the 6th stage of Kendo, this terrifying strength. Just look at the large number of skill introductions at the back. If put in an online game, it would be like a big boss. Are they challenging the boss? It's really tricky. While feeling the difficulty, Howren felt a little relieved. With such strength, it was fortunate that he did not rashly replace Yusuke to fight alone. Otherwise, even if he could defeat the opponent, he would lose a lot of trump cards, and he might even be forced to use his demonic power by the opponent. At that time, the consequences would be serious. Thinking of this, Howren came to Yusuke's side and reminded him in a low voice. Minister, be careful. Nakagawa is good at Shinkaguryu and Shintoryu swordsmanship. Shinkaguryu, also known as Yagyu Shinkaguryu, was founded by Uezumi Nobutsuna, and Yagyu Muneyasu, a disciple of Uezumi Nobutsuna, carried forward the Shinkaguryu swordsmanship. Shintoryu is an ancient swordsmanship school of the island country, a derivative school of Tenshin Shinden Katori Shintoryu, and its founder is Tsukahara Bokuden. Although these two schools are different, they have a similar feature, that is, the pursuit of pure one-hit kill and one-move victory or defeat swordsmanship. It can be said that if you don't draw your sword, it's fine. Once you draw your sword, the opponent will definitely lose. This can be seen from the fact that Nakagawa always defeated his opponent with one sword and never drew his second sword. Of course, although this sword technique is strong, it also has a significant disadvantage. That is, the opponent's first sword must be extremely powerful and difficult to defend. But as long as you block the opponent's first sword, it will be much easier to deal with the next one. It's a bit like 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. In other words, the key is to defend against the opponent's first sword. Shinkaguryu and Shintoryu? Yes, Minister, the opponent's first blow is a sure kill. Be careful. After a few internal exchanges with the referee's command, the competition officially began. Hauren and Yusuke held bamboo swords, one on the left and one on the right, and stood opposite Nakagawa. They did not take the initiative, but confronted Nakagawa. In a kendo competition, if you don't try to attack and attack directly, it is easy to have flaws and lose the initiative and be counterattacked by the opponent. Kendo competition is actually a very profound subject. In addition to the timing of attack, the grip of the sword, body posture, fighting body method, body distance, fighting skills, the unity of chi, sword and body, the 3-kill method, momentum, breathing, etc., are all factors that affect the outcome. Yusuke took the upper section holding the sword, which is a strong attack posture, which can use stabbing, slashing, and other attack methods to hit the opponent faster. Hauren took the middle section holding the sword, which sacrificed some of the strong attack power, but enhanced the defense and could respond to the opponent's changes more flexibly. From the two people's sword-holding postures, outsiders can see the kendo style and personality of the two. Hauren is conservative, which is obviously related to his own kendo style and cautious personality. Yusuke is a strong attack type. The kendo display flow he practices is itself a strong attack swordsmanship. When facing two powerful swordsmen, Nakagawa Shige still did not make any posture. She held the bamboo sword in her hand with the tip of the sword pointing to the ground, and it seemed that she had no aggression at all. However, a torrent of energy poured out of her body, emitting a momentum of silence, sweeping towards Hauren and the others like a wave. As time went by, this momentum continued to grow. In the end, because of this increasingly powerful momentum, Yusuke was the first to be unable to bear it and prepared to take the initiative. He slowly moved his feet and closed the distance between himself and Nakagawa. But Nakagawa still did not react at all, as if he was unmoved by Yusuke's approach. After closing the distance, Yusuke moved his left knee to his right heel, raised his sword horizontally, and bent his right elbow inward. After keeping this posture silent for a second, the next moment, he quickly made a move, raised the sword above his right shoulder, and at the same time moved his left hand to hold the handle of the sword, stepped out with his right foot, and instantly swung the bamboo sword violently to the lower left and chopped it down diagonally. Kasaya slash. However, at the moment when he chopped down the bamboo sword, a bamboo sword suddenly pierced diagonally from his side. This is Hauren's bamboo sword. As if to coordinate with his attack, Hauren also started to attack synchronously. But, where is this kid stabbing? Didn't he see that I was chopping down? The next second, Xiangji's face suddenly changed because he found that the bamboo sword seemed to want to pierce through his lower arm and pierce the right lower abdomen of Chuanjun. But because of his chopping action, his arm would inevitably sink, and at this time, from the angle of the bamboo sword, it would just collide with his sinking arm, causing accidental injury. In a 2-on-2 kendo duel, when the difference in strength between the two sides is not particularly large, body movements, timing, swordsmanship, etc. are secondary, and the most important thing is to pay attention to coordination. If the coordination is good, the weak can defeat the strong, and if the coordination is not good, the strong side will also overturn. Xiangji and Hauren have almost never participated in a two-person duel together, and they have never even trained. On the one hand, the duels in the kendo club are usually between members who are not proficient in swordsmanship. For masters like Yusuke and Hauren in the club, there is no training opponent who matches them in the club. On the other hand, there is no duel in the regular competition of the National College Kendo competition, so Yusuke has never taken it seriously. This directly led to the fact that this was the first time for the two to cooperate with each other, and they were not familiar with each other. If the opponent was two people, it would be better, and they could restrain one of them. But now the opponent is one person. If they attack together, if there is no cooperation, they will be disturbed by teammates. Fortunately, Yusuke, as a master of kendo, naturally reacts quickly. The moment he noticed something wrong, he hurriedly turned his arm, drew his sword in the opposite direction, and dodged Hauren's stab. Snap! Just when Yusuke avoided Hauren's attack and felt a little angry, there was a sound of bamboo swords clashing from above. Yusuke looked up, but found that Nakagawa's bamboo sword had been hanging in front of his chest without knowing when. As luck would have it, his bamboo sword just happened to block Nakagawa-ko's bamboo sword. It seemed that he blocked Nakagawa-ko's attack. Although it was a bit strenuous, and it was obvious that the opponent had the upper hand in terms of strength, he managed to block it with the strength of a 5th-grade swordsman and his swordsmanship, which was a large-scale swordsmanship. Xiangji was surprised, but he also reacted quickly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead again. You know, when he attacked before, Nakagawa-ko didn't make any moves until he swung his sword. However, in the blink of an eye, her sword appeared in front of his chest, and his naked eyes didn't catch the opponent's sword-drawing action. I didn't expect Nakagawa Ko's sword-drawing speed to be so fast. Could it be that this is the legendary sword-drawing technique Ii Slash? But fortunately, if he hadn't suddenly changed his moves to avoid Howren's stab, he would have been hit in the chest by Nakagawa Ko. With the powerful strength of the opponent's sixth-stage swordsman, his fate would not be much better than that of Doma, who was knocked away before. What a close call. Is it a coincidence? Or, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he suddenly felt the strength in his hand lighten. It seems that Nakagawa Shi has withdrawn her sword and withdrawn her strength, and the reason why she withdrew her sword is because, when he blocked Nakagawa Shi's attack, Howren's bamboo sword passed smoothly under his arm. Because he changed his moves in the middle and raised his arm, Howren's bamboo sword, which was no longer blocked in front, stabbed straight at Nakagawa Shi's lower abdomen. Nakagawa Shi's withdrawal of the sword was naturally to return the sword to resist Howren's attack. Snap! There were two more sounds of bamboo swords clashing. Nakagawa Shi's bamboo sword was launched later but arrived first. After withdrawing the first sword, he quickly returned to defense, first swung the sword to block Howren's stab, and then turned defense into offense, and quickly slashed the second sword at Howren's shoulder. 2 consecutive cuts in the lower stage. In swordsmanship of continuous slashing, the interval between 2 strikes is usually very short. Fortunately, the speed of continuous slashing is not as abnormal as that of sword drawing. Howren very reluctantly crossed the bamboo sword and blocked the continuous slashing of Nakagawa Shi. Although he barely blocked it, the powerful force of the 6th stage swordsman was still transmitted to Howren through the blade of the bamboo sword. He stepped back several steps in succession, and finally his right leg softened, and he half knelt on one leg on the ground, and only then was he very reluctantly able to remove the force. Well, very reluctantly. He looked so embarrassed. This scene, which happened in a flash, instantly made Yusuke dispel the words after, still, in his mind. In Yusuke's opinion, he was lucky to block the first strike of Nakagawa Shi, while Howren's attack failed and was counterattacked by the powerful sword wizard. It was good enough that he could block it, but to outsiders, it was another scene. Oh, as expected of the minister, he easily blocked the silver-haired girl's first sword. Before, even the deputy minister and his men couldn't withstand a single blow from the opponent because the opponent's sword was too fast. I didn't expect the minister to be able to predict the opponent's sword, change his tactics temporarily, and block it in advance. The minister is indeed strong. That's for sure. The minister is a 5th-level swordsman. Not only is he powerful, but he is also very experienced. The opponent is just playing some tricks. But in comparison, Senior Fujiwara is a little weak. He took advantage of the opponent's attack on the minister to attack. Not only did he fail to hurt the opponent, but he was also repelled by the silver-haired girl's sword and knelt on one knee on the ground. Yes, although Senior Fujiwara is strong, he is still a little young and inexperienced. He is definitely not comparable to the minister. Obviously, in the eyes of the onlookers, it became that Xiongji predicted in advance and easily blocked the opponent's most powerful first knife. Howren had a great opportunity to attack, but he didn't grasp it and was repelled by the opponent and knelt on one knee. Comparing the two, it is clear who is the main force in this battle. Listening to the whispers of the crowd off the court, Howren was not angry at all, but laughed happily. Because of the protective gear, this smile was not discovered by anyone. In fact, this is exactly what Howren expected. Predicting the attack is the effect of an S-level yin-yang technique, Heavenly Eye. Of course, it is not that Howren has learned the S-level yin-yang technique, but that he temporarily upgraded the original spiritual vision many times and temporarily turned it into Heavenly Eye. As for how to upgrade, that is naturally one of the trump cards. In a simple competition of kendo, with the help of his Heavenly Eye, it is not impossible for Xiongji, who has the strength of the 5th stage, to defeat the sword wizard of the 6th stage. In this way, today's result will be: the head of the kendo club went to the battle with an injury, and with a junior who was holding him back, he defeated the 6th dan sword wizard of the Miko agency. Therefore, the best tool for today's competition? Well, the protagonist is not him. Head of Yusuke is the real protagonist. Snap! The winners are Kimura Yusuke and Fujiwara Hirohito. Looking at the bamboo sword that fell to the ground after being knocked away, Nakagawa Shiki's cold and pretty face showed a rare dull look. She actually lost. Although she was fighting 1 against 2, she actually lost to a 5th dan swordsman who was weaker than her, and a swordsman who was not even a 5th dan. This 5th dan swordsman was obviously much weaker than her, but he was able to defend most of her attacks. Even if there were a few that could not be defended, because of the interference of another person, she could not succeed in each attack. In the end, because of the long-term attack, she became increasingly anxious and accidentally revealed a flaw, which was keenly seized by the opponent and knocked down the bamboo sword. "Miss Nakagawa, do you have any other advice?" The high-spirited Xiongji stood in front of Nakagawa with the cheers of the people in the gym as a winner. What else could Nakagawa say? Not only did she lose the competition, but she also failed to achieve the purpose of this trip. She looked at the tall head of the kendo club with cold eyes. She also glanced at Haoren, who was slumped on the ground and seemed to have lost his strength. In the end, she could only snort coldly and left. After Nakagawa left in failure, the cheers in the gym became louder. Every member of the club was shouting words like, "The head is so strong," and "The head is invincible." They gathered around Xiongji, lifted his body and threw it high into the sky. The whole gym was filled with the joy of victory, and Xiongji was treated like a protagonist. It was also in this joyful atmosphere that Haoren, who was slumped on the ground, was the only one in the gym without any joy on his face. He had clearly defeated the sword wizard by making good use of the tool man, Koff, to assist the head. In this way, he not only resolved the crisis of the kendo club, but also had Minister Yusuke to protect him from the wind and rain, so he could continue to hide himself. It can be said that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But he was not happy at all, but instead felt a little worried. Because, through the previous fight, he discovered a terrible thing. The other party seemed to be coming for him. "Miss, have you verified it?" In a luxury car parked at the gate of Hachioji High School, the maid Maoyue asked Nakagawa-shi who had returned to the car. However, Nakagawa-shi did not give any reply. Maoyue knew that something was wrong when she saw her mistress's frighteningly cold face, and she tactfully did not ask any more questions. The luxury car fell into a kind of depressing silence for a while. Nakagawa-shi closed her eyes and tried to relieve the stuffiness in her chest. She had never been as depressed as today. Since she had drawn up the plan to hunt the Demon King last weekend, she began to make various preparations. First of all, if she wanted to carry out such a big move in Shinjuku District, Tokyo, she would definitely not be able to do it without informing the 3 major exorcism agencies. So after she contacted the goddess of the barrier, Takeuchi Hori, she returned to the headquarters of the Miko agency that night to report, and the next morning she communicated with the Onmyoji and Taishi Buro in advance. In addition to communicating with the 3 major exorcism agencies, she also needed to make some other preparations. Since it was a hunt for Demon Kings, it was natural to set a trap and set a bait so that the Demon Kings would fall into the trap. And this bait was naturally Yukihime. As long as Yukihime's whereabouts were exposed, the Demon Kings would definitely flock to her and fall into her trap, one by one. However, Yukihime was not so easy to find. The Demon Kings of the Nine-Tailed family searched for a year and could not find her whereabouts. Even if she came, using conventional means, she might not be able to find Yukihime in a short time. But this was just conventional means. What if unconventional means were used? For example, what could lure out Yukihime? That night, she not only got information about Tamamonomae's legacy from the slit-mouthed woman, but also got 2 other interesting pieces of information. One of them was that Tamamonomae had a successor, and this successor was a human. This information was only known by a very small number of Demon Kings of the Nine-Tailed line who were loyal to Tamamonomae, and the slit-mouthed woman happened to be a subordinate of a certain loyal Demon King. The other was that the whereabouts of Yukihime could be found through the personal relics left by Tamamonomae before his death, the Sanshang Fox Mask and the Yin-Yang Fan. This was also information known to all the Demon Kings of the Nine-Tailed line. Because Yukihime had released the news shortly after Tamamonomae's death that if you want to see her, you must bring Tamamonomae's Sanshang Fox Mask and Yin-Yang Fan, and she will show up. According to the analysis of the loyal Demon King, it is very likely that Yukihime wanted to find this successor, so she did this. Therefore, whether it was the loyal Demon King who knew that Tamamonomae had a successor, or the Demon Kings who did not know and simply coveted Tamamonomae's legacy, they all began to actively look for the whereabouts of the Sanshang Fox Mask and the Yin-Yang Fan. But because there was no clue, a year had passed and no demon could find Tamamonomae's personal relics. However, there are exceptions to everything. The demons had no clues, but there was one person among humans who knew. A Yin-Yang master from the Yin-Yang Rio had witnessed these 2 demon treasures in the hands of a fox demon a year ago. In fact, this was the Yin-Yang master that Hao Ren encountered after he obtained the blood of the nine-tailed fox because he failed to learn how to hide his demon appearance in the first few days. Mentioned in the previous article. In the end, he relied on Tamamonomae's 2 relics to successfully escape from the Yin-Yang master. Because the other party was a fox demon, it was very likely that he was Tamamonomae's subordinate. It was not strange that Tamamonomae's subordinates held her demon treasures. Therefore, This information did not attract the attention of the three major exorcism agencies at the time. It was just recorded as an ordinary case of failed exorcism and finally forgotten in a corner. However, now it has been dug up again by the thoughtful Nakagawa Shi, and the information about the fox demon described by the yin-yang master has been confirmed. The case happened in Hachioji town a year ago. The fox demon was very young, at most in her teens, and looked less than 20 years old. She was tall, handsome, and knew some kendo. With these characteristic information, Nakagawa quickly conducted a systematic investigation of boys aged 14 to 20 in the entire Hachioji town through the intelligence network of the Shrine Maiden Agency. In the information age, as long as big data is used, the desired information can be found quickly. After investigation, she finally locked the suspect on 6 people. One of them happened to be in the school where she transferred. He was a sophomore named Fujiwara Hirohito, and he was also the boy she rescued that night. Because they were just similar and suspicious, she couldn't use the power of the Shrine Maiden Agency to arrest people directly. Coincidentally, on the first day of her transfer, a member of the Kendo Club spoke rudely to her. So using this excuse, she came to the Kendo Club of Hachioji High School specifically, wanting to verify whether the other party was a monster through a Kendo competition. She has a move called the Demon Removing Sword, which can be used in the competition. Once this sword is used, all the demon's disguises will be completely removed. However, the result is, although the opponent went to the battle, the goal was not achieved and the competition was lost. Thinking of this, Nakagawa sighed and forced the depression in her chest to suppress it. After thinking for a moment, she quickly made a decision and turned to the maid beside her and said, "Drive." "Okay, miss, are we going home?" "No, to the Taishi Bureau." Nakagawa's answer made Maoyue slightly stunned, and a question popped up in her mind. "Didn't we go to the Taishi Bureau this morning? Why go again?" Although she was confused, she didn't dare to ask because her young lady was in a bad mood, so she could only tell the driver to drive. A moment later, as the driver started the car, the luxury car slowly drove towards the direction of the Taishi Bureau. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Chinese restaurant where Howren worked part-time. "Waiter, bring me another glass of draft beer." "Waiter, bring me another glass of draft beer." "Oh, here it comes." Howren, who was sitting at a small table in the store, frowning and thinking about the sword wizard, was suddenly awakened by a customer. He hurriedly got a glass of beer from the kitchen and handed it to the customer. "Howren, what's wrong? You don't look energetic today? Did you encounter any trouble?" Takuchi Hori, who was sitting in front of the cashier, glanced at Howren, who was obviously absent-minded, and asked, "It's okay, manager. I just participated in the club activities of the Kendo Club today, and I'm a little tired." Howren naturally didn't explain the matter about the sword wizard to manager Takuchi. After all, he was just an ordinary person. "Are you a little tired? Then go back and rest early. I will pay you the part-time job money today according to the normal working hours." Takuchi Hori rarely restrained her usual teasing attitude towards Howren and said with a hint of concern, "Oh, okay." Howren was slightly stunned and nodded quickly. If he was really targeted by the sword wizard, he couldn't think of any good way to deal with it by himself. It would be better to brainstorm, go home early, and discuss countermeasures with Himuri. Howren was still somewhat grateful to this widowed female store manager. It was fine that she didn't assign him much work, but she often took care of him and let him go home early when he was not feeling well. Out of gratitude, Howren bowed slightly and thanked him. "Thank you, store manager." Seeing Howren thanking so politely, Hori, who was quite serious just now, suddenly returned to her usual posture, twisting her waist, stepping on wooden clogs, and quickly came to Howren, patted him on the face, and said with a sweet smile, Hey, kid, why are you still so formal? If you really want to thank me, when you are not tired one day, don't leave at night and have a few drinks with me." Howren's old face turned red, and he quickly dodged the white and tender hand stretched out by the store manager Takuchi, and stepped aside without answering. If it were any other time, he would have refuted and refused with righteous words. But, as the saying goes, a man who takes favors from others will be grateful, and a man who eats favors will be soft-hearted. Manager Takuchi asked him to leave work early and still calculated his wages. He was too embarrassed to refute and could only sigh in his heart. A mature woman is indeed a mature woman. Only experienced women can give you a sweet date and then flirt with you openly, making you embarrassed to refuse. If he really falls into this trap one day, I'm afraid that Mrs. Takuchi will. What is that called? I drive a truck in Tokyo? Shaking his head, Howren got rid of the strange idea that suddenly popped up in his mind and went back to the restroom to change his clothes in the store. After changing his clothes, Howren came to the cashier and was about to say goodbye to manager Takuchi, but he suddenly remembered something. By the way, manager, I have something to do this weekend and can't come over, so I want to take a leave. He was supposed to work this weekend, but because he and Himari had agreed to go look for Yukihime, he naturally had to take a leave. Take a leave? What do you have to do this weekend? I plan to go to Shinjuku to meet an old friend. Howren explained half-truthfully. What? You're going to Shinjuku this weekend? Howren thought that Manager Takuchi was just asking casually, but after hearing his answer, the manager exclaimed. Yes, is there any problem with that, manager? Oh, it's okay. I'm just a little surprised to hear that you're going on a long trip. Hori realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly put her hand on her forehead to cover up her loss of composure. Fortunately, Howren was only slightly confused for a while and didn't think much about it. He said goodbye directly. Well, manager, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait. However, before he finished his farewell words, he was stopped by Hori. Manager, is there anything else? Well, you'd better not go to Shinjuku on the weekend. At this moment, Hori didn't know what words to use to describe her mood. This kid is actually going to Shinjuku on the weekend? What a joke! On the weekend, Shinjuku will be covered by her large barrier, and many demon kings will break into it. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Although the 3 major exorcism agencies will notify local residents to try not to go out on weekends, and her barrier will also protect the people in the building, it is also very dangerous. This kid is still stupidly running to a dangerous place. Isn't this looking for death? Looking at Howren with doubts on his face, Takuchi Hori quickly turned her brain, trying to think of what excuse to use to dispel Howren's idea. It would definitely not work to say it directly, which would expose her identity as the goddess of the barrier, so she could only think of other reasons. Oh, that's right. Recently, a very dangerous monster named Snow Princess has appeared in Shinjuku. You can't go there. It's dangerous. After hearing what Hori said, Howren's heart moved slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked again with doubts. Snow Princess? What kind of monster is that? Is it dangerous? Snow Princess is actually a snow woman, a Class A monster that is good at making ice and snow. She usually lives in the mountains. She is similar to humans, but has snow-white skin and stunningly beautiful appearance. They like to lead men into the snow mountains and freeze them, and take away their souls for use. They are very dangerous monsters. Snow Princess is a snow woman? I know snow women, but don't snow women usually live in the mountains? Why did she appear in the city? How did you know, store manager? Snow Princess is a snow woman. Howren had heard about this from Himari a long time ago. But because Manager Takuchi suddenly mentioned the information about Snow Princess, he naturally wanted to ask for clarification. At least he wanted to know why Manager Takuchi knew about Snow Princess. Why do you have so many questions? Do you have 100,000 whys? Being asked so many questions by Howren, Sui Lee almost had a black line on her head, but in order to dispel his idea, Sui Lee still patiently answered. I have a friend in the Shrine Maiden Agency, and she told me that this is the internal information of the Exorcism Agency. Don't spread it everywhere. As for why the Snow Princess appeared in the city, it is because the Snow Princess is born with a cold temperament, which makes them lack emotions. Some Snow Princesses will choose to integrate into the city and find and experience human emotions to make up for their lack of emotions. This Snow Princess is stranded in the city, mostly to find emotions. At this point, Sui Lee paused for a while, with a hint of warning. Let's not talk about these, for now. Anyway, you must not go to Shinjuku District on weekends. It's very dangerous. Okay, go back quickly. Find emotions. After being sent away by the store manager, Howren kept thinking about what she said on the way home. The store manager meant well by telling me not to go to Shinjuku, but she didn't know that I was looking for Yukihime herself. Sorry, store manager, I can't accept your advice. Thinking like this, Howren returned home soon. However, after arriving home, he met an unexpected person. Hoshino Rumi? Why are you back again? Hoshino Rumi? Why are you back again? Howren looked at a familiar beautiful girl sitting in the living room, chatting with the cat girl Himuri, and his eyes widened in surprise. No wonder Howren was so surprised. It was really... He had just let Hoshino Rumi go before going to school this morning, so why did she come back again at night? What does she mean? Is she going to stay here? Just as Howren was wondering, the two people in the living room heard the voice and turned to look over. Before Hoshino could reply, Hime had already jumped up from the sofa, trotted to the entrance, and shouted, Master Ninetails, you are finally back! Something bad has happened! Hearing this, Howren's eyebrows jumped suddenly, thinking to himself, could it be that the sword wizard has found his home? Then he looked around the house, and sensed it through the barrier set up in the house, but found that there was no one else at home except Hime and Hoshino. What happened? Out! 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 Something bad has happened! Mao, that! Let Rumi-chan tell it! Hime said, making way for Hoshino behind her and pulling him in front of Hauren. However, because Hime didn't control the strength well, she used a little more force, causing Hoshino and Hauren to face each other directly. Because of the height difference, Hoshino could only look up at Hauren. Woo! The two looked at each other, and it was unknown what Xingye was thinking of. In just a moment, a charming blush appeared on her face. After a long while, Xingye remembered that there was something important to say, so she suppressed some strange thoughts that had arisen in her heart for some reason, and whispered, "Master, huh?" Seeing Hauren frowning, Xingye changed his words instantly. "Hauren, the Taishi Bureau and others are planning to monitor you. The higher-ups have issued an order to our shadow branch, saying that starting from tomorrow, they will arrange personnel to secretly monitor you 24 hours a day." "What?" "You told." When Xingye said this, Hauren's first reaction was that Xingye had leaked the secret that he was a fox demon. But he changed his mind and thought that Xingye had made a spiritual oath, and even if he died, he would never leak his secret. So he changed his words temporarily and said, "Did the Taishi Bureau find out that I am a fox demon through some other channels?" "No, it shouldn't be. This is a sudden order from above. I also asked the higher-ups through my mother's relationship, and they said it was a temporary commission from the Miko agency, and they were not just monitoring you, but 6 people. This is why Hoshino came back so late. Since she was released by Hauren in the morning, she was questioned by the people in the Taishi Bureau branch, especially her boss, team leader Kondo. However, because she had already made up a reason, Hoshino finally deceived the people in the branch and did not arouse their suspicion. She even resumed her normal work in the afternoon. And this afternoon, Hoshino did nothing else. Her little brain was always thinking. This fox demon let her go back to be a spy, but didn't tell her what to do? Because the fox demon didn't give her a specific task, she didn't know where to start until she was about to get off work in the evening. At this time, a strange order suddenly came from above, ordering the Shadow Branch in charge of the Hachioji town area to carry out a surveillance mission, and the target of the surveillance happened to be the fox demon himself. Hoshino immediately became happy, and even called her mother to ask about her recent situation. She did not live with her mother in a very filial way. While being filial to her mother and asking about her well-being, she also asked about the surveillance mission. After finding out the ins and outs of the surveillance mission, Hoshino didn't even have time to eat, and came to Hauren's house with this hot intelligence. "What are you doing here? Come to tell on her." Even she herself doesn't know why she feels so happy. Driven by inertial thinking, Hoshino found an excuse for herself in her heart. Since she is a spy, she must get some useful information for the fox demon. If she lurks in the Taishi Bureau for a long time, she can't get any useful information. At that time, the fox demon will definitely think that the new servant he received is a useless waste who can only eat dry rice. At that time, maybe she would face the master's big bone punishment. In the end, she was tortured to death. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Well, I was only happy because I avoided being punished by the fox demon and tortured by him. This is a kind of joy of surviving a disaster. Yes, it must be like this. On the other side, Hauren naturally didn't know what Xingye had experienced that day, and what she was thinking. After listening, he just frowned slightly and said, "Commission of the Miko agency? 6 people? Well, that's what my mother said. How is this related to the Miko agency again? Could it be that sword wizard? Speaking of which, although the silver-haired sword wizard tried to test him in the kendo competition before, he did not succeed. Perhaps this sword wizard did not give up and then decided to send someone to monitor him. At this point, although Hauren felt that things were a bit troublesome, if it was just simple monitoring, it meant that he was just suspicious and not sure. Otherwise, he should have gone to the door to arrest him directly. So Hauren's face was normal, without any change. But just the next second, his face suddenly became strange, because he found something wrong. Although this information is indeed useful to him, who told him the information? Hoshino Rumi, the one who was captured after being defeated by him and imprisoned for 3 whole days before being released. If it were someone else, it would be good enough not to hate him. Why would they come to inform on him? Why are you telling me these things? Why tell you? Isn't this? Hoshino originally wanted to say that this was not your order, but she changed her mind and thought, no, would the fox demon ask such an obvious question? Obviously not, and to be honest, the fox demon did not tell her what to do specifically. So there is only one truth. The fox demon asked this deliberately in order to tease her. The answer that would satisfy the fox demon the most here should be, "I am already your most loyal servant, Master Nine-Tailed. I am willing to dedicate everything to you and do anything for you." After figuring out everything, Hoshino felt extremely humiliated and angry again, and even blushed because of being too angry. Damn it! Damn the fox demon! It's really too damned. Because of humiliation and anger, coupled with the little resistance left in Hoshino's heart, she did not answer according to the sentence that would satisfy the fox demon the most. Instead, she sneered and said angrily, as if venting, don't get me wrong, I just wanted to thank you for letting me go." Although Hoshino was mocking, it sounded different to Hauren. Listening to this obvious textbook-like traditional tsundere tone and glancing at Hoshino's blushing face, Hauren's face became more and more strange, because he suddenly remembered a sentence that Himari said in the morning when she saw him grow a second tail. "Master Nine-Tailed, it should be the female exorcist just now. She has been completely conquered by you, meow!" Could it be that Rumi Hoshino is actually a masochist? Well, did she really develop a crush on him because of these 3 days of imprisonment? When Hauren thought that he might be liked by someone with a somewhat sadistic personality, he instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, he didn't like perverts like darkness. But the problem was, he grew a second tail because of Rumi Hoshino. If he refused Rumi Hoshino, would his tail disappear? Would his magic power, which he had worked so hard to increase, fall back? No one could say for sure. On the contrary, if he didn't refuse Rumi Hoshino, he could keep his tail and magic power, and maybe he could go a step further and grow a second tail. Moreover, if Rumi Hoshino could tell him some important information about the Taishi Bureau from time to time like today, the benefits to him would be self-evident. After much thought, Hauren finally decided to acquiesce. He planned to pretend to be a straight man and pretend that he didn't see what Hoshino was thinking. There was no way. It wasn't that he didn't want to refuse. There were just too many benefits to not refusing. It smells so good. Is it delicious? Delicious? Are you full? Yeah, I'm full. Because Hoshino didn't even bother to eat in order to bring him this information, whether it was out of gratitude or reward. In short, Hauren once again showed his extraordinary cooking skills and made a dinner for Hoshino, feeding her well. Of course, Hoshino was eating so well that her face was flushed, and she looked very satisfied as if she had taken an aphrodisiac. After finishing, she even patted her belly, which was slightly clapping, and burped with a satisfied look. There was no way the dinner was so delicious. Even if it was just a casual home-cooked meal, it seemed to be released with magical magic after being in the hands of the fox demon, and became extremely delicious. Hoshino felt that such delicious food would not care even if it was really made with poison or aphrodisiac that could corrode people's minds. She even felt her soul fall a little more. She also knew that this was probably intentional by the fox demon, using food mixed with poison to corrupt her soul. This was a trick that was put on the surface, but it smelled so good that she couldn't refuse it. "It's too late today. Why don't you stay here?" After eating and drinking, seeing that it was getting late, Hauren politely proposed to stay overnight. After all, the other party came to his house so late to deliver information, at least he should be polite on the surface. He thought that Xingye would refuse and leave, but what he never expected was that Xingye actually agreed. Yeah, I don't know what Xingye thought of. Not long after Hauren proposed to stay overnight, she hesitated for a moment and nodded with a red face. There was no way. Hauren could only swallow this loss silently. Afterwards, he talked to Hoshino about the Taishi Bureau for a while, during which he hinted in various ways that Hoshino could help him get some information in the future, and he would give corresponding benefits. In Hauren's opinion, since he had already been so tempted once, he might as well go with the flow. After all, knowing the information of the relevant exorcism agency would also be beneficial for him to hide his identity as a monster. Of course, in order to make up for the sense of indebtedness caused by using the favor of this beautiful girl to get information, he still proposed to give the other party corresponding benefits as compensation. However, in Hoshino's view, this further confirmed her previous guess that the fox demon really wanted her to be a spy. As for the so-called benefits, it is probably just a small reward for the servants to work hard. They talked until almost 10 o'clock. Until Hoshino was obviously sleepy, Hauren ended the conversation and took Hoshino to the guest room upstairs. "Okay, you can sleep here tonight. I've changed the sheets and quilt covers. You slept here for the past 3 days too. You shouldn't be used to this bed, right? Remember to close the window when you go to bed at night." After bringing Hoshino into the guest room, Hauren turned around and gave her a few instructions. However, when Hauren turned around, he found that for some reason, Hoshino, who was a little sleepy just now, suddenly became energetic after entering the guest room. Or rather, Hoshino began to force herself to be energetic. While Hauren was talking, she shook her head from time to time, and even twisted her thighs with her little hands several times, trying to get rid of her sleepiness. Her eyes were fixed on Hauren without blinking, and a bit of nervousness appeared on her pretty face with a sexy look. Moreover, as time passed, the nervousness on Hoshino's face became more and more intense. "What's wrong with you? You look weird? Hauren was a little surprised and didn't understand why Hoshino suddenly became so nervous. So what was Hoshino nervous about? A small room, a man and a woman, the identities of master and servant, and the fox demon suddenly asked her to stay overnight. Why did the fox demon deliberately ask her to stay overnight and pull her into the room? Was it really just out of kindness to let her stay overnight? Definitely not. The analytical Hoshino combined these details and deduced a conclusion step by step. The fox demon finally wanted her to sleep with him. To be honest, ever since she was caught by the fox demon, Hoshino knew that her virginity would not be preserved. You know, in the island country, fox demons are synonymous with incest and seduction. Whether in books, some action movies, or small games, the fate of humans who fell into the hands of fox demons is not much better. Either they turned into a kettle for liquid, or they turned into a righteous Barbie doll, or they turned into a domesticated cow on the ranch. And she had been caught by the fox demon for 3 whole days before, and she had not lost her virginity to the fox demon until now. It was a miracle. Before, the fox demon had been holding back from sleeping with her, perhaps because he wanted to appreciate her struggling but unable to resist. But now, she has chosen to submit to the fox demon and brought him useful information, which has shown her loyalty. She understood that the fox demon was going to reward the loyal dog with bones. What? You asked that the punishment was also a big bone, and the reward was also a big bone. Isn't there no difference? Of course there is a difference. Punishment is torture and destruction, and things like rolling pins may be used. Rewards are much gentler. It is a normal communication between men and women, and no props will be used. Of course, Xingye was embarrassed to say such words. Facing Hauren's question, she could only shake her head. Nothing. Then she walked silently to the big bed in the room and took the initiative to make the bed. Except for a little nervousness, Xingye found that he did not have any resistance. Not only did he not resist, but when Xingye made the bed, his face became hotter and hotter, and his body began to ooze fine beads of sweat. At the end, her movements became slower and slower. Her sexy face was flushed, and the whole room was filled with a pleasant girl's unique body fragrance. Obviously, her special physique that easily blushed and sweated and had a strong body fragrance began to show its power. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Originally, Hauren saw Xingye start to make the bed, thinking that she was really sleepy and wanted to sleep, so he planned to leave. However, when he saw Xingye making the bed, his state seemed a little wrong. Hauren hesitated for a while, but still asked kindly, "It's okay, it's just that the room is too stuffy. I feel a little hot." Xingye still shook his head and didn't say much, but secretly reached out and touched his hot cheek. To be honest, she didn't know why she became like this. Logically speaking, it was strange that she didn't have even the slightest resistance when the fox demon asked her to sleep with him. But this also makes sense. She had already been under the evil magic of the fox demon, and her mind was controlled. It was normal that she couldn't resist. But why did she blush? Her heart beat fast and sweat all over her body when she thought about what was going to happen next. Shouldn't she be full of despair and numbness, motionless like a dead person, and let it do whatever it wanted? Why is it like this? Oh, dinner! It must be dinner! The fox demon added that strange medicine to the dinner, and now the effect of the medicine has taken effect. Damn, this damn fox demon is so hateful! Thinking of this, Xingye didn't know whether he was angry or what. His face became a little redder. In fact, what Xingye didn't know was that the scene in front of him was very similar to a famous scene about hypnosis in some action movies or shooting comics. In fact, I have already lifted the hypnosis, and all of this was done by your own will. When Xingye knew the truth, Hauren told him, In fact, I don't know how to charm, and I didn't control your mind, but you are just such a woman. At that time, I was afraid that... Of course, Xingye was not in such danger now, because Hauren had no idea what she was thinking. Are you hot? This small room is indeed a bit stuffy, so why don't you take off your clothes and go to bed later? Hauren gave a very considerate suggestion. Take off clothes? Sure enough, he was going to. Without waiting for Xingye to imagine what he was going to do after taking off clothes, Hauren continued. Then let's do it this way. I won't disturb you to rest. If you have anything, you can call me. I'm next door and can come over anytime. After saying that, without waiting for Xingye to react, Hauren opened the door and left the guest room directly. Bang! When the door was closed, Xingye's expression froze on her face. After a long time, her stiff expression finally relaxed, and the blush on her face faded a lot. But at the same time, 3 big question marks suddenly appeared above her head. Why did she leave directly? Hoshino stared at the closed door for a long time, and then murmured something that Hauren had said before. You can come anytime. Are you reminding me that you will come to raid at night? You actually said it so openly. The humiliation surged into her heart again, and she bit her lower lip tightly. Damn it! She said it, but she silently took off her black uniform, revealing her snow-white body. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked her flawless white skin. She felt her heartbeat start to speed up for some reason. It seemed that she was excited about the upcoming raid. There was even a beautiful picture full of pink in her mind. The picture was too beautiful. See the extra chapter. Feeling the excitement in her heart, Hoshino was stunned for a moment, and soon she hugged the quilt and slowly lay down weakly. But her hand was tightly grasping a corner of the quilt. Sure enough, the fox demon has used evil magic to transform my soul. However, I will not fall on my own initiative. Even if I have chosen to surrender to the fox demon, it is only a stopgap measure. I must do it when I have the chance in the future. In Hoshino's view, her soul is already on the verge of falling. Actively surrendering to the fox demon is just a stopgap measure she chose in order not to lose her self-awareness. Yes, she will not fall on her own initiative. The next day, Howren got up early and prepared breakfast early. Then he woke up Feiju, who was sleeping on the cushion in the living room on the first floor, and went upstairs to wake up Hoshino. Well, you asked why Feiju slept on the cushion on the first floor? Because Feiju likes to turn into a cat shape and sleep on her stomach when she sleeps. For cats, soft cushions are their favorite. Going up to the second floor, Howren knocked on the door. After entering the room, he was shocked by the scene he saw. He saw Hoshino sitting on the bed with his hands holding the quilt, with a stupid look on his face. Her eye circles were dark, her eyeballs were bloodshot, and she stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her face was haggard. In the days after getting Tamamonomae's bloodline, Howren had a history of insomnia because he was too worried about exposing his identity as a monster. Therefore, Howren recognized at a glance that Hoshino must have been insomniac last night. Why did Hoshino suffer from insomnia? Was it because she was under a lot of pressure from being a captive in the past few days? But she didn't suffer from insomnia in the past few days. Instead, she slept like a dead pig. Howren thought about it seriously for a while, and finally came to a conclusion. Most likely excitement. Before Hoshino was released, the emotions that had been under high pressure and panic for 3 days were suddenly released. Under the strong emotional contrast, it is normal for the brain to be congested and unable to sleep all night. So Howren didn't get too entangled. He just clapped his hands, and after attracting Hoshino's attention, he said, "Breakfast is ready. Come down and eat. You can leave after eating." After the voice fell, Hoshino did not lift the quilt, nor did she get off the bed without any movement, as if she was unwilling to get up. Howren was immediately unhappy when he saw it. "What's the matter? Staying in bed again? Or you don't want to leave?" Considering that the previous few times, it was Howren who took the initiative to wake up Hoshino, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and he also found that Hoshino seemed to have the habit of staying in bed. So this time, he habitually stepped forward, ready to lift Hoshino's quilt and pull her down. But, don't. For some reason, this time Hoshino actually grabbed the quilt tightly and didn't let him pull it off. After trying for a long time to pull it down, Howren was about to speak when Xingye suddenly raised her head and pleaded, "I will get up by myself later. You go down first." "Okay, then come down quickly." After hesitating for a while, Howren nodded and turned to leave the room. In the room, Xing finally got up after hearing the sound of Howren coming downstairs. After quickly getting dressed, she carefully rolled up the bed sheet she had slept on before and secretly stuffed it into her lady bag. If Howren were here, he would definitely find that the bed sheet was wet for some reason. After doing all this, she collapsed on the bed and complained to herself, "I can't go back. Not only has my soul been controlled by the fox demon, but my body has also been controlled. I really can't go back." Last night, Xingye couldn't sleep, because she had been looking forward to cough. She had been worried that some evil fox demon would come to attack at night, and she couldn't sleep all night because of fear. Moreover, as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was full of the shadow of the fox demon and the pink picture, just like playing a movie, and she couldn't stop it. Her whole brain was always in a state of rapid operation, and her heartbeat was infinitely magnified and slowly accelerated in the quiet night. Xingye really hoped that she could fall asleep, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what, and every time that picture flashed in her mind, her body would get a little hotter. In the end, when she came to her senses, she found that the sheets seemed to be wet. It was all because of this damn fox demon, who gave her that strange medicine. She, who was ashamed and angry, didn't stay for long, and didn't even go to eat the breakfast prepared by Howren. After getting dressed and going downstairs, he ran away directly. Howren was naturally confused, and didn't know what was wrong with this beautiful girl exorcist. It was not until he finished breakfast and went upstairs to clean up the room that he finally found out the reason. Why did this guy take my sheets away? Wait, what is this? Howren seemed to have discovered something. and suddenly reached out and touched the quilt. Something's wrong. Why is it a little damp? Howren's face changed. He pondered for a moment, and soon realized. No wonder he ran so fast. He wet the bed at such a big age. Of course, this was just a small episode and did not affect Howren's normal life. After packing up, he went directly to school. Riding all the way to the school gate, Howren stopped for a while when greeting the schoolgirls at the school gate, and then felt several sights from the dark. It seems that as Xingye said, the people from the Taishi Bureau came to monitor him. Fortunately, they came directly outside the school to monitor him and did not go near his home. Otherwise, Xingye, who left his home in the morning, might have been discovered by these monitors. Monitoring is fine, and as he entered the campus school, this group of people began to move with him. Hey, 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 this has constituted a crime of stalking. Of course, Howren could only complain like this in his heart. In fact, it is impossible for him to take any countermeasures against these followers. Wouldn't that be equivalent to telling the other party directly that he is a monster? So the best way at this time is to pretend that you know nothing. You like to monitor, but you can't find anything anyway. With this idea in mind, Howren maintained a normal schedule, attending classes during the day, participating in club activities or part-time jobs after class, and returning home on time at night. In this way, 4 days passed in a flash, and it was Friday. There was only 1 day left before the weekend to look for Shueiji. During this period, except for being monitored by the shadow branch of the Taishi Bureau, Howren's life was no different from usual. Nothing big happened on campus, except that some news spread on the campus forum. Shocking! The injured man was attacked by a young girl. After a fierce bayonet fight, the girl was eventually killed by the man with a hardwood stick. Shocking, a little story that the head of the kendo club and the transfer girl must tell. Shocking, 2 men and 1 woman actually did this in broad daylight. These people on the campus forum can all go to work in the shock department of UC Browser tomorrow. Howren sat in a small shop drinking tea while flipping through the content on his mobile phone boredly. Sorry, Fujiwara-kun, I'm sorry to bother you to come all the way here. Yukari is still doing her homework. My dad told her that she must finish her homework before she can play, so please wait a moment. Sitting next to Howren was his classmate Ayase Riko. At this time, Riko was helping Howren add tea while saying sorry. Of course, her face was still calm, and her tone was flat and no apology could be heard. Fortunately, Howren had long been accustomed to Riko's appearance, and waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I don't have to go to the club today. Nor do I have to work part-time, so I just have nothing to do." He had promised Riko before that he would take time to come to her house to play with her sister. It happened that he had nothing to do today, Friday, so he came after school. Howren replied, then lowered his head and continued to look at his phone. He didn't say anything else, and the room fell into silence for a while. Because Lee Kei was not good at anything other than calculations, he was naturally not good at communication. Howren stopped talking, and she didn't know how to start for a while. "Fujiwara-kun, you sit here for a while. I'll go see if Yukari has finished her homework." In the end, Lee Kei might not be able to stand the silent atmosphere, or she was not used to being alone in a room with a man and a woman. In short, she found an excuse and slipped away. When Howren reacted, he was the only one left in the room. Why did you take so long to come back?" While talking to himself, Howren raised his head and looked around the small room. This is a small tea room on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is a small shop opened by Lee Kei's father that sells various exorcism props, and the 2nd floor is Lee Kei's home. This kind of 2-story building, with the lower floor as a store and the upper floor as a residence, is also quite common. Just as Howren was looking at the layout of the tea room, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a rough male voice came from outside. "Is that you, the classmate my daughter mentioned, Fujiwara-kun? This is the first time my daughter has brought a classmate of the opposite sex home." A middle-aged man in his 40s who looked mature and steady walked in. The man was burly, with a square face, wearing a gray plaid shirt and a black apron, a bit like a bookstore clerk. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter. I saw the father of science at the door of the store before." Seeing this man come in and greet him, Howren was slightly stunned, but soon recognized that it was Rika's father. Quickly stood up and said politely, "No, I'm here. Thank you, Ayase-san, for taking care of me." After hearing this, Rika's father slowly approached Howren with a smile on his face and said in the most kind tone, "But speaking of which, Fujiwara-kun, if you dare to have any bad thoughts about my extremely cute Rika, Howren, I will chop you into pieces and knead you into pulp to make spirit paper." Rika's father, who was smiling and greeting him the previous second and looked very mature and steady, suddenly had a fierce look on his face the next second. Howren. Fortunately, at this time 2 people walked in again. It was Rika who came in with Yukari, who had finished her homework. Haoran-Nissan, you came to play with me. Dad is too much of a bother. Please go downstairs and work. Obviously, Rika heard the conversation in the room, and she pushed her father out without saying a word. Rika, don't push Dad. Dad is doing this for your own good. Forget about that kind of good. Chemo disgusting. Rika, you are still in school. You can't get too close to boys. And Yukari, she is still young. You must not play with boys. Dad, why can't I play with boys? Because men are all evil wolves like Yukari. If they see you, they will immediately pounce on you and tear you apart. Yukari, don't listen to his nonsense. Get out. Bang! As the door closed, the room was instantly quiet. Sorry, Fujiwara-kun. My father has always been like this. Don't mind it. Rika brought Yukari to Haoran and apologized. Of course, she still had a calm expression and a flat tone. It's okay, Yukari. Long time no see. Haoran shook his head, indicating that it was okay, and then turned around to greet Yukari. Yukari was a short-haired little girl with a delicate figure and a very cute appearance. She was very happy to see Haoran coming. Hey, Haoran brother Nissan, sister Ona-chan, let's play house together. Nissan plays the father, I play the mother, and One-chan plays the daughter. The little girl came to Haoran and pestered him, wanting him to play house with her. Haoran had originally agreed to the science this time, and he would not refuse to accompany the little girl. Okay, let's play together. Why does Yukari have to play the mother? Let your sister play the mother, and Yukari play the daughter. Reaching out and touching the little girl's head, Haoran quickly agreed and asked casually. When they met in the park before, he was the only one who played house with Yukari. At that time, he played the father and Yukari played the mother. But this time it was different. There was an extra Lee K. According to common sense, Lee K should play the role of the mother, so Haoran asked this question. But it was precisely because of this casual question that the little girl, who was so happy just now, suddenly pouted. No, I don't want to play the daughter. I want to play the mother. Sister is not allowed to play the mother. Yujiali's eyes were slightly red, and she slapped Lee K's chest in anger, looking like her favorite toy was taken away. Duang! Being slapped by Yujiali's little hand, a sound like a ball hitting the ground and bouncing back came from the small room. Gudong! Haoran swallowed hard and subconsciously moved his eyes away from the two oversized headlights that were far beyond the normal specifications. However, he still sighed in his heart, wondering what good things this girl Lee K had eaten. Her figure was actually so well developed. In one word, it was simply fierce. Just when Haoran was trying to figure out whether Lee K had eaten too much papaya, too much milk, or too much papaya milk, Lee K suddenly pulled him aside and explained in a low voice. I'm sorry, Fujiwara-kun. You know, my mother died after giving birth to Yukari, so Yukari has never seen her mother. She has been like this since she was a child, often pestering me to ask about her mother, and often telling me that she dreamed of her mother. As long as someone mentions her mother, she will be very excited. She never allows others to say bad things about her mother, play games, or allow others to play the role of her mother. I see! Haoran thought carefully for a while, nodded, and expressed his understanding. In fact, this should be because Yukari has never seen her mother since she was a child, and has always admired and missed her mother. The so-called dreaming of the mother should be that she has an image of the mother she admires in her heart. If others say bad things about her mother or play her mother, it will break her admiration for her mother in her heart. After understanding this, Haoran quickly came to Yujiali, reached out and gently rubbed her little head, and said with a smile, Okay, Yujiali, your sister won't compete with you, so you can play the role of mother. Really? Yujiali raised her little head, blinked her slightly red eyes, and stared at Haoran blankly. Really? Okay then, brother Haoran, wait for me. After getting Haoran's affirmative answer, Yujiali cheered and ran out of the room. When she came back again, Yujiali was holding a large photo frame that almost covered her chest and ran into the room. Glancing at the photo frame that suddenly appeared in Yujiali's arms, Haoran hesitated and said, This is. There was a portrait of a person pasted in the photo frame, which seemed to be a photo of a woman. Snow-white long hair, snow-white clothes, a calm look, and a beautiful face that people can't forget at a glance. This is my mother Naoko. She passed away 7 years ago. Rika explained in a low voice with a rare hint of sadness in his calm eyes. Hirohito nodded, and just as he was about to say something, Yukari came to his side with the photo frame. Brother Hirohito, let's play together. I'll play the mother Naoko, you play the father Hiroki, and I play Yukana. Hiroki is the name of Rika's father. Obviously, Yukana is playing her family, and it is a complete family with a father and a mother, okay. It was also when Hirohito was playing house with Yukari that Nakagawa was sitting on the sofa in a mansion somewhere in the Tokyo metropolitan area, sipping coffee elegantly, and the maid Uzuki was waiting on the side. Uzuki, is there any news from the Taishi Bureau? After drinking the coffee in his hand, Nakagawa asked the maid beside him, "No, miss, the Taishi Bureau has been following these 6 people for several days and has not found anything suspicious. On the contrary, they complained that their manpower was wasted. If it weren't for miss, I'm afraid." After hearing Mao Yue's answer, Nakagawa frowned slightly, thought for a while and said, "Tell them to stop monitoring." "But miss, we haven't found the descendant of Tamamonomae yet. If we stop monitoring, how can we attract Shueiji to come out? Although we have already released the news that Shueiji will appear, those demon kings are extremely shrewd. They will not come to the human city easily before they find out the real news." Nakagawa waved his hand and interrupted Mao Yue's words. "It's too late. Aunt Hori will start to set up the barrier tomorrow. There will be no result if we continue to follow them. Just use the backup plan." "Backup plan?" Mao Yue was slightly stunned, and her mind quickly recalled something that Nakagawa mentioned when he told her about the plan to hunt the Demon King. "Miss, are you going to use that backup plan?" Nakagawa is always careful and meticulous in her work. Naturally, she would not rely on the unknown matter of finding Tamamonomae's successor as the most critical point to lead out Yukihime. Therefore, she had already made some backup plans. "That's right, Uzuki, prepare the car and follow me to the Onmyoji's Imperial Spirit Department." On April 30th, which was also Saturday, Hauren received another piece of information from Hoshino about the Taishi Bureau. The Taishi Bureau had withdrawn all surveillance personnel and stopped monitoring him. After receiving this information, Hauren was naturally relieved. He was originally still worried that the Taishi Bureau would monitor him day and night, and his weekend plan might be ruined. At that time, he was going to cancel the plan and go another day. But now that he knew that the other party had withdrawn the surveillance, it meant that he could go according to the original plan and go to Shinjuku District to find Yukihime. However, this matter still needs to be further confirmed with Hoshino. And this valuable information was delivered by Hoshino, who came secretly early in the morning before daybreak. Although the information can be delivered through mobile phones or chat software on computers, Hauren is very familiar with the wiretapping system in the Western world as he is in a free island country. Moreover, the Taishi Bureau has been monitoring him, so there is no guarantee that his phone calls will not be monitored. Of course, the most important thing is that Hoshino wants to go there in person. The purpose is simply, "Woo, century egg porridge and fried buns are so delicious. I am so happy to have such a delicious breakfast." Sitting at the dining table of Hauren's house, Hoshino patted her round belly and let out a satisfied and comfortable moan. 4 days after the bedsheet incident, except for the initial day when she felt very ashamed. In the following days, after discovering that Hauren didn't seem to notice the embarrassment that night, Hoshino's mood slowly calmed down. After calming down, Hoshino naturally returned to his normal life, but he began to miss the few days he lived in Hauren's house. It's not because he hasn't seen his master for a few days. He missed the fox demon because he didn't see him, but because Hoshino's stomach missed him. Since she had eaten a few delicious meals made by the fox demon, eating other things was tasteless. Even the meals cooked by her own mother didn't taste good. So as soon as she got the information that the Taishi Bureau decided not to monitor the fox demon, she sent the information over as soon as possible, and even got up early and deliberately didn't eat breakfast. Because this way, she can get a free breakfast in a legitimate way. Even the filial daughter was thinking whether she should bring her mother to the fox demon's house in the future so that she could learn the fox demon's cooking skills. As for bringing her mother to the fox demon's house, would it be considered sending mutton into the tiger's mouth? Anyway, Shinye felt that the Taishi Bureau would be destroyed by the fox demon sooner or later. By then, all the women in the Bureau, including her mother, aunt, and cousin, would be turned into loyal dogs who only know how to roll their eyes by the fox demon. In front of the evil fox demon, it is estimated that none of them can escape. The difference is only a matter of sooner or later. When the filial daughter Shinye Rumi was thinking about whether to let her mother come to the fox demon's house to collect sperm, to learn from her and learn cooking skills, Hauren beside her suddenly spoke. "Are you full?" "I'm full." "Since you're full and we've finished talking about intelligence, let's talk about other things." "Other things? Okay, Hauren, what do you want to talk to me about?" Facing Hauren's sudden question, Hoshino, who was full and satisfied, didn't notice that Hauren's tone was a little wrong and just nodded dizzily. "Okay, let's talk about it. When you stayed at my house a few days ago, why did you take one of my sheets away, and why is my quilt wet?" "Cuckoo." As soon as Hauren finished speaking, Hoshino's face changed, and her face, which was extremely satisfied just now, suddenly turned pale and made a cooing sound like a pigeon. "Cuckoo? Ah, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'm leaving first." Hoshino reacted quickly and instantly stood up and was about to rush out the door. However, he was grabbed by Haoran. "You still want to run? Come back!" After holding Hoshino, Haoran originally planned to teach her a good lesson, at least to teach her etiquette. Bedwetting is not terrible. What is terrible is that after wetting the bed, he stole his bed sheets, which is intolerable. However, before he could speak, Xingye had turned around, and he didn't know whether his legs were weak or something. He suddenly lost his strength and collapsed to the ground, and even cried. "Woo-woo. Forgive me, Haoran. I really didn't mean it. Please don't punish me. Don't use a rolling pin. Woo-woo." Xingye's crying made Haoran confused. "I just want to teach you a lesson, and I didn't say I would punish you. Why are you crying in fear? And the rolling pin? Are you afraid that I will beat people with it? Do I look like such a bad person?" Xingye's crying made Haoran a little embarrassed. Haoran thought about it and thought that Xingye had helped him get intelligence twice, and he had deeply realized his mistakes and apologized with tears. In the end, he gave up the idea of criticizing and educating, and didn't say anything more. Instead, he comforted Xingye. After comforting the crying Hoshino, Haoran asked her to go back first. He had something important to do today, so he would not let Hoshino stay in his house all the time. After sending Hoshino away, Haoran went upstairs to clean up and found the 2 relics of Tamamonomae. Then he called Hime and asked her to transform into a black cat. He also found a leash and tied the black cat, and then took Hime out. There was no other way. Hime was a monster. When she transformed into a human form, she would always leave behind cat ears and a cat tail. She could not be taken out like this. The fox hiding technique that Haoran could use to hide her monster form could only be learned by the fox monster clan. Hime could not learn it, and she did not know any advanced magic to hide her monster form, so he could only let her transform into a cat and lead her out. Haoran's destination, Shinjuku District, was a district in Tokyo, but it was still quite far from Hachioji town where he lived, so he had to take a car to get there. But because pets are not allowed on the train, Haoran couldn't take the train with Himiri, so he had to reluctantly call a taxi and prepare to take the taxi. Soon, the taxi started. Haoran couldn't communicate with Himiri in the car, so he could only take out his mobile phone and browse the news to kill time. This is a habit that Haoran has developed to read the news every day since he became a monster, because there will be many reports about exorcists exorcising monsters in the news. It was also when Haoran was swiping the screen of his mobile phone boredly, at a certain moment, his finger swiping the screen suddenly stopped, because a piece of news on the mobile phone caught his eye. A level monster suddenly appeared in Shinjuku District, and citizens said, "The Snow Girl is coming! Run!" Snow Girl? Haoran frowned slightly, swiped down the screen, and found that there were several similar news below. The temperature in Shinjuku dropped by 10 degrees overnight. It turned out that a demon was behind this. The Snow Woman, who had faded from human sight for nearly 100 years, suddenly appeared on the streets of Shinjuku, Tokyo. After selecting one of the news items and clicking it, Haoran read the content of the news carefully. After looking at the photos of the Snow Woman taken from a distance in the news, his face suddenly became strange. What's going on? Something is wrong? He hasn't even taken Tamamonomae's relics to Shinjuku yet. How come the Snow Woman showed up first? The news report about the Snow Woman showed that the Snow Woman appeared late last night. The media even took a blurry photo of the Snow Woman from a distance, which surprised Haoran. According to the information given by Himari, the whereabouts of the Snow Woman are uncertain, and the Demon King of the Nine-Tailed family has been looking for her for a long time, but has not found her. He must bring 2 pieces of Tamamonomae's relics before the Snow Woman will show up. But now, he hasn't arrived yet. How come the Snow Woman has appeared in advance? Could it be that she was discovered by the exorcism agency? Haoran was naturally very confused, so he turned the phone over and handed it to Feiju in his arms to watch, and used a special magic, the magic of demon language, to transmit the sound. "Feiju, look, there is no need for us to look for her." Shueiji appeared by herself. Communicate with Feiju, who turned into a black cat. It is naturally impossible to communicate directly with language. If people find that a black cat can speak, Feiju will definitely be recognized as a monster. So Haoran used the most common sound transmission technique among monsters, the magic of demon language. This is to transform your voice into ultrasonic waves that cannot be heard by ordinary humans to transmit sound. Of course, this magic was not learned from the Killing Stone, but Feiju taught him. Meow meow meow? After listening to Haoran's voice transmission and watching the news, Feiju was also a little surprised. Although Shueiji has always lived in human cities, her whereabouts have always been uncertain. She should not appear on her own initiative unless she was accidentally discovered by the exorcist. After being surprised for a while, Feiju also used the magic of demon language to transmit the sound to Haoran. "Can you recognize these photos?" Didn't you see Yukihime once? And why did it suddenly snow in April? Howren pointed to the photo stickers in the news on his phone and continued to ask. This. After being asked by Howren, Hime was speechless and couldn't answer. Although she did see Yukihime once and knew that she was wearing a white dress and white hair, which roughly matched the photos taken in the news. But the photo was taken from a distance, and only a vague snow-white figure could be seen, and the figure's appearance could not be seen clearly, so she couldn't confirm it. I don't know either. Otherwise, Master Jue, we follow the address mentioned in the news. Meow. It seems that Yukihime's traces were found in Kabukicho. Let's go to Kabukicho to see. Howren thought for a while and finally nodded. Although, according to what Hime said, with the 2 relics of Tamamonomae, we can find Yukihime. But this method is actually passive, waiting for Shueiji to follow the relics of Tamamonomae to find him, and it is unknown how long it will take. Now, Shueiji appeared in advance, and it is very likely that she was accidentally discovered by the exorcism agency. After all, the 3 major exorcism agencies are full of talented people. There is a type of elite who specializes in finding demons hiding in human cities, and there are many demons that have been found and killed. This has precedence. If Shueiji is killed by the exorcism agency, he will not be able to get the relics of Tamamonomae. In this case, he still has to go over and take a look. He will hide in the distance and wait and see for a while. If Shueiji is really in danger, and the opponent is not too strong, then he can still save her, although it will cost a little bit of the trump card. Of course, if the opponent is too strong, then there is no way. He will evacuate directly, and Shueiji can only pray for herself. There was no conversation along the way. Soon the taxi arrived at the destination of this trip, the center of Shinjuku District, Shinjuku Station. Shinjuku District is located in the central and western part of Tokyo. It is one of the 23 special districts in Tokyo, and the most famous commercial district in Tokyo, and even the entire island country. Among them, Shinjuku Station in the district is one of the most important transportation hubs on the west side of the entire Tokyo city. With Shinjuku Station as the center, the east of the station is the famous ancient city area, with many old shops with a long history. Although the ancient atmosphere on the east side is stronger, it also has an incredible modern atmosphere. That is Shinjuku 2-chome, the world-famous gay street. On the street, there are many shops for the same sex, and many photos of sexy men are hung. In contrast to the ancient on the east side, the west side of Shinjuku Station is a typical modern style. There are many high-rise buildings, department stores, shopping, malls, and enterprises everywhere. It is a rare skyscraper concentration area in the island country. Compared with the east and west exits of Shinjuku Station, the south side seems a bit simple. There are many super department stores on the south side. On the north side of Shinjuku Station is the famous city that never sleeps, Kabukicho, which is also the destination of Hirohito's trip. Kabukicho, the legendary Coward Street, is here. After getting off the bus, Howren glanced at the north side of the station and sighed. Speaking of Shinjuku District, the most famous place Howren had heard of in his previous life was naturally the so-called Coward Street. Another face of Shinjuku is the Red Light District, which is called Happy Street in Japanese. Especially Kabukicho, it is the largest downtown and happy street in the island country. People come and go at night, so it is also called the City That Never Sleeps, or the Street That Never Sleeps. If you come to Kabukicho at night, some pimps dressed coolly will follow you and distribute business cards to you all the way. There are phone numbers of showgirls on them. Men can rent a room according to the address, and the rent is about 8,000 yen per hour. There are landline phones and a more complete phone book of beautiful women in the room, so you can call and invite. In addition to the stations for entertaining men, there are also duck factories that serve women. These Japanese-style duck factories were also opened on the street, forming a rather spectacular Coward Street. Master Jue, what is Coward Street? Meow! Facing Howren's exclamation, Feiju tilted her cat head in confusion and used the demon language technique to transmit the message again. Well, cowards are men who work in the poultry industry in the island country. The place where they work is generally called a duck factory, and the place where there are many such factories is called Coward Street. Seeing that Feiju was so simple that she didn't even understand this, and thinking about Feiju's appearance as a human-shaped loli, Howren felt that it would be better not to explain it so clearly. So he tried to use some metaphors and anthropomorphic techniques to explain it again. But Feiju obviously misunderstood. Duck factory? Duck? Can I eat it? Master Jue, can you buy me one to eat? Meow? Hey, you are a 100-year-old monster after all. Can you not be so naive? Himari's innocence left Howren speechless for a moment, and he could only say vaguely, "We'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and take a look at Kabukicho first." Haoran took Himari's hand and walked north along Shinjuku Station and entered the Kabukicho area. After entering Kabukicho, everything was normal at first, but as he walked, Haoran gradually realized that something was wrong. Hey, why are there fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street? After walking for a short distance, Haoran found that there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, and in the end, there was not even a single pedestrian. You know, although it is daytime now, Kabukicho is definitely not as lively as at night, but as a commercial district, it shouldn't be completely deserted, right? Is it a barrier to drive people away? If a city is not attacked by demons, the best way to make a bustling city street empty is to create a barrier to drive people away. The so-called exorcism barrier, as the name suggests, is a barrier that repels ordinary people. Ordinary people will subconsciously avoid the place where the barrier is set up and will not step into it. This is a barrier that the three major exorcism agencies often use when exorcising demons, and spirits. Because you can't guarantee that every time you exorcise spirits, it will be in a sparsely populated area. What if it is in an urban area? At this time, you need an exorcism barrier. However, there is one thing that doesn't make sense. Generally, the scope of a normal exorcism barrier is not very wide, and it covers a maximum of about 1 kilometer around. But now it seems that the entire Kabukicho has been affected. Because since Haoran entered Kabukicho, he has hardly seen any figures before he has walked far. Wait, Himari, someone may have set up an exorcism barrier here. Don't leave yet. After realizing this, Haoran grabbed Himari and stopped. After observing for a while, Himari also asked in confusion, "Repelling barrier? Master Nine-Tailed, are there any exorcists exorcising demons ahead?" Most likely. Generally speaking, a place with a repelling barrier means that there must be exorcists exorcising demons ahead. If you rush over at this time, you might bump into some exorcists. According to Haoran's action pattern, he usually walks around when he encounters a place with an exorcist. However, this time, because of Shueiji's matter, he can make an exception. Exceptions are exceptions, but Haoran is still more cautious when facing unknown things due to his severe phobia of insufficient firepower and defense, so he doesn't plan to go deep directly. However, when Haoran took another step and planned to check around first, a strong chill that made his hair stand on end suddenly attacked his heart, and his face changed. After becoming a monster, perhaps because of the nine-tailed bloodline, he would have this similar chill when encountering extreme danger. "Himari, get out of here! Kyubi-sama, what's going on?" Without waiting for Himari to ask a question, Haoran quickly bent down, picked up Himari and walked back. After walking a long distance, he opened a glass door and entered a small shop that looked like a hair salon. The hair salon was open, but strangely, there was no one inside, not even the owner of the hair salon. However, Haoran had no time to figure out whether this was caused by a barrier to drive people away or some other reason. He quickly took out a few pieces of origami from his arms and pasted them on the glass door of the hair salon in a strange way, covering up all the aura in the room. After doing all this, the expected change happened where Haoran had stood before. A few hundred meters away where he had stood before, a large amount of black smoke suddenly emerged and enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, the sound of knocking on a wooden fish and the sound of wooden clogs stepping on the stone road surface came out from the black smoke one after another. "Kyubi-sama, it's a demonic energy, a very powerful demonic energy. Meow!" Through the glass door of the hair salon, Himari naturally saw the abnormality outside. Haoran nodded without saying anything. In fact, it was because he had predicted that there would be abnormality there that he took Himari to hide. Namo Amitabha. Not long after, with the sound of Buddhist chanting, a tall monk in blue clothes, wearing a bamboo hat and holding a wooden fish, appeared in the slowly fading black smoke. Through his psychic vision, Haoran could see that under the monk's bamboo hat, there was a single eye similar to that of a cyclops, and under his feet, there was a pair of flat big feet that were obviously different from ordinary people. It is impossible for humans to have such a single eye and such supersized big feet. Obviously, this one-eyed monk is not a human, but a demonic monster. "It's Awandan-sama meow!" And Himari's exclamation also verified this. Awandan? Hearing this familiar name before Haoran could think carefully, Hime continued. Kyubi-sama is one of the 6 demon kings under Tamamonomae-sama, also known as Muichib One-Eyed Monk. He is actually a peak A-level demon, but because he is a special demon and knows some Buddhist spiritual arts from his previous life, his strength is not weaker than that of an S-level demon, so he was named the Demon King by Lord Tamamonomae. He is the Demon King of the moderate faction of our nine-tailed fox lineage, and he advocates peaceful coexistence with humans. After listening to Hime's explanation, Haoran remembered a demon illustration book he had read when he was studying yin-yang magic, which contained information about Awandan. It is said that Awandan was originally a lazy monk in the temple, but later he became a demon, and after his death he still had to beat the wooden fish to continue his practice. It is also said that he was originally a mountain god, but later for some reason he fell into a demon and turned into the ghost of a monk in a mountain temple. Compared with the general demons who kill innocent people indiscriminately and like to eat humans, Awandon is a relatively mild demon, and there is almost no record of him hurting people. Just as Howren was thinking, Awandon's clear voice suddenly rang out on the quiet street. Amitabha, Donor Qingxuande, Donor Hana Chojuan, since you are here, why don't you show up and talk to this poor monk? Eh! As the voice of Qingfangzhu fell, a crisp female laughter suddenly sounded in the silent street. Along with the laughter, a small green flame suddenly ignited out of thin air above Qingfangzhu. However, in the blink of an eye, the small green flame burned into a huge fire that shot up into the sky. As the flame twisted, it formed a green ring of fire. A terrifying bloody picture was reflected in the fire ring. Several distorted human faces appeared in the picture, as if the wails from hell were echoing in the street. At the same time, a light yellow fog spread out with the burning of the flames. As the light yellow fog spread, a huge closed scroll was looming in the fog. The first thing to change was the fire ring in the sky. A human figure seemed to be pulled and emerged from the fire ring little by little. When the figure was fully revealed, a beautiful woman appeared in Howren's sight. This is a stunning beauty wearing a blue kimono with floral patterns, sitting horizontally on a blue hanging lantern, floating in the air, and a rare ancient beauty. Her long blue hair is piled high and tied in a bun. Her blue pupils are as pure and transparent as the blue sky, and her mature and beautiful appearance is charming and eye-catching. This reminds Howren of the store manager Takuchi, the widow, who is also a natural beauty with pure charm. However, although the woman is stunningly beautiful, her face is indifferent, and her eyes are full of contempt for all living things, as if all living things are nothing but insects in her eyes. It was also after this blue-haired woman appeared that a light laugh sounded again, and in the pale yellow mist, the huge scroll suddenly unfolded, and a beam of light bloomed. A large number of flame-colored butterflies quickly flew out of the beam of light and landed above the scroll. Soon, groups of butterflies condensed into human shapes. A beautiful black-haired girl who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, also wearing a kimono and with a classical charm, appeared above the scroll. After the girl appeared, the scroll closed. She sat cross-legged on the scroll and raised her finger slightly. A butterfly in the air that had not yet dissipated spread its wings and quietly landed on the girl's fingertips. This scene was very beautiful, as if it only existed in the scroll, revealing an indescribable charm. The girl in the scroll turned her eyes to Awandon and smiled. "Hey, Awandon, how are you?" In the hair salon facing the two stunning women who suddenly appeared on the street, Himari exclaimed again, "It's Awandon-sama and Hanachomaki! Awandon, Hanachomaki!" Howren frowned slightly and soon remembered the information about Qingxuande and Hanakomaki that he had read before. In the island country, there is a legend about the game of 100 Monogatari. Its content is roughly as follows. Light 100 white candles, and everyone tells a strange and terrifying thing they have experienced in turn. After each story, a candle is blown out. The 100th story is told by the host. When the last candle goes out, all the people participating in the game will be taken to hell, and Qingxuande will become a familiar person, tricking people to participate in the game of 100 Monogatari everywhere. When it comes to the 100th story, it will pull everyone into the gates of hell. Therefore, Qingxuande is a very dangerous demon in the legend of the island country, and Hanakomaki is said to be painted by a genius painter. When he painted it, he devoted his life's efforts. After the painting was completed, he regarded the painting as a treasure, stayed in the study every day, and hoped that the painting would respond to him. But the scroll is not a living thing after all, and the girl in the painting cannot respond to the painter. In the end, the painter was resentful and died in depression. Many years later, the scroll became spiritual due to some accident and turned into a living thing, but the painter had died many years ago. Hananomaki was a demon that was transformed from this scroll. Lord Awandon and Lord Hananomaki are also demon kings under Lord Tamamonomae. Unlike Lord Awandon, they are real S-level demons. While Howren was thinking, he may introduce them again. Sure enough, they are also demon kings of the nine-tailed fox family. Howren nodded. A trace of solemnity flashed across his eyes, and he turned his gaze to the street again, wanting to listen to what these demon kings were talking about. Because Howren and Hime were not ordinary people, even if they were hundreds of meters away, they could still clearly hear the conversation of the demon kings on the quiet street. "Donor Hananomaki, Donor Awandon, how are you?" On the street, after seeing the two female monsters appear, Qingfangzhu smiled slightly, put his hands together, and performed a Buddhist salute. Facing Qing Fangzhu's friendly greeting, Hananomaki also smiled back, and Qing Xuande glanced at Qing Fangzhu with disdain in his eyes, as if he saw some inferior creature, and snorted coldly. Humph, Yan Qingchong, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you are still the same. Yan Qingchong? Isn't his name Qing Fangzhu? In the hair salon, Haoren raised his eyebrows slightly, a little puzzled. This Lady Qing Xuande actually hates humans very much. She is the radical monster king of our nine-tailed family. She supports fighting against humans and taking back the dominant position that originally belonged to us monsters. She has never concealed her disgust for humans and often calls humans by some insect names. And Qing Fangzhu was originally a monster, transformed from a monk. He was a human before. In addition, he supports reconciliation with humans, so Lady Qing Xuande hates him very much, so she calls him like this. I see. After listening to Himuri's explanation, Haoren nodded slightly, then glanced at the demon girl sitting on the scroll and asked, What about Hanachomaki? Which faction of the nine-tailed fox is she from? Lady Hanachomaki is neutral. She neither supports war nor reconciliation. Instead, she often mediates conflicts between the two factions. Oh, I see. She's a peacemaker. Haoren nodded, first glancing at the uneven lantern pole with some barbs on the front end under Qing Xuandeng. Then he looked at the smooth and round cylindrical scroll under Hanaoki. He nodded again. I understand. The things they like to ride are indeed in line with their respective personalities. After complaining in his heart, Haoren was about to continue listening, but Himuri suddenly tilted his head in confusion and said in an uncertain tone, But it's so strange. Why are they here at the same time? Your reflexes are too slow. Haoren rolled his eyes and held back from complaining. Why are you here? Of course you are here for Shuiji. Haoren glanced at the three demon kings on the street and was too lazy to answer. But his heart sank slightly. When he was reading the news on his phone before, he hadn't noticed it, or rather, he hadn't thought deeply about it. Now that he saw these demon kings appearing here, he realized it. Although Shuiji's early appearance made it easier for him to find her, it also attracted these demon kings who wanted to find Shuiji. Before, he just thought that Shuiji might have been discovered by the exorcist, and was surrounded by the exorcist. Then he could still help. To deal with an A-level demon, the three major exorcist agencies should not send out a very strong lineup. In this way, as long as some trump cards are used, it won't be too dangerous if it's just to save people. But now, with this group of powerful demon kings, it's hard to say. It's probably as difficult as climbing to the sky to compete for Shuiji from these demon kings and exorcists. Improving strength is important, but it must be done on the premise of saving one's life. The difficulty of finding Shuiji has obviously increased from difficult level to hell level. Why not go back? When Haoren was wondering whether to give up looking for Shuiji, the conversation on the street continued. The donor Qing Xuande is still the same. Qing Fangzhu was obviously very familiar with Qing Xuande's personality and did not care about her name, and continued to ask, You came here for Shuiji this time, right? You sound like Yan Qingchong. You are not the same, huh? Qing Xuande snorted coldly and retorted to Qing Fangzhu again. Qing Fangzhu still ignored him, turned his eyes to Hanano Juan and said, This time our purpose is the same. We are all here to save Shuiji. Shuiji was exposed by human news, which means that humans may have found her trace and may have sent people to this area to start encircling her. The human-repelling barrier here is the best proof. We must think of a way to rescue her from the human exorcists. In fact, after receiving the news that Yukihime had appeared, the demon kings of the nine-tailed fox had the same first reaction as Haoren. They believed that Yukihime had been discovered by the human exorcists. In the Human Exorcism Agency, there is a type of elite who specializes in hunting demons hiding in human cities. Once discovered, even A-level demons will be difficult to deal with. Of course, ordinary A-level demons will not alarm too many human masters. This is one of the reasons why this group of demon kings came to Shinjuku. However, Qing Fangzhu said that he would rescue Yukihime, but Qing Xuande didn't buy his account at all and directly mocked. You talk so high-soundingly, but in fact you just want the inheritance of Tamamonomae-sama in Yukihime's hands. If you want it, go and get it yourself. After being challenged by Aobozu for 3 times in a row, even if Aobozu has a good temper, he still got a little angry. You know, the Demon King is powerful and has reached the top level of the island country. It is easy to defeat the Demon King, but it is very difficult to kill the Demon King. Even if the 3 major exorcism agencies want to kill a Demon King, they must send at least 4 times more exorcists of the same level, and they also need to prepare in advance and set up barriers, which requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. It is precisely because it is very difficult to kill the Demon King that the Demon Kings can freely enter and exit human cities to a certain extent. But even so, they are also the weaker party. If it weren't for the legacy of Tamamonomae-sama, Well, if it weren't for saving Yukihime, they wouldn't have come to the human city for nothing. Even if they came, even if they were demon kings, they had to be cautious and not too high profile in the human city. For example, if they want to rescue their own kind in the human city, they also need to cooperate sincerely to achieve their goals. But this Aobozu is so ungrateful. Before Awandon could reply, Hananomaki had already flown in between the two demons and stood in front of them. Awandon, stop arguing. Awandon is right. If we want to rescue Yukihime, we must cooperate with each other. Humph! Awandon obviously treated Hananomaki differently from Awandon. After hearing what Hananomaki said, she just snorted and turned her head away, no longer looking at Awandon. With Hananomi's mediation, Awandon no longer paid attention to Awandon and said, "In that case, let's discuss it." It was also when the Demon Kings were discussing countermeasures that, in the hair salon, Jaime finally understood. So they are here for Yukihime too. You just know. Howren couldn't help rolling his eyes, wondering in his heart whether he should take advantage of this good opportunity. What good opportunity? Of course it is a good opportunity to reap the benefits. Originally, he wanted to leave this place after the group of Demon Kings left. But now, there is another choice. He can wait until the Demon Kings and the Exorcists fight to a draw, and then he will reap the benefits. Just when he had this idea, new changes occurred on the street. Speaking of which, are there only 3 Demon Kings coming this time? I remember that Arakawa seems to be here too. Where is he? Awandon was halfway through the discussion when he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Hananomaki. Arakawa, also known as Lord Arakawa, is, like them, one of the 6 Demon Kings of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Of the 6 Demon Kings of the Nine-Tailed Fox, 4 came today. The remaining 2 rarely asked about worldly affairs and have been hiding since Tamamonomae's death. Arakawa, he should have come before us, but he has a weird temperament and likes to be alone. I don't know where he went. When Hananomaki was halfway through answering, a soft female voice suddenly rang out over the streets of Kabukicho. Hehe, the Arakawa you are looking for is here. The moment they heard the voice, the Demon Kings' faces changed, and they quickly raised their heads and looked towards the place where the voice came from. Who could actually evade their demonic perception and approach them quietly? What appeared in their sight was a black-haired girl dressed in white, with a half-face mask on her face and a long sword on her waist. She had a great figure, and her skin was as white as snow. At this time, the black-haired girl was holding a furry animal upside down in her hand, falling from the air. Looking closely, it seemed to be an otter. In the hair salon, Howren's eyes widened. Nakagawa, how could she be here? That's right, the one who appeared in front of the Demon King was the terrifying sword wizard Zhongchuan. What on earth was going on? Compared to Howren's surprise, the Demon Kings were more solemn. That otter is Arakawa! How could it be? Arakawa is a powerful Demon King. How could he become like this? The prototype of the Lord of Arakawa is an otter demon living on the Arakawa River. Because of years of practice, his demon power has increased to S level, becoming the Overlord of the River. But at this moment, the Overlord of the River showed his true form, motionless, and was held upside down in the hands of the Sword Wizard. Big demons like the Demon King will not easily show their true form. Once they show their true form, they are either dead or their demon power is exhausted and they lose the ability to resist. No matter which one it is, it shows one thing. Arakawa was defeated by the Exorcists, and he couldn't even escape. Was Arakawa defeated by the girl in front of him? Or did he encounter a powerful exorcist of the same level who was several times stronger than him and was ambushed? This was the thought that came to the minds of the 3 Demon Kings present at the same time. While the 3 Demon Kings were looking at Zhongchuan, Zhongchuan's eyes also swept over the 3 Demon Kings in front of him. Her eyes stayed on the petite and cute Hananomaki, who was about 16 or 17 years old, for a few seconds, and a hidden light flashed in her eyes. After the 2 sides stared at each other for a while, Qing Fangzhu, who often visited human society, quickly recognized the masked sword wizard who often appeared in the island media. You are Nakagawa Shi from the Miko Agency, right? Release Arakawa and call your elders out. Knowing Nakagawa Shi's strength, he obviously thought it was the latter. Although Nakagawa Shi is a genius, his strength is roughly equivalent to that of an A-level demon, and he is definitely not Arakawa's opponent. The Miko Agency must have sent out 18 spirit generals, several first-level exorcists from the island country. And they also have 3 people on their side, and they are not afraid of the human side. Elders? Sorry, the elders of our Miko Agency are very busy and have no time to care about some small fish and shrimps. I am enough to deal with you. Wearing a mask, Nakagawa lost all his indifference and smiled sweetly as if he was describing the most ordinary thing. But the arrogance in his expression made the 3 Demon Kings all stunned. Humph, you a whitefly, Dare to provoke us demon kings and seek death? The first one to react was Qingxuandeng. She snorted coldly, held up the lantern in her hand, and quickly threw out 2 blue flames from it. Qingxuandeng's flames were the ghost fires from the 18 levels of hell. Ordinary A-level exorcists would be instantly reduced to ashes if they were touched by even a little bit. Even Qingfangzhu, who is also a demon king, would at least lose a layer of skin if he was touched by it. However, the flames hit Zhongchuan's body without any hindrance, but instead of burning up, they were quickly annihilated. And Zhongchuan was not only unscathed, she didn't even move when she stood there, just staring at the 3 demon kings with a playful look. It was as if she was looking at a toy. This scene shocked the 3 demon kings. Qingfangzhu, who had some understanding of human spiritual arts, saw something wrong. His face suddenly changed and said, "Oh no, there is an ambush. It's too late to realize it now. None of you can escape today." As Nakagawa's words fell, the whole world suddenly began to shake. This was not the shaking of objects, but the shaking of the interface, the shaking of the horizontal interface, and the vibration of the vertical interface. If this space is compared to a TV screen, it is as if the TV screen is shaking. Moreover, as the world swayed, the sky of the entire Kabukicho suddenly darkened. The blue sky that was visible a moment ago was covered by a huge dark cloud that floated from nowhere. For a moment, all colors were lost, and it was like a dark night. The world seemed to fall into black and white. The willow trees in the green belt on the street kept swaying their branches with the vibration, but there was no trace of green on the willow leaves. The light blue glass of the building, the colorful billboards, the black street lampposts, everything became colorless, as if it had become a black and white picture in a pencil sketch. As the world fell into black and white, with Nakagawa as the center, a circular formation that was visible to the naked eye and released a red glow gradually spread from the inside out. The strange symbols and patterns depicted a beautiful circle formation that enveloped the entire Kabukicho. The red light rushed up to the sky, breaking a crack in the dark clouds in the sky. In the air that was as cold as the morning of the spring equinox, a bright red moon slowly appeared in the crack. The shaking did not stop until the moonlight illuminated the earth, and the surrounding colors returned again, as if they had found the forgotten time. With the appearance of this red moon, Howren's face instantly turned red in the hair salon, and some strange red spots appeared on his neck. At the same time, he felt that his body suddenly under great pressure. Under this pressure, the demon power in his body was severely compressed, leaving less than 1/3 of the usual amount. And that's not all. Rip! A sound of clothes tearing suddenly sounded. Then, a long golden fur tail broke out of Howren's clothes at the tail vertebrae and stretched out instantly. Because of the excessive compression of the demon power, he could no longer maintain the fox hiding technique, and instantly revealed the demon appearance of the 9-tailed fox demon. At this moment, Howren's heart quickly sank to the bottom of the valley, and he only had time to have a thought in his mind. Oops, it's not good. Like Howren, the 3 demon kings all felt a huge pressure on their bodies the moment the red moon appeared, and strange red spots appeared on their necks. The originally powerful demon king power in their bodies was compressed to less than 1/3 of the original. The red moon, the red spots on the neck, the pressure on the body, the suppressed demon power. Such a strange situation quickly reminded Qingfangzhu of something. 10 years ago, the Demon King fell in the Hokkaido branch of the Onmyoji. For some reason, the 6 Demon Kings joined forces to attack the Hokkaido branch but were blocked by a powerful barrier set up by a female Onmyoji. In the end, 2 of the 6 Demon Kings died and 4 were injured, and the ending was bleak. The Red Moon Barrier is the Red Moon Barrier of the Barrier Goddess. After reacting, Qingfangzhu's face turned pale instantly. Qingxuandeng and Hananomaki also changed their faces when they heard Barrier Goddess. In the island country, the 18 spirit generals are well known and have a great reputation in the demon world. Among them, each of the top 6 spirit generals has a terrifying record of fighting demons, and is also a feared existence by many demon kings. And boundary goddess Takuchi Hori is the 4th spirit general among the 18 spirit generals. I am afraid that no demon king has not heard of her name. And the powerful demon-trapping barrier she set up in the Battle of Fame, the Red Moon Barrier, is also resounding throughout the demon world. It is said that the demons trapped by the Red Moon Barrier will have their strength, agility, demon power, reaction speed, etc. greatly suppressed, and their own strength will be suppressed to less than 1/3 of the usual level. Even the Demon King will not be spared. And with the suppression of the Red Moon, the demon power in their bodies will be consumed more and more seriously, and will not recover. However, humans in the Red Moon Barrier will not be affected at all, and even the spiritual arts released by humans can be increased to a certain extent. After recalling the characteristics of the Red Moon boundary, a large amount of black smoke suddenly appeared around Qingfangzhu, and it was obvious that he wanted to escape. The other two demons were the same, and they all tried to escape from this place. Obviously, the Red Moon boundary was so famous that even the Demon King was afraid of it. But want to run? Do you think you can still escape after entering the Red Moon boundary? Nakagawa chuckled and quickly recited a spell. Even if I say something bad, even if I say something good, I will be the god of words. Word spirit god bind. As the spell fell, every bite that Nakagawa uttered turned into a strange sound wave. The sound wave was originally invisible, but after she spoke it out, it became a tangible object, and finally turned into 3 solid chains. 3 invisible sonic chains locked the 3 demon kings who were racking their brains to escape from 3 directions. At this time, the red moon in the sky also cast a beam of red light, shining on the 3 chains that locked the demon kings, making the chains stronger. The demon kings did not resist, but they could not resist at all. Word Spirit God Binding is a type of A-level spiritual art that the elite Shrine Maidens of the Shrine Maiden Agency are good at. In the island country, there is a type of spiritual art that specializes in words, which is called Word Spirit. The person who created this spiritual art believes that there is a power in human words that cannot be underestimated. Similar oaths or curses are all derivatives of Word Spirit type spiritual arts. Of course, it is impossible to bind the Demon King with only A-level spiritual arts, but the Demon King under the Red Moon barrier is severely suppressed. In addition, the moonlight cast by the Red Moon amplifies the spiritual art and strengthens the chains, making them stronger. As the strength of one grows, the other grows, and these Demon Kings are easily bound by Nakagawa, and they cannot break free in a short time. Thank Bishamonten, Auntie Hori's Red Moon barrier is indeed powerful, and the spiritual arts have been amplified in it. Otherwise, it would take some effort to subdue these Demon Kings. But even though they are subdued, the Demon Kings are not so easy to kill. The barrier must consume the demon power of these Demon Kings first. After binding all the Demon Kings in place, Nakagawa muttered to himself, "Urban legend level demons are difficult to kill, but Demon Kings are even more difficult to kill than urban legend level Demon Kings, so Nakagawa plans to bind them first and use the barrier to consume their demon power. In this way, it will be much easier to kill them. Since it takes time to kill the Demon King, it is better to do something else with the extra time." Thinking of this, Nakagawa turned around, cast his eyes obscurely at a hair salon in the distance, and suddenly smiled slightly. "Master Nine-Tailed Fox, I feel so uncomfortable, meow." The appearance of Hongyu also affected Feiju. She lay on the ground powerlessly, with red spots all over her neck. Her voice sounded a little weak, and she was obviously in pain. After all, even the Demon King's power was suppressed, not to mention Feiju, a B-level demon. "Feiju, bear with me for a while, I will find a way to take you out." Trapped in this strange barrier with his demon power suppressed, red spots on his neck and forced to show his demon appearance, Howren no longer had time to pay attention to the battle between the Demon King and the Sword Wizard. His first reaction was that he couldn't stay here any longer. This barrier appeared too suddenly, and it was obviously a trapping barrier for demons. Zhongchuan Luo was obviously coming for this group of Demon Kings, so he was affected. Howren himself was alert, but he didn't notice any movement of the barrier beforehand, which means that the person who set up the barrier was very powerful and far superior to him. He might be able to withstand the barrier, but if Himari stays here for too long, who knows what will happen. He originally wanted to wait until the Demon King and the Sword Wizard finished fighting and left before quietly leaving this place. Now it seems that he must find a way to escape. However, if he wants to leave here, he must find a way to break this barrier. Generally, it is very difficult to leave from the inside when trapped by a barrier. So how can such a powerful barrier be broken? Just when Howren was thinking about how to get out of this magic barrier, his face suddenly changed. He quickly bent down and picked up Himari, and directly broke the glass door and jumped out. Bishamonten's blessing! Just as he jumped out, several silver lights flashed by, and the whole building seemed to be cut several times by a sword, instantly shattered into several pieces and collapsed rapidly. It was a close call, just 1 second away. Otherwise, even if he wasn't buried alive, he would have been cut into several pieces. Howren hugged Feiju and landed outside the hair salon. He glanced at the collapsed hair salon, but he was still a little scared. "Hey, you reacted pretty quickly?" At this moment, a chuckle came from behind him, which made him tense instantly. Turning around, Howren found that Nakagawa Shi, who was dressed in a white dress, appeared behind him at some point, and chuckled at him. "Hey, your name is Fujiwara Howren, the one who defeated me in the kendo competition? Sure enough, I guessed right, you are a monster." Howren's heart sank suddenly when he heard it, and before he could say anything, Nakagawa Shi suddenly stepped forward quickly and put his head against the side of his face. You know, this is the first time I've seen a handsome male monster like you. The warm fragrance sprayed on Howren's earlobe, making his whole body numb. Generally speaking, normal men would be excited and touched when praised by a stunning woman for being handsome. But do you think Howren was touched? He dared not move, absolutely dared not move. Howren, hey, Howren-kun, let me feed you. The girl in white whispered in Howren's ear. Her words were frivolous and playful. April 30th, April Fool's Day, had already passed for a month, but it seemed that God had played a belated joke on Howren. On a gigolo street in Shinjuku District, Tokyo, he encountered the most desperate thing in his life. If you want to use a word to describe Howren's mood at the moment, it must be like falling into an ice cave. From the appearance of this strange barrier to the rise of the red moon, after being forced to show his demonic appearance, Howren already felt something was wrong. I thought that hiding in this hair salon and using yin-yang magic to cover up my breath, I would not be so easily discovered. But who knew that Nakagawa-shi actually found him? What I feared came true. Howren's mind quickly turned, and he soon guessed that it might be because he was in a barrier, or it might be caused by the red spots on his neck. In short, it should be difficult for demons in the barrier to avoid Zhongchuan's perception. And he was in a demon state at this moment, and was discovered by Zhongchuan, and she recognized him as a demon. With Zhongchuan's character of not showing mercy when encountering demons, I'm afraid she would kill him directly. Even if she failed to kill him, if Zhongchuan knew that he was a demon, he would probably say goodbye to human society in the future, and hide like a real demon. Just when Howren felt half disappointed, Zhongchuan pulled away from Howren, narrowed her eyes and said, "Why don't you say anything, Howren-jun? Don't you want to be raised by me?" Raise? Because he was found in the demon state, Howren, who was disappointed in his heart, didn't notice what Zhongchuan said in his ear before until now. He didn't understand what the sword witch meant. Isn't the word raise generally used for pets? Can people still be kept as pets? Howren's doubts did not last long. Nakagawa's answer soon solved his doubts. That's right, Howren-kun, your furry ears must feel good to touch, and your big golden tail is really beautiful. I like it very much. Nakagawa looked up and down at the state of Howren's fox ears and tail at the moment, and a fanatical possessiveness emerged in his eyes. Howren. Indistinctly, Howren seemed to understand something. You know, I have always only taken in beautiful female monsters to keep, but I have never kept male monsters. Howren-kun, you are the first male monster that I want to keep. Hey! Nakagawa laughed softly, and did not hide the possessive desire in her heart. In fact, she did not need to hide it. After confirming that Howren was the descendant of the nine-tailed fox demon Tamamonomae, and seeing his handsome appearance with her own eyes, she was already moved. Nine-tailed fox demon, in the island country, is the synonym of silver chaos and charm, but she has another characteristic, that is, extreme beauty. After all, only extreme beauty can be charming, right? As for the beautiful female demon, Zhongchuan Luo always has a very strong possessive desire, wanting to get her, ravage her and feed her sea cucumbers and abalone. Although Howren is a male demon as a nine-tailed fox demon who charms the world, it is not impossible to make an exception. What's more, the nine-tailed fox demon is still under the red moon barrier at this moment, and has no power to resist. Now everything is under control, so why should we hide our desires? So if you surrender to me and become my pet obediently, I will let you go. How about it? At this moment, Howren wanted to ask back, does being raised mean eating big bones fed by the owner every day? But thinking that Zhongchuan Luo is a woman, Howren naturally did not ask. However, now he finally understood what Nakagawa meant by raising. He liked to raise monsters, and they had to be beautiful monsters, raising monsters with the same intelligence as humans as pets. That fanatical look and deep possessiveness. It turned out that this sword wizard actually had such a quirk. However, it was a bit strange that his impression of Nakagawa should be that she had silver hair and a cold face, and was an iceberg beauty. It's okay if her hair color changes, but how could her personality change so much? Could it be that her usual iceberg personality was all her disguise, and this was her true nature? Speculating in this way, Howren suddenly thought of Hoshino Rumi. Hoshino Rumi was a master of imagination with a head full of yellow garbage, and Nakagawa had such a quirk. Why wasn't there a normal person among the female exorcists he knew? However, now was obviously not the time to complain about this. Nakagawa wanted to take him as a pet, which he could not tolerate. Although there are many men in the world who like to be trampled by women with high heels or whipped by whips, he is obviously not one of them. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. He doesn't want to become a dog tied with a rope, eating big bones every day, only knowing how to wag his tail and beg for mercy, licking the master's toes. Oh no, it's a fox. Then there is only one option left, fighting with Zhongchuan and defeating her. Escape is obviously unlikely. After all, even the Demon King can't escape from Zhongchuan. But when it comes to fighting with Zhongchuan, he is not necessarily Zhongchuan's opponent. Now, under the suppression of this weird enchantment, even if he uses all kinds of trump cards, the chance of winning is probably less than 30%. After all, the strength gap is too big when all aspects are combined. But even so, Howren still decided to fight. On the one hand, being in the enchantment and being stopped by Zhongchuan, he has no way out. On the other hand, everything has a bottom line. Even with Howren's serious firepower phobia, facing Zhongchuan's behavior of wanting to take him as a pet and treating him as a non-human, this has already touched his bottom line and has exceeded the scope of his personality. Just like a steady person, if he really retreats when encountering problems and hides when encountering troubles, it is not called steady but cowardly. So, fight! Howren just had this idea in his mind, but it seemed that Zhongchuan saw through it. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she said with a hint of sarcasm, "Do you want to refuse, just based on your B-level demon strength? Haha. Well then I will catch you first, and then slowly train you." Being in the Red Moon boundary, Zhongchuan could easily see through the strength of the demons. Even the Demon Kings were no exception. Obviously, in her opinion, Howren was really overestimating himself. Didn't he see how those Demon Kings fell into her hands before? Shaking his head slightly, Zhongchuan Luo quickly recited a spell that he had used to deal with the Demon Kings. "Even if I said something bad, even if I said something good, I will use the God of Words to decide everything." Word Spirit God Bind. Strange sound waves turned into chains hidden in the air and quickly bound Howren. This was an A-level word spirit spell that could even bind Demon Kings. The 3 Demon Kings before had not been able to escape, not to mention Howren, whose demon power was only equivalent to that of a B-level demon. In Zhongchuan Luo's opinion, even without the suppression of the Red Moon boundary, a B-level demon would not be able to defend against an A-level word spirit spell in a normal state, let alone under the Red Moon boundary. However, even if I said something bad, even if I said something good, I will use the God of Words to decide everything. Word Spirit God Bind. The same spell, the same bites, the same sound wave turned into chains, but it was launched later but arrived first, and it was released at a speed that was a few points faster than Zhongchuan Luo and entangled with the sound wave chains released by him. Snap, snap. The chains intertwined, making sounds like metal twisting and colliding. It sounded like they were evenly matched. At this moment, the red moon in the sky cast 2 beams of red light, shining on the 2 sonic chains respectively. As a result, as the chains were dyed with red light, it turned out that the chains released by Zhongchuan could not withstand the pressure first and were broken. After breaking his chains, Howren's chains even swept back towards Zhongchuan. Snap! Zhongchuan reacted quickly and drew his sword to cut the chains in an instant. Although the chain did not hurt her at all, Nakagawa Roshi's voice was filled with extreme surprise. "You. Why do you know the word spirit of our Miko agency Divine Binding? Word spirit technique? Excuse me, Miko-san, I know a little bit, or rather I know a little bit of everything." "Everything?" Nakagawa Roshi frowned slightly, but Howren's next words made her pupils shrink suddenly. "You and I are students of the same school. I'm sure you have heard of the nicknames given to me by the students in the school, especially the Kendo Club? Hexagonal Warrior." When Nakagawa Roshi challenged the Kendo Club before, he had specifically inquired about Howren's information, so he naturally knew that Howren had a nickname of Hexagonal Warrior in Hachioji High School. In the island country, people like to use 6-dimensional radar charts. For example, in table tennis, the 6-dimensional radar chart analyzes the strength of table tennis players from 6 aspects: strength, skill, speed, serve, experience, and defense. If the border is full and the ability to burst the hexagon is full, it is called a hexagonal warrior. Nakagawa naturally knows that hexagonal warrior represents all round. She also specifically inquired about it. The reason why Howren got this nickname is that he has reached almost full standards in all aspects, such as learning, sports, cooking, and dealing with people. Privately, she also found out from the girls that Howren is full in 6 aspects: strength, skill, speed, endurance, number of shells, and solution concentration, and is also called a hexagonal warrior by the girls. Although Howren has not practiced actual combat with anyone, there is such a rumor. Don't ask how it came out. As a male god, he is strong in all abilities. At first, Nakagawa thought that Fujiwara Howren was a smart and smooth person who was good at learning all kinds of things. As for the girls, it was hard to understand at first, but now she understands. After all, she is Ginran's fox demon. But what she never expected was that this all aspects of things was even good at the word spirit technique of their Miko agency. And being good at word spirit technique is fine, but what surprised her even more was that her word spirit chain was defeated by the opponent's same moves. This is something she couldn't understand. The first card. However, facing Nakagawa's surprise, Howren was not surprised, but just whispered a sentence, silently. Although Howren decided to fight Nakagawa, it was not a mindless fight. Before the kendo competition, Howren had already detected Nakagawa's information through the Killing Stone. Knowing the opponent's information in advance, it is easy to formulate countermeasures. Therefore, facing Nakagawa, he is not without the slightest ability to fight back, but has 3 trump cards which can be used. This is not the kind of nonsense cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!, but a truly useful trump card. It is also these 3 trump cards that give him a 30% chance of winning. This first card is the deduction of the skills of the Killing Stone. He is not just a monster, but also an exorcist. He is an exorcist who has learned all the basic spiritual arts of the Shinto system of the island country, and even has some knowledge of Western European attack magic. Although his exorcist level is not high, and he does not know advanced spiritual arts. But with the deduction effect of the Killing Stone's skills, he can upgrade the deduction of basic spiritual arts to advanced spiritual arts. There are actually 2 types of deduction of the Killing Stone's skills. One is permanent deduction, which requires the consumption of paper on the stone, such as Howren's Shikigami Multiple Shield. The other is temporary deduction, which does not require the consumption of paper. At most, 1 spiritual art can be deduced at a time, such as Howren's Sky Eye in the kendo competition. And the word Spirit God Binding, released by Howren before, was upgraded and deduced from the most basic, word Spirit Binding. Because after the deduction of the Killing Stone, the word Spirit Art is close to perfection, it can slightly surpass Nakagawa's word Spirit Art. In addition, the careful Howren discovered that although his demonic power was weakened in the Red Moon Barrier, he did not know any powerful magic, so the impact was not great. On the contrary, his spiritual arts were not weakened at all in the Red Moon Barrier, but greatly enhanced. Because the deduced spiritual arts were close to perfection, they were amplified by the Red Moon. This was equivalent to him being more at home than Zhongchuan. Zhongchuan naturally did not know Howren's trump card. After the initial surprise, she obviously did not believe that Howren's witchcraft was just a little bit, nor did she believe that Howren was really a hexagonal warrior. Therefore, she once again released several other A-level witchcrafts of the Witch's Agency, wanting to subdue Howren and take him home to train him well. Unfortunately, no matter which one she used, Howren could always use the same level, or the same, or similar, or restrained witchcraft to dissolve it. It's useless. I know all the witchcraft you know, and I know all the witchcraft you don't know. Howren's face was indifferent, and his tone was as calm as water, as if he was describing something very ordinary. You! Ridiculous! Looking at Howren's indifferent expression and listening to his calm tone, Zhongchuan Luo seemed to be aroused by anger, and seemed to be poked in a sore spot, and immediately shouted angrily. This sounded plain, but his tone and demeanor were very similar to the tone and demeanor of Zhongchuan Luo's previous description of the Demon Kings as small fish and shrimps. This tone was obviously exaggerated, and actually implied contempt. How the Demon Kings generated anger at the beginning was reflected back to Zhongchuan Luo herself at this moment. How could she not be angry? In fact, what Zhongchuan Luo didn't know was that Howren, who had a phobia of insufficient firepower, never looked down on any enemy. He was just telling the truth. Basic spiritual arts are the foundation of all advanced spiritual arts, and can be used to derive various advanced spiritual arts. In theory, he can deduce more advanced spiritual arts than what Nakagawa has learned, but he can only deduce one at a time. The purpose of Howren's first trump card is to seal the witchcraft that Nakagawa is good at as a witch. Your witchcraft is ineffective against me. After defeating Nakagawa's witchcraft again, Howren began to silently prepare the second trump card. Just sealing the witchcraft is still far from enough, because Nakagawa is a sword witch. Ha ha! Well, even if you are really proficient in all the witchcraft of my witch agency, so what? Witchcraft is just an auxiliary spiritual art. It takes time to release. Can it be faster than my sword? Nakagawa laughed in anger, and the moment she finished speaking, boom! A bright silver light flashed in the air and finally landed at Howren's feet. The hard stone ground instantly cracked and sand and dust flew up. The stone ground cracked into a long crack, as if it was cut by a sharp weapon. It was also at this time that the sound of a sword being unsheathed came out. And the sound of the sword rubbing against the air caused by the sword being swung came late. Sword drawing technique, EI slash. The speed of the sword is faster than the sound. This is the terrifying part of the sword drawing technique, EI slash of Nakagawa Shi. When Nakagawa Shi swung the sword, the power of the sword infused with spiritual power was too great, causing the smoke and dust generated at the scene to obscure the vision and make it difficult to see the scene. However, in Nakagawa Shi's perception, the fox demon's breath disappeared. Obviously, once the sword drawing technique is used, the opponent will have only one end, cut in half. Humph, I wanted to keep you alive and feed you, but you don't know what's good for you. However, she was slightly stunned when she was halfway through her words. Buzz, because behind her there was a faint buzzing sound of a sharp weapon cutting the air. Clang! The instinct and reaction speed of a 6th-level swordsman made Zhang Chuanluo quickly draw his sword to defend. With the sound of metal clashing, the long sword blocked a hard paper sword that was slashing down. How is it possible? Although he blocked Haoren's counterattack, Zhang Chuanluo was full of surprise. What's impossible? After failing to hit, Haoren quickly drew his sword and retreated, asking a question at the same time. How could you dodge my sword-drawing technique and run behind me in an instant to counterattack? Zhang Chuanluo said with a hint of disbelief, and even the tone of her voice was slightly distorted. Obviously, the scene in front of her was beyond her common sense. You should know that this is not the sword-drawing technique used in kendo competitions, but a sword-drawing technique infused with spiritual power. After being infused with spiritual power, the speed of the sword-drawing technique has greatly increased, even surpassing the speed of sound. Normal people, no swordsmen, below the 6th level cannot react at all. Even if many swordsmen at the 6th level can react, their bodies cannot keep up with the reaction. But a swordsman who is not even at the 5th level can actually dodge her sword-drawing technique and counterattack instantly. This is simply against common sense. The most annoying thing is that this guy pretends to be confused, but she should be confused. However, Nakagawa Shi is still very strong in psychological quality. He quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and attacked again with the sword. The 8 styles of Xianglei sword, the 14 styles of the middle section, the 8 books of Tengu, the secret of Wer sword, the secret of living sword. One after another, the exquisite sword moves were performed by Nakagawa Shi like flowing clouds and water. After Nakagawa added spiritual power to the long sword, the blade was like chicken blood, shaking the blade pattern on the blade into the surrounding air, producing something like sword energy, making each sword have the power to break rocks and crack the earth. But no matter how exquisite her swordsmanship is, no matter how fast she draws the sword, even the long and thin long sword with a tricky angle will vibrate. Haoren always has a way to deal with it. It seems that he can predict her attack in advance, or avoid it in advance, or parry it in advance. If he can't avoid it or parry it, layers of strange spiritual shield light curtains will rise from his body to block her sword. Even if she can break at least 70 or 80 layers of light curtains with one sword, the spiritual shield seems endless, and still can't hurt the opponent at all. This makes Nakagawa very depressed. It's like you are using a wooden stick to hit a mole in a hole in the ground. You want the feeling of a flash of cold light first, followed by a shot like a dragon. Accurate hit, quick draw fatal blow, and finally a hearty and satisfying feeling. But no matter how hard you stab, you can't find the entrance of the mole hole. This makes you anxious. After finally getting the stick into the mole hole, you find that there is a layer of defensive film at the entrance. After finally destroying this layer of defense, you find that the defensive film is layered on top of each other. There are thousands of layers of defensive film in a hole, and they can regenerate after being destroyed. How does the stick holder feel? So this is what Zhang Chuanluo feels now. Not only does she feel uncomfortable, but at this moment, even the 3 bound demon kings feel incredible. This paramecium is not affected by the Red Moon barrier, and it can fight the Sword Wizard of the Witch Agency on equal terms. In the barrier, even we are no match for the Sword Wizard. He is obviously a fox demon. How can he not be affected by the barrier? And he is also good at human spiritual arts like you. Qingfangzhu? This is not just good at human spiritual arts. This kid knew witchcraft before, and now he can even do human swordsmanship. I heard the Sword Wizard call him a hexagonal warrior before. Although the Demon Kings were bound, they could see and hear, so they naturally took in the duel between the Sword Wizard and a fox demon. It was precisely because they observed the fight between the two that they were so surprised. However, because they were too focused on the fight between the two sides, they did not associate it with the identity of the fox demon's descendant. Qing Fangzhu did not know, and although Qing Xuandeng knew, he did not think of it. Among the 3 demon kings, only Hananomaki stared at the fox ears and tail of Haoren who was fighting, thinking. In fact, they didn't know that Haoren could not lose in the swordsmanship due to Nakagawa's swordsmanship because... Before Nakagawa drew his sword, he silently recited a spell in his heart. Everything has a trace. Discover the truth. Dissect the unknown source and infer the future. Open the clairvoyance. The moment the spell was completed, his pupils and even his entire eyeballs flashed a trace of pure golden luster. The golden light came and went quickly and soon disappeared without a trace. His eyeballs also returned to normal, but there were some golden lines in his eyes that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Clairvoyance. This is a kind of yin-yang technique that Howren released when he competed with Nakagawa in the Kendo Club. It has the ability to see the future and predict attacks. This is also his second trump card. Clairvoyance is a kind of spiritual eye, which is a high-level spiritual eye derived and upgraded from the most basic spiritual eye, spiritual vision. The so-called spiritual eye is the name given by the island country. In the Western world, the spiritual eye is also called the magic eye. Whether it is the spiritual eye or the magic eye, it sounds like a spiritual art of exploration and investigation. But in fact, it has more than just the simple function of exploration and investigation. It can also turn the eyes of the caster into an organ for storing and releasing spiritual power, in a form similar to chanting spells and making seals. The passive energy of the eyes, which is originally used to receive external light signals, is transformed into the ability to actively affect external things. In other words, the spiritual eye can be used not only for investigation, but also as a means of attack, such as exploration, shock, and suggestion are just a small matter. Binding, petrification, coercion, sealing, burning, hallucination, bad luck, and even future vision and direct death can all be achieved. It is rumored that there is a mysterious family of exorcists in the island country who possesses a kind of innate spiritual art, the magic eye of direct death. Some people in this family can release this magic eye after awakening their bloodline. It is said that this is a terrifying magic eye that can see the death line on a creature and cut it off, causing the creature to die directly. Now Howren used another powerful spiritual eye, or magic eye, the Sky Eye. This is not an offensive magic eye, but a future vision magic eye. The purpose of playing this card is to use the future vision of the Sky Eye to predict the attack and seal the swordsmanship of Nakagawa. No matter how fast Nakagawa draws her sword, or how superb her swordsmanship is, the future vision can predict her attack. With the Sky Eye, plus the only practice makes perfect swordsmanship he learned from the country old man, he can at least be invincible in the swordsmanship, not to mention defeating Nakagawa. Ding! The sword and the paper sword collided again, and Howren once again resolved Nakagawa's attack and began to quietly prepare the third trump card. Now he has sealed the opponent's witchcraft and swordsmanship, and next, there is only one trump card left. Whether he can defeat Nakagawa depends on whether this last trump card can achieve the expected effect. However, just when Howren was about to play his third trump card, Zhongchuan Luo suddenly stopped attacking and lowered his knife. After a moment of silence, a strange smile suddenly appeared on her lips, and her cheeks and even her neck turned rosy red. Ha ha ha! Howren-kun, you are the most resistant monster I have met in all these years. This is good. If I get something too simple, I might get tired of it after a few days and kill it directly. This is more interesting. I like you more and more, Howren-kun. Zhongchuan Luo was surprised at first after being defeated in succession, but she was no longer surprised after she really confirmed that Howren had a strength that could not be underestimated. Not only that, at this moment there was a hint of abnormal excitement in her words, as if the more Howren resisted, the more excited she was. As soon as Zhongchuan Luo finished speaking, for some reason, Howren suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, after Nakagawa finished speaking, she suddenly reached out and gently took off the mask on her face. Her black hair instantly turned into bright silver, and a small character composed of white light slowly emerged on her forehead. At the same time, a huge spiritual power like a tsunami, as if it was unsealed, surged and spread from Nakagawa. Boom! While feeling this huge spiritual power, Howren's heart sank suddenly. There was one thing he had expected a long time ago. That is, the trump card is not just his patent. Why doesn't Nakagawa have a trump card? But he never expected that Nakagawa's trump card was, this is bad. Just when Howren was shouting in his heart that it was not good, a gust of wind and snow suddenly blew outside the collapsed hair salon without any warning. The blizzard formed almost instantly, wrapping Howren and Feiju in it, and forming a wind and snow barrier in front of him. The sudden change made Nakagawa frown slightly, and he quickly drew out his long sword and slashed it. Bisha Monten's blessing! Bang! Even the invisible wind and snow could not withstand Nakagawa's slashing, and the long sword split the wind and snow barrier without any hindrance, and with the bright silver blade pattern on the blade making a buzzing sound, the blizzard seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and was instantly shattered, and then disappeared without a trace. However, after the blizzard disappeared, there was no trace of Howren and the black cat at the original place. Space magic? No, it should be some kind of magic treasure with powerful space function. The magic treasure that can be used in the Red Moon Barrier is obviously not an ordinary item. Nakagawa stared at the place where Howren disappeared and clenched the hand holding the long sword. As an experienced exorcist, she naturally knew what happened just now. The blizzard was just a trick, and Howren was actually rescued by a space magic. But soon, Nakagawa seemed to have realized something and relaxed his clenched hands. Even if it is a space magic, it cannot escape from the Red Moon boundary, so there is no need to worry that they will run out of Kabukicho. But the blizzard and the powerful space magic treasure. Wait, could it be? In a small villa somewhere in Kabukicho. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, who looked about 30 years old, with delicate features, beautiful appearance, but indifferent, Howren raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "So, you are Shueiji? Where is this place?" This beautiful woman has long snow-white hair, a pair of ice-blue eyes, and wears a noble snow dress. The snow dress is large and fluffy, but it can't cover the pride of the woman's chest, but is filled up by it. With the jade bracelet on the wrist and the platinum necklace on the neck, a noble lady's breath hits her face. After being swept away by the sudden blizzard, when Howren came to his senses, he found himself in this small villa with Jaime. In front of him stood a beautiful woman with white hair and white clothes, a cold face, but a noble aura. Needless to say, it must be this beautiful woman who brought him and Himari here. This beautiful woman gave him a vague feeling of familiarity, but because he had just experienced a fierce battle, Howren's mind was confused and he didn't think carefully for a while. It was not until Himari beside him called out, "Shueiji," that Howren realized that the white hair and white clothes seemed to be the characteristics of the Shueiji that Himari had introduced before, so he asked a question. In response to Howren's question, the beautiful woman just glanced at her and did not answer. Instead, she squatted down to check on Himari's condition. Himari was affected by the Red Moon barrier and was now quite weak. The red spots on her neck even spread to her upper body. Howren was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and asked, "Are we still in the barrier?" The red spots on Himari's neck did not dissipate, indicating that they were still in the barrier at this moment. However, the strange thing is that there is no red spot on Shueiji's neck. Is she not affected by the barrier? While Howren was thinking, Shueiji still ignored him and seemed to be concentrating on checking the condition of Jaime. This made Howren a little embarrassed, so he simply stopped asking questions and began to look around. This is a single-family villa, estimated to be 3 or 4 stories high, with a yard outside, and there are many similar villas around. It should be a residential area for rich people. Howren had always heard Hime say that Shiji was hiding in human society and living the same life as humans. Originally, he thought that these demons hiding in human society should live cautiously in order not to attract the attention of humans. Living in a shabby little house, living a simple life, and dressing ordinary. I didn't expect that this Shueiji actually lived in such a mansion villa, and her temperament was also very noble and cold. If she put on a pair of glasses, she would be a proud female president who was caught in a weakness. Dramatic movie. Just when Howren was complaining in his heart, Shueiji, who was standing opposite him, suddenly spoke. "You treat your subordinates like this? Huh?" Howren came back to his senses and turned his gaze to Shueiji, only to see her pointing at Hime, who was lying on the ground and asking in a cold tone. For some reason, her tone always gave people a mechanical texture, and there was no emotion in her words. Howren didn't react to what Shueiji meant for a moment. As the descendant of Master Tamamonomae, you don't know how to cherish your subordinates, and let your subordinates fall into such a situation. It is a dereliction of duty as a master. Shueiji's chest rose and fell, and she seemed to be angry. But the strange thing was that her tone was still cold and indifferent, without the excitement that should be there when angry, and it sounded like she had no emotion. After Shueiji said this, Howren finally understood that she was saying that he didn't take good care of Hime. In fact, Howren usually treated Hime very well. He wanted to refute, but he saw that Hime was really in a bad state at the moment. In a way, it was indeed his fault for not taking good care of Himari. So he changed his words halfway through his words and lowered his head silently. I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Howren has one advantage. If something is really related to him, he will not find any excuses to shirk responsibility or escape. A real man, if it is a fact, then he should admit it. Shueiji, don't blame Kyubi-sama. It's really that the incident happened too suddenly, and Kyubi-sama didn't expect it, meow. Himari also helped Howren to say a word at this time. Seeing that Howren's attitude was not bad, and with Himari's help, Shueiji's ups and downs of the towering chest slowly calmed down. However, she still glanced at Howren coldly, and then lowered her head and took out a small porcelain bottle from her arms. After opening the cork, she opened Himari's mouth and fed her some unknown milky white liquid in the bottle. After drinking the unknown liquid, Himari's condition began to improve visibly. The red spots on her neck began to fade, and the weakness slowly disappeared. Could it be that this strange white liquid made Shueiji unaffected by the Red Moon boundary? Even the Demon King could not escape the powerful boundary. What on earth was this thing? Holy water? Ren saw it and guessed secretly, and became very curious about this unknown white liquid. Hiju, I'm sorry for making you suffer. It was also when Ren was curious that she reached out and stroked Feiju's hair, as if to comfort her. Although her voice was still emotionless, her originally cold and pretty face actually revealed a rare tranquility. This scene made Ren slightly stunned, and the familiarity that he had when he first met Shueiji came to his mind again. After thinking for a while, Ren soon recalled something, a photo frame and a portrait in the photo frame. It was the photo of her mother that he saw at Li Kei's house. Snow-white hair, snow-white clothes, a tranquil look, and a beautiful face that is hard to forget at first sight. When he first met Shueiji, although Shueiji's appearance gave him a sense of familiarity, Ren did not recognize her because her noble and cold temperament was too different from the tranquil temperament in the photo of Li Kei's mother. But now, when Shueiji caressed Himari, the expression she showed was very similar to that photo. Especially in some aspects, such as Li Kei's petite but unexpectedly well-proportioned figure. Perhaps she inherited her mother's excellent genes. And Shueitsk, even more powerful than Li Kei. Taking a sneak peek at the luxurious snow-white clothes on Shueiji's chest that were almost about to burst, Ren nodded secretly. Of course, they are not completely the same. There are many differences. The appearance is only about 70% similar, and the color of the eyes is also different. Li Kei's mother has black eyes, while Shueiji has ice blue eyes. As for demeanor, in the photo, Li Kei's mother is beautiful and dignified, no different from a woman from an ordinary family. But Shueiji's temperament is that of a cold and noble lady. There are similarities but also differences. So is it true or not? After thinking about it for a while, Ren decided to ask, "Well that, Sister Du, you have a daughter." After considering the address, Ren asked tentatively. Normal people would be slightly surprised when asked this question. Who would ask someone if they have a daughter when they first meet? And why is it a daughter and not a son? However, Shueiji just raised her head slightly, glanced at him coldly, and then gave a brief answer. No. No. Such a straightforward answer made Ren directly clogged. Not giving up, he asked again, "Sister Shueiji, are you married?" After asking this question, Shueiji did not answer, and still glanced at Ren coldly. However, Ren read a trace of doubt in her cold eyes. Obviously, Shueiji finally felt strange about the question Ren asked. Ren also knew that it was a bit abrupt to ask this question, so he explained it a little. "Well, what I mean is, I heard that you stayed in human society to experience human emotions. During this period, have you ever dated human men?" "No, I have never experienced love." It was still a cold and brief answer, but it made Ren's heart move. How could you get married and have children if you haven't even experienced love? It seems that it was a mistake. Maybe they just look alike. In the end, Ren came to this conclusion and didn't ask any more questions. After a while, seeing that Himari's condition was almost healed, Shueiji handed the small porcelain bottle to Ren again. "Drink it." "What is this?" Ren did not take the porcelain bottle immediately, but asked, "This is the holy water of our Snow Woman clan. It can relieve the suppression of the barrier on you." The Snow Woman explained coldly. It really is holy water. Ren didn't expect that he had guessed it right by accident. After hesitating for a while, he took the porcelain bottle and drank it carefully. The liquid was cold at the entrance, like an ice spring on a snowy mountain. If it were to be drunk in summer, it would definitely be very refreshing. There was no strange taste in it. On the contrary, it was a little sweet, and there was a faint milky fragrance. "It tastes good." Ren, who felt that the taste was okay, continued to drink a few more sips. After drinking it, it didn't take long for the red spots on Ren's neck to fade, and the suppressed demonic power in his body began to slowly recover. "It really works." Ren nodded secretly and became more curious about Shueiji. It was obviously an A-level demon, but he could actually use such a magical treasure to remove the barrier suppression that even the Demon King could not resist. It was really mysterious. "Don't drink so much." Seeing that Ren seemed to be planning to drink more, Shueiji snatched the porcelain bottle and said coldly, "Oh, sorry." It seems that the production of this thing should be relatively small and very precious, but he accidentally drank so many mouthfuls of it. Ren felt a little embarrassed when he guessed so. However, Ji's next words made him forget about the embarrassment. "You are the successor chosen by Master Tamamonomae. However, I will not give you Master Tamamonomae's inheritance because I don't recognize you yet." After listening to Shueiji's words, Ren finally remembered that Shueiji seemed to be keeping Tamamonomae's inheritance. There was no way. At the beginning, when Shueiji brought him here, he was relaxed because he was out of danger, and his mind was empty. Later, because he recognized that Shueiji was very similar to Rika's mother, his attention was diverted to that. So Ren didn't remember Tamamonomae's inheritance until this time. However, from what Shueiji meant, she didn't plan to give Tamamonomae's inheritance to him. Didn't recognize it? Is it because I didn't take good care of Hime? Then how can I get Shuiji's recognition? It was also when Haoren was thinking about this question that Shuiji had given the answer. I will follow you and observe you carefully for a while. If you can pass my test, I will recognize you and give you the inheritance of Tamamonomae-sama. Haoren thought for a while, finally sighed, nodded, and said, Let's talk about this later. Let's think of a way to escape from here first. The inheritance is not urgent, but there is a more urgent problem now. That is, how to get out. Now they are still in the barrier, not safe. As the controller of the barrier, Nakagawa-shi, may come at any time, and once they are found by Nakagawa-shi, then he and Hime will probably die. After all, they can't beat him. Through the previous battle with Nakagawa-shi, Haoren already knew that the other party had a big trump card similar to awakening blood and lifting the seal to enhance strength. The ordinary Nakagawa-shi is already very scary. He has prepared 3 trump cards with great effort and only has a 30% chance of winning. At this moment, Nakagawa-shi has already lifted the seal, and the gap in strength is too huge, far from being made up by the trump card. Therefore, fighting is definitely not possible, and sitting and waiting to die is not an option either. Then there is only one way left. Find a way to escape from this barrier before Zhongchun Luo catches up. There are only 2 ways to escape from this barrier. One is to break it violently using a strength far superior to that of the person who set up the barrier. This is obviously unrealistic. This barrier can even suppress the Demon King, and the person who set up the barrier must be stronger than him. The other way is to break it by trickery, that is, to find the weakness or core of the barrier, which is equivalent to the existence of the eye of the formation. As long as this eye is destroyed, the operation of the barrier can be delayed or even stopped, causing it to collapse on its own. However, just when Haoren was racking his brains to think about how to destroy the barrier, Shuiji suddenly said something. Don't worry about this. I have a way to escape from this barrier. What way? Haoren asked. Since there is a way, that is the best, so as not to waste time and effort to find the weakness of the barrier. Among the relics of Tamamonomae-sama, there is a magic treasure that can be used to transfer us outside the barrier. Shuiji's answer reminded Haoren that the reason why he and Hime suddenly appeared here was probably because of this magic treasure left by Tamamonomae. However, Haoren soon felt something was wrong. Wait, if it can be directly teleported out, why didn't you take us to the outside of the barrier before, but teleported to this villa? Is there a distance limit for this teleportation? However, Haoren didn't wonder for long, and Shuiji soon gave the answer. Because this is my base in the human city, Tamamonomae-sama's heritage is basically sealed here by me, and I must take them out before leaving. Then take them out quickly. Was slightly stunned after hearing this and quickly urged. Now time is running out, and it is unknown when Nakagawa will come to the door. It takes time to lift the seal. It won't be that fast. Go outside and keep watch. Don't let anyone in. I'll take you away after I remove the seal and take out all the relics. Bang! Just like that, before Haoren could say anything, Shuiji pushed him out of the door and left him in the yard of the small villa. This made Haoren doubt for a while whether he was the descendant of Tamamonomae. He inherited the demonic blood of Tamamonomae. In name, he was also the master of Himari and Shuiji. But this guy was completely different from Himari. Do I need her approval to get Tamamonomae's inheritance? I just want to improve my strength to protect myself. It's really complicated. Forget it, I can't care so much now. Let's make some preparations first. With a sigh, Haoren quickly put the matter behind him. Then he took out a stack of spiritual paper, a stack of spiritual talismans, and a brush for setting up the formation from the small pouch on his waist, and began to make some arrangements. Nakagawa may come at any time, and from what Shuiji said, it will take some time to take out Tamamonomae's relics. In this way, if Nakagawa comes, he may have to deal with him again, but he can only delay time. After Nakagawa's blood seal is removed, his strength will increase greatly, and he will not be able to win. Fortunately, he can make some preparations in advance. Before, it was a sudden incident, and there was not much time to prepare, but now it can be done. Soon, after a period of busy work, Haoren finally arranged several backup plans. After he was done, he was not idle. Although Shuiji said that there was a way to take them out of the barrier, he never pinned his hopes on a rope. What if this rope breaks? It's like female athletes who often do sports. They always like fishnet pants with many ropes and crossed together, rather than pants with only one rope. After all, because of frequent sports, it is always easy to break pants. If one rope of the fishnet pants breaks, it won't have any impact, but if one rope breaks, it will be gone. Therefore, Haoren felt that he still needed to prepare a few more ropes. So he began to look for the center of the barrier according to his previous idea. For this reason, he communicated with the killing stone again, intending to deduce another high-level spiritual eye, which can see through hidden, illusory, and disguised things, the Eye of Truth. According to the introduction of the skills on the Killing Stone, the Eye of Truth should be able to see through the center of the barrier. It was also when Haoren deduced the Eye of Truth in the villa. Since Xueji drove Haoren out, she brought the restored human form of Hime to the basement of the villa, where treasures were stored. Hime always felt that something was wrong. She was a little thick-skinned and thought for a long time before she finally figured out what was wrong. Xueji, the treasure you mentioned must be Tamamonomae's universe lock, right? But can it really take us out? I remember that it takes a long time to use it again after it's been used once, meow? This was also information that Haoren didn't know. Feiju only told him that there was a magic treasure in Tamamonomae's relics that could enhance the power of the demon. No! Even when facing Feiju, Xueji's tone was still cold and emotionless. But this answer made Feiju very confused. Meow meow meow? After the treasure is used once, it must be 6 hours before it can be used again, and it can't break through the blockade of the barrier and teleport to the outside world. Xueji, you lied to Kyubi-sama, meow? Feiju exclaimed. I didn't lie to him. Tamamonomae's legacy was indeed sealed here by me, and it does take time to lift the seal. Pointed to the basement in front of her, explained, and began to remove the seal outside the basement. Yukihime, who often walks around in human society, naturally would not carry such an important treasure left by Tamamonomae with her. What if she was discovered and killed by human exorcists, or those greedy demon kings one day? All the demon treasures she carried would fall into their hands. So she kept all of Tamamonomae's inheritance in this secret base. If she had any accidents, her little demons would notify the loyal followers like Himari to accept the inheritance. Then why did you say you could take us out of this barrier before? Himari obviously didn't understand why Yukihime, who was always cold and emotionless, did this. Facing Himari's doubts, Yukihime did not explain directly, but asked her a question instead. You have been following him for half a year, so you can be considered as his subordinate. Let me ask you, Himari, do you like him? Himari blurted out without even thinking. Xueji nodded, paused for a moment, and continued. I can see this too. You took the initiative to plead for him before, so I guess you don't hate him. That's good. Then I want to tell you that I didn't lie. Although we can't use Lady Tamamonomae's space magic treasure to escape the barrier, there are other ways. Other ways, meow? When Xueji said this, Himari was slightly stunned and quickly asked, That's right, just let him defeat the Sword Wizard. Defeat the Sword Wizard? How is that possible, meow? Himari had seen the power of the Sword Wizard before, and knew that Haoren was no match for the Sword Wizard, so she was very surprised at this moment. Himari, you should know that the power of Lord Tamamonomae comes from love, although I don't understand what love is. But this is the secret of Lord Tamamonomae's strength, and it can naturally make him stronger. Therefore, as long as there is love, even the most powerful Sword Wizard will be vulnerable. Yukihime's tone was still cold, and there was no expression on her face, but she still patted her chest hard. It caused Himari's eyes to subconsciously follow the up-and-down swinging ball. This is a move that Yukihime learned in human society, which means that she is very confident. Seeing Yukihime so confident, Himari also became confident. In any case, Yukihime is much smarter than her. If it is Yukihime's idea, there must be no problem. I think so. Soon the seal outside the basement was completely unlocked by Yukihime. Okay, the seal is unlocked. I'll go in and get the things first. After a while, Yukihime took out all of Tamamonomae's inheritance. Did you get it? Meow. All taken out. Let's go up and take a look. Come to think of it, the reason why I asked him to go out and guard it was actually to test him. Leading Hime all the way to the first floor, Yukihime suddenly said this again. Test meow? This time Yukihime did not explain directly, but asked Hime another question. Himari, let me ask you, why did you follow Tamamonomae-sama? Tamamonomae-sama saved me, and Tamamonomae-sama has always been very kind to me, meow. Hime didn't even think about it and blurted out the answer. That's right, not only you, but also me, and the demon kings of the nine-tailed family, almost all of them have received the favor of Tamamonomae-sama. Tamamonomae-sama has always advocated love during her lifetime. She taught us, the nine-tailed family, to love each other. Although I don't understand what feelings are, and I don't understand too much love, but at least I know that Tamamonomae-sama loves us. So if he wants to be a qualified successor to Tamamonomae-sama, and wants us, his subordinates, to recognize him, he must prove his love for his subordinates. Xueji's words are actually Tamamonomae's style during her lifetime. Because her power comes from love, she naturally advocates love. In fact, in the demon clan, the reputation of the nine-tailed fox demon is not as bad as that of humans. There is no silver chaos or charm. On the contrary, the reputation is quite good. Prove your love for your subordinate, meow? That's right. Now you and I are in this villa together. The best result is that after he sees Nakagawa, he stops her without saying anything and defends this villa with his life. In this way, it means that he is a master worthy of our trust. Shueiji coldly said the content of the test, which made Feiju suddenly realize. To be honest, she didn't want Shueiji to test Hao Ren in this way. After half a year of getting along, to be honest, Hao Ren was still very good to her. But she also understood that Shueiji was a stubborn person and didn't understand emotions. Once she made a decision, it would be difficult for others to persuade her. It was also when the two girls were walking and chatting in the courtyard, Hao Ren, who was concentrating on deducing the spirit eye, suddenly felt a strong chill that made his hair stand on end. "So you escaped here. It really took me a while to find you." Before he could react, a bone-chilling voice, like the north wind in the cold winter of December, suddenly sounded in the courtyard. "It's Nakagawa Shi. She's chasing after me." Hao Ren's face changed and he quickly raised his head. As a breeze blew by, Nakagawa Shi, with beautiful silver hair and a small character on her head, slowly appeared in the courtyard. "Now you have two choices. One is to choose to surrender and tell where Shueiji is hiding. The other is, die." Nakagawa Shi, who had regained her silver-haired form, did not show the frivolous expression she had when she teased Hao Ren before, but her face was full of coldness. And she didn't say anything nonsense. She just gave Hao Ren a multiple-choice question. Facing the multiple-choice question given by Nakagawa Shi, Hao Ren said nothing, used yin-yang magic to transform a paper sword, and attacked with the sword, because there is no way to choose this. At the same time, he was praying in his heart, "Sister Shueiji, please hurry up. The enemy has already come to the door. For the sake of Tamamonomae's legacy and Himiri's face, I will help delay the time first." At the same time, the two girls happened to come to the first floor of the villa and discovered the situation outside. "The sword wizard is really chasing us." "Shueiji, look. Jiwei-sama didn't say anything. He just rushed up to stop the sword wizard. He is protecting us." Through the window of the villa, you can see that in the yard, Hao Ren saw the sword wizard appear and drew his sword without saying a word. It was exactly the best result of the test that Shueiji had said before. "It seems that you are not lying. This man named Hao Ren is indeed qualified to inherit the will of Tamamonomae-sama." Looking at the touching scene of Hao Ren bravely protecting them, Shueiji nodded secretly, and her heart was slightly recognized for this new master. Without time to sigh, the two girls quickly turned their attention to the battle situation. Hao Ren and Nakagawa both used swords to fight in close combat and abandoned spiritual arts. However, because Nakagawa had unlocked the seal of the military god's bloodline, his strength increased greatly, and his swordsmanship, whether in strength, speed, or skills, was greatly increased. Even though Hao Ren has the ability of clairvoyance, this ability of future vision still forces him to defend himself, and he is at a disadvantage. There is no other way. It is good to have the ability of future vision, but one must also be able to react. Now Nakagawa's swordsmanship has reached its peak, which has exceeded Hao Ren's reaction time. This is why Hao Ren is no longer as calm as he was in the previous battle. Fortunately, he had set up several interfering barriers in advance as a backup, which barely stopped Nakagawa's attack. "Shueiji, didn't you say you had a way before? Use it now, meow." Seeing that Hao Ren was at a disadvantage, Hime was very anxious and quickly asked Shueiji for help. Shueiji was not in a hurry, or rather, she had something in mind. She took Hime's hand and sat on the sofa beside her. "Okay, then let's start using that method. Hime, does this still require your cooperation? Meow?" Hime tilted her head in confusion. "Himaru, listen carefully. My goal is to stimulate Hao Ren to awaken the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Currently, he only has one tail. After awakening the bloodline, not only will his demonic power be enhanced, the number of tails will increase, and he will also awaken a powerful bloodline ability that is enough to deal with the sword wizard at this moment. Of course, to awaken the nine-tailed fox bloodline, you first need to inspire others' love for him." This is the good idea that Shueiji thought of. Having followed Tamamonomae for many years, she knows that the source of Tamamonomae's power is love. This love is still the love of others for the nine-tailed fox demon. The more devoted the love is, the more it can stimulate the power of the nine-tailed fox demon. And to capture love, perhaps this is very simple for the nine-tailed fox demon who has mastered the charm technique. But unlike Himari, Shueiji knows more. The love captured by means of charm technique, mental control, etc., is not considered true love. It must be from the heart, and voluntarily fall in love with the nine-tailed fox demon himself, to be considered true love. Only this kind of love can enhance the strength of the nine-tailed fox demon. The easiest ones to arouse are those who already have a crush on fox demons, such as Himari. Her plan is to use various means to strengthen Himari's love for Hao Ren, and to stimulate Hao Ren's nine-tailed fox demon bloodline to awaken by strengthening her love. Once the nine-tailed bloodline awakens and the number of tails increases, a bloodline ability will inevitably awaken. Nine tails, each of which contains a bloodline ability that defies the heavens. This is also one of the main reasons why the nine-tailed fox demon is so proud of all the demons. Once the bloodline ability of the nine tails is awakened, Nakagawa will definitely not be Howren's opponent. So with this idea in mind, Shueiji, who is well prepared and tolerant, began her perfect plan. Himari, recall now, how did you fall in love with Howren, and what was it like when you first met Howren? Although Shueiji doesn't understand human emotions very well, she lurks in human society just to understand and experience various emotions. In order to learn more about what love is, she also collected a lot of human-related love books to read. She can be said to have rich theoretical experience, although she has no practical experience. According to the love books, the heroine who has a good impression of the hero will feel great satisfaction in her heart and deepen her love for the hero when she recalls the first time she met the hero, the first time she had a good impression of him, or the scenes when they used to get along. Therefore, the first step she has to do is to strengthen the love of Himari through recalling the experience with her lover. However, because Kyubi-sama often makes delicious food for me, buys canned herrings for me to eat, and often takes me out for a walk and combs my hair, I fell in love with him. Himari's answer made Yukihime slightly stunned. She always felt that this answer seemed a little wrong, and it was inconsistent with the love she saw in the love books. But she couldn't say where it was different. After thinking about it, she asked another question. Are you happy? Happy, meow! What do you and Howren do together that makes you happier? Take a walk, comb my hair, feed me cat food, touch my head. Under Shueiji's guidance, Feiju began to recall the good times she had spent with Howren. According to the book, when the heroine recalls the good times she had spent with the hero, her love for him will deepen. Increased love can stimulate the blood power of the nine-tailed fox demon. Shueiji thought she had done this. However, when she turned around and glanced at Howren in the yard, she found that he didn't seem to have changed much. Why is there no reaction? After thinking about it, Shueiji felt that this might not be enough, and she had to increase her efforts. So she took another book, and then pulled Himari over and said, Himari, now I will read a confession scene from the book. Put yourself into it. Imagine yourself as the heroine, and Hirohito as the hero. Meow? A coward is afraid of even classic funny lines, gets hurt by cotton, and sometimes gets hurt by happiness. Halfway through reading, Yukihime suddenly felt something was wrong. This didn't seem to be the love book she usually read. I took the wrong one. It's not this No Longer Human. It should be this The Moonlight is So Beautiful. Meow? Yukihime took another book that seemed to be a love book and began to read it in a low voice. Kotaro is a student of a certain middle school. On this day, he mustered up his courage and finally confessed to Akane from the same school. Under the moonlight, Kotaro said implicitly, The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. After reading a famous confession scene in one breath, Yukihime actually shed a few drops of cold tears, which was rare. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful is one of the famous love quotes in the island country, which means that the moon is especially beautiful because of you. This is a romantic quote by Natsume Soseki. The book in Yukihime's hand is a love novel. The moonlight is so beautiful expanded according to this quote. The love story in it is very beautiful, and even she, who does not understand emotions, is somewhat touched when reading it. If she had not been in a relationship with anyone, it would probably evoke her deep attachment to her lover. Yukihime believes that books like this are very lethal to Hime, who has someone she likes. As long as you read it to her and let her bring it into the scenes and characters in the book, it will definitely inspire the love in Hime's heart. However, the idea is full, but the reality is skinny. The moonlight is so beautiful. Meow meow meow? Hime tilted her head in confusion, obviously not understanding or not interested in this kind of love and confession scenes. The so-called playing the lute to a cow is just like that. Of course, it is not that Himari is really not interested in the affairs of men and women. In fact, if Shueiji tells Himari a story about eating first, taking a bath first, or eating her first, guaranteed that Himari will be very interested. But this is not because of love, but pure desire, just like the desire of a cat in estrus. Unfortunately, the love books that Shueiji has read are all more serious. She is not like Himari, who reads Black Beast, the story of Harem in Another World, the savior of the Forest of Elves, and so on. This leads to the fact that this method still has no effect. It was not until then that Shueiji realized a problem belatedly. It seems that there are many kinds of love. The love that Himari said for Howren is not the kind of love in the sense of men and women. If it is not love between men and women, it is naturally impossible to increase the power of the nine-tailed fox demon. And it is impossible to turn this love into love between men and women in a short time. For a time, Shueiji, who was confident, found that the bamboo disappeared, and only the giant peak where the bamboo grew was still trembling slightly. Because she ignored this loophole, the plan was on the verge of failure. The result of failure was that Howren could not awaken the nine-tailed fox bloodline, could not turn the tables, and was eventually killed by the sword wizard. So, what should be done? The best way is undoubtedly to find a woman who has a crush on Howren, inspire her love, and awaken the nine-tailed fox bloodline. But now, the love of Himari is not the love between men and women that she imagined. So where can I find a woman who has a crush on Howren? Shueiji pondered for a moment and quickly reacted. Wait, isn't there another one here? Am I not a woman myself? Who? It's really difficult. In the courtyard, Howren felt hit by a strange force when he clashed with the sword wizard again, and the paper sword almost flew out of his hand. He quickly stabilized his body, put away the sword and retreated, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Howren had almost used up all the interference barriers he had set up. He also used his clairvoyance to the extreme, and his swordsmanship to the extreme, and even used a lot of trump cards. But he was still at a disadvantage and could only barely hold on. Moreover, he had fought with Nakagawa for a while before, and after being rescued by Shueiji, he fought with Nakagawa again not long after. 2 high-intensity battles had seriously consumed his physical and spiritual strength, and he might not be able to hold on for much longer. And according to what Shueiji had told him before, she would now lift the seal on Tamamonomae's relics. After lifting the seal, she would use Tamamonomae's mysterious space magic treasure to transfer them out of the barrier as before. Since the magic treasure had already demonstrated its ability once before, teleporting them to this villa, Howren still chose to believe it a little. But until now, he still hadn't waited for Shueiji's signal. Howren didn't know if it would take so long to lift the seal. He only knew one thing. If he continued like this, he would inevitably be defeated by the sword wizard. No, he had to think of a way. By the way, the 3rd trump card has not been used yet, although it may not be enough to face the now greatly strengthened Nakagawa. But Nakagawa has also been fighting for a long time and will be tired. If it can be used unexpectedly, it should be effective. Soon, Howren remembered that he seemed to have a trump card missing. So, he decided to find an opportunity to use this trump card. At the same time, Howren and Shueiji both thought of the last and only way to deal with the crisis at hand. So, will their method be effective? Can they successfully survive this crisis? Or will Howren's journey to survive in Tokyo end here? In Hachioji town, not far from Howren's home, there is a single apartment building. This is the temporary residence of Rumi Hoshino. Due to work needs, Rumi Hoshino was soon sent to the grassroots for training after entering the Taishi Bureau. Because the workplace is far from home, she did not choose to continue living at home, but found an apartment near the workplace to rent. Today is Saturday. As a spirit removal officer of the Taishi Bureau, except for being on duty, Hoshino usually works from 9 to 5, 5 days on and 2 days off, just like a normal civil servant. So today is Rumi Hoshino's day off. In the morning, she went to Howren's house. After coming back, she lay on the small bed in the apartment bored, eating snacks and flipping through something. As a typical homegirl, Rumi Hoshino rarely goes out even on her day off. Oh, Kotaro finally confessed. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful, so profound. It's great. After watching the wonderful confession scene in one breath, Rumi Hoshino finally breathed a sigh of relief and closed the book. On the cover of the closed book, the words, "The moonlight is so beautiful" were written. It was obvious that this was a well-known love novel from an island country in a parallel world. In fact, Hoshino had never read this kind of love book before. In theory, adolescent girls always have fantasies about love, but Hoshino was obviously different. First, she had a personality that gave up when she couldn't compete with others since she was a child. To put it nicely, it was called taking things as they come, and to put it bluntly, it was called salted fish. Second, she was precocious in thinking and had been exposed to certain cultures of the island country very early. She knew many allusions such as ahegao, liquid and pot, and big bone and loyal dog. Therefore, Hoshino didn't believe in so-called love at all. In her mind, men were animals who thought with their lower body. This idea directly led to the fact that although Hoshino was born beautiful, she had never had a boyfriend since she was a child. However, for some reason since she was released by Howren a few days ago, she, who was not interested in love books, suddenly liked to read this kind of books. Moreover, because of her extraordinary imagination, she can easily bring herself into the scenes in the book and the role of the heroine more easily than anyone else, as if she were there. Just like now, after reading the confession scene in The Moonlight is Beautiful, she was hugging the quilt, twisting and turning on the bed like a maggot, and laughing from time to time. I don't know what she was thinking about, but I can vaguely hear 1 or 2 sentences. It's great, Kotaro's confession. Is this the gentle side of a good man? Hehe. Speaking of which, after Howren found out that I took his bed sheet, he didn't punish me and didn't even scold me. Instead, he comforted me. He's not as bad as I imagined. Also, he asked me not to call him master before, but to call him by his name directly. Isn't it just like what Kotaro said in this book? The moonlight tonight is so beautiful, so subtle. Heh. While making all kinds of meaningless silly laughs, the only remaining trace of reason in Hoshino's mind warned her again. Ah no, Hoshino, you can't just sink like this. This is a cunning fox demon. This must be a little trick of the fox demon to use both kindness and power. Don't be fooled, damn. Cunning fox demon really understands the mind of girls. I will never fall like this. Contradictory thoughts occupied Hoshino's entire brain, and she was engaged in a fierce struggle. This made her unaware that her face was already flushed, and her body was sweating. A pleasant body fragrance quietly filled the entire room. Because she was so absorbed in the past, she did not notice that the door lock of the apartment was twisted from the outside. Click! Rumi-chan, what are you doing? The door was opened, and a beautiful middle-aged woman, wearing a pair of black frame glasses and a high-level uniform of the Taishi Bureau, who looked gentle and intellectual, walked slowly into the room. This woman had long black hair, and the end of her long hair was tied up and placed in front of her right shoulder. She had a hairstyle that married women in the island country like to have. In the island country, outsiders often saw a married woman with this hairstyle and would joke behind her back, "Madam, your hairstyle is very dangerous." As soon as this wife with a dangerous hairstyle entered the room, she saw the strange appearance of Hoshino on the bed. "Mom, why are you here?" Hearing the question, Hoshino woke up instantly, looked up, and found that the person who came was her mother, Hoshino Ryoko. "I came to see you." Because her daughter rented a house outside, Ryoko as a mother was naturally a little worried. Therefore, every weekend, she would occasionally drive over to see her daughter. However, her daughter seemed a little strange today, and she actually looked so horny. Yes, horny! Ryoko thought for a long time and could only think of these two words to describe it. Noticing this, she quickly walked to her daughter's bed, sat down, and deliberately reached out to touch her daughter's face, saying, "Why is your face so red? And why did you roll around on the bed with the quilt just now?" and kept grinning. No, nothing. I just thought of some things. Hoshino waved her little hands and said this hesitantly. The blush on her face did not retreat, but became a little redder. This look immediately made Ryoko's face change slightly. "Huh? Something is wrong. There is a problem. What happened?" Ryoko asked. However, Hoshino did not answer. "Rumi-chan, did a man bully you?" After thinking for a moment, Ryoko asked this question out of the blue. Hoshino did not react for a moment and said subconsciously, "Yes, there is a bad guy who's been bullying me." As expected, "Rumi-chan, tell Mom about that man." Hoshino did not react at once and was tricked by her mother. Now she hesitated for a moment and finally seemed to have made a great decision. She bit her lip and said, "He is a very domineering person who always bullies me, but occasionally he will be gentle to me." At this point, Hoshino suddenly paused, opened her mouth but said nothing. It was not because she did not want to continue, but because the restraint of the power of the oath prevented Hoshino from saying anything about Howren being a monster, or about what happened during the 3 days of being captured. Ryoko obviously didn't know about the oath. After hearing her daughter's words, she thought for a moment and quickly smiled. A domineering man? If he is really that kind of extreme male chauvinism and only considers himself in everything, then you don't need to consider him. If he is only strong on the surface, but is actually very careful and gentle to you in some aspects, and thinks about you, then this is a good man. Liu Mei, which kind is he? The mother's words evoked Hoshino's memories, and she began to recall every bit of her time with Howren in the past few days. To be honest, during the days of being captured, Hoshino thought she would suffer and be tortured, but the fox demon was not as bad as she imagined. Not only was it not bad, the fox demon would often cook delicious food for her, and almost never forced her to do anything. Sometimes it was even quite gentle, just like this morning. It didn't blame her. As for whether the fox demon would think about her, she didn't know, but she knew that the fox demon cared about her very much and treated her as a forbidden delicacy. This can be seen from the fact that the fox demon did not let her call him master, but Howren. He is the second type. In the end, Hoshino came up with this answer, and at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then you have to seize the opportunity, Rumi-chan. This is a good man. You have to get along with him well. As soon as Ryoko finished speaking, Hoshino's heart suddenly accelerated, and the blush on her face, which had not yet faded, quickly spread to her swan-like elegant neck. Her pupils instantly shrank into needles, and her lips opened and closed for a long time before she stuttered out 2 words. "Get along! Get along! Get along! Get along!" At the same time, in the courtyard of a villa in Kabukicho, Shinjuku district, Howren, who had just used his third trump card, suddenly felt a violent throbbing in his body, as if his heart was beating violently. Thump, thump, oh, it worked! Howren was slightly stunned, but soon realized what was going on. Yes, it worked. His third trump card was finally used successfully, and this time, the effect was even better than the previous time. He felt the power, the endless power poured into his body, full and swollen. This was an unprecedented feeling of being filled up. This was his third trump card, and also the fourth function of the Killing Stone, boiling demon blood. A function that Howren had only used once since he got the Killing Stone. Boiling demon blood can successfully increase one's demon power by about 30%. It's nothing to just increase demon power. After all, Howren doesn't know any powerful magic. However, after activating this ability, in the state of boiling demon blood, Howren's own strength, physical strength, agility, reaction speed, etc. will be greatly improved, entering a state similar to frenzy. With enhanced physical ability, his swordsmanship naturally improved greatly. The most important thing is that he can also use some powerful swordsmanship taught by the old countryman, which he dared not use because of his insufficient spiritual power and physical strength, namely the so-called secrets. With these secrets, after sealing Zhongchuan's witchcraft and swordsmanship, he might be able to defeat her. This was the three trump cards that Howren had planned at the time. But now, with Zhongchuan's awakening blood and improving her strength, these three trump cards cannot achieve the expected effect. However, the only way for now is to try. Using this trump card unexpectedly may have a chance to succeed. Of course, the boiling of demon blood also has a disadvantage. That is, after using it, it will enter a relatively weak period. In other words, if the enemy cannot be defeated in the state of boiling demon blood, then after the boiling of demon blood ends, he will be at the mercy of the enemy. However, this disadvantage is nothing to Howren at the moment, because once this trump card does not work, his end is still to be at the mercy of the enemy. Ding! After fighting with Zhongchuan again, Howren deliberately held back a bit of his strength so that Zhongchuan would not notice that his strength had suddenly increased. After finally forcing Zhongchuan back, Howren was about to find an opportunity to use his ultimate skill when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, why is the demonic power still growing? It feels so swollen, as if something is coming out. After Howren's demonic power grew by about 1/3, it did not stop, but continued to grow. Moreover, at the position of his tail vertebrae, the spherical, fluffy tail that was originally just a ball suddenly grew like a plant that had been injected with growth hormones. In just a breath, the spherical, furry thing grew into a long golden fur tail with healthy fur and a rich sheen. Damn, how did it grow a second tail? Howren was stunned for a moment and was almost hit by Zhongchuan's sword. Fortunately, he had 3,000 spiritual shields protecting him. Although Zhongchuan had cut off more than half of his spiritual shields, he still managed to block the sword. Howren, who had reacted, quickly pulled back, distanced himself from Zhongchuan again, and quickly threw out several origami. After being thrown out, the origami grew in the wind and instantly turned into several large paper birds, attacking Zhongchuan. While Zhongchuan was dealing with the big bird of the Shikigami, Howren took the opportunity to communicate with the Killing Stone and prepare to check his own status. A paragraph of text woven with green demonic power slowly emerged in Howren's mind. Hey, why are there more paper hangings? Before he had time to check the text, Howren found that the number of paper hangings in the Killing Stone had increased by as many as 10. What's going on? Is it because of the growth of a tail? With such doubts, Howren quickly checked the green fire text in his mind. Gender: male, race, demon. Bloodline: Qingqiu, golden-haired, white-faced, nine-tailed fox bloodline. Demonic power: unsealed. Nine-tail awakening status: 2 tails have been born. 1 tail has been awakened and the power of the 9 palaces and 9 stars has been awakened. Currently, the first star has been awakened. Khan Palace, White Star, Tan Lang. Mastered magic: 1. Sea-level magic. Fox hiding: can hide one's own demonic bloodline and turn into a human body. It takes half an hour to rest every 3 days before it can be released again. 2. B-level magic: breath blocking, can hide breath and interfere with the enemy's vision, hearing, and other 5 senses. 3. B-level magic: dream eating, can read memories and turn them into dreams to eat them to replenish one's own demonic power. The blank parts of the memory can be replaced by weaving new dreams. 4. S-level magic: Tan Lang shackles. Tan Lang is the star that controls space. It can materialize space, block space at will, or form shackles to stop the actions of any creature in the space. 5. Mastered a number of low-level magic. 6. None mastered other magic, a number of yin-yang magic, a number of witchcraft, a number of offensive magic. The status displayed in the Killing Stone has changed significantly. The most obvious of these is the improvement of demonic power and the change in the awakening state of the nine-tailed fox. The demon power was raised from B+ to A. The awakening state of the nine-tailed fox also changed from one tail half awakened to two tails, one of which has been awakened. There was even an S-level demon in his demon arts column. The power of the 9 palaces and 9 stars, White Star Greedy Wolf Shackles. Facing the new ability and a demon art displayed in the Killing Stone, Howren was a little confused. Howren knew about the 9 palaces and 9 stars. The 9 palaces were divided into Qian Palace, Kan Palace, Gen Palace, Zhong Palace, Shun Palace, Li Palace, Kun Palace, and Dui Palace by ancient astronomers of the Celestial Empire. The 9 stars were the product of the combination of ancient mythology and astronomy of the Celestial Empire. The 9 stars were 1 white greedy wolf, 2 black Jumen, 3 green Lu Kun, 4 green Wenku, 5 yellow Lianzhen, 6 white Wook, 7 red Pojun, 8 white Zuofu, and 9 purple Yubi. In the parallel world, the Celestial Empire also had the 9 stars and 9 palaces. However, the difference is that each of the 9 stars has its own ability to control, and the Tan Lang star is the star that controls space. Before, Feiju told him that the blood of the 9-tailed fox demon can be awakened. Once the 9-tailed bloodline is awakened, the number of tails is increased, and a bloodline ability will inevitably be awakened. 9 tails, 9 tails, each of the 9 fox tails contains a bloodline ability that defies the heavens. The current situation is obviously that he has awakened the 9-tailed bloodline. But why did it awaken? Is it easy to awaken the 9-tailed bloodline after releasing the boiling demon blood? It was also when Howren was a little confused about his sudden awakening of the 9-tailed bloodline in the villa. Success finally succeeded. After seeing Howren finally grow a second foxtail, Xueji, whose face was stained with an intoxicating blush for some reason, breathed a long sigh of relief. After her unremitting efforts, she finally succeeded in helping Howren awaken the 9-tailed bloodline. However, she tilted her head in confusion and said to herself in a cold and emotionless tone, "So am I in love with Howren?" To explain why Xueji had this question, it started from more than 10 minutes ago. When she realized that she was a woman, Xueji quickly had a bold idea to inspire her love for Howren. Because in order to awaken the 9-tailed bloodline, she must inspire others to love the 9-tailed fox demon. And love is not something that can be inspired by just finding a stranger. The most basic condition is that only women who have a good impression of the 9-tailed fox demon can inspire love. The reason why she chose Hime before was because Hime was the most suitable. And Hime not only had a good impression of Howren, but also liked Howren. But because Hime's love was not love between men and women, Xueji failed. The second woman who met the conditions was herself. Howren's previous behavior of drawing the sword without saying a word and fighting to protect them has passed her first test and changed her concept. This made her feel a little bit of favor for Howren. So this method is actually feasible. Although it is feasible, a new problem soon troubled Xueji again. How can I make myself fall in love with Howren? Or how can I change to inspire my love for Howren? Because she has never experienced love and has never been in a relationship with anyone, she doesn't know what to do at all. In layman's terms, she doesn't understand love. So Xueji began to explore on her own. As the saying goes, crossing the river by feeling the eagle sauce is the most time-saving and labor-saving way. At first, she used the method she used to help Himari before. That is, recalling the good experience of meeting Howren for the first time and getting along with him. But soon Xueji discovered that she seemed to have just known Howren for less than a day, so how could there be any good memories? So this method is definitely not feasible. Then, she began to recall the confession scenes in love books, wanting to automatically substitute into the scenes, and automatically substitute into the role of the heroine. But Xueji soon discovered that when she automatically put herself in the shoes of the heroine in the book, she could not get into the confession scene. Because in her mind, the man who confessed to her had a blank face. Finally, she had no choice but to think of a killer idea. She remembered what she had read in a love book about the best way to inspire love between men and women. This method is called Yushuiji Huan, or in-depth communication between men and women. At that time, she didn't know what Yushuiji Huan meant. Until later, Xueji planned to browse the internet and search for some Japanese TV dramas and animations about love to deepen her understanding of love. Inadvertently, she found an animation called Princess Lover, which is indeed a drama about love, and it did teach her a lot. But after watching the main drama, she found that there was an OVA, an original single-episode drama. Out of curiosity, she clicked to watch. After that day she seemed to be sick and felt weak all day. Since then, she understood what in-depth communication between men and women is. However, communication is a matter for two people, Hao-Ren is still fighting, so he can only choose the second best option and choose a single person. Obviously, the simple Shueiji has no experience in this regard. Yukihime, who was pure as snow and had a blank mind, asked Himeki for advice. Although Himeki had no experience, she often saw, well, she was a cat demon. Cats occasionally go into estrus or something, but Himeki never looks for male cats. Then she can only rely on herself. So Himeki is experienced. Soon, Himeki stuffed a selfie of Hao-Ren on her mobile phone into the innocent Yukihime. Under Himeki's guidance, Yukihime, who was as pure as a piece of paper, was taught by her in turn. Yukihime asked stupidly, "Is this really okay?" At the same time, comforted by Himeki's words, "It's okay. Leave it to me. This will definitely work," she began. Although she had never done it before, she also vaguely felt that it was not good to do so. But there was no way. All this was for the heir of Lord Tamamonomae, and he must not die here. Fortunately, Yukihime succeeded. Although it was a bit tiring, it was all worth it. But now, there is still a problem bothering her. Does this mean I'm in love with Hao-Ren? Shueiji didn't know. She didn't understand love, and she couldn't be sure, at least not now. It was also when Shueiji was thinking about some philosophy that the situation in the courtyard began to turn around. After awakening the nine-tailed fox bloodline and opening the buff of boiling demon blood, Hao-Ren's strength increase was no less than that of Zhongchuan. After deliberately exposing a flaw and causing Zhongchuan to attack and unable to dodge, Hao-Ren was ready to activate his third trump card. "What?" you asked Hao-Ren. "Didn't you already use 3 trump cards? How come there is a third one? The 4 heavenly kings usually have 5. Isn't this common sense?" This third trump card is naturally Hao-Ren's newly awakened ability. Now, he has not only increased the number of tails, but also awakened the ability of the first tail, the power of the greedy wolf. It can be said that Tamamonomae is worthy of being a great demon, king born in the Celestial Empire. Even the ability of the nine-tailed fox after awakening is full of the Celestial Empire style. Greedy Wolf Star is the star that controls space. After obtaining the power of Greedy Wolf, Hao-Ren also mastered an S-level magic. While Zhongchuan Luo was unable to dodge, Hao-Ren stretched out his finger and touched Zhongchuan Luo in the air, directly releasing this newly learned magic. Greedy Wolf Shackles! As Hao-Ren groaned, a pale light suddenly bloomed from the bottom of his feet. Under his feet, a matrix emitting pale starlight rose up at some point. It was a matrix similar to a formation drawn with special demon characters and images. The light emitted from it even surpassed the light emitted by the blood moon in the sky, instantly lighting up the entire courtyard. In the light, there was a scene of a huge gray wolf roaring at blood and the gray wolf howling at the moon. There were even bursts of real wolf howls around. At the moment these abnormalities appeared, Zhongchuan Luo instinctively felt that a danger was approaching. She forcibly stopped the attack in a posture that violated the principles of physics and prepared to put away the sword to dodge. However, no matter how fast she dodged, she couldn't be faster than light. After her body was enveloped by the pale light, she suddenly stopped moving. Whether it was her hands, feet, or mouth, they all stopped moving, as if they were released from a spell of immobilization, and were just fixed in front of Hao-Ren. At first, Zhongchuan thought that she was bound by some binding spiritual arts or sorcery. She tried to struggle and tried to break free with her powerful spiritual power. As a result, she found that she couldn't mobilize any spiritual power in her body at all. The spiritual power in her body seemed to be suppressed by something and couldn't even flow. It was as if everything had stopped, and only her mind could still move. What on earth is going on? Wait, those 2 foxtails. It was not until this moment that Zhongchuan suddenly remembered something. The one fighting with her seemed to be a nine-tailed fox demon, a master who was good at charm and mental control. Could it be that? Oh no, my body is controlled by the nine-tailed fox demon. Previously, because of her own overpowering strength, she could absolutely crush the enemy. So Nakagawa subconsciously ignored the fact that Hao-Ren was a nine-tailed fox demon. What is a nine-tailed fox demon? In the island country, fox demons are the symbol of chaos and charm. The nine-tailed fox demon is the originator of this. Charm, mind control, and even body control are all the nine-tailed fox demon's best skills. If an ordinary exorcist encounters a nine-tailed fox demon, the result will be either being killed, brainwashed, or controlled, and eventually becoming a loyal lackey of the nine-tailed fox demon. This is what Nakagawa knew from the beginning. But because she has the blood of the god of war and a strong spirit, she has a certain resistance to charm. In addition, the opponent's strength is not too strong, and she is in the red moon barrier that even the demon king will be suppressed, so the demon power is completely suppressed. Under such unfavorable conditions, charm is basically ineffective against her. Therefore, Zhongchuan Luo didn't take this matter to heart at all. Even if she was not in the red moon boundary, Zhongchuan Luo would think that as long as the sword was fast and sharp enough, she could kill the nine-tailed fox demon before it could seduce her. But who knew? She was still hit. Although people with the blood of the god of war are mentally tough. But that is only mentally. It is said that some powerful nine-tailed fox demons can directly control your body while you are conscious. Turn you into a puppet that cannot control itself. The situation in front of her is obviously very similar to the body control ability of the fox demon. Otherwise, if it is just a simple restraint, it cannot explain why she can't even mobilize the spiritual power in her body. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. In a flash, Zhongchuan Luo has figured out a lot of things, and she began to activate the blood of the god of war to resist. Since the spiritual power cannot be mobilized, the power of the blood may have some effect. It was also when Zhongchuan Luo was planning to mobilize the power of the blood to resist. On the other side, looking at the Nakagawa who seemed to be imprisoned by something invisibly and was nailed to the spot without moving, Howren was extremely excited. Why? Because this scene was very similar to some sci-fi shooting movies he watched in his previous life, where a man held a strange clock and pressed to pause time, and then he could. This was clearly the Time Stop series, Time Stop Miko. Not only Nakagawa, but also the breeze blowing in the small courtyard, the leaves swaying in the wind, the birds singing and the insects chirping, etc. Everything stopped. The whole space suddenly fell into a dead silence, as if time had really stopped. I have to say, this skill similar to Time Stop is awesome. Even a serious person like Howren was a little moved for a while, and almost couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Fortunately, he also knew that this was not a real time stop, but just the ability of Tanlongxing to control space, blocking the space and locking the actions of all creatures in it. In fact, Zhongchuan Luo was just unable to move her body, but her mind was still functioning. In other words, she was still conscious at this moment, and she knew what was being done to her. So, puff! Just when Howren was thinking about whether this new magic had any expanded uses, a burst of airflow suddenly came from the direction of Zhongchuan Luo. Howren looked up and found that the small character on Zhongchuan Luo's forehead had suddenly burst into a dazzling light. As the light of the small character on her forehead became brighter and brighter, Zhongchuan Luo's originally motionless body actually began to tremble slightly. It seemed that she was using some unknown power to try to break free from the suppression of the power of the greedy wolf. Not good. Howren secretly said that it was not good. He never expected that Zhongchuan Luo was imprisoned by the power of the greedy wolf, and even her spiritual power could not be mobilized, but she still had the ability to resist. Sure enough, this sword wizard was ridiculously strong. Howren reacted quickly and knew that he could not let Zhongchuan Luo struggle like this. He had to strike before she broke free and defeat her. So he quickly pulled out his paper sword, took a deep breath, and assumed a posture of holding the sword with both hands. A pale blue demonic power suddenly emerged from his body, burning like a blue flame, and soon enveloped him. In the blue flame, Howren's body stood straight, and his arm holding the sword was as tight as a bowstring. He seemed to be accumulating power, and he maintained this posture for about a second. The next moment, the blue flames burning all over his body were like an hourglass turned upside down, quickly turning from pale blue to deep blue. This power infected Howren's body and the surrounding space, making this area as deep as the deep sea. Then he kicked the ground hard and rushed towards Zhongchuan like an arrow from a bow. While impacting, his right hand holding the sword exerted force, and his left hand controlled the direction. With the blessing of the boiling demon blood, the muscles of his whole body were activated to the extreme. Secret, nameless three-stage thrust, he shouted violently. The paper sword moved in a trajectory that could not be captured by the naked eye, and the tip of the sword quickly touched the struggling Zhongchuan's lower abdomen with an unstoppable force. Zhongchuan, who had already broken free a little, seemed to want to dodge, but how could she dodge with her feet restrained? Bang! She felt as if her abdomen was pierced by a giant needle for a moment, and her body trembled suddenly. Even though Howren's paper sword was only a blunt sword, she still felt a piercing pain that quickly spread from her abdomen to her whole body. If she had not been born with the blood of the god of war, and had a terrifyingly high physical strength, this blunt sword would have pierced her through. This was just the beginning. In the next moment, Howren's paper sword violated the common sense of swordsmanship, that one should retract the move before launching the next sword. After a slight delay, he continued to stab twice. In just a short moment, he made 3 consecutive stabs without retracting the move, which brought a strong visual shock to the people around him. After enduring 3 thunderous blows in a row, Zhongchuan could no longer bear it. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. A trace of bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. If she hadn't been unable to open her mouth, she might have already spurted out a mouthful of blood. Before she fainted, Zhongchuan suddenly realized something in her heart when she felt this powerful force that was no less powerful than hers rushing into her abdomen and stirring it. With such a powerful force, this nine-tailed fox demon obviously hid his strength. He actually played a trick of deliberately showing weakness, pretending to be weak, and fighting with her for so long just to relax her vigilance. Then he secretly released the charm technique and controlled her body with evil means. The nine-tailed fox demon is really too cunning. After confirming that Zhongchuan was unconscious, Haoran put away his sword and retreated. However, because he didn't stand firmly for a while, he fell to the ground with a plop. The nameless, three-stage thrust was the secret of the natural, rational flow that Haoran learned from the old man in the countryside. It is also the unique skill of the legendary shogunate swordsman Okita Tsuji. This move is incredibly powerful. Even though Nakagawa has the blood of the god of war and his body is incredibly strong, he cannot withstand these 3 consecutive thrusts. Of course, the physical strength required to perform this secret is also terrifyingly high. If Haoran's blood was not awakened at this moment, and his demon blood was boiling, he would not be able to perform this secret. Of course, no matter how strong it is, this secret also has an obvious disadvantage. That is, wow! Haoran, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit him. Oh no! The sequelae of sickness have started, and the weak period of boiling demon blood has come at this time. Haoran only had time to say this sentence, and he fell to the ground in an instant and fainted. Master Jiwei, are you okay? Seeing Haoran suddenly fainted on the ground after defeating the sword wizard, Feiju rushed out of the villa and picked up Haoran's body. Shueiji also followed him out. She squatted beside Haoran to check his condition and quickly concluded, "It's okay, he just consumed too much energy and fainted." Feiju was relieved when she heard it. She was about to say something, but Shueiji suddenly raised her hand and pointed to the sky, saying, "Look, the barrier has disappeared. It should be because Nakagawa lost consciousness that the barrier disappeared automatically." However, the dark clouds covering the sky above Kabukicho gradually began to dissipate, revealing the blue sky. The red moon also disappeared, the sun returned again, and the entire Kabukicho returned to its normal state. The barrier has disappeared, and the people from the exorcism agency will definitely come in to check the situation. This place will also attract the investigation of those who are interested. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's leave here first. Sheiji thought for a while and quickly suggested, "This base is no longer safe and must be evacuated as soon as possible." Fortunately, she has taken out all of Tamamonomae-sama's relics. "Okay, meow." Himuri nodded and picked up Haoran. Just as she was about to evacuate, she suddenly saw Nakagawa, who had fainted on the ground. After a slight pause, the black hair on her cat's tail instantly exploded. Soon she handed Haoran to Shueiji, and then with a whoosh, she showed her sharp cat claws and said with a fierce look on her face, "Meow, Shueiji, you come and hold Kyubi-sama, and wait for me to kill this woman first. She knows Kyubi-sama's human identity, and I can't keep her any longer, meow." After saying that, she was about to use her cat's claws to finish off the other party, but was stopped by Shueiji. "Don't. This woman is a rare human military god bloodline. Generally, people with this rare bloodline are very helpful to our demon race in awakening their bloodline. This woman can help Master Jiwei awaken his bloodline. She is very useful. Keep her for now and take her with you." "Is that so, meow?" After Shueiji said this, Feiju retracted her claws in dismay. Then she picked up Nakagawa and carried it directly on her shoulders. In this way, the 2 women each held one and left the villa directly. Before leaving, Feiju suddenly paused and touched her chin with her hand, because she found that she seemed to have forgotten something, but she couldn't remember what it was for a while. "What's wrong, Feiju?" "Ah, it's okay. Let's go, meow." Shaking her head, Feiju didn't think about it anymore and followed Sheiji to leave. Not long after Feiju and the others left, on a street somewhere in Kabukicho. This street was very quiet, with no one else coming and going. Only in the middle of the street there stood 3 people dressed strangely, wearing some fancy clothes and posing in various weird shapes, motionless. There was also a half-dead otter next to the 3 people. These 3 people and 1 otter were naturally the 4 demon kings who were bound by Zhongchuan Luo with the word spirit divine binding. Because the demon kings were difficult to kill, Zhongchuan Luo did not kill them before, but planned to let the barrier consume their demon power before killing them. The 3 demon kings who were trapped by the sword wizard were originally a little desperate, and were even ready to be wiped out. But who knew? The sword wizard suddenly found a fox demon on the way and chased it. Not long after, the barrier dissipated by itself. So, as the barrier dissipated, the 3 demon kings with weird shapes successfully recovered their demon power after losing the suppression of the barrier, and naturally broke free from the word spirit binding on their bodies. What happened? Why did the barrier suddenly dissipate? After breaking free from the restraints, Qingxuande was the first to be surprised. Generally speaking, the barrier dissipates. Either the person who set up the barrier took the initiative to remove it, or the barrier controller was defeated. But judging from the current situation, I am more inclined to the latter. Qing Fengzhu obviously has a better understanding of human spiritual arts and gave his own guess. However, Qingxuande obviously did not believe Qing Fengzhu's words. Yan Qingchong, you mean that Zhongchuan was defeated by that fox demon, and in this red moon barrier? How is this possible? Even our demon king can't do it, just relying on that little fox demon? Amitabha, believe it or not, after this battle, my demon clan has gained another genius level figure. It is still unknown which faction this genius belongs to, and it is unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse. That's all I have to say. I'm leaving. Qing Fengzhu obviously didn't want to say anything more to Qingxuande. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of black smoke suddenly emerged from the body of Qing Fengzhu, and soon his entire body disappeared in the black smoke. Only Hananomaki and Aono Teng were left, as well as an otter who was unknown whether dead or alive. Humph, Yan Qingchong, you are really talking nonsense. What do you think, Hananomaki? Aono Teng snorted coldly, turned his eyes to Hananomaki beside him and asked. However, her question received no response. Hananomaki had been silent since before, with her head down, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Hananomaki, what are you thinking about? Ah, Awandeng, what did you say? After being called out like this, Hananomaki came back to her senses and seemed a little absent-minded. It's that fox demon just now. Do you think he can defeat that sword wizard? I don't think it's possible. I don't know either. Hananomaki smiled softly, shook her head at first, and then changed the subject. But fox demons are all very powerful. Isn't Our Lady Tamamonomae one? And that fox demon? Through previous observations, Hananomaki obviously saw something and was about to tell Awandeng, but was interrupted before she finished speaking. Of course, Lady Tamamonomae is powerful, but that doesn't mean all fox demons are powerful. Take the unknown descendant of Lady Tamamonomae, for example. The information I received is that he is actually a humble human. How powerful can a human reptile be if he obtains the blood of our demon race? And I even doubt whether this descendant is real. Maybe it is some despicable human reptile that obtained Lady Tamamonomae's blood by some unknown means after Lady Tamamonomae's death. This is simply a blasphemy to the Nine-Tailed clan. If I find this reptile, I will definitely drain all his demon blood with my own hands to commemorate Lady Tamamonomae's spirit in heaven. After Qingxuande said this, Hananomaki immediately shut up and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. I almost forgot that Qingxuande hates humans very much. If she knew, that was a close call. You're right, let's leave here quickly. It won't be long before the people from the 3 major exorcism agencies come here. Okay, but what about this guy? We don't know if he's dead or not. Qingxuande nodded, then pointed at the motionless otter lying on the ground, seemingly unintentionally, and said to Hananomaki, Take him with you. After all, we've worked together under Lord Tamamonomae. Humph, I won't take him with me. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. If you want to take him with me, you take him. I'm leaving first. Seeing that Hananomaki noticed the existence of the otter demon Arakawa, Qingxuande snorted coldly, and his body turned into a ball of green flame and dissipated. Seeing this, Hananomaki was slightly stunned and soon laughed dumbly. As a demon king for many years, Hananomaki naturally knew Qingxuande better. Although she hated humans, she was very friendly to her fellow demons. It's just that her personality was extremely troublesome. Not only was she venomous, but she was also always unwilling to show these kindnesses honestly and frankly. Qingdeng, you are such a tsundere. When Howren woke up again, it was already late at night. He had been unconscious for half a day. Where is this? It seems to be my room. Howren just opened his eyes and was still a little confused. When he woke up a little, he saw the familiar ceiling and bed. Howren found that he was lying on the bed in his room. I remember that in the end, it seemed that I used the secret technique of the nameless 3-stage thrust to defeat Nakagawa, and then triggered the weakness and fainted. The nameless 3-stage thrust is the famous unique skill of Okita Tsuji. According to the country old man, he is the orthodox descendant of the natural rational style, and the only descendant in the contemporary world who has learned the unique skills of Okita Tsuji. Of course, there is one more Howren now. The nameless 3-stage thrust is a very powerful secret technique of swordsmanship. It is rumored that in the Shogunate era, Okita Tsuji used this secret technique to kill many S-level monster kings. This also indirectly shows that the great swordsman in this parallel world is a terrifying existence that can kill the Demon King. Although this secret is extremely powerful, it also has an obvious disadvantage. That is, after releasing the secret, the body will enter a negative state of weakness as if it is sick. This state is called sickness by the country old man. It seems that I fainted because of illness. By the way, Feiju and the others. After roughly understanding the current situation, Howren was ready to get up and take a look, but he stopped halfway through his words. He was originally planning to use his arms to support his body, but he found that he couldn't move his arms at all. What is pressing it? Turning his head slightly, Howren finally found the reason. On his right arm, which was leaning against the outside of the big bed, there was actually a person pressing on it. Snow-white long hair, snow-white clothes close at hand, a beautiful face with closed eyes, and a soft body pressing on his arm. At his feet, the black silk lowly cat girl, perhaps because she was too tired, lay horizontally at the bottom of the bed, her head resting on his thighs, and she fell asleep hugging his legs. And in her sleep, she occasionally makes a cute meow sound, as if she had a good dream. This made Howren, who was still a little confused, completely awake. What's going on? How come she slept next to my bed? After waking up, Howren couldn't help but move his body because he was too surprised. This movement of his body first woke up Shueiji. Ah, Howren, you're finally awake. She subconsciously pulled Howren's hand into her arms, obviously happy, but her tone still gave people a mechanical texture, as if there was no emotion in her words. "Kyubi-sama, you're awake!" Mia Shueiji shouted like this. And Feiju was naturally awakened. She directly supported Howren's thighs and climbed up. "Hiss! Wake up! Wake up!" Howren took a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that if a lucky man married Shueiji and slept with her arms like this, it would be beautiful. Let alone this soft and fragrant body, it is simply a paradise for any man. Although he sighed, Howren still planned to move his thigh away and pull out his arm at the same time. However, Howren, Kyubi-sama, are you okay, meow? On the contrary, Shueiji's arm was tightened more and more, and his thigh was tightly grasped by Himuri's cat claws. What is pain and happiness? Perhaps this is the true portrayal of Howren now. It's okay, let go. It was not easy to pry the hands of the two women apart, and Howren climbed up from the bed. What happened after I fainted? Did you bring me back? Yes, Kyubi-sama. After you fainted, Shueiji and I took you home together, meow. After hearing Himuri's answer, Howren nodded, and just as he was about to say something, he soon noticed something wrong. You? Who else? It's Nakagawa, nine-tailed master, meow. Howren was slightly stunned by Feiju's answer, and he was surprised. Huh? Why did you bring that sword wizard back as well? This was something Howren never expected. It stands to reason that after he fainted, with Feiju's temper, she would most likely kill the sword wizard. Feiju was speechless for a moment and looked up at Shueiji, who then explained, "Let me tell you, in fact, Nakagawa is of great help to you, Howren, in awakening the nine-tailed bloodline." After Shueiji's explanation, Howren finally understood why Shueiji brought Nakagawa back. You mean the nine-tailed bloodline can be awakened a total of 9 times, and each time it can awaken a new ability. As long as Nakagawa provides a little of her military god bloodline's essence, it can help me awaken the nine-tailed bloodline and awaken new abilities? If this is the case, then keeping Nakagawa is indeed very useful. At present, what Howren wants to do most is naturally to improve his strength. Any method is fine as long as it can improve strength. And awakening the nine-tailed fox bloodline and gaining new abilities is obviously a better method. After all, Howren has seen the power of the greedy wolf. Yes, the special bloodline of humans and the special bloodline of our demon race can stimulate each other to a certain extent, causing each other to awaken. There are often many families of exorcists with special bloodlines who will capture some demons with special bloodlines to stimulate the awakening of their human bloodlines. After Shueiji said this, Howren remembered that it seemed to be true. For example, the human exorcist family with the mystic eyes of death perception often published some news in newspapers offering rewards for capturing demons with special bloodlines. Howren didn't know what was going on before, but now he understands it. After understanding this, Howren quickly thought of another question. Then how do we extract this blood essence? Can we just extract it directly from Zhongchuan? It's true that this can be done with the blood essence of normal demons, but it's not true for humans. Humans are different from us demons. Their blood essence must be provided by them on their own initiative. Provide on their own initiative, what do you mean? Howren was slightly stunned and asked. The body structure of humans is different from that of our demons. Most of our demons are just transformed human forms, and their original bodies are actually animals or other objects. The blood essence of demons is generally stored in their original bodies, while the blood essence of humans is dispersed in the blood throughout the body. Unless they provide it on their own initiative, it is impossible to forcibly extract the blood essence. Howren. Shueiji's words made Howren stunned. He thought that extracting blood essence should be a simple matter, but he didn't expect that he would need the other party to actively cooperate. No wonder humans can defeat demons. Just for this reason, there are far more awakened bloodline people in humans than demons. Seeing that Haoran was stunned after hearing her words, Shueji changed the subject and continued. But Haoran, you don't have to worry. This may be difficult for other demons, but for the nine-tailed fox demon who is good at charm, it is very simple. Just use charm or mental control to control her mind and let her provide it voluntarily. In Shueji's opinion, Haoran is a nine-tailed fox demon, and nine-tailed fox demons are all very proficient in charm. This matter should be very simple for Haoran, so she would directly capture Zhongchuan Luo. However, what she didn't expect was, Haoran's face changed instantly after hearing it. Charm? I don't know how to do that. Charm is definitely not going to work. So what should I do? After a moment of silence, he said, Where is Zhongchuan Luo now? In a dim underground storage room, the unconscious Zhongchuan Luo groaned and finally woke up slowly. Where am I? It hurts! Zhongchuan Luo, who had just woken up, was still a little confused. Before she could figure out the current situation, she felt a tearing pain in her abdomen. It felt as if a giant needle was stabbed into her abdomen, rolling and stirring inside. Finally, it was a mess, and it was pulled out, and then she felt the pain. Zhongchuan Luo quickly calmed down and tried to mobilize the spiritual power in her body to suppress the tearing pain. However, she found that the spiritual power in her body was close to exhaustion for some reason, and her hands and feet were tied up by two thin white ropes. This rope was not an ordinary rope. The rope was cold throughout, as if it was woven from silk threads of some special material. It turned out to be a rope woven from the silk threads spit out by the ice silkworm monster. Zhongchuan Luo was an experienced exorcist and recognized the thin rope that tied her up at a glance. The ice silkworm monster is a D-level monster that lives on the snowy mountains. Although this monster is not strong and not aggressive, its ability to survive is very strong. When it encounters danger, it will spit out an ice blue silk thread. This thread is cold and very tough. Even if an A-level demon is entangled in it, it will be difficult to break free in a short time. After knowing that this is ice silk, Zhongchuan, who was originally planning to try to break free from the thin rope, immediately gave up the idea. Now that she has lost all her spiritual power, she can't break free from the rope no matter what. I remember that I was trapped by the nine-tailed fox demon. He controlled my body with evil magic and couldn't move. Then he defeated me with swordsmanship and fainted. After giving up the idea of breaking free from the rope, Zhongchuan took a little time to sort out her previous memories. So I was not killed by the fox demon, but captured by the fox demon? Then this should be the cell in the fox demon's stronghold. In the island country, the major demon forces are generally concentrated in the Hokkaido area, which is the last piece of pure land for the Demon Alliance to retreat after being defeated by humans. However, in other parts of the island country, in some deep mountains and forests, sparsely populated areas, or in human cities, there are occasionally some hidden demon strongholds. Just like the villa of Shueji in Shinjuku district, it is one of her strongholds. After sorting out the current situation, Zhongchuan Luo looked around. It was pitch black all around, but because she mastered the basic spiritual technique of spiritual vision of the exorcist, she could barely see things in the dark and see the environment she was in. It was dim, small, and messy. There were many sundries on the ground, as well as some scattered pieces of clothing and cloth, and there was a very unpleasant stench. And she was tied up with her hands and feet, sitting with her back against a dirty cabinet. Why is the fox demon's cell so small and messy? Zhongchuan Luo felt a little strange. After all, the other party was a nine-tailed fox demon, the successor of the great demon king Tamamonomae. Even if he was just an heir, he was still a leader among demons. Why does the other party's base cell look so shabby and worn? It doesn't even look like a cell, but more like a storage room. While thinking, Nakagawa's eyes accidentally swept across the torn pieces of clothing on the ground, and soon he was stunned. The torn pieces of cloth on the ground were pure white, with some residual blood on them, and they looked very familiar. These clothes are my clothes? Nakagawa carefully identified them, and then he realized that these torn clothes were actually the ones he had worn before. Then what about himself? Nakagawa immediately looked down, and it would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but he was shocked when he saw it. But he saw that the pure white clothes she was wearing had turned into a large men's t-shirt at some point, and her lower body, the original pure white skirt, had long disappeared. Fortunately, because the men's t-shirt was relatively large, it just covered her thighs. What's going on? Who changed my clothes? This was Nakagawa's first thought, and soon she found more things wrong, because when she was checking her clothes just now, Nakagawa moved her body slightly. Although her hands and feet were tied, she could still move slightly. But as she moved, she found it a little chilly. Perhaps it was because it was an early spring night and the temperature was low. The endless grass was covered with dew, and the grass was lush. The fragrance of the soil and the smell of the grass mixed into a pleasant grass aroma, which quietly floated into Nakagawa's nose. At first, Nakagawa was a little dazed, but after a moment, she suddenly came to her senses, and her originally cold face actually climbed up a rare rosy red. "Where is my little clothes?" From childhood to adulthood, Nakagawa was obviously the first time she encountered such a situation, and she was a little absent-minded. It took her a long time to react, as if she remembered something, and hurriedly cast her eyes on the broken clothes on the ground. After searching for a long time, Zhongchuan finally found what she was looking for in the pile of broken white cloth. However, she found that the clothes had been torn, as if they had been torn by some animal with sharp claws, just like the white cloth pieces before. And next to it there was a dazzling red, which was the blood-stained cloth pieces that Zhongchuan saw before. At this moment, Zhongchuan's face changed, and all the information she had observed before suddenly popped up in her mind. Torn clothes, bloodstains, a large men's t-shirt on the body, a vacuum, a pain like a torn abdomen, and the other party was a nine-tailed fox demon known for its silver chaos and charm. After connecting these information together, Zhongchuan suddenly had a terrible idea in her mind. Could it be that she was... However, she quickly shook her head again and said to herself that it was not certain. The pain in her abdomen was probably caused by a sword wound in her abdomen before, and the bloodstains might also be caused by the wounds in the battle, although there were no obvious wounds on her body. The torn clothes might have been torn in the previous battle, or they might have been torn when the fox demon moved here. Zhongchuan Luo seemed to want to deny something, and seemed to be unwilling to accept something, and found many seemingly reasonable excuses. However, before she could decide on the final result and overturn the terrible idea in her mind before, the door of the storage room was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang. A man with a flashlight strode in and saw Zhongchuan Luo, who had already woken up. "Ah, you woke up so soon? After so much trouble before, you can still wake up so quickly. You are worthy of the blood of the military god, and your body is really strong. You are Nine-Tailed Fox Demon." After slightly adapting to the light of the flashlight, Zhongchuan Luo quickly recognized the person who came. The person was naturally Haoren. "Tsk, it's really hard to deal with you when you wake up. You have to lose consciousness to do this, so sorry, I can only let you have a good sleep. Don't worry, you will feel very comfortable in your sleep." As Haoren finished speaking, Zhongchuan felt something hit the back of her neck. Her eyes rolled back, her body twitched, and she fainted again. Before she fainted, she only had time to quickly flash through a few words that someone had just said. "Tossing around for so long, strong body, doing this, it will be very comfortable in sleep." After knocking Nakagawa out, Haoren prepared to start his plan to extract blood essence. That's right, extract blood essence. After listening to Sheiji's explanation, he already knew that if he wanted to extract blood essence from Nakagawa, she must actively cooperate. But Haoren still didn't know how to charm, so he thought of another way: dream eating. Dream eating can delete memories or simply modify memories. Use this magical ability to modify Nakagawa's memory. After modifying the memory, let her willingly give up her precious first, blood essence. Why does it sound so much like the plot of the book? Well, forget it, as long as it can improve my strength. With this idea in mind, Haoren was about to use the dream-eating technique on Nakagawa. However, he saw at a glance the rags all over the floor, as well as the men's t-shirt that Nakagawa was wearing. This made him pause for a moment, and he turned to ask Hime behind him. "Hey Hime, why did you tear her clothes and put on my t-shirt?" Hime and Yukihime came in a step later than Haoren, and when they came in, Haoren had already knocked Nakagawa unconscious. "Kyubi-sama, her clothes were severely damaged in the previous battle with you, and they were stained with the blood you vomited. I saw that her clothes could not be worn, so I tore them off directly, and then Yukihime found one of your t-shirts for her to wear." Meow! After hearing Hime's answer, Haoren glanced at her sharp nails and nodded. No wonder the rags were torn all over the floor. It turned out that Hime did it. "But why are you looking for my clothes?" "I don't have any other clothes. All of Himari's clothes are children's clothes you bought for her. They are not suitable for sword witches. There are only men's clothes left in the room, so I had to change her into one of your t-shirts." Shueiji stepped forward and explained lightly. Haoren wanted to complain about this. "Don't you monsters change your clothes normally?" The same is true for Himari. After coming to his house, he reluctantly bought a few cheap children's clothes for Himari. But Himari never changed her clothes. She always wore that black gothic Lolita dress. When we monsters transform into human form, our clothes also take shape, so we don't need to change clothes normally. Of course, we can change, but it's not necessary. Sheiji seemed to see Haoren's doubts and explained. "Okay, Nodding, Howren didn't bother about why the monster didn't change clothes anymore and started the dream-eating technique directly. Well, let's start. If you want to use the dream-eating technique to modify your memory, you must first enter the state of dream reading. To read dreams, you need to use your consciousness to sneak into the other person's dream, that is, the spiritual world. Because he had experience before, Howren was very comfortable doing it this time. At the beginning, it was indeed very smooth. Howren's consciousness, through the weaving method of dream eating, condensed into spiritual tentacles and successfully sneaked into Zhongchuan's spiritual world. However, after he entered Zhongchuan's spiritual world, he had no time to check it out. Suddenly, a sharp pain came, and Howren felt that his spiritual tentacles seemed to be cut off by a sharp samurai sword, and then the remaining part was shaken out by a strong recoil force. At this moment, Howren's ears were buzzing, and the whole person felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Xueji was quick-witted and supported him. "Howren, are you okay? Damn, what the hell is this?" Howren, who finally recovered, cursed. He didn't understand why he couldn't even sneak into the other person's spiritual world after releasing the dream-eating technique. It wasn't until he looked up and found that the small, shining bee suddenly lit up on Zhongchuan's forehead that he was slightly stunned. Could it be because of Zhongchuan's military god bloodline? Howren, who had a guess in his mind, tried again. This time he became very careful, and the spiritual tentacles he separated were very small and thin, and the speed of sneaking in was also very slow. However, it hurts! The tentacles were cut off again, and Howren still returned empty-handed. Howren, the military god bloodline has a certain ability to resist charm. If you don't release a charm above level A, it will have no effect. Xueji, who was standing by, thought Howren was trying to use the charm technique. Seeing that he tried several times but failed, she reminded him. Howren didn't tell the two of them that he didn't know how to use the charm technique for the time being. Xueji is indeed a well-informed A-level demon. When she said that, Howren suddenly remembered that the dream-eating technique seemed to be a B-level magic. Forget it, let's go back to the house first. The dream-eating technique didn't work, so Howren could only think of other ways and make long-term plans. It was still night, and he decided to wait until tomorrow. The matter of Nakagawa was not urgent. There were more important things to deal with at the moment. For example, he had to wait and see how the three major exorcism agencies would react. Such a big exorcism incident happened in Shinjuku District, and the genius sword wizard Nakagawa of the Miko Agency was missing. The three major exorcism agencies, especially the Miko Agency, could not have no reaction. Although no outsiders knew what happened under the cover of the barrier at that time. But just in case, Howren decided to observe first. The next morning, which was also Sunday morning, in a single apartment not far from Howren's home. "Liume, you have to work hard." In the single apartment, Rumi Hoshino stood in front of the mirror, patted her slightly red face with her hand, and encouraged herself. Today, Rumi-chan did not wear the black uniform she usually wore, but changed into a beautiful red casual outfit, and wore a pair of tight jeans on her lower body, which perfectly showed her tall and good figure like a gun mount. She also put on a little light makeup on her face, and it was obvious that she had been carefully dressed up. This was a very rare thing for Rumi Hoshino, who rarely dressed up, because today she was going to do something, a big thing. Her mother's words gave her great encouragement and made her make a bold decision. She wanted to ask her master, Howren, clearly. Ask, in Howren's heart, what does she think of her? Is she a servant? Or a forbidden delicacy? And she planned to tell Howren some of her thoughts. "Keep going, Liume. You must make things clear today." After encouraging herself again, Hoshino seemed to remember something and said with some regret, "Yesterday I specifically asked my mother to accompany me to Howren's house to learn from Howren and learn some cooking skills, but my mother didn't agree. What a pity. Otherwise, how can we say that Hoshino is a filial daughter? Not only did she have this idea before, but now she has put it into action. Unfortunately, it didn't work in the end." Shaking her head, Hoshino put on her lady's small bag, quickly left the single apartment, and rushed to someone's house. Special report from this station: yesterday in Shinjuku District, Tokyo, a special exercise against demon attacks was held, which was led by the Miko Agency. In the morning, Howren prepared breakfast for 3 people. While sitting at the dining table with Yukihime and Himuri to eat breakfast, they watched the morning news on TV. What surprised Howren was that the news did not mention much about what happened in Shinjuku yesterday, nor did it mention anything about Nakagawa. Not only on TV news, but even on mobile phones, various news media and forums, there was not much relevant information. Obviously, what happened yesterday was deliberately suppressed by the official power of the island country. If it weren't for the fact that the barrier covering Kabukicho was too conspicuous and could not cover it up, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be any related reports. It seems that the disappearance of Nakagawa should not be known to too many people. I just don't know what the 3 major exorcism agencies will do behind the scenes. Howren flipped through the news on his mobile phone and guessed. Nakagawa is the most talented Miko of the Miko agency in the contemporary era. She is known as the successor of the 18 Spirit Generals. If she disappears, the Miko agency will definitely not give up and will definitely send people to search everywhere. So we still have to be careful in the future. Hot. Shueiji, who was sitting next to Howren, replied vaguely while eating the delicious breakfast made by Howren. Today's breakfast is egg-fried rice with a glass of milk. This is not the first time that Shueiji has tasted human food. After years of infiltration into human society, she has already tasted many human delicacies. Even so, today, she was shocked. In front of her was a golden and fragrant egg-fried rice. The rice grains were crystal clear, plump and round, and each grain was evenly coated with sticky egg liquid. In addition, there were a few chopped green onions on the rice, and the fragrance wafted from time to time. It was really exciting her taste buds and nerves. What's more magical is that under the light of the dining room, this plate of egg-fried rice was actually glowing. That's right, it was glowing, sparkling egg-fried rice. It was the first time that Shueiji had seen glowing food. She couldn't help her curiosity and scooped up a spoonful of fried rice and was about to put it in her mouth. However, the fried rice was just out of the pot and was a little hot. In addition, Shueiji was born with a cold constitution and had a low resistance to hot food. She was slightly burned and stuck out her tongue. The bright red color made Howren's heart beat faster. Even so, she still couldn't resist her surging appetite. She blew a few cold air, which was a real cold air, to cool the fried rice directly before putting it into her mouth. The full and round rice grains were like seeds that had broken free from their shackles, full of life essence, and poured into Shueiji's esophagus. The rice grains were evenly wrapped in the sticky egg liquid, with just the right degree of greasiness, and were extremely chewy. The more you chewed, the more chewy and fragrant it became. She took another sip of thick milk. In an instant, the fragrant rice jumped on the tip of her tongue, and the thick white milk filled her mouth. After chewing for a while, most of the rice grains mixed with milk were swallowed directly by Shueiji, and a small part splashed out and sprinkled on the collar of her white snow-white dress. Fua! It's delicious! After swallowing it, even though Shueiji usually had an emotionless face, her cheeks flushed and she looked intoxicated. She even held her cheeks with both hands and closed her eyes, as if she was still carefully savoring the delicious taste. At the same time, in Shueiji's heart, she once again recognized her new master. Well, being able to make such delicious food, he is indeed qualified to support. Oh no, he is somewhat qualified to be my Shueiji's master. However, he still needs to complete a test. Howren naturally didn't know what Shueiji was thinking. After seeing Shueiji's intoxicated look, he also showed a happy smile. He didn't have any other hobbies, but he liked to watch others eat the food he made and show an intoxicated expression. This was a kind of affirmation of his cooking skills, and he felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. But satisfaction is satisfaction, and business still needs to be done. Thinking of this, Howren coughed lightly and said, Ahem, by the way, Shueiji, when are you going to give me Tamamonomae's inheritance? In fact, after returning from Shinjuku district, Shueiji has not taken the initiative to mention this matter. But Howren has never forgotten it. Yesterday he was delayed because of the matter of Nakagawa, so today he made time to ask carefully. When they were in Kabukicho, Shueiji said that she would follow him, observe him carefully for a while and test him. Therefore, Howren did not expect Shueiji to give him the inheritance immediately, he just wanted to test the waters. For this reason, he deliberately made a delicious meal to buy Shueiji's stomach. After all, as the saying goes, you should be grateful to those who have eaten your food, and be soft-handed when you receive something from someone else. Well, I can't give you the legacy of Tamamonomae-sama yet. I haven't fully recognized you as the new master of our Nine-Tails family. Even though you have passed my first test. Shueiji paused for a moment, glanced at Hime who was eating hard and making meow sounds of ecstasy from time to time, and then continued. Well, I originally had 3 tests, and you have passed the first one. For Hime's sake, I will give you the last test. As long as you pass this test, I will recognize you as the new master of the Nine-Tails family, and I will give you all the legacy of Tamamonomae-sama. After saying that, Shueiji added another sentence silently in her heart. Well, it's just for Hime's sake, not because your cooking is so delicious. After hearing what Shueiji said, Howren's first reaction was, well, there is such a good thing? 3 tests directly turned into 1 test? By the way, when did I complete the first test? Why don't I remember it at all? No matter what, it's a good thing to be able to take advantage. With this thought in mind, Howren asked again, what test? You have to help me learn a kind of human emotion, or let me experience a kind of love. If you succeed, you will pass the test. So, half an hour later, in the guest room of Howren's house. This is a second-floor bedroom that was temporarily occupied by Xingye for a few days before, and now it is vacated for Shuiji to live in. At this moment, in the small bedroom, Howren and Shuiji sat side by side on the edge of the bed, facing each other, staring at each other without blinking. Well, I have sent Hime outside, so let's start. After staring at each other for a long time, Howren couldn't stand it. He first looked away and swallowed his saliva secretly. In contrast, Shuiji was very calm, with no expression on her face. She just nodded slightly and said, "Okay." At the same time, Hime was sent by Howren to the yard outside the small building, and was holding a can of herring and chewing it fiercely. Although she had egg-fried rice for breakfast, it was still uncomfortable for a cat to not have some meat for a meal. Meow, Kyubi-sama and Yukihime are so mysterious, and I don't know what they are doing. It's really... While eating the fragrant canned herring, Himari did not forget to complain, but she stopped halfway, because she found that a familiar female figure appeared outside the gate of the courtyard. Hoshino was in a good mood today. It was a rare weekend. Yesterday, her mother encouraged her and made her determined to do something. This was very rare for her. You know, Hoshino Rumi thought she was a coward. When facing real difficulties, she did not have the courage and determination to move forward. She only gave in and compromised and muddled along. But this time she did not intend to continue muddling along. She planned to ask carefully, speak well, and convey her ideas well. This was also the first time that Hoshino mustered up the courage to face something bravely. This courage seemed to be due to the encouragement of her mother, but the deeper reason might be some unknown emotion. I must convey it well. All along the way, Hoshino kept muttering this sentently, until, meow! Haha, isn't this Rumi-chan? All the way to the door of Howren's house, before Hoshino had time to ring the doorbell, he heard a familiar shout from Howren's yard. Hoshino looked up and found that the door of the yard had been opened at some point. Behind the door stood a Lolita girl wearing a gothic Lolita outfit and a small felt hat, waving and greeting her. Ah, it's Miss Himiri. Good morning. Hoshino quickly recognized the person behind the door and hurriedly returned the greeting. Hey, Rumi-chan. You are dressed very beautifully today. Do you have any more information to give to Kyubi-sama? Himiri naturally knew about Rumi Hoshino's going to the Taishi Bureau to be a spy, and the previous few times Hoshino came to Howren's house were to deliver intelligence, so naturally, this time Himiri thought she had the same intention. Ah, no. Oh, yes. I'm here to deliver information. Is Howren at home? Hoshino shook her head subconsciously, but soon seemed to have thought of something and nodded quickly, her face turning slightly red. Yes, but he's a little busy now. You go in first. You can sit in the living room and wait for him. Since Howren only sent Himima away on the pretext of eating canned herrings, and did not tell her to stop other people from entering the house, Himima let Hoshino in. Of course, it was mainly because Howren did not expect someone to visit at this time. After all, it was still early in the morning and he had just eaten breakfast. Even Mrs. Muto, who often invited him to her house to eat rice bowls, would not disturb him in the morning. Okay? Okay? Hoshino nodded a little stiffly but did not take a step immediately. Instead, she stood there and stared at the door for a long time. For some reason, the closer she got to Howren's house, the more nervous she became. Now that she was about to go in, she was a little nervous and couldn't take a step. Finally, she took a deep breath, calmed herself down, then carefully moved her feet and slowly entered Howren's house. After entering the house, Xingye did not find Howren on the first floor. She did not walk around, but sat down on the sofa in the living room and waited slowly. For Xingye, who rarely goes out, sitting should be a very comfortable thing. But for some reason, she felt like sitting on pins and needles even though she was sitting on the soft sofa. It must be conveyed well. It must be conveyed well. Xingye repeated this sentence in a low voice while twisting her body and changing her sitting position. It seemed that only in this way would she feel a little relaxed. She sat and waited for a long time. Just when Xingye was about to get restless, suddenly, there was a loud bang from upstairs. Then the whole second floor shook, and even some fine wall powder and dust were shaken off the ceiling. What happened? Xingye was startled by the loud noise and stood up directly. Just as she couldn't sit still anymore, she planned to go upstairs to take a look. Just when she had just climbed up to the second floor and turned into the blind spot of the first floor, in the yard, Himari, who had just finished eating canned herring, pushed open the door and walked in. What's going on, Meow? Even the house shook a little. What are Kyubi-sama and Yukihime doing? Why is it so intense, Meow? After entering the door, Himari looked up at the upstairs in confusion. Although it was a bit strange, she didn't plan to go upstairs to take a look, because Howren told her not to go upstairs. So she stretched and walked quickly to the TV. Meow, I'm full, so next, it's time to watch anime and movies happily. While saying this, Himari began to look for something in the cabinet under the TV. Watching movies or anime is a habit that Himari has developed since she came to Howren's house. This is because Howren usually has to go to school, and Himari is bored at home alone with nothing to do, so she developed this habit to kill time. Movies such as Black Beast are all CDs that Himari has watched in the past 6 months. Under the TV at Howren's house, there is an old-fashioned CD player with some discs in it. The player is a relic left by Howren's deceased father, and the discs are bought at a low price at the flea market by him to kill time for Himuri. After all, nowadays with the popularity of smartphones, not many people still use CD players to watch movies at home. Meow, did I forget something? Well, forget it. When she was halfway through finding something, Himuri suddenly stopped and tilted her head in confusion. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't remember what she had forgotten, so she lowered her head to continue looking for movies. And the forgotten Hoshino had climbed up to the second floor and came to the place where the sound came from, which was the guest room she had stayed in before at Howren's house. The door of the guest room was ajar but not closed tightly, and she could vaguely see 2 figures in it and hear the sound of conversation coming from it. Sister Shueiji, why don't we just forget it? We are siblings now. You have to listen to your sister. Hoshino was slightly startled and soon recognized that it was Howren's voice, and the other voice was a strange female voice. So Howren, are you ready? Wait, Sister Shueiji. Howren in the room seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by the strange female voice. Listen carefully. The book says that kissing is a form of love. Even lovers who are connected by superficial and fragile emotions can do it. Then why can't a sister and a brother who are connected by a solid blood bond? A kiss between a sister and a brother is just a very natural thing. Outside the room, Hoshino's heartbeat slowed down. Kissing? However, before she could react, the conversation continued. No, what kind of book are you reading? How come brother and sister? A serious love book. Besides, in foreign countries, kissing is just a common thing like saying hello. Come on, let's give it a try. Someone is outside. Hearing this, Hoshino suddenly felt a hot current rushing to her head. Without time to think, she suddenly exerted force on her hands and pushed the door open. What are you doing? At the same time, downstairs, Himari had found a CD and happily put it into the CD player. I think you haven't seen this one. Let's see what it is. After inserting the CD, the TV soon began to play the content of the movie. Oh, White Album 2, what a strange name. What kind of story is it about? After the door was pushed open, what appeared in front of Hoshino was a picture that made her heart stop. On the small bed in the room, a beautiful woman wearing a loose snow coat, with long snow-white hair, a plump figure and a noble aura, was pressing a man down on the bed. Head was slightly lowered, close to the man's face. Because she was facing away from Xingye, she couldn't see what the two were doing. But, from the familiar voice heard before, it can be judged that the man pressed by the beautiful woman must be Howren. Moreover, this was the room where she had slept before. Immediately, Xingye shouted directly, "What are you doing?" After being shouted like this, the 2 people in the room stopped their actions and turned their heads to look at the door. Howren's face was full of helplessness. In fact, he had already noticed someone outside the door from the beginning, and Shueiji should have noticed it too. But Shueiji didn't care, and still went her own way and planned to kiss him. What, you ask, why kiss? This is a way to experience love proposed by Shueiji. Of course, the most important thing is that Howren shot himself in the foot before Shueiji proposed to learn a kind of emotion, experience love. Howren's first thought was, learn about feelings and experience love? This is quite simple. Shueiji had read many books and watched many TV dramas about feelings in order to learn about feelings, but she still didn't learn it. In Howren's opinion, this is the result of focusing on theory and not practice. Therefore, as long as Shueiji actually experiences it a few times and brings her into a certain role in human society and experiences it, she may understand what love is, and he can also assist from the side and help Shueiji experience it through role-playing. But he thought about it again and felt that this test was not simple at all, because there are many kinds of human feelings, such as family love, friendship, love, gay love, and lesbian love. Which one should be chosen for Shueiji to experience? First of all, improper feelings can be ruled out, and then love. To be honest, experiencing love is more complicated. Howren has never been in love, and he doesn't understand it himself, so he doesn't know where to start. No matter what you do, always start with something relatively easy. So Howren turned his attention to the remaining friendship and family affection. If these two didn't work, he would try the most difficult love. Of these 2 emotions, Howren chose family affection first. He had asked before that Shueiji didn't have any brothers or sisters, and she had never even seen her mother since she was a child. The Snow Girl clan is a rather peculiar monster that can reproduce parthenogenetically. They can directly breed ice fetuses from the previous generation of mothers and give birth to the next generation of daughters. After giving birth to a daughter, the mother will directly foster her daughter in the clan and will no longer care about her daughter and will not even meet her again. So Shueiji has never experienced any family affection since she was a child. In this way, as long as he plays the role of Shueiji's relative, he can let her successfully experience touching family affection. Based on factors such as age and the degree of fullness of body development, Haoren finally chose to play the role of Shueiji's younger brother. He was going to stage a warm German bone. Oh no, it was a warm sister-brother drama. But what he never expected was that Shueiji didn't play by the routine at all. After he became Shueiji's brother, Shueiji actually proposed to kiss her brother as a sister to experience the relationship between siblings. Damn, what kind of relationship between siblings is this? What kind of improper books have you read? Before Haoren could refute, Shueiji directly overwhelmed him. Fortunately, an uninvited guest broke in at this time. Otherwise, Haoren might have almost lost himself. Thinking of this, Haoren was about to give a thank you look to Xingye. But when he turned around and looked at it, he did find that Xingye seemed to have some problems. After she shouted, "What are you doing?" she lowered her head directly, pinched the corner of her clothes with one hand, and twisted the corner of her clothes together. The other hand was clenched tightly, clenched into a small fist, and clenched tighter and tighter. At the same time, she seemed to be muttering something in her mouth. "Obviously I came first. Obviously I came first." Wait, this scene is a bit familiar. Faintly, Haoren noticed something wrong. However, before he could think about it, Shueiji at the side also spoke. "Who are you?" Shueiji's face was full of frost at this time. If Shueiji's face was more cold before, then now it was completely cold. Even her body began to tremble slightly. At the same time, tiny icicles that were invisible to the naked eye began to appear around her body, causing the temperature in the room to drop by several degrees in an instant. Through this cold face and the tiny icicles that appeared around Shueiji, it can be vaguely guessed that her mood at the moment must be extremely unhappy. Come to think of it, Shueiji, who has been struggling to pursue human emotions, can now finally experience a proper sister-brother relationship. At the same time, it can also verify the guess in her heart whether she has fallen in love with Haoren. As a result, halfway through, a troublemaker suddenly came and interrupted. "Do you think Shueiji can be happy? I am Haoren's servant friend." Perhaps frightened by Shueiji's cold expression, Xingye, who was muttering in a low voice, was slightly stunned and instinctively took a small step back and said weakly, "You are a friend, but you are really rude. Why did you suddenly barge in and disturb others' good things? Impolite? Disturbing others' good things?" After being accused by Shueiji, Xingye's extremely angry heart was instantly ignited. Something called courage once again emerged in Xingye's heart. Because of her natural character, she was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but she quickly began to regroup and regain her lost ground. She took 2 steps forward quickly and said tit for tat, "Who are you then? You hid in Haoren's room and pushed Haoren down. Are you trying to do something shameless in broad daylight?" "I am him. Yes, sister." After being told this by Hoshino, Shueiji's expression froze for a moment. She had read many books about human beings and knew that doing such things in broad daylight would indeed have some bad influence. Therefore, her momentum was naturally weaker this time. "Sister? Humph! How could a sister kiss her brother? You deliberately pretended to be an older sister with a mature temperament and a vulgar body. To seduce men, you are simply an extremely hateful and sneaky cat." It must be said that the originally cowardly people, after having courage, their fighting power is absolutely off the charts. It was also during the confrontation between the two that Haoren finally reacted, belatedly. "Wait, isn't this the legendary Harem Man exclusive, the one that will end up like a hatchet if you don't handle it well? The terrible Shura Field." After traveling through Tokyo for 17 years, Haoren, who had never been in love, was inexplicably involved in a truly tragic Shura Field. At this moment, Haoren suddenly remembered what Himari had said to him when he gave birth to his second chick. "Master Ninetail, it should be the female exorcist just now. She has been completely conquered by you, meow." I remembered that this Hoshino had some masochistic tendencies because he had been locked up for 3 days and had developed a good impression of him. So it's no wonder that Hoshino had such a reaction. But in fact, Hoshino actually misunderstood Yukihime. Yukihime just wanted to experience family affection, but because she read some improper books, she misinterpreted the original warm sister-brother relationship. In this case, as long as the misunderstanding is explained clearly, it should be possible to prevent this Shura Field from breaking out. Thinking of this, Haoren looked up and found that the quarrel was still going on. What did you say, you little girl? I'm just telling the truth. Can't you let others talk about it if you did it? So, Howren coughed lightly and tried to explain the misunderstanding. Hey, both of you, please don't quarrel over me. There are actually some misunderstandings here. We didn't quarrel, Bex too. However, before he finished speaking, the two girls directly pushed back. Howren. After finishing, they ignored Howren and turned around to continue arguing. I am Howren's sister and Howren's relative. What's wrong with entering his room? Shueiji puffed out her chest, took a step forward, and approached Xingye and said, Sister? Can a sister push her brother down on the bed and do shameless things? Xingye also took a step forward, and the two girls' chests were almost touching, but no one was willing to give in. You little girl? So what? This matter has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? I've lived in this room before, and it's not allowed for siblings to do this kind of thing. When this matter was mentioned, Hoshino was very angry. The room she lived in, the bed she slept in, and she even left marks on the bed. In the blink of an eye, it was occupied by another woman, and someone was pushed down in front of her. Isn't this equivalent to the husband going out? The neighbor runs to the couple's big bed. Little girl with sharp teeth. Since you say so, then I'll let you see if it works. Sheiji was obviously a little bit confused. In fact, think about it. When Howren was interrogating Hoshino, he was also confused by her words, such as loyal dog, ahegao, and big bones. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument with Hoshino, Shueiji took action directly. She walked quickly to Howren's side, and while Howren was still thinking about how to end this Shura field, she stretched out her snowy arms and hugged him. Howren. Then, she raised her head and gently pressed against him. Shueiji, what are you doing? Howren suddenly felt the fragrance overflowing between his lips and teeth, and the corners of his lips were slightly cold. It was as if he had eaten a piece of cold ice cream in summer, making him feel refreshed and cool. In addition, his body was tightly pressed by Shueiji, and the strong sense of oppression made his breathing a little difficult. So he came to his senses and subconsciously began to fight back. Oh no, it should be. As a weak, low-level exorcist, Howren was no match for the A-level demon and had no power to resist. He could only be forced to endure it silently. It was also at this moment that Xingye, who had just had the upper hand, stood still. The courage that was finally gathered was like a piece of fragile glass hit by a sledgehammer, shattered all over the floor. You guys? Hoshino's lustful eyes became hazy at some point, and his nose felt sore. He just stared blankly at the contact between the two until they separated. A silver shining thread also slowly broke. Only then did Hoshino come to his senses, and a stream of clear tears quickly burst out of his eyes, flowed to the corners of his mouth, and drilled into his mouth, tasting salty. She pursed her lips hard and could no longer control herself, letting the tears run wildly, turned around and ran out of the room. Running downstairs, when Hoshino passed by the living room, he heard a song coming from the TV in the living room. Even if it is a love without results, will there be a day when it is reflected in your heart? Before you can see the faint dawn, this love is still difficult to move forward. And a sigh from a certain Catwoman. The theme song of White Album 2 is so nice. Let me see what the name of this song is. Love That Cannot Be Conveyed. Love That Cannot Be Conveyed. Whoa, whoa, oh, 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 Shueiji did not respond to Howren, but just lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something. It was not until Howren left the room that she smacked her lips slightly, as if she was recalling something, and frowned and said, "The book says that if you fall in love with someone, you will feel blushing and your heartbeat after kissing, and it will be very sweet and exciting. But why don't I feel anything? Am I not in love with Howren? Love that cannot be conveyed, cannot be conveyed, I cannot convey it." After running out of the room, Xingye's thoughts were extremely confused, and her body seemed to have been drained of all its strength, becoming increasingly weak. This also caused her to stop running and move towards the courtyard door in a daze, one step at a time. However, she was distracted and accidentally walked off the road, bumping into a small door on the left side of the courtyard gate. This was the door of a storage room. The door lock seemed to be loose, and after being knocked open by Hoshino, a gap was slightly opened. This is the storage room. After being knocked, Hoshino quickly came to his senses and recognized this storage room after a little identification. In her memory, after she was arrested, she was locked in this storage room full of canned herrings. because this storage room once brought her very bad memories. So, after being stunned for a while, Hoshino prepared to bypass it. It was also at this time that a faint moan suddenly came from the gap of the small door of the storage room that was knocked open by Hoshino. The voice seemed to be a female voice, and it sounded a little weak. This made Hoshino stunned again. After hesitating for a moment, she still put her hand on the door handle of the storage room and carefully pushed the door open. After the door was pushed open, a silver-haired beauty appeared in front of her, wearing a large men's t-shirt, with her hands tied, and looking extremely embarrassed. "Are you Nakagawa-ko's sister?" Surprisingly, this silver-haired beauty turned out to be an acquaintance of Hoshino. In the storage room, Nakagawa-ko, who seemed to have woken up a long time ago, was not surprised by the sudden entry of someone, because she knew that after she deliberately made a sound, the person outside the door would definitely come in. But, after squinting her eyes to adapt to the sudden light after seeing the person clearly, Nakagawa-ko's face froze. Aunt Ryoko's daughter, Hoshino Rumi? When Nakagawa-ko was wondering why Hoshino Rumi was here, Hoshino Rumi had already come to her senses before her. Nakagawa-ko, as a genius sword wizard of the Miko Agency, was very famous in the exorcist circle. Originally, as the captain of the grassroots exorcist team of Hoshino, it was naturally not enough for him to know Nakagawa-ko. But her mother Ryoko is a senior executive in the Taishi Bureau. She knows Nakagawa-shi's parents, and the two families have some contacts. So Shinge naturally knows Nakagawa-shi. However, the scene in front of him, bound hands, torn clothes on the ground, loose t-shirts, and a disheveled look. This makes Shinge feel very familiar, as if he saw himself not long ago. This is clearly you were also caught by Hao Renjin? Also, Hao Renjin? Nakagawa-shi was originally planning to ask why the daughter of this old acquaintance appeared here. But when she heard Shinge calling Hao Ren by his name intimately, her face sank. Shinge did not notice the abnormality of Nakagawa-shi. After accidentally discovering that someone she knew was caught by Hao Ren, her heart sank suddenly. If Shinge was just sad because of the inability to convey emotions just now, then at this moment, she was more desperate. It was not until this moment that Shinge finally realized that he was wrong. Yes, wrong, outrageous, very wrong. She actually forgot that Hao Ren was a fox demon known for his promiscuity and charm, and a snow-covered clothes in the room was captured by him. And she actually wanted to date a fox demon, and dreamed of becoming the fox demon's only girlfriend. How stupid. He was just a servant. What qualifications did a servant have to date his master? At this moment, Shinge finally recognized the cruel reality and his brother's position. At the same time, deep in Shinge's body, the long-lost resistance consciousness seemed to be awakened again. Damn fox demon. She wanted to resist to the fox demon. Why did you run here? Like a cut-off stream, Ji's thoughts came to an abrupt end because of a sentence that suddenly popped up behind him. Turning her head with difficulty, Hoshino found that the fox demon had suddenly appeared behind her, staring at her with a smile on her face. That smile was the lewd smile that she was very familiar with. Tsk, it seems that you saw it. This is not good. This matter cannot be known to outsiders. The person who came was, naturally, Hao Ren, who had chased out. After seeing Hoshino break into the storage room, Hao Ren secretly said that it was not good. The matter of Nakagawa was discovered by Hoshino. This is a bit troublesome. It seems that Hoshino must make a spiritual spell oath again to prevent this matter from being leaked. However, he remembered that he had locked the door when he left last night. How did Hoshino get in? Although locking the door or not did not affect much. Because the entire yard, including the entire storage room, was set up by him with various barriers. Not to mention Nakagawa without spiritual power, even if she was in normal state, it would be difficult for her to step out of this yard. But it was still a bit strange. While thinking, Hao Ren suddenly felt a slight chill. It was also because of this slight feeling of aversion that Hao Ren smelled a hint of danger, and thus came up with a guess. Wait, could it be that someone discovered Zhongchuan Luo, and sneaked in to save her, just opened the door lock, but bumped into him coming out, so he hid? Prepared to hide in the dark to observe the strength of the prisoner who caught Zhongchuan Luo, and then wait for an opportunity to attack him? No, this is not likely. Just like Zhongchuan Luo can't escape from the yard, no one can sneak into the yard without alarming him, even if it is an A-level demon. Due to a serious lack of security, this house has long been transformed by Hao Ren into a chain of barriers composed of various large and small barriers, and then a chain of barriers, and then a chain of chain barriers. The barriers are layered, and in conjunction with various spells, yin-yang techniques, shikigami, and even magic circles of Lianchi European attack magic. Except for the normal exit of the gate, no one else can break in without alarming Hao Ren. At first, Hoshino and the others took advantage of this loophole to break into Hao Ren's house, because they walked through the main gate. So this is unlikely. However, just in case, Howren still kept a watchful eye and activated all the barriers in the yard. In this way, if he encounters any danger, he can rely on the barriers to build a defensive barrier at the first time. With the 3,000 shields on his body, there should be no problem. At worst, he can also use a new Western European attack magic he learned last night, Instant Position, to change his position to achieve the effect of instant dodge. Instant Position is a Western European space-type B-level attack magic. Howren accidentally obtained the method to learn it before, but he could never master it. Since inheriting the power of the greedy wolf, Howren found that he could easily learn the space-type spiritual arts that he could not learn before, and this Instant Position is one of them. Thinking of this, Howren turned his attention to Zhongchuan Luo, because he found that Zhongchuan Luo had woken up at some point. This made him sigh again at the strength of Nakagawa's body. So strong. Well, I'm afraid it won't break even if I play with it for a long time. Fox Demon, I want to make a deal with you. If you let me go, I will give you a lot of money as compensation and tell you a secret about why Tamamonomae died. While Howren was sighing, Nakagawa suddenly spoke and put forward a condition. This surprised Howren a little. He thought Nakagawa should be a person who would rather die than surrender, but he didn't expect. Sure enough, people are still afraid of death. However, he certainly couldn't let people go, but the secret of why Tamamonomae died successfully attracted his attention. Go and close the door. Turning around and giving an order to Hoshino, Howren slowly walked towards Nakagawa. Hoshino was slightly stunned, but finally gave in. After carefully closing the door, he followed Howren step by step, just like an obedient young wife. In the eyes of Nakagawa, this scene was a numb obedience, with fear in her eyes and dodging eyes, like a fallen servant without a soul. Sure enough, has this female exorcist of the Taishi Bureau been completely corrupted? If so, it should be even more so. With this idea in mind, Nakagawa turned her eyes to the evil figure in front of Hoshino again, and a trace of determination flashed across her cold eyes. Tell me first, Tamamonomae, Howren said as he walked towards Nakagawa. However, he stopped halfway through his words. Because. When he walked to a certain distance, Nakagawa suddenly broke free from the ice silk rope in his hand with a bang, and the feet that she had been sitting on were no longer bound by the rope. As she broke free from the rope, her figure suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Howren, who was a few steps away. A sharp, short knife carried spiritual power and a desperate momentum, stabbed directly into Howren's heart. You beast who tarnished my innocence, give me your life. Zhongchuan Luo had actually woken up earlier. Because the blood of the god of war gave her an extremely strong physique bonus, she regained consciousness not long after being knocked unconscious by Howren. The first thing she did when she woke up was to look down at her body. Just like before, it was still a men's t-shirt, and there was nothing under the t-shirt. However, the pain in her abdomen was slightly relieved compared to before, but with it, Zhongchuan Luo felt that her abdomen became a little full. This was not the kind of fullness that only occurs after eating. It was like a kettle filled with liquid. In other words, it was like drinking too much water, and the feeling of being bulging and full and unable to hold anything else. Was it really because she drank too much water? Of course not. Since being captured, Zhongchuan Luo had not touched a drop of water all day, but because of her strong physique, there was no problem. It's impossible that the fox demon fed her water while she was unconscious, right? Let's not talk about whether the evil fox demon is so kind. It's probably difficult for a comatose person to drink water. After eliminating a wrong answer combined with some key information she heard before when she fainted, such as tossing for so long, strong body, doing this, it will be very comfortable in sleep, this made Zhongchuan realize a terrible fact. During the period of coma, she had already lost her virginity to the fox demon, and this full feeling of fullness is likely to be the evidence left behind by the fox demon after committing the crime. After realizing this terrible fact, surprisingly, Zhongchuan's first reaction was not anger and despair. For the first time in her life, she had an emotion called panic in her heart. Zhongchuan, with silver hair, has always given people the feeling of an iceberg beauty who would not change her face even if the sky fell. But now this iceberg beauty panicked at the first time. What should I do? Am I pregnant? Such a large amount, it's very dangerous. What if I'm pregnant? I'm not ready to be a mother yet. No, it shouldn't be. How can it be so coincidental that I can do it the first time? After a long period of panic, Nakagawa finally came to his senses through self-comfort and self-paralysis. This silver-skinned fox demon, damn beast, dared to tarnish my innocence. After the emotions calmed down a little, the belated anger finally erupted like a volcano. Along with the anger, there was a strong killing intent. She even began to regret why she proposed to raise a fox demon in Shinjuku district yesterday. It would have been better if she had just killed it. No, it's not too late to kill this beast now, even if it costs a heavy price. With this idea in mind, Nakagawa made a resolute decision. Burning blood. After burning blood, you can increase your strength by at least half. If she is in a state of no spiritual power, she can temporarily restore at least half of her strength, so that she can successfully break free from the restraints. This is a very powerful trump card, but anyone with a bloodline will hardly use this trump card, because its side effects are so great that ordinary bloodline people can hardly bear it. After burning the bloodline power will be greatly weakened. If the burning time is too long, the bloodline power will be completely eliminated, and even death will occur. This is a taboo trump card. If it is not in a situation where there is no chance of survival, people without bloodline will use it, because using it is likely to die. But now Nakagawa is going to use it. She wants to kill a beast that has tarnished her innocence. And after seeing the numb and submissive look of Hoshino, she is more determined to kill. She doesn't want to become like Hoshino Rumi, and doesn't want to be completely degraded. Unlike Hoshino, Nakagawa is a very strong person in her heart, except for her unique hobbies. After being captured, she was thinking about how to get out, and how to kill back every moment, instead of choosing to leave it to fate like Hoshino. Now, she is even more determined to sacrifice herself to kill the fox demon. How noble. With this idea in mind, after breaking free from the rope, Zhongchuan found the military god mask hidden in a pile of shredded clothes and a slightly rusty fruit knife in the corner of the storage room. Unfortunately, her snow moon Tachi was not here, and only the mask was discarded on the ground as a useless thing. But this was enough. Now the fully prepared noble witch was quickly rushing towards Howren and stabbing the dagger in her hand. "You beast who tarnished my innocence, take your life!" While stabbing the knife, she threw out a bright silver half-face mask first. The mask emitted a faint silver light, turned into a swift stream of light, and flew quickly in front of Howren. A strange thing happened. Wherever the mask passed, all the shields raised around Howren were purified by the light emitted by the mask. Because they had fought once, Zhongchuan knew that this fox demon had many defensive spiritual shields, and it was very tricky and difficult to kill. So she made preparations in advance. The God of War mask is a powerful spiritual treasure that has a powerful suppressing and purifying effect. It has two uses. The first use is to wear it on the face to suppress the overly powerful God of War bloodline and restore oneself to a black-haired state. The second use is to purify all S-level and below, including S-level island Shinto spiritual arts. With the God of War mask paving the way, Zhang Luo's short sword stabbed towards Howren's heart like lightning without any hindrance. Facing Zhongchuan Luo's sudden attack, Howren actually reacted quickly because he had made preparations in advance. He activated the defensive barrier in advance and opened the Shikigami multiple shields around him. However, all the defensive shields were dissolved by the swift stream of light that came from nowhere for some reason. Moreover, the opponent suddenly attacked, and the speed was too fast, so he had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, he could only activate the second means of life-saving instant position. He was going to use the instant position to move a short distance to avoid the fatal blow. A faint silver light suddenly flashed from Howren, followed by a slight spatial fluctuation. Howren's position? It didn't change. Did the attack magic fail? No, it didn't fail. Perhaps it was affected by the military god mask, or perhaps it was because Howren had only mastered it for a short time and was not very proficient. In short, there was a small mistake in the instant position. His position did not change at all, but Xingye beside him suddenly appeared in front of him, just blocking the path of the dagger. Faced with the sudden change, the two women were shocked, because the instant position is an instantaneous attack magic, and there are almost no space-based Shinto magic in the island country. Even the attack magic in Western Europe rarely has space-based magic. Space-based spiritual arts are too mysterious, rare, and weird. As a result, the two have never seen similar spiritual arts and don't know what happened. Whether it is Nakagawa Shige or Hoshino, when facing unknown things in unknown situations, the two of them are not only surprised, but also have very similar understanding abilities. I am so stupid. I was angry because the fox demon had multiple women before, and I even planned to resist the fox demon. But I didn't expect that my soul and even my body had already fallen. When the fox demon was in danger, my body actually moved on its own. At this moment, Hoshino was surprised and regretful. If I had known that I had fallen, why would I care about the fox demon having so many women? It would be good to have a place of my own. Similarly, Nakagawa Shige also came to a similar idea after being surprised. Has Aunt Ryoko's daughter really been brainwashed by the evil fox demon and completely fallen? She actually jumped out on her own initiative, regardless of her own safety, and wanted to resist the attack for her master. Sure enough, her brain has been completely broken, and she has become a meat shield and pot for the fox demon to vent and help resist the attack. Howren was confused by the sudden appearance of Hoshino in front of him. Soon he realized that there was an error when he released the spiritual art. So, it was Hoshino who had to block the knife for him. And could the delicate and sexy female exorcist of the Taishi Bureau block the knife of the powerful sword wizard? Obviously not, and she would probably end up dead. But all this happened in a flash, and it was too late for him to think of other ways. He could only watch Nakagawa-shi swing the knife towards Hoshino's heart. However, for some reason the tip of Nakagawa-shi suddenly slowed down. Facing Hoshino suddenly blocking the fox demon, Nakagawa-shi was surprised and hesitated. Although the other party had already fallen, they were both exorcists. Their parents knew each other, and they could even be called friends. Therefore, Nakagawa was a little soft-hearted for a moment. This softness caused the tip of her sword to pause slightly on Hoshino's chest. At this moment, the two looked at each other. Hoshino's heart was full of despair and regret, and more of fear. Yes, Hoshino Rumi was a coward, although recently, under the nourishment of some kind of emotion, she rarely mustered up a little courage and wanted to face her life bravely. But it is difficult for a person to make changes, at least in a short period of time. Especially now, feeling the threat of death so close, the fear spread uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart and filled her entire soul. Everyone is afraid of death, and Hoshino is no exception. She didn't want to die so unclearly, or die at the hands of a colleague who was also an exorcist. This feeling of not wanting to die was very intuitively expressed, and her eyes were filled with a strong pleading color. The two exchanged glances. Looking at Hoshino, whose face was filled with despair and whose eyes revealed a pleading look, Nakagawa understood in an instant. Yes, she understood. Gu, kill me now. I don't want to be controlled by the fox demon anymore. Please help me get rid of it. Hoshino's eyes seemed to be begging her to help her get rid of it. As an excellent exorcist, she naturally had to be able to read people's expressions, which was a piece of cake for her. After understanding Hoshino's plea, even Nakagawa, with her rock-hard heart, could not help but admire him. So that's how it is. I didn't realize that Hoshino Rumi was such a steadfast person who would rather die than be controlled by the fox demon. She was helpless, her body and mind were corrupted, but she only relied on the last bit of willpower to shout out to her from the depths of her soul. In that case, since we are both exorcists, I will help you. Thinking of this, Nakagawa's eyes became decisive again. After pausing for a while, the short sword accelerated again, ready to give the daughter of her parents' good friend a chill and help her get rid of it. After piercing through the opponent, he stabbed the fox demon to death with his remaining strength. It was also when Nakagawa moved again. Because of the pause before, Howren finally had enough reaction time and moved his body first. Because all kinds of spiritual shields were ineffective, and there was only one chance, Howren chose the most direct way. He took a quick step forward and pulled Hoshino back hard. Yee! With a cry, Hoshino fell into Howren's arms. Ding! At the same time, Howren blocked Nakagawa's attack with a peculiar-looking folding fan. Yin-Yang fan, this is a magic treasure left by Tamamonomae before his death. Facing the sword attack of Nakagawa, who has the blood of the god of war and is powerful, and comes with spiritual power, it is definitely impossible to resist it with the body. Howren didn't have a sword with him, and it was too late to temporarily release the Shikigami to condense a paper sword. So he had to find something hard enough to block the attack. Howren quickly thought of a fan that Tamamonomae used when he was alive and that he always carried with him. Although this fan didn't seem to have any special abilities, it seemed to be a magic treasure, and it was hard. In a hurry, he used it as a physical shield to block the attack of Nakagawa. What a close call. Hoshino almost died here. This Nakagawa was really ruthless. He was so cruel to his own people who were also exorcists. To be honest, Hoshino helped him steal a lot of information from the Taishi Bureau, and she still had great value. He was really reluctant to let Hoshino die, not to mention that she was pulled over to block the knife because of his own reasons, so he had to save her if he could. Fortunately, Nakagawa paused for a while, otherwise there was really no way. Now that he had blocked her sneak attack, the next thing would be much easier. Just follow the method used to catch Zhongchuan Luo before and do it again. Thinking of this, Howren secretly activated the power of Greedy Wolf. Although Zhongchuan Luo continued to attack with a knife, Howren blocked them one by one with his folding fan. Ganlong shackles! As expected, time. Oh no, space was paused again. Zhongchuan Luo kept the posture of swinging the knife and was fixed in place, and the resistance of the noble witch came to an abrupt end. After subduing Zhongchuan Luo, Howren did not knock her out immediately. Instead, he picked up the military god mask that had fallen to the ground without the control of Zhongchuan and looked at it carefully in his hand for a while. Then he sighed. You really surprised me. You can break free from Shuiji's ice silk shackles. You are worthy of being the heir of the military god's bloodline. And this mask? After a slight pause, Howren continued. Actually, you don't have to do this. I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, I've always wanted to have a good talk with you. If you are willing to cooperate, maybe I can spare your life. If you want Zhongchuan to provide blood essence, she must take the initiative to cooperate. For Howren, who doesn't know how to charm, the best way is naturally the dream-eating technique. But he had tried it yesterday, and the dream-eating technique had no effect on Zhongchuan. In this case, he must think of other ways. Last night, Howren had a long talk with Shuiji all night, and after being reminded by Shuiji, he thought for a long time. He decided to persuade her with emotion and reason, and to spare Nakagawa's life as bait, to sleep with her. Oh no, to persuade her to voluntarily contribute her blood essence. If Nakagawa really agreed to contribute her blood essence, he could consider letting her go. In Howren's opinion, Nakagawa knew the secret that he was a monster. If he couldn't kill her, he could only make a spiritual spell oath to keep the secret like Hoshino. However, although the spiritual spell oath is very useful, it can only be some relatively simple oaths, such as specifying that a certain secret cannot be disclosed. It is impossible to succeed to make some more complex and abstract oaths, such as submission. Therefore, it is not safe to just make an oath to keep the secret, and it is difficult to guarantee that Nakagawa will not do some small tricks afterwards. After all, she is different from Hoshino. She is a genius shrine maiden of the Shrine Maiden Agency. She is not only powerful, but also well-connected. For this reason, Shuiji, who talked with Howren last night, proposed a solution, turning into a monster. The Snow Girls have a magical magic called Snow Magic, which can transform ice and snow into the Snow Girls' guardian demons by attaching snow essences to them, guarding the door for them. This magic is also effective for humans. By giving snow essences to humans, humans can be transformed into half-demon bodies. Of course, it is called half-demon, but in fact, after becoming a half-demon body, the appearance of humans will not change, and their own strength will not change, but there will be more obvious demonic aura on their bodies. Shuiji plans to use this magical magic to transform Zhongchuan into a half-demon body. As a half-demon, she will inevitably be unacceptable to human society. Whether she likes it or not, she can only stand on the side of demons. If she still wants to stay in human society, she can only hide her identity like Howren. In this way, Howren has a handle on Zhongchuan. In this way, she will make a spiritual oath to promise not to disclose the secret. With double insurance, it is not impossible to spare her life. The premise is that she must cooperate and offer her own blood essence. How about it? Are you willing to have a good chat with me? After asking this, Howren specially untied the restraint of the greedy power on her head in order to let Zhongchuan Luo reply. However, you damn fox demon, what did you do to my body? After Zhong Luo was able to speak, she had no intention of sitting down and having a good chat with Howren. She just asked coldly and angrily. Howren was slightly stunned and soon realized that Zhongchuan Luo was talking about why she was imprisoned. Nothing, just a little trick. He naturally would not reveal the information about the greedy power he had mastered, but said vaguely, and then said, "As long as you calm down and talk to me." However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhongchuan Luo. "So you used charm to control my body, turning me into an obedient puppet whose body would stop moving involuntarily just because of your eyes? Then you want to use more evil charm to control my soul, turning me into the woman over there. No, into the shameless, self-losing female beast over there. Right?" Nakagawa Shi's face was full of hostility, and her eyes were firm and sharp. Even though she was in the Fox Demon's base at this moment, even though she was caught by the Fox Demon again at this moment, she was still the noble and strong sword witch. Eh! After hearing what Nakagawa Shi said, Howren didn't say anything, but Xingye's delicate body trembled, obviously stimulated by the words shameless, losing self, and female beast, and suffered critical damage. Howren was a little speechless. What the hell? How come this guy is almost the same as Hoshino Rumi? Are all the female exorcists in the island country like this? Although he felt speechless, Howren actually understood why Nakagawa thought so. It can only be said that the name of the nine-tailed fox demon is extremely lethal. Whether it is Nakagawa or Hoshino, as long as something they cannot understand happens, such as being unable to move their bodies, then their first reaction is that they are controlled by the fox demon's charm. Having said that, the fact that he does not know charm must not be known to outsiders. After all, this is equivalent to actively exposing weaknesses. So after thinking for a while, Howren still chose his words. "In fact, I didn't do anything. I didn't control your body, nor did I use charm. I just used some other means." However, Nakagawa responded to him with a sneer, and her cold and pretty face clearly said, "Who are you kidding?" Response: Howren emphasized it again and threw out an olive branch. "Whether you believe it or not, I didn't use charm on you, and I won't use charm on you in the future. as long as you can have a good chat with me. So, do you understand the current situation now, Miss Nakagawa? After saying that, he pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a row of neat shark teeth, and smiled kindly, his eyes full of frankness and sincerity, and looked at Nakagawa. Howren believes that eyes are the best communication window for humans. After feeling his frank and sincere eyes, I believe that Nakagawa will also put down some of her hostility and vigilance, and talk to him seriously. As Howren expected, Nakagawa nodded quickly after looking at him for a moment. She seemed to understand. Howren was very pleased with this, and the expression on his face became more and more kind. That's right, Nakagawa was nodding. She really understood. As an excellent exorcist, it is natural to have the ability to observe words and expressions, which is just a piece of cake for her. The fox demon's intention was obviously to threaten her and make her surrender. This can be seen from the sentence, "Do you understand the current situation now?" in the other party's words. Understand what current situation? She was imprisoned and lost her freedom. Not only was her life controlled by the fox demon, but she was also facing the possibility of being brainwashed by the fox demon's charm at any time. This was the current situation. This was also a naked threat. Of course, if it was just based on this sentence, Zhongchuan would not make such a judgment. But coupled with the lewd smile on her face, the ferocious canine teeth, and the calmness in her eyes, it was basically 100% certain. In general, TV dramas and movies, the expressions on the faces of the villains when threatening the protagonists are like this. Those villains all have ferocious faces, which are very similar to the fox demon in front of them. There was nothing he could do. Who told Howren to have a row of ferocious shark teeth? And in the eyes of Nakagawa, the frankness in the eyes of the fox demon means that he has completely expressed his desires, the kind of frankness that does not hide his desires at all. And what is his desire? It is nothing more than threatening her, wanting her to surrender and let him play with her. After understanding this, Nakagawa took a deep breath, as if brewing something. A few seconds later, with an extremely resolute momentum and unyielding will, she roared, "You are dreaming! Damn fox demon! Even if you use charm to charm me and control my body, my spirit will not surrender." Howren. At this moment, Howren felt speechless. He finally understood one thing. Whether it was Nakagawa or Hoshino Rumi, the female exorcists of the island country had some problems more or less, and they could not communicate normally. The only difference is that Nakagawa is resolute and chaste, while Hoshino is timid and afraid of things. It seems that it is impossible to have a good talk, and I can only think of other ways. It was also when Howren felt extremely speechless and planned to temporarily give up communicating with Nakagawa and think of other ways. In a Chinese restaurant not far from his home, Takeuchi Hori, one of the 18 spiritual generals of the island country, the goddess of the barrier, and now the owner of this restaurant, was receiving several special guests in the store. "Hori-san, long time no see." In the afternoon, Takeuchi Hori, wearing a bun on her head, wooden clogs on her feet, and a traditional kimono, was sitting at the cashier counting the bills. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded at the door of the store. She looked up, and after seeing who was coming, she sighed slightly and quickly stood up. "It's Wenmei-san and Mr. Do Nakagawa. Rare guests, please come in." There were 3 people coming. The first one to enter the store was a middle-aged, beautiful woman wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, with black hair and a dignified and beautiful face. Behind her was a middle-aged man in a suit with a dignified face, and a maid with a headscarf. Takeuchi knew all 3 of them. The beautiful middle-aged woman in a shrine maiden's outfit was the current deputy director of the Shrine Maiden Agency, and the director of the 7 Lucky Shrines. She was one of the 18 spiritual generals of the island country, and the legendary sword wizard Kawashima Fumi, nicknamed Shentong Sword. Among the 18 spiritual generals selected by the island media, Kawashima Fumi, who is a 7th-level peak swordsman, was rated as the strongest in close combat among the 18 spiritual generals. Because she combined superb swordsmanship with strange and unpredictable witchcraft, she created a powerful offensive swordsmanship, Shentong Flow swordsmanship, and was invincible, and was praised by the island media as Shentong Sword. It is rumored that she once met Shutenduji, one of the 3 demon kings of the island country, who was famous for his strong physical body. After fighting with him, she actually used the Shentong swordsmanship to leave 3 deep sword wounds on the demon king, who was 1 level higher than herself, and finally retreated unscathed. After this battle, her name Shentong Sword resounded throughout the island country. At the same time, she was also the master of Nakagawa Shi, and Nakagawa Shi was her only direct disciple. The middle-aged man in a suit was Nakagawa Shi's father, Nakagawa Tsukasa, the chairman of a listed group company in the island country. This company has a close connection with the 3 major exorcism agencies, and Nakagawa Tsukasa himself is said to have the blood of an ancient exorcist family. As for the remaining maid, I had met her once, before. If I remember correctly, her name should be Mao Yue. Seeing this lineup, Takeuchi didn't understand the purpose of the three people. They must have come for Nakagawa Shi. Because since the end of the Shinjuku exorcism incident yesterday, Nakagawa Shi has been missing. After the barrier faded, the Miko agency also specially sent people to conduct a carpet search nearby, but still couldn't find Nakagawa Shi. But Nakagawa Shi's life tablet kept in the Miko agency shrine was intact, indicating that she was not dead. As a result, not only the Miko agency was in an uproar, but the entire island nation's exorcist circle was shaken by it. Who is Nakagawa? He is a rising star in the Miko agency and even the entire island nation's exorcist circle. He is the youngest national second-level exorcist in the island nation in the past 100 years. He is also the peerless genius who has the greatest hope of advancing to the national first-level exorcist before the age of 25, surpassing the youngest great Onmyoji Abe Hayata of the Onmyoji Ryo. Such a peerless genius actually disappeared inexplicably during a monster hunting operation. How could it not cause a shock in the exorcist circle? The top leaders of the exorcist agency knew that Nakagawa wanted to hunt the Monster King this time, and with the help of the barrier goddess Takeuchi Sui, there was almost no danger. In addition, geniuses can get a lot of indulgence and preferential treatment, so the three major exorcist agencies tacitly approved Nakagawa's action to hunt the Monster King. But who knew that it would be such a result? Therefore, she was not surprised that Nakagawa's master and father came to her house. Sorry, Fumi-san, Mr. Nakagawa, this time it was my negligence. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. After leading the three people to sit down, Takeuchi once again hung up the sign of "Our store is closed," and then came to the three people and bowed slightly. What are you talking about, Hori-san? It was originally asked by you to set up the barrier this time. After the barrier was set, you left long ago, and it's not your fault. Kawashima Fumi hurriedly stood up, took 2 steps forward, and helped Takeuchi up. As one of the 18 spirit generals, the two are of similar age and are old acquaintances. The two have known each other since they were young, went to school together, exercised spirits together, and even chased men together. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. Although since Takeuchi retired, the two have been less in contact. But as an old friend, Kawashima naturally would not blame Takeuchi for this matter, not to mention that he came here today to ask for his help. Yes, it's all my daughter's fault, not yours. Nakagawa Shi's father obviously felt the same way. After the three of them sat down again, Kawashima didn't say much and went straight to the point. In fact, have found some clues about Shi's whereabouts. This time, I came here to ask Hori for a favor. What favor? You said? Takeuchi nodded and said in a deep voice. No matter what, this matter is related to him, so this favor must be done no matter what. However, Kawashima didn't reply to her directly. Instead, he turned his eyes to the maid Uzuki standing next to him, and changed his previous gentle tone and said sternly, Uzuki, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you take out the things? At this time, Takeuchi also shifted his attention to Uzuki and found something unusual. Uzuki didn't sit down. She remembered that she had prepared 3 seats before, but Uzuki didn't sit down. Of course, maids usually don't sit down when the host is talking. But when Mao Yue and Nakagawa came, Nakagawa asked her to sit down with him and allowed her to eat cake with him. Comparing it with the current scene where Kawashima scolded Mao Yue, it was completely different. Mao Yue seemed to be very afraid of Kawashima Fumi. After being scolded like this, her body began to tremble. Oh, okay, Lord Kawashima! Mao Yue tremblingly took out a few photos from a small bag. Perhaps because she was too scared, her hands shook and she accidentally dropped a few photos. When Nakagawa's father saw this scene, he stood up and slapped Mao Yue hard. Snap! You stupid monster, you can't even do anything right! I really don't know why my daughter would take you in. After scolding Mao Yue, Nakagawa turned around and bowed to Takeuchi and said, I'm sorry, I made you laugh. I didn't want my daughter to take in monsters as servants, but my daughter is kind and soft-hearted, and she just didn't listen. As the saying goes, those who are not of my clan must have different hearts. Monsters are cruel and bloodthirsty. This kind of kindness will only bring bad consequences in the end. After listening to Nakagawa's words, Takeuchi's face remained unchanged, but he sighed slightly in his heart. Indeed, this is the current situation of human society and the view of most people. Monsters are the enemies of humans. If you encounter them, you have to kill them, otherwise you will be harmed by monsters. This principle may be correct 200 years ago. But now, the monsters have long retreated, and they are getting worse day by day. The monsters have all hidden. Except for a few that still harm humans, most monsters are extremely afraid of humans. In this case, do we really have to kill them all? Is there no way to coexist peacefully? Takeuchi Hori didn't know the answer, But for her, at least after that incident, she didn't want to continue killing demons, so she chose to retire. While she was sighing, Kawashima had already taken the photos from Uzuki and handed them to her, saying, "Take a look at these photos first." There were 6 photos in total, all of which were portraits. In each photo, there was a handsome, young man under the age of 20. Before Takuchi had time to examine the photos carefully, he suddenly saw a familiar portrait. Is this Hirohito? Why did Fumi-san take out the photos of Hirohito? Before Tsuchihori could ask, Kawashima Fumi had already explained the origin of these photos. This time the hunt for the Demon King failed. We initially suspected that the Demon Kings that appeared in the barrier had captured the silkworm, but later, through our spies on the demon side, we found out that this was not the case. The Demon Kings did not capture the silkworm, so it seemed that the clue was broken. But then we got a useful piece of information. According to a Demon King who escaped at that time, a fox demon appeared in the barrier. Fox demon? Tsuchihori heard this and her heart moved slightly. Yes, at that time, a fox demon with strong strength appeared in the barrier, and this fox demon had fought with the silkworm, and was finally defeated by the silkworm. At that time, except for the 4 demon kings and this fox demon, there were no other threatening silkworms in the barrier. So, what Fumi-san means is that it is very likely that this fox demon captured the silkworm. Tsuchihori guessed after listening to Kawashima's words. That's right. Since we know that the demon kings didn't take away the fox demon, then only this fox demon is the most suspicious, and these photos are the suspected fox demon. As he spoke, Kawashima pointed to the 6 photos in Takuchi's hand. Takuchi looked down at the photos and soon seemed to have discovered something, wondering, are these 6 photos all human? The fox demon disguised as a human? Yes, the people in these 6 photos are all from Hachioji town, and this fox demon that appeared in the barrier, according to the information we have found, is likely to be the descendant of the great demon king Tamamonomae. These 6 photos are the 6 suspects that Nakagawa found by looking for the case of the Onmyoji encountering the fox demon a year ago in order to find the descendant of Tamamonomae. At the beginning, Nakagawa also contacted the people of the Taishi Bureau and asked them to send people to watch these 6 people for a week. Although nothing was found in the end, Mao Yue knew about this. So, after learning that a fox demon suspected to be the descendant of Tamamonomae appeared in the barrier, she told this information to Kawashima Fumi. The careful Kawashima Fumi quickly connected the 2 things and came up with her own guess. Perhaps the fox demon was abducted by the fox demon. So I hope. Kawashima was about to ask for his help, but he suddenly stopped halfway through his words. Because Takuchi, who was sitting opposite her, suddenly changed his face and trembled slightly after hearing her words. Because of the trembling of his body, he couldn't hold the photos in his hand firmly for a while, and they fell directly on the table. Hori, what's wrong with you? This made Kawashima a little confused, and he asked directly. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just a little surprised. You just said that this fox demon is the descendant of Tamamonomae? Tsuchihori reacted quickly. Her face returned to normal in an instant, and she picked up the photos from the table one by one, seemingly asking casually. Not necessarily, but there is a great possibility that this fox demon is the descendant of Tamamonomae. So I came here this time, hoping that you can help me find this fox demon from these 6 people. After Takeuchi said this, Kawashima did not care too much and took the opportunity to put forward the purpose of this visit. Although there are 6 suspected persons, it is obviously against the laws of the island country to directly arrest 6 people and take them to the exorcism agency to identify and interrogate who is the monster. After all, it is just a suspicion, and it is impossible to arrest people directly without substantial evidence. Nakagawa Shi also only took the tracking method at the beginning, but this method was ineffective. Therefore, now we can only use some special methods to directly verify the results without alarming the 6 people. At this time, we need the help of Takeuchi Hori. As a goddess of enchantment, Takeuchi Hori is proficient in various enchantments, and even created many enchantments. Among them, she created a kind of enchantment that can directly make the monster reveal its appearance without alarming the monster, the Demon Illuminating Enchantment. I understand. I will help you with this. Howren had already found some clues about the witch agency, and following these clues, he locked himself as one of the suspects. He knew nothing about it. After tying up Nakagawa again, he sent Hoshino back directly, and before leaving, he asked her to make a spiritual oath not to disclose Nakagawa information. In response, Hoshino did not say a word, and like an obedient young wife, she made a spiritual oath obediently. After sending Hoshino away, after thinking about it, Howren turned and went into the kitchen to prepare a meal for Nakagawa, the captive who gave him a headache. After all, people are made of iron and food is made of steel, and this precious captive cannot be starved to death. he still hoped that Nakagawa could provide blood essence for him to awaken the nine-tailed bloodline. It was also when he was busy in the kitchen that Hoshino, who was in a daze all the way, finally returned to the apartment safely. Why do we say it was a close call? Because along the way, Hoshino kept his head down, and no one knew what he was thinking. He was in a daze, and he almost hit a telephone pole or a wall several times, and was hit by a car several times. In this way, he finally returned home safely. As soon as she came back, she did nothing, not even changed her clothes. She just sat on the bed, lowered her head, hugged her knees, and looked dejected. The reason for this is naturally because of what happened at Howren's house today. Her mood became extremely depressed, low, and even self-blaming. This feeling of loss and depression comes from the fact that Hoshino finally realized that although he had been trying his best to deny it, but in fact, he had already fallen, and had already become a loyal dog who was willing to sacrifice his own life to protect the fox demon. This can be seen from the fact that when the fox demon is in danger, her body will spontaneously fight for the fox demon, to block the knife for the fox demon. It turned out that the cunning fox demon had been influencing her with its charms. Now her heart was full of the shadow of the fox demon. Even her body had turned into the shape of the fox demon. Yes, before she knew it, she had already been inseparable from the fox demon. Now let alone dating, as long as the fox demon did not actively drive her away, she would probably feel extremely happy and satisfied. As for the things like before, she was angry because the fox demon had multiple women. I am afraid it would not happen again. Because, for her who has now fallen, if the fox demon drove her away on the grounds that she refused to accept the harem, she would probably become extremely panicked and then give in. In the end, she had to accept the fact that the fox demon had multiple women. Even when facing the fox demon being intimate with other women, she could only suppress the pain and jealousy in her heart and deny herself. In the end, because of suppressing it for too long, she became strange. She became happy when she saw the fox demon being intimate with others. Woo, damn fox demon! Xingye covered her hot cheeks with her hands, not daring to think about it anymore. Of course, having to accept the fact that the fox demon has multiple women is only one of the reasons why Hoshino is in a bad mood. Another reason is because of Nakagawa. Hoshino's meeting with Nakagawa can only be said to be an accident. It is also because of this accident that Hoshino did not expect that she knew Nakagawa. But Nakagawa Hotaru still wanted to kill her so decisively and without hesitation. Although Hoshino knew Nakagawa Hotaru, he was not very familiar with her. The two of them were just nodding acquaintances. After all, if it weren't for their parents knowing each other, with their talents and identities, they would be people from completely different worlds, and it would be impossible for them to meet. However, although they were not very familiar, Hoshino knew something about Nakagawa Hotaru. The genius sword wizard of the island country had the best hope of passing the national first-level exorcist assessment before the age of 25. He was noble, talented, resolute, and courageous, and not afraid of difficulties. He was completely different from her, a salted fish who was content with the status quo, timid, and often gave in and compromised. They were even two extremes. Although she had heard some bad rumors about Nakagawa Hotaru from her mother. For example, when Nakagawa Hotaru was exorcising demons, he was very cruel to demons, and even enjoyed torturing demons. But that was just treating demons. Demons are the enemies of humans, and it should be like this. But Hoshino never expected that Nakagawa Hotaru would treat her so ruthlessly, without considering that they once knew each other. Even if they were not familiar with each other, they were both exorcists on the human side. Facing such a weak, helpless, and pitiful her, how could the other party do it? But if you think about it from another perspective, Hoshino can understand the other party. After all, in the other party's view, she dared to block the knife for the fox demon. Needless to say, she must have been completely corrupted and became the most loyal meat servant of the fox demon. In addition, she leaked the information of the Taishi Bureau and actually became a traitor, standing on the opposite side of humans and associating with demons. Facing a human traitor, let alone Nakagawa, anyone with a little blood would want to kill the traitor with his own hands. Even her mother would not forgive her after she knew that her daughter was a traitor. If she wanted to ask for her mother's forgiveness, the only way might be to let her mother fall into the abyss like her, becoming a traitor to humans and a loyal servant of the fox demon. In such a similar situation, her mother should be able to understand her difficulties and forgive her. Woo, I am already a traitor despised by others, Xingye cried out, becoming even more lost. In fact, what made her feel most lost was not that Nakagawa wanted to kill her. Becoming a human traitor was the real reason for her loss. Even when, facing Nakagawa's desire to kill her, her first reaction was to show a humble and pleading look, begging him not to kill her. She was so afraid of death, but she was willing to jump in front of the fox demon to help him resist the attack. What is this? This is simply the most humble and hopeless demon dog. At this moment, Shinge felt guilty. Although it seems that she has only stolen some insignificant information from the Taishi Bureau, what is the difference between this and some public intellectuals who have received money from foreigners, boasting that foreigners are more qualified, that the sewer drainage system designed by foreigners is more scientific, that they will not be flooded after a rainstorm, and that the moon in foreign countries is rounder and the air is sweeter? Although the matter is small, the behavior of the traitor is naked. As the saying goes, a little bit makes a lot. Maybe if it goes on like this, sooner or later, she will willingly help them out, Fox Demon, to deal with humans, thereby committing an irreparable and huge sin. On that day, perhaps it will be the time for her to truly break with humans and abandon her human identity. Xingye, who deeply felt that these terrible things might happen in the future, felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart, especially when she heard the resolute words that Nakagawa Hotaru shouted in anger when facing the Fox Demon's persuasion to surrender. Even if you use charm to charm me and control my body, my spirit will not surrender. At that moment, Hoshino felt that the other party was so noble, like the bright moon in the sky, and she was so sinful, like a clown. At that moment, how much she envied Nakagawa Hotaru, and how much she wished she could have the courage of the other party. But the cruel reality is that the noble witch who had courage and refused to surrender became a prisoner, while the timid and compromising self lived well because of surrendering to the Fox Demon. Facing such a cowardly life, Hoshino felt guilty and felt very painful. If only, how great it would be if I could do something to atone for my sins. At least, if there was anything I could do to help Nakagawa Hotaru, that would be good, so that I could alleviate some of the sins in my heart. On this day, Rumi Hoshino had been thinking about this problem. Because of the strong sense of guilt in her heart, she was eager to find a way to atone for her sins, but she couldn't find it, no matter how hard she tried. However, it seemed that the heavens had heard Hoshino's voice, and the path of atonement soon appeared before Hoshino. One day later, also on Monday night, Hoshino Rumi was informed by Hauren and came to his home again. What, Nakagawa Hotaru is on a hunger strike? You want me to persuade her? After being informed of the unexpected news by Hauren, Hoshino exclaimed, Yes, I kindly cooked a meal for her yesterday, but unfortunately she didn't appreciate. Not only did she refuse to eat a bite, she also overturned the rice bowl. Today I asked Jaime and Yukihime to deliver the meal, but she still refused to eat. I tried to persuade her, but she refused to say a word to me now. Hauren briefly recounted what happened that day. Listening to Hauren's narration, Hoshino's heart moved, as if he had thought of something, and the haze in his heart was quickly swept away. I'll go and persuade her. I already know her, and my mother also knows Nakagawa's parents. We are both exorcists, so we can definitely talk. At this moment, she seemed to see a glittering road to atonement appearing before her eyes. Yes, there are still things she can do, and she can still help this noble witch that she envied so much. So, how can she help her? Persuade her not to go on a hunger strike? Save her life? No, it's not such a superficial help. First of all, as a person who has experienced it, she wants to expose to Nakagawa the traps of the Fox Demon that can easily lead people to fall. In this way, she wants to warn Nakagawa not to follow the old path she has walked and fall into the abyss of darkness step by step. Secondly, she also wants to warn her not to try to fight the Fox Demon by going on a hunger strike. This will only anger the Fox Demon even more, and make him give up the idea of playing with the captives, and directly brainwash her and forcibly wash away her self-consciousness. In this way, she will only fall faster. Once again, at this moment, Shinge thought of a lot. In short, she didn't want Nakagawa to become the corrupted person she is now. Even subconsciously, she hoped that Nakagawa could escape from the Fox Demon. Although she was already corrupted, she didn't dare and couldn't resist the Fox Demon and help Nakagawa escape, but at least she could pray for her. Yes, this might be the last bit of conscience left in her body, in the hopelessly corroded soul. Holding on to this conscience, Shinge silently said in his heart, Nakagawa, wait for me. I will help you right now. Don't worry. No matter what, I will do my best to prevent you from falling. In the dim underground storage room, Nakagawa, with her hands tied by ice silk, was sitting quietly on the ground, motionless. She has been in this position for a long time since Sheiji came to bring her food and was rejected last time. At this moment, her consciousness is very clear, and it is rare for her to calm down and think quietly about what has happened in the past few days. From designing a plan to hunt the Demon King, to successfully leading the Demon King into the Red Moon Barrier, but accidentally encountering a cunning Fox Demon, and finally falling into the Fox Demon's trap, being defeated and captured by the Fox Demon. Now she has been imprisoned here by the Fox Demon for 2 whole days. It can be said that this is the first time in her life that she has encountered such a huge adversity, and the first time she has suffered such a humiliating failure. Yes, the first time in her life. In the short life of 18 years old, Zhang Chunluo has not experienced too much adversity. Born with the aura of genius, she has been the other people's child in the mouth of others since she was a child. Her parents and master have carefully cultivated her and strictly disciplined her since she was a child, and the three major exorcism agencies have placed high hopes on her. Zhang Chunluo's growth path can be said to be smooth sailing. Therefore, this is the first time in her life that she has been defeated and captured. This made it difficult for her to accept it for a while, and she had many negative emotions. Self-blame, regret, unwillingness, but there was no fear. Since childhood, under the strict education and discipline of her parents and masters, in the trials of fighting various demons, she has developed a tenacious, brave, and decisive character. Although, under the strict education and discipline, Zhang Chunluo has also been suppressed for too long, which has bred another morbid character. But overall, the strong and brave character made Zhang Chunluo not afraid after being defeated and captured, and she was even mentally prepared to die bravely. The only thing she was worried about was that the nine-tailed fox demon would use his powerful and terrifying charm to control her body and turn her into a puppet that could not resist. This can be seen from the fact that the fox demon controlled her body twice, making her unable to move. Although she was confident that with her own firm will, her soul would never sink because of the fox demon's charm, and she would never fall. Firm will is the biggest difference between her and the pathetic fallen female beast Hoshino Rumi. Having said that, it is not pleasant to have your body controlled and become a puppet. Even if the other party uses evil magic to control her body, he can remotely command her to backstab her loved ones, such as her beloved master Kawashima Fumi. When thinking about this problem, a picture suddenly appeared in Nakagawa's mind. Her beautiful, elegant, noble, and powerful master, Magic Sword, Kawashima Fumi, was stabbed from behind by her beloved apprentice's sharp knife without any defense and collapsed in a pool of red blood. Before she died, Fumi's eyes widened, and many complex emotions flashed in her beautiful eyes, including shock, confusion, anger, and heartache. In the end, all of this turned into an unbelievable word: why? Facing the question of her beloved master, she just replied coldly with a blank expression. "I'm sorry, master. I didn't want to do that either, but I couldn't disobey the master's order, and I couldn't help it. Rest in peace." Thinking of this, Nakagawa Fumi couldn't help but shudder, and couldn't help but worry about the future safety of her master. However, as of now, the fox demon doesn't seem to have this plan. Just as she was thinking about this, the door of the storage room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Nakagawa raised her head instantly and looked towards the door. After seeing who was coming, she was slightly stunned and said with some surprise, "You are? Rumi Hoshino." "Yes, it's me, Sister Nakagawa. We met yesterday." Rumi Hoshino walked into the storage room with small steps, and then gently closed the door of the storage room. "What are you doing here?" Seeing that Rumi Hoshino was not followed by others, she closed the door and walked over quickly. Nakagawa frowned slightly. Rumi Hoshino heard serious vigilance and alertness in Nakagawa's tone, and could only sigh helplessly in her heart. She understood why Nakagawa was so wary of her, because she had already fallen. In Nakagawa's eyes, she was probably just a hateful demon claw, an irredeemable traitor. She couldn't refute this because it was a fact. However, even if she fell, she still had the last bit of conscience in her heart. Thinking of this, Rumi Hoshino smiled slightly and said, "I heard that you haven't eaten yet." She originally wanted to ask Nakagawa why he was on a hunger strike, but before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Nakagawa coldly. "You are here to persuade me to surrender, right? In this case, I advise you not to waste your energy. Tell the fox demon for me that even if I die, even if my soul disappears, I will not surrender to him. Also, don't think I don't know that the food he sent me was mixed with evil drugs that can corrode the soul and make people degenerate. Even if I starve to death or jump off from here, I will never eat a bite of his food." Nakagawa was very imposing from the beginning. Because of the blood of the god of war, she was not weak at all after being hungry for 2 days, but full of energy. Her tone was also very firm. Obviously, she regarded Hoshino as a lobbyist who came to persuade him to surrender. After a short pause, she changed her tone and said coldly, "And you, traitor, if you still have even a little conscience and have not completely fallen, then you should end your life now, so that you will not help the fox demon to harm other humans in the future." Ever since seeing Rumi Hoshino helping the fox demon block the knife yesterday, Nakagawa was already extremely sure that this female exorcist of the Taishi Bureau had completely fallen. Originally, the exorcists of the Taishi Bureau were a group of softies who liked to tinker with technology-related spiritual arts, emphasizing the use of tools, long-range killing, multi-line operation, and never dared to fight demons in close combat. Nakagawa was not surprised at all that a human traitor would appear among them. Not only did Nakagawa think so, but even Hoshino himself thought that he had become a traitor. Nakagawa's words were like a sharp knife, piercing her already fragile heart. She was unable to refute, nor could she do what Nakagawa said to end her life. If she had the courage, she would not have fallen so easily. Yes, she had indeed fallen and turned into an irredeemable traitor, but in order to make up for the guilt in her heart, there were still some things she could do within her ability. After painfully blaming herself in her heart, Hoshino still did not give up the path of atonement and spoke again. "No, I am not here to persuade you to surrender. In fact, I am here to remind you, Nakagawa, you have to be careful." "Remind me? Ha ha." As soon as Hoshino finished speaking, Nakagawa sneered as if he had heard the funniest joke. A fallen exorcist actually came to remind himself to be careful? What is this? Is the weasel paying New Year's greetings to the chicken? However, before she could sneer, Shinji spoke first. "I know you may not believe it, but please listen to me first. I have been following the fox demon for some time and have a certain understanding of him. He likes young and beautiful human women very much. He often captures them and imprisons them, slowly torturing and interrogating them, and is happy to see his prey slowly degenerate. Before you, I was captured by him, and now I have indeed fallen as you said, but there is one thing I want to clarify." Speaking of this, Xingye paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and continued. "Although my soul has sunk, I still have self-awareness, which may be a bit strange to say. But the fox demon's favorite thing to do is to retain the self-awareness of the captives and watch them slowly generate. This is his bad taste, and this kind of degeneration will cause the captives to slowly develop a deep sense of attachment to him, and finally, even if they still retain their self-awareness, they can no longer leave him. In a sense, it is not an exaggeration to call him a heart demon." Based on her experiences over the past few days, Hoshino summarized what she thought of as Howren, and even gave him the title of Inner Demon. Her purpose was to use her own experience to remind Nakagawa Hotaru not to repeat her mistakes. After hearing Hoshino say that she still retained her self-awareness, Nakagawa Hotaru listened quietly and then said, "Inner demon?" "Yes, the inner demon, a demon that is very good at playing with people's hearts." Seeing that Nakagawa Hotaru was listening carefully, Hoshino seemed to be greatly encouraged and continued to speak with all his energy. "I know that you, Sister Nakagawa Hotaru, are very determined and will definitely disdain the charm. But I still want to remind you, never underestimate the enemy. The evil magic of the nine-tailed fox demon is far from as simple as you think. On the surface, he will not do anything to you, and he will even be very kind to you, occasionally making you a delicious meal or something. But behind the scenes, his evil magic has already invaded every corner of your body and started to corrode your soul. This kind of corrosion is hidden in the dark, and you can't feel it." Hoshino covered her mouth with her hand and whispered about the terrible things about the fox demon in her mind, as if she was afraid that someone would hear her if she spoke louder. However, after listening to it, Nakagawa Hotaru sneered. "Nonsense. If you are talking about Tamamonomae, maybe I will believe it, but just relying on him, a fox demon with two tails?" Compared with Hoshino, Nakagawa Hotaru obviously knows more about demons. The charm of fox demons is also divided into strong and weak. The charm of nine-tailed fox demons like Tamamonomae is naturally very strong, but Howren is just a descendant of a nine-tailed fox demon with only two tails and has not yet fully awakened. How could he master such a powerful evil magic that can corrupt people's souls imperceptibly? But don't disbelieve it, there is an example in my body. The day I was first captured by the fox demon extracted confidential information from the Taishi Bureau from me. But until now, I don't know when and how I revealed this information, and I have no memory of it at all. What's more terrifying is that the fox demon clearly didn't order me, but I was willing to go to the Taishi Bureau as an insider for him, steal information for him, and I was looking forward to the reward of the big bone given by the fox demon. Seeing that Nakagawa Hotaru didn't seem to believe her kind reminder, Hoshino was a little anxious and hurriedly brought out an example to prove it. "What is the big bone reward? It's not important. Look, I've been released by the fox demon now, and I've regained my freedom and all my spiritual power, but I still can't think of hurting the fox demon. Even when he's in danger, my body will involuntarily block the knife for him." Nakagawa Hotaru fell silent after hearing this. Part of what Hoshino said was what she saw with her own eyes, such as blocking the knife for the fox demon. Part of it was Hoshino's self-exposure, such as going to the Taishi Bureau to be a spy. It's obviously not good for her to know about this kind of self-exposure, but Hoshino still told her, thinking it shouldn't be false. It was also when Nakagawa Hotaru hesitated that Hoshino made another supplement. Cough, a kind reminder. And from yesterday to today, judging from the fox demon's attitude towards you, didn't you notice anything strange? Strange place? Nakagawa Hotaru was slightly stunned, thought for a moment, and quickly reacted. Yes, there is indeed something strange. After the plan to assassinate Howren failed yesterday, she didn't think about it carefully because she was too humiliated. But now thinking back, Nakagawa Shiki found something wrong. Generally speaking, after a normal person was assassinated by a captive, wouldn't he be angry and execute the captive directly? Even if he didn't execute her, he should have taught the captive a profound lesson so that she wouldn't dare to commit the same crime again. But the other party not only didn't execute her, but also didn't teach her a lesson. Afterwards, he cooked a meal for her and brought it to her personally, and tried to persuade her again, wanting to talk to her. Although she refused in the end, it was a bit intriguing. Let's not talk about whether there was an evil poison that corroded the human soul in the meal sent by the fox demon. Let's just say that after he was assassinated, wasn't he angry? It would have been better if Hoshino didn't say it. Once he said it, Nakagawa Hotaru really found something wrong. Of course, Hoshino didn't know, she just guessed based on the experience of people who have been there. Now looking at Nakagawa Hotaru's reaction, it was obvious that she guessed it, right. This made her even more excited, and she continued, I think you should have noticed something strange. In fact, this is a trick that fox demons often use. When fox demons corrupt your soul, they usually look for a breakthrough, and then use this breakthrough to forcefully pry open your solid defense. Once they are sure that your defense has been broken, they will be more kind to you, corrupt you with gentle traps, and eventually make you fall. After saying this, Hoshino secretly added in his heart, delicious food is my breakthrough, and I was broken through by the fox demon's delicious food. Under Hoshino's kind reminder guidance, Nakagawa soon lowered his head and pondered. My defense was broken? Breakthrough? What breakthrough? Wait, could it be the baby in my belly? After carefully sorting out her memories after being captured, Nakagawa suddenly thought of a possibility. Yesterday, she felt full of bloating, and a belly full of, could the fox demon have used some evil magic that would hit her soul directly? Then they wanted to take good care of her and let her give birth to the child smoothly. Just imagine, a human priestess actually gave birth to the evil crystallization of a demon. What irony. In the end, the fox demon will waver between her maternal love for the child and her disgust for the demon, and when there is a gap in her heart, she will break through her defenses in one fell swoop. She may even use her maternal love to make her degenerate into a hotbed for breeding demons. After realizing this, Nakagawa Shi felt an emotion called fear for the first time in her life. No, don't! When Hoshino was talking to Nakagawa Shi, Howren was also busy with other things. Shueiji, this time we are going to play friends, old friends who have known each other for many years. In the guest room on the second floor, Howren and Shueiji sat opposite each other and began the second attempt to let Shueiji experience love. The previous brother-sister role-playing failed because Shueiji seriously misunderstood the warm brother-sister relationship. For this reason, Howren was even kissed by Shueiji once. For a man, he is the one who takes advantage of kissing. Therefore, Howren could not say much. He could only simply point out Shueiji's mistakes and tell her that the relationship between siblings should not be like this. The experience of family affection failed, so Howren had to choose another kind of emotion this time, friendship. As for love, if friendship and family affection don't work, try it again. So taking advantage of some free time tonight, Howren tried to let Shueiji experience friendship. Howren has naturally experienced friendship because he has a good reputation in school, so he has made many friends. For example, Yusuke, the head of the Kendo Club, Ito, and Lee Kei, etc. However, although there are many friends, most of them are male friends. Although other girls in the school also want to make friends with him, most of them have other thoughts. In layman's terms, they are greedy for his body. The only woman who can be called a friend is probably Lee Kei. But because of her personality, Lee Kei cannot be regarded as a normal woman. So in fact, Howren has almost no female friends, all of them are suitors. What is this? I have few friends, but many harems? In this way, it is a bit difficult to experience friendship with Shueiji. After all, he has no experience in making friends with women, so he can only take it one step at a time. Howren, who was thinking about this, was awakened by Shueiji's words. Okay, I am Howren's friend now, so what should friends do? Well, first of all, friends should shake hands when they meet. Howren thought about it and directly stretched out a hand in front of Shueiji, motioning her to shake it. Shaking hands, I remember it should be a human etiquette, right? Hesitate, and directly stretched out her white and tender little hand, and gently held Howren's big hand. The moment he held it, Howren felt a cool and smooth feeling on his palm, and couldn't help but sigh that Sheiji's skin was good, and the touch was really good, smooth and tender. While sighing, he also slightly squeezed Sheiji's hand and let it to shake up and down. In fact, Howren doesn't really know how to experience friendship. After all, feelings are illusory. How can an illusory thing be realized in a real way? He first thought of using some body language between friends, such as shaking hands, patting shoulders, hugging, etc., to let Sheiji feel it. Yes, shaking hands is a kind of etiquette and a way of communication. It expresses friendship, can communicate the originally alienated emotions, and deepen the understanding of both parties. While shaking hands, Hao Ren explained to Sheiji, who lowered her head. However, halfway through his words, suddenly felt something wrong and stopped instantly. Because suddenly, Hao Ren felt a cold and smooth touch coming from the palm of his hand, as if something cold and soft was moving back and forth in his palm. What the hell? What is it? Shueiji, what are you doing? Hao Ren realized that Shueiji had leaned down at some point and raised his hand slightly in front of her, as if she was busy with something. What is she doing? Hey, why are you opening your mouth? The next moment, Hao Ren's face changed, because he felt his hand being pried open and one of his index fingers suddenly seemed to fall into an ice cave and the cold air was overflowing. So, hiss! Hao Ren took a breath of cold air. 10 minutes later, are you born in the year of the dog? Why did you bite my hand? The enjoyment finally ended. Cough, Hao Ren, who broke free, couldn't help but question. However, Shiji's expression remained unchanged, and she just responded lightly. Isn't it normal for old friends to do this? Wait, do you have any misunderstandings about old friends? Before Hao Ren could ask, Shueiji explained again lightly. I saw it in a serious book. This is called a kiss on the hand. It is a form of friendship. In foreign countries, it is normal for old friends to kiss each other's hands to say hello when they meet. Kissing the hand? Seen in a serious book? Shueiji, what serious books do you read every day? And is this a kiss on the hand? It should be licking the hand and putting your fingers. Hao Ren. Because there were too many complaints, Hao Ren didn't know where to start. After explaining, Sheiji did not speak again, but lowered her head and pondered. The book said that kissing the body of a lover is a manifestation of love, and one will also feel a sense of enjoyment. But why did I not feel anything like the last time I kissed Hao Ren? Could it be that I really did not fall in love with Hao Ren? It was also when Shueiji was thinking about this question seriously that a whistle with a strange frequency suddenly came into her ears in the quiet night. After hearing this sound, Shueiji stopped thinking instantly and looked out the window of the room. Shueiji, I said you should read less of that kind of books in the future. This voice seemed to be heard by only Shueiji. Hao Ren did not notice anything unusual. After complaining in his heart for a while, he finally spoke. However, before he could finish his words, Shueiji suddenly stretched out a cold finger and put it on his lips, signaling him not to speak. Hush, Hao Ren, keep your voice down. I think I heard some noise outside. What noise? Seeing Shueiji's serious expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Hao Ren quickly concentrated and listened carefully. 1 minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. What noise? You're not trying to change the subject. After listening for a long time, Hao Ren heard nothing. Yes, it's the sound of Tamamonomae's summoning flute. The summoning flute was once a mysterious magic treasure used by Tamamonomae to summon the Demon King. In the end, she gave it to a subordinate. But why is it being blown now? And the sound seems to be not far away. Shueiji muttered to herself, and soon she seemed to remember something. Wait, could it be Hao Ren? I'll be back soon. After leaving this sentence, before Hao Ren could react, a gust of wind and snow suddenly rolled up in the room, covering Shueiji's figure. When the wind and snow disappeared, Shueiji's figure had already disappeared. The demon flute? Tamamonomae's demon treasure? After a moment's hesitation, Hao Ren was ready to catch up and take a look, but at this moment there was a knock on the door. Kyubi-sama, Rumi-chan has returned and is now in the living room on the first floor. She said that she has convinced Nakagawa that she is willing to eat and cooperate with you. When Hao Ren just went down to the first floor, Rumi Hoshino, who was originally sitting on the sofa, stood up almost instantly and then ran all the way to report the good news to him. Hao Ren, I have talked to Nakagawa. She now thoroughly understands your strength, Hao Ren, and promised to eat, cooperate with you, and obey your orders. Hoshino was obviously in a good mood, and she was also very excited when she reported the news. Well, not bad, you did it. Hao Ren nodded and wanted to praise Hoshino for his good eloquence, and persuaded the sword wizard to eat on his own initiative so quickly. However, he quickly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with what Hoshino said. Recognize my strength? Obey my orders? What's the matter? I just asked you to persuade her to meal. How did it become obeying my orders? No. What did you say to her? It's no wonder that Hao Ren was so strange. It was just that this result was beyond his expectations. Originally, Howren just saw that Hoshino and Nakagawa seemed to know each other, and thought that maybe he could use this relationship to persuade Nakagawa, who was on a hunger strike, to eat something. But to be honest, he didn't think Hoshino could convince Nakagawa. After all, Nakagawa has a strong character, and looks like the kind of strong woman who won't give in or compromise easily. As a result, Hoshino was actually persuaded successfully. This is a bit abnormal. You have to know that if a person with such a strong character and backbone as Nakagawa is put in a spy war TV series, she will definitely not reveal any information after being captured by the enemy, even if she is tortured with various instruments and tortured to the point of only having half a breath left. How did Xingye successfully convince such a person who would rather die than surrender and make her obey? Yes, Howren, you can send the meal over now. Also, she said that as long as the request is not excessive, she will definitely obey you. Xingye nodded again in affirmation, and at the same time, the last scene before leaving the storage room slowly emerged in her mind. It's a dangerous situation to be found by the fox demon, but it's also an opportunity. Once he thinks he has found a breakthrough and starts to implement his plan to corrupt the soul, he will relax his vigilance against you. If you cooperate with him at this time, or even pretend to succumb to him, he may untie you and give you some freedom. Just like when I was moved from the storage room to the house by him, and the rope was loosened. And this fox demon has a strange habit. He likes to go to school like a human. Because of going to school during the day, he keeps me at home during the day. These days are weekdays, and the fox demon is going to school. This is an opportunity to escape while he goes to school, provided that you can be released from the storage room by him. After Nakagawa had fully understood the power of the fox demon and shouted in fear, Xingye also gave a suggestion that she had thought about for a long time yesterday. It's true that she came to remind Nakagawa, but in fact she hoped that Nakagawa could escape. This is the greatest help she can make to Nakagawa with her fallen soul, and it is also a kind of atonement. After hearing her words, Nakagawa's fear was slightly relieved. Regardless of whether what Hoshino said was true, the content of his words moved her heart. Because now she was extremely sure that she had to escape. If before she might have held the mentality of dying together and wanted to assassinate the fox demon and bite the fox demon back, then at this moment, after being reminded by Hoshino, she had realized that she absolutely could not stay here, and absolutely could not use force against the fox demon. She might not die if she stayed here, but sooner or later, she would give birth to the evil crystallization of the fox demon. And if she used force against the fox demon, once she angered that terrifying existence, she might. The hotbed that breeds demons, the evil crystallization obtained by cross-species hybridization. These are things that are 10,000 times more terrifying than death. This is also the first time that Nakagawa, who has a strong character, has realized the cruelty and horror of demons in her life, and the first time she was afraid. Therefore, Hoshino's words moved her heart. However, there is still a problem. How can I guarantee that what you said is true? What if you are controlled by the fox demon and deliberately say these things to me? After being asked by Nakagawa, Xingye was not completely sure to deny it, because even she herself was not sure whether her so-called awake consciousness was true, and whether this was a trick of the cunning fox demon. However, under the influence of the psychology of atonement, she would rather believe that she was awake, so she still explained. I don't know. But if I were a fox demon, there would be no need to control me to tell you these things. After all, with the powerful charm he mastered, there is no need to do these little tricks. The memory was interrupted from then on, and Xingye sighed lightly. Perhaps because of her last sentence, Nakagawa finally chose to believe her, so he followed her advice, pretend to surrender first, and then look for opportunities. So, her mood became better because she finally atones. On the other side, Howren obviously didn't know what Xingye said. But combined with what Xingye just said, such as recognize his strength and obey, he could vaguely guess one or two. Did this guy exaggerate to scare Zhongchuan? And just by her clever words, she really scared Zhongchuan half to death, and it is even possible that Zhongchuan was hit by her. This is very likely, because with the personality of Zhongchuan, if he is not scared, he will not suddenly change his attitude. He guessed what Xingye did. But a new question arises. Why did Xingye do this? The two are both exorcists and know each other. There is no reason for Xingye to help the tyrant. I am not King Zhou, but why would Xingye scare Zhongchuan for no reason? This doesn't make sense. However, Howren soon thought of a reason. Maybe. He lowered his head and glanced at Hoshino in front of him. He suddenly frowned and asked in a deep voice, Hoshino Rumi, I have a question for you. Please answer it honestly. Shh, please tell me. Hoshino was startled by Howren's sudden question and the low but majestic voice. She glanced at Howren with a guilty conscience, lowered her head quickly, and even changed her address to a respectful one involuntarily. Obviously, she thought that Howren asked this question suddenly because he might have noticed something. When you were about to be stabbed by the Nakagawa in the storage room yesterday, were you scared to death? Howren stared at Hoshino's every move and continued to ask. I was afraid. Hoshino didn't understand why Howren suddenly asked such a question, but under pressure, she answered honestly. After hearing Hoshino's answer, Howren continued to ask, You probably don't want to experience the feeling of approaching death again, right? Yi? Hoshino trembled all over and instantly collapsed in fear. Let her experience the threat of death again. What does that mean? Clearly, the fox demon has just read her memory and knows all about her little plan to help Nakagawa. It's over. The fox demon is warning her not to play such a trick, otherwise she will be allowed to experience death again next time. On the other side, Howren nodded secretly when he saw how scared Shinye was. It seems that he guessed right. Shinye was resentful because Nakagawa wanted to stab her to death yesterday, so she threatened Nakagawa. On the one hand, she wanted to take revenge on her, and on the other hand, she was worried that she would encounter Nakagawa again without telling him and wanted to kill her. It seems that this girl has a strong desire for revenge. Howren couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Seeing that she had been seen through by Howren, Shinye panicked. To be honest, experiencing death again was actually not a big deal. She was not that scared. What Shinye feared the most was that if Howren was really angry, he would drive her away and not want her anymore, which would definitely be something she couldn't bear, because, at this point, she couldn't leave Howren anymore. So in order not to make Howren angry and not be driven away by him, she quickly lowered her head and begged for mercy. Howren, no master, woohoo! I don't dare anymore, I won't dare anymore. These were words from the heart, and after being seen through by Howren, she was completely panicked. However, Shinye lowered her head and cried for a while, but she never got any response from Howren, which made her more and more panicked. The thought of being driven away by Howren and leaving his side, she felt blocked in her heart instantly, which was a very painful and uncomfortable strange feeling. Woohoo, Howren, please don't drive me away. I will listen to you in the future and never think about atonement again. Yes, what sins to atone for? Let's fall. Anyway, we can't go back. As long as I can stay with Howren forever, that's enough. Hoshino cried and almost said what was in her heart. Fortunately, a familiar voice came from in front of her, stopping her from speaking out. Rumi-chan, what are you doing? Kyubi-sama is no longer here. Who are you talking to? Hoshino was slightly stunned, and her twitching shoulders stopped. Soon she looked up, but found that there was no trace of Howren in front of her. Where did Howren go? After talking to you, Kyubi-sama went directly to the kitchen to get some food and sent it to the storage room. In the dim storage room, Howren brought some leftovers from the night before and walked in. After realizing that Hoshino wanted to take revenge on Nakagawa, she had severely frightened her, and Howren did not mean to blame her. In any case, Hoshino was lucky enough to help him solve a big problem. Not only did she not do anything wrong, but she also did something good. In this way, as long as Nakagawa is willing to cooperate with him, whether it is to extract the essence and blood or to swear a spiritual spell, all problems can be solved. Therefore, he couldn't wait for Shinye to finish speaking, and he was eager to bring food to Nakagawa. By the way, he wanted to see what Nakagawa was like now, and then have a good chat with her. When he pushed the door open, Howren found that Nakagawa was sitting honestly under a cabinet in the storage room, with her head down and silent. Well, is she scared? Howren couldn't help but guess, but because Nakagawa was like this before, he was a little uncertain. After thinking for a while, Howren still brought the food to Nakagawa Ying and asked tentatively, Nakagawa, I heard from Hoshino that you have figured it out? Nakagawa had actually noticed Howren coming in a long time ago. She had not raised her head until Howren asked her questions. When Nakagawa raised her head, Howren soon discovered the difference. She saw that her originally cold and pretty face was now full of unusual contradictions and humiliation. Yes, Hoshino Rumi has persuaded me. I will cooperate with you. As long as it is not an excessive request, I will also obey. Perhaps because it was too humiliating, Nakagawa hesitated to say the word obey. However, the meaning of her words was very clear. Obviously, Hoshino did not lie and Nakagawa was indeed convinced by her. Howren nodded secretly and quickly helped Nakagawa to untie the ice silk restraints on her hands. Zhongchuan Luo had no spiritual power left in her body, and she had no strength after being hungry for 2 days, so Howren was not worried that she would suddenly explode. After her hands were untied, Zhongchuan Luo was indeed very honest, and she still sat there motionless. Seeing this, Howren nodded again and began the next step of probing. In order to determine to what extent Zhongchuan Luo was persuaded, he decided to test it again. Oh, not excessive demands? What do you mean? For example, asking me to commit suicide, asking me to betray humanity, asking me to backstab my master. Zhuanluo said several so-called excessive demands in one breath. Haoren was not surprised by this, because these demands did sound excessive. For example, backstabbing my mentor, it was really excessive. Who came up with this? It was simply treasonous. Having said that, Haoren still felt something strange because there seemed to be something missing in the demands made by Zhongchuan Luo. For example, there was no such thing as not wanting to sleep with my master. It's not that Haoren thought too much, it's really a normal woman who falls into the hands of the enemy. In addition to worrying about her life, shouldn't she worry about her innocence the most? But why didn't Zhongchuan Luo say a word? Did she not expect it? Of course, Zhongchuan Luo did not expect it, but she thought that, firstly, she had already lost her virginity to the fox demon, and there was no innocence at all. Secondly, the fox demon wanted her to give birth to an evil demon child, so she would definitely not compromise in this regard. It would be useless to ask for this, so she didn't mention it at all. But Haoren didn't know. On the contrary, he thought that although this sword wizard looked cold and icy on the surface, he might be a little stupid inside. Since Zhongchuan Luo would have to provide essence and blood voluntarily in the future, it was a rather excessive request, and he didn't know whether she would cooperate. After thinking about it, Haoren decided to test Zhongchuan Luo's so-called not excessive request and see where the bottom line was. So, apart from these requests, are all other requests okay? Haoren thought for a while, and soon his eyes lit up and he smiled slightly. However, his expression, from Zhongchuan Luo's perspective, was a strong light of desire suddenly flashed in the fox demon's originally deep black eyes, and then he showed his iconic, ferocious shark teeth and asked that question with a lewd smile on his face. Are all other requests okay? What does this mean? This is clearly... What? Any request is okay. She bit her lower lip tightly and squeezed out a few words from her teeth in an extremely humiliating way. The voice was so small that it was almost inaudible, but she had to say it. There was no other way. In order to escape and not give birth to a demon child, he could only pretend to surrender to paralyze the fox demon and lower his vigilance. Oh, really? Is this okay? Haoren said as he reached out and gently lifted Zhongchuan's chin. At the same time, he moved his face slightly closer, and his deep eyes just met Zhongchuan's eyes. He tried to make some provocative movements, wanting to continue to test Zhongchuan's bottom line. Of course, this was the last test. If Zhongchuan could still accept such a provocative movement, it would mean that it should not be difficult to ask her to contribute her blood. Haoren's wishful thinking was very good, but the problem was that Zhongchuan didn't think so. Huh? What is this movement? Zhongchuan is not stupid. Although her experience in some aspects is not as rich as Xingye, she still understands the scene in front of her. Her master once specially taught her some knowledge in this area. The man lifted the woman's chin in a teasing manner, staring at her affectionately, his face slowly approaching. This was clearly a sign of a kiss. This lewd fox demon was so impatient to ask for a kiss after she pretended to surrender. The teasing action of Haoren in front of her shocked Zhongchuan, and at the same time, the humiliation in her heart was even greater. Sure enough, fox demons only think with their lower body, and are they extremely lewd? She just showed surrender, and the other party wants to violate her so soon? Although Zhongchuan thought so in her heart, after hesitating for a while, she slowly closed her eyes. Although she felt very humiliated in her heart, she still didn't dare to refuse at this time. Otherwise, the fox demon might see that she was pretending to surrender. Let him kiss her anyway. She had already lost her virginity to the fox demon, and her innocence was gone. Maybe when she was unconscious, she had been kissed by the fox demon countless times. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. With this self-destructive idea, Zhongchuan Luo not only did not resist, but also took the initiative to raise her pretty face. However, after a long time, she did not wait for the imagined invasion. She couldn't help but open her eyes and looked up, only to find that the fox demon was frowning and staring at her, with a puzzled look on her face. Frowning? Puzzled? Why would the fox demon show such an expression? After Zhongchuan Luo pondered for a moment, he quickly figured it out. This is clearly... The damn fox demon actually wants her to take the initiative. This is just like what the master said, in some scenes where men and women get along. The man will say to the woman, "Move yourself." The fox demon frowned because he saw that she didn't take the initiative, and the doubt was because she was slow to move. He might have guessed that she might not really submit to him. No, she must not let her see that she was pretending to submit. Fight! Zhongchuan Luo was completely desperate. She quickly stretched out her snow-white arms, hooked Haoren's neck, and then pressed her face against him fiercely. Nakagawa, what did you do? The fox demon opposite seemed to be about to say something, but she blocked her mouth before she could finish her words. At this moment, a rare blush appeared on Nakagawa's cold and frosty face, and her body gradually became hot. She didn't know why she became so strange, and she didn't have time to think so much. Because at the moment when their lips touched, she felt a blank in her heart, with only one thought left. My first kiss is gone just like that. Although Nakagawa believed that the fox demon must have kissed her when she was unconscious, it was not a real first kiss because she was not conscious at that time. But now she was conscious and took the initiative, which was her real first kiss. Girls' feelings are always poetic, and young girls will more or less have some degree of fantasy about love and lovers. Although Nakagawa is cold-tempered and devoted to cultivation, she has a good master, so she would occasionally fantasize about it. Kawashima Fumi was worried that she would damage her brain by practicing, so she often taught her about the relationship between men and women and induced her to think about it. After the guidance of her master, Nakagawa had imagined a Prince Charming in her mind. However, this Prince Charming was a little different from the Prince Charming in the hearts of ordinary girls. First of all, he must be stronger than her, and it would be best if he had the strength to completely conquer her. Secondly, he must know some kendo. Thirdly, he must be handsome, and there must be at least one thing about him that she is fascinated by. Fourthly, and most importantly, he must have similar interests with her. For example, he must be interested in raising beautiful demons, know how to train demons, and even be able to capture demons with her and raise them. These are the 4 small standards she set for her Prince Charming in her heart. Because the standard was too weird, well, it was too high. Apart from anything else, basically no one of her peers could beat her. This led to Zhong Chuanluo not meeting her ideal Prince Charming in reality until now. However, for some reason, at the moment of losing her first kiss, Zhong Chuanluo inexplicably began to compare the fox demon with the Prince Charming in her mind. The fox demon was very handsome, knew kendo, and could beat her. This proved the strength of the fox. Although he used tricks, it is undeniable that tricks are also part of strength. She was completely defeated by the fox demon. In this comparison, Zhong Chuanluo was surprised to find that the man who was kissing her in front of her actually met 2.5 of the 4 conditions of the Prince Charming in her mind, which was more than half. However, before she could figure it out, her body was suddenly pulled forward by a strong force and was hugged back forcefully. She pressed tightly against Howren's chest and was hugged tightly. It was a kind of toughness that seemed to crush her delicate body and melt into her body. Before she could react to what was happening, a strong unknown male breath rushed to her face. At the same time, a sudden warmth came from her mouth. What happened? Zhong Chuan was directly confused and had no idea what was going on. It was not until she opened her eyes slightly that she realized that it was the fox demon that began to fight back. That's right, fight back! After being attacked by Zhong Chuan, Howren was stunned for a moment and soon began to fight back fiercely. In Howren's opinion, it would not be men who would suffer in such a thing. So although he was surprised why Zhong Chuan suddenly attacked him, he was so angry that he didn't care so much. If he pushed it away at this time, he would not be called a man. So, 10 minutes later, when Howren let go of Zhong Chuan, she was completely numb. Except for the occasional small breath, she was in a daze most of the time. At this moment, her mind was blank, and it was obvious that she had not yet recovered. Ahem, put the food here first. You eat first, and I'll come over after you finish eating. Howren recovered before Zhong Chuan, and his old face immediately turned red. Although Zhong Chuan was the first to strike, he fought back in the end, and the nature was different, so Howren was still a little embarrassed. So he hurriedly found an excuse and ran away in shame. After Howren left, it took a long time before Zhong Chuan finally recovered. This time, she recovered, but she found that her lips had become red and swollen, and even her neck and cheeks were a little dirty. What is this? Can kissing be like this? Strange knowledge has been added again. Glancing at the storage room where Howren was no longer there, Zhong Chuan quickly found the warm food neatly placed on the ground. This is a bowl of rice with some home-cooked stir-fries. After thinking for a while, she picked up the rice bowl, picked up the chopsticks to pick up some food, and tasted it silently. Huh? How can this seemingly ordinary meal be so delicious? It's too delicious. It was also when the extremely full taste of Zhong Chuan filled the entire warm esophagus and intoxicated him. Howren had already fled back home and happened to run into Shuiji, who had just come in from the door. When Shuiji saw Howren, she stepped forward quickly, grabbed him directly, and said anxiously, Howren, something bad has happened. I just saw the Demon King Hanano Juan. She passed me a bad news. The fact that you took away Zhong Chuan may have been known to the people of the Miko Agency. In the entrance hall, Howren had just changed his shoes and had not had time to enter the house when he met Shuiji, who had just pushed the door in. Demon King Hanano-wan? After hearing what Shueiji said, Haoran was stunned. Soon he remembered that Hananomaki should be one of the 3 nine-tailed demon kings he met in Kabukicho. But why did Hananomaki come to give him a message? And how did she find him? Was the message she passed on true or false? Haoran had just had these questions in his mind, and before he could ask, Shueiji quickly took the initiative to explain. Hananomaki is the demon king who has always been loyal to Tamamonomae among the followers of the nine-tailed family. She is also the only demon king who has a good relationship with me. Unlike other demon kings, she came to Kabukicho not for Tamamonomae's legacy. She came because she was worried that I would be found by the people of the exorcism agency and wanted to rescue me. Moreover, after the death of Tamamonomae, she did not support or agree with the human descendant to inherit the new great demon king of the nine-tailed family. But secretly, she planned to follow the will of Tamamonomae and support you to become the great demon king. After listening to Shueiji's explanation, Haoran realized that Hananomaki was a diehard of Tamamonomae, loyal to Tamamonomae, and recognized him as the descendant of Tamamonomae. Good guy. He thought that the demon kings under Tamamonomae were either traitors or couldn't stand him, a human, inheriting Tamamonomae's power. Unexpectedly, there was still someone who supported him. It was really not easy. After sighing secretly, Haoran continued to ask, "How did she find us? Was it because of the strange flute sound just now? Also, she told you this news. Is it reliable?" Yes, that was the sound of the demon summoning flute. The demon summoning flute was once awarded to Hananomaki by Tamamonomae-sama. I am the only one who knows about this matter except the parties involved. Rather than saying that she found us, it is better to say that she blew the flute to lead me there. As for whether the news is reliable, let her tell it herself. After Shueiji finished speaking, she pulled out something from the wide sleeves of her snowcoat and placed it in front of Haoran. Herself? She came here too? Shueiji's words made Haoran slightly stunned. For a moment he thought Hananomaki also came with Shueiji. However, his attention soon shifted to the thing that Shueiji took out. This is a small scroll painting. Out of curiosity, Haoran prepared to pick up the scroll to take a look. However, just when his hand touched the small scroll suddenly unfolded quickly, and then a ray of light bloomed from it. A large number of flame-colored butterflies flew out of the scroll quickly with the light and stopped above the scroll. This scene made Haoran feel a little familiar. Back then, in the Red Moon boundary, it seemed that Hanano-juan appeared in the form of flame-colored butterflies, condensed into human form. Just when Haoran thought that the butterflies were going to condense into human form and reveal the figure of the demon king Hanano-juan, suddenly a very cute and childish voice of a little girl came from the scroll. "Hey, hey! I'm coming out!" A miniature little arm suddenly stretched out from the scroll, and after the arm stretched out, it directly grabbed the edge of the scroll as if pulling it hard. Not long after, the butterflies dissipated, and a miniature little man struggled to crawl out of the scroll. This was a little man who was only about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, looked very mini, and was also wearing a kimono, as if he was a smaller version of Hanano-juan that Haoran had seen before. I finally crawled out. I'm so tired." After crawling out of the scroll, the miniature version of Hananomaki wiped the non-existent sweat stains on his forehead with his hand, sat down on the ground, and sighed sweetly. "How did Master Hananomaki become so petite? Meow?" While the little man was sighing, the two girls in the living room suddenly exclaimed. They were attracted by the sudden light from the entrance. The two came to the entrance and were soon attracted by the cute little man who crawled out of the scroll in the light. Hoshino, whose eyes were still a little red and swollen, turned heart-shaped instantly after seeing the little man clearly. There is no way girls are naturally immune to cute things, and Himuri recognized that this little man seemed to be the demon king Hananomaki. Hello, Master Nine-Tailed Fox. I am Master Hananomaki's clone number 1. It's our first meeting. Please teach me." After sitting for a while, the little man stood up slowly. He looked around at the people around him and soon locked onto Haoran. He bowed slightly to him and said in a baby voice, "Clone number 1, is it a clone?" Haoran guessed in his heart but nodded and said, "Hello." Then, just as he was about to continue to say something, he heard a scream. "Ah, so cute!" Haoran's eyes suddenly blurred and he saw Hoshino rushing over at some point, directly picked up Hananomaki's clone, put her against his face, and rubbed her gently. Who are you?" "Ah!" Clone number 1 also didn't react and was grabbed by someone, and then felt his little face being pressed against a big face and rubbed back and forth. "Hey, so cute! Unreasonable person, pervert, erotic maniac. Let go." Clone number 1 kept slapping and pushing Hoshino's face, trying to resist her perverted behavior, but she was too weak to shake the other party at all. After struggling for a long time without breaking free, she had to turn her head with difficulty and asked Haoran for help. Master Jue, please control your subordinate, who is so rude to the guests. To be honest, this was the first time Howren saw Hoshino like this, and he was stunned for a while. Reminder of clone number 1. He came back to his senses and hurriedly called Hoshino. Rume, put her down. Oh. Howren's words were still very useful, and Hoshino woke up in an instant. She secretly glanced at Howren, and seeing that he didn't seem angry, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief and let go of clone number 1. Let's go in and talk. Because the entrance was a little small, it felt a little crowded when 4 or 5 people stayed here together. Therefore, after Howren greeted Hananomaki's clone, he led a few people to the living room. After arriving at the living room and sitting down, Howren didn't say much and went straight to the point and asked, "Okay, tell me first, what happened when the Miko agency found out that I had captured Nakagawa Hotaru?" Okay, Kyubi-sama? Nodding, Hananomaki's clone began to slowly tell the cause of the matter. Actually, the matter is like this. The day after we escaped from the Red Moon Barrier, I don't know who leaked the news that the descendant of Tamamonomae-sama had appeared in Kabukicho, and it quickly spread throughout the Kyubi family. Late at night, at Howren's house, a moving operation was in full swing. It's more appropriate to call it moving prisoners. Not long ago, Hananomaki's clone suddenly visited Howren's house and brought him bad news. The Miko agency seemed to be targeting him. The reason was naturally because he had captured Nakagawa Hotaru. According to Hananomaki, someone deliberately spread the news of his appearance in the Red Moon boundary among the followers of the Nine-Tailed Clan. And because there are more or less spies of the exorcism agency in the Demon Clan, this matter was also known by the 3 major exorcism agencies. According to some gossips that Hananomaki heard, the Miko agency has locked on several suspects and even sent personnel to Hachioji Town, where Howren lives, a place name in an island country, similar to a town or street in the Celestial Empire. So, the Miko agency may have discovered you, and you must leave here quickly. After finishing the story, Hananomaki's clone summarized it with this sentence. At first, Howren was skeptical about this. After all, he was not familiar with Hananomaki, and it was hard to say what the Demon King of the Nine-Tailed Fox family was thinking. However, just when he was suspicious, the barrier set up at home to monitor the outside world suddenly produced a slight fluctuation. Soon, Howren realized that it seemed that someone came to his house and hid in the dark to monitor his house. Fortunately, the other party was just monitoring. After waiting for a long time, Howren found that the other party did not take any further actions, so he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This discovery reminded him that before he went to Shinju District last week, he was also inexplicably monitored by the Taishi Bureau for a week. Now it is a similar situation again. Obviously, he's being targeted by someone again. Combined with this sudden situation, coupled with Yukihime's repeated assurances, Howren believed the authenticity of the news said by Hananomaki, and he should really be targeted by the Miko agency. The last time the Taishi Bureau was monitoring was not bad. In addition to him, there was only one cat demon in the house. He could hide his demonic appearance, and Himari could transform into a cat. In addition, the various barriers in the house had a certain effect of concealing and confusing the opponent, so the opponent did not see any clues. But this time was different. Not only was there a shueiji in the house, but there was also a beautiful sword witch locked in the storage room. If this was discovered, what would happen? So, Howren made a prompt decision and decided to transfer the captives and destroy the evidence. Of course, because he was being monitored, he would not transfer with them, but let Shueiji take Nakagawa Hotaru and Himari out to hide first. As for the transfer location, Shueiji, do you have a ranch in Gunma County? Howren confirmed with Shueiji again while packing up. After confirming that the captives needed to be transferred, Howren had been thinking about where to transfer them. This location must be hidden, sparsely populated, and preferably difficult for the exorcist to cover. The first place he thought of was his grandfather's house in the countryside, or the sloppy old man's house next door to his grandfather's house. Usually the sloppy old man doesn't live there, so it should be safe to take Nakagawa Hotaru there. But there is a problem with this. If the witch agency finds out, his grandfather and the sloppy old man will definitely be implicated, which he absolutely does not want to see. Fortunately at this time, Shueiji made a suggestion to transfer Nakagawa Hotaru to her other base, a farm in a village in Gunma Prefecture. Gunma Prefecture is not within the urban area of Tokyo's 23 districts, but belongs to the Tokyo metropolitan area in a broad sense. It is located in the northwest of the Kanto Plain of the island country. It is an inland county with rich green natural resources and very prosperous agriculture. Because of the prosperous agriculture, it is in the suburbs relative to Tokyo. There are many farms and ranches, as well as many villages. And Shueiji's base is a small farm in Gunma Prefecture. Well, I have been lurking in human society for many years in order to learn about emotions. In addition to the villa in Kabukicho, I have also purchased a lot of real estate as a base under other identities, and the farm and ranch in Gunma Prefecture are one of them. Sister, please support me. Shueiji had just finished speaking when Hao Ren replied at almost the speed of light. This confused Shueiji, and she didn't know how to answer for a while. Hey, okay, I was a little confused just now, and I said some nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Hao Ren, who quickly reacted, blushed and coughed lightly, trying to cover it up. In fact, this was not Hao Ren talking nonsense, but his conditioned reflex. You know, at the beginning of the journey, his biggest dream was to eat the soft rice of beautiful girls and be a house husband. Shueiji has been lurking in human society for many years and has quite a few assets. There are several properties under her name alone, including villas and farms. What is this? This is clearly a super rich woman. Although Shueiji is not a young beauty, she is beautiful and noble. Her amazing figure alone is far better than that of many young girls. Therefore, after Hao Ren learned the news, he immediately triggered the gene of living off a gigolo that was already engraved deep in his DNA. That's why he said this reflexively. Really? Shueiji tilted her head in confusion, glanced at Hao Ren, who pretended to be calm, and quickly added another sentence. As long as you pass my test and let me experience love, I can support you. Okay, it's a deal. Let's make a pinky promise. Shueiji's words directly broke Hao Ren's plan again. He quickly stretched out his hand and made a pinky promise with Shueiji. Okay, the coupon for living off a gigolo is in hand. Of course, this was just a small episode. After packing up his things, Hao Ren came to the room on the second floor, pushed open the door, and walked in. When talking with Hananomaki's clone before, Hao Ren deliberately sent her away in order to prevent Hoshino from hearing certain secret information. Rumi-chan, use your phone to ask your boss for a few days off, and then I'll let Shueiji take you to a place to live for a few days. After thinking it over again and again, Hao Ren felt that he had to take Hoshino with him when transferring the prisoners. At this moment, Hoshino has entered his home. If he just goes back like this, he will definitely be discovered by the surveillance personnel outside. In this way, Hoshino's identity as a spy will definitely be exposed. And letting Shueiji take Hoshino away, in addition to not exposing Hoshino, has another advantage. Hoshino has hatred for Nakagawa, and hates Nakagawa for wanting to stab her to death at the time. Taking her with her can allow her to take good care of Nakagawa. After all, after the transfer of the prisoners, because he was not there, among the two people, Yukiji and Hime, only Yukiji was reliable. Hao Ren was worried that Yukiji might not be able to keep an eye on Nakagawa alone and let her run away, so he wanted to drag Hoshino along. The fact that Hoshino was able to persuade Nakagawa to compromise before showed that she could still talk to Nakagawa. In this way, as long as Shinge threatens her more, I believe she will not dare to run away. While Hao Ren was thinking, Shinge nodded very obediently and said, Okay, I can apply for a few days of annual leave. It happens that I haven't used my annual leave this year, so where are you taking me? A ranch, Hao Ren replied casually. However, after hearing Hao Ren's words, Shinge was slightly stunned. Ranch? 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 After repeating a certain keyword in Hao Ren's words in a low voice, Shinge's face suddenly changed, and his body suddenly trembled violently at an extreme frequency, and shook his head quickly. Woo! No! I won't go. A desperate wail instantly resounded throughout the second floor. Not going? How can I not go? Shinge must be there with Nakagawa so that she can be scared. Thinking of this, Hao Ren shook his head and said, Not going? No, you must go. However, seeing Hoshino's panic, Hao Ren was also wondering, and he didn't understand what Hoshino was afraid of for a while. Until, Hao Ren, I was wrong. Please don't take me to the ranch. I don't want to become. After hearing Hao Ren's unquestionable answer, Hoshino almost cried out. She suddenly remembered that Hao Ren seemed to have seen through her little thoughts of wanting to help Zhongchuan Luo before. And this must be Hao Ren's dissatisfaction with her secretly helping the captives and wanted to punish her. At this moment, in her mind, some pictures that are not suitable for children have even emerged. In a huge ranch, cows were tied with ropes, and she was going to become one of them. Hao Ren took another look at Hoshino's trembling appearance, and his heart moved. He quickly remembered that Hoshino was a person who liked to imagine things very much. Now in this way, he can be 100% sure that Hoshino is obviously imagining something bad again. Don't think wrongly. It's a proper ranch, a farm that Shueiji bought in the countryside. It may not be safe here recently. I asked Shueiji to take Zhongchuan Luo to live in the countryside for a few days. You should come with them and keep a close eye on Zhongchuan Luo for me. Shaking his head, Hao Ren still explained carefully. Afterwards, he no longer paid attention to this female exorcist whose head was full of yellow garbage. He sighed and quickly pushed the door open and went out. Only Hoshino, who gradually stopped shaking, came to his senses, and was full of shame and anger, was left there. Damn. He must have done it on purpose, deliberately controlling my soul and making me think wrongly. Not to mention how ashamed and angry Hoshino was at this moment. After Howren went downstairs, he remembered that there was one last thing he had not done, to get Nakagawa Luo out of the storage room. Although Nakagawa Luo seemed to have been frightened by Hoshino at this moment, he said that he would obey some of his not excessive requests. So he prepared to go to the storage room. However, when passing by the living room, he found that Shueiji was talking to Hananomaki's clone number 1. This made him frown slightly, and after thinking about it, he stepped forward and interrupted. That clone. Master Kyubi, just call me Shawa. Okay, Shawa, it's so late, aren't you going back? This is also the reason why Howren frowned. In his opinion, since Hanano-jun's clone has delivered the message, he should go back. Why is he still staying here? No need to go back, Lord Kyubi. Lord Hanano-jun told me to follow you and be at your disposal at any time. Follow me and be at your disposal? Xiaohua's answer made Howren frown even deeper. He looked up and down at the tiny body of the clone with a scrutinizing gaze, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. What is Hanano-jun doing? Although I am very grateful to you for passing on the information to me, I don't completely trust you yet. Moreover, this tiny body doesn't seem to have much strength. What can it be used for? Let me raise another freeloader for no reason? Lord Kyubi, don't look at me as small, but I am very useful. The scroll under me can be used to hold things. I can hold many, many things. As if she had noticed Howren's suspicious look, Xiaohua hurriedly recommended herself. To hold things? How? Howren really didn't see that. With such a small body, could it hold things and a lot of things? Like this. Xiaohua nodded, took a large bowl from the table and began to demonstrate. This demonstration shocked Howren. Xiaohua held the bowl, which was bigger than her head, in front of her. After a moment, she opened her mouth wide. A strange thing happened. As she slowly opened her mouth, her head and mouth were actually getting bigger. Until her mouth became big enough to fit a watermelon, she quickly reached out and swallowed the bowl. After swallowing it, Xiaohua quickly returned to normal and burped. Damn! To be honest, this scene really shocked Howren. Howren, the scroll under the flower and bird scroll, can accommodate everything. Legend has it that it can even hold a mountain range. Her clone naturally inherited her ability. Although it can't hold a mountain, it can still swallow and spit out some other things. So Howren, just accept her. Shueiji also explained and persuaded at the right time. After listening to Shueiji's words, Howren came back to his senses. Combining this function of Hananomaki, he quickly thought of a magical treasure that often appears in novels. A space ring. Oh my god, isn't this a space ring? You know, because the space-based spiritual arts are too mysterious, and there is no such thing as space in the island country's Shinto arts. Therefore, the island country has not yet developed the so-called space storage device. And with Xiaohua, isn't it equivalent to having a space ring, which will make it much more convenient to store things in the future? At this time, Howren was already a little moved and was ready to agree. But after thinking about it, he still asked, how do I take it out? The same, take it out from my mouth. Can you try another way? Honestly, it's scary to see this big mouth swallowing things. Besides, it's obviously a scroll that can hold things. Why does it use a mouth to swallow and spit out things? Howren complained a few words in his heart, and didn't notice that after hearing what he said, Xiaohua thought for a while. Her face soon turned red, and she quickly lowered her head and stuttered. Can spit it out from the back. In the end, Howren decided to take in Xiaohua, the clone of Hananomaki, and asked her to help carry some things and go to the farm in the country with Shueiji to take shelter. After taking in Xiaohua, Howren finally came to the storage room, ready to take Nakagawa out. As soon as he entered the door, Howren found that Nakagawa was leaning against the cabinet with her eyes closed, and in front of her there was an empty bowl and 2 plates that were clean as if they had been licked. Are you full? Seeing this, Howren pulled the corners of his mouth and showed a kind smile. Zhongchuan looked up at him and nodded silently. She still had that cold expression, as if the previous kiss had never happened. If Howren hadn't observed carefully and saw a slight panic flash across her eyes, he would almost think that she was a person without feelings. Howren walked quickly to Zhongchuan and said with a smile, "It's good that you are full. Now that you are full and satisfied, it's time to exercise. It's just right. I'll change you to a more comfortable environment." Zhongchuan was slightly stunned when he heard Howren's words. Full and satisfied? It's time to exercise? Change to a more comfortable environment? Several questions flashed through his mind quickly, and Zhongchuan glanced at the fox demon's face full of lewd smiles, and he reacted instantly. This bastard, he was not satisfied, after kissing, and still wanted. Bang! Before she could finish her thoughts, she was hit hard on the back of her neck again and quickly fainted. It's better to knock her out first so that Shueiji can take her away. Oh, by the way, I asked Hime to give her some water last time. Now it's been a day. Let Hime drink some more on the way. Don't let her die of thirst. Thinking of this, Haoren picked up Zhongchuan Luo and quickly left the storage room under the cover of the barrier. Not long after, with a gust of wind and snow blowing out of nowhere, Shueiji and a few others disappeared in front of Haoren. The next day was also Tuesday morning. Haoren got up early, and after breakfast, he rode his bicycle to school. After sending Shueiji and the other monsters away, although he was still under the surveillance of the witch agency, he was slightly relieved. Why? Because the evidence had been moved away. It was useless for the witch agency to target him, and even if they searched the house, they would not find anything. Among the three major exorcism agencies, the one with the strongest monster hunting ability is the Taishi Bureau. The Taishi Bureau has all kinds of new monster hunting equipment and instruments, which are many times stronger than the other two major exorcism agencies that use ordinary spiritual arts to search monsters. Even the Taishi Bureau didn't find that he was a monster. Could the witch agency be more powerful than the Taishi Bureau? Unless he takes the initiative to reveal his demon form, it is almost impossible to be exposed with the two magical skills of fox hiding technique and breath concealment. In theory, this is correct, and Haoren was indeed slightly relieved. However, he still felt a serious sense of insecurity because he had a phobia of insufficient firepower. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. What if there is a powerful person in the witch agency who has the ability of Sun Wukong's fire, eyes and golden pupils, who can directly see through his demon form? Or, what if there is a powerful witch who can directly use witchcraft to force him to show his true form? Even if there is no such person, it is not a good thing to be targeted by the exorcism agency all the time. If you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Therefore, necessary preparations must be made. With this idea in mind, Haoren decided to prepare more hands just in case. After all, he really didn't want to give up his familiar human life and become a demon who could only hide in the dark all day unless it was absolutely necessary. In this way, Haoren rode his bike to school while thinking about what backup plan to prepare. As soon as he entered the school gate, he felt that the atmosphere of the school seemed to be much more lively than before. Hey, have you heard that our school will have a group of foreign exchange students next month? It seems so. I heard that there will be 6 people coming, and our school will also send 6 to the other school. Foreign exchange students? Yes, you may not know since you have just enrolled. Our Hachioji High School is also a famous high school in Tokyo. We have made friends with many foreign schools. There are fixed exchange student activities every year. These exchange students usually study in our school for a few months until the end of the semester before leaving. Do the exchange students come here to exchange and study? It's mainly for exchange and study, and we will also have friendly exchanges. Friendly exchanges? Well, there are usually 3 or 4 powerful students who have mastered Western European offensive magic among the exchange students. They will have a friendly match with our students who have learned spiritual arts. I see then, senior. Which country is the exchange student from? It is said that they are from Britain, and it seems that it is a school attended by royal aristocrats. Aristocratic school? Great. Do you think there will be noble British aristocratic ladies? It's hard to say. Most of the exchange students are men, and there will be some girls occasionally. It depends on the situation. On campus, many students were talking about the topic of exchange students. Haoren stopped and listened for a while, then shook his head and quickly left the place without paying too much attention. As a sophomore, he naturally knew about the foreign exchange students. Because there was one last year, around this time last semester, 6 foreign exchange students came to their school and stayed for a few months. They said it was an exchange and study, but in fact, they came mainly for this so-called friendly match. Since humans overthrew the rule of demons 200 years ago, spiritual arts and technology have become the first weapon of mankind. There are many schools of spiritual arts, and each country or region basically has its own different spiritual arts. If divided by region, spiritual arts can be divided into Kabbalah number secret arts in the Jewish region, secret spells in Southeast Asia, Pharaoh spiritual arts in ancient Egypt, Shinto magic in island countries, and offensive magic in Western Europe, etc. These spiritual arts can be further subdivided. For example, Western European offensive magic can be divided into astrology, alchemy, spiritualism, black magic, rune magic, and even the holy magic of the church. Of course, there are many schools of spiritual arts, and naturally there are also struggles and competitions between the major factions. There are so many kinds of spiritual arts mastered by humans. Which faction is the strongest spiritual art of mankind? Therefore, similar friendly matches are often held between various schools and even countries. If Howren remembered correctly, Hachioji High School must have lost badly in last year's friendly match. However, none of this had anything to do with him, as exchange students were generally sophomores. Last year, Howren was just a freshman, and he didn't have much interaction with the exchange students. And if there were exchange students this year, they would be transferred to the sophomore class, but generally they would be transferred to the best class, which would have nothing to do with him. Howren was not interested in exchange students. Foreigners, he had seen them in his previous life. Compared to foreign exchange students, Howren was more concerned about what the Miko agency would do next. He was also concerned about what kind of reaction the disappearance of Nakagawa would cause in the school. With this in mind, Howren came to the teaching building and happened to hear a conversation. "Do you know? Senior Nakagawa Shi, who just transferred to our school, seems to have taken a month-long vacation." I remember that Senior Nakagawa Shi has only been transferred here for a week. She even challenged the Kendo Club last week. Why did she suddenly take such a long vacation? I don't know either, but Senior Nakagawa Shi is a genius sword wizard of the Miko agency and a national second-level exorcist. Maybe she has a lot of things to do during normal times. Indeed, a genius like her can graduate smoothly even if she doesn't come to school. Hearing this, Howren nodded secretly. It seems that the disappearance of Nakagawa Shi was temporarily concealed by the Miko agency at the school. The other party obviously did not intend to expose this matter. In this way, the Miko agency will inevitably step up the investigation of Nakagawa Shi's whereabouts. Because the longer the time is delayed, the harder it will be to conceal this news. This is a bit troublesome. What if the witch agency can't find anyone for a long time, and the dog is desperate? Well, it's not a martial ethics, then I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous. It seems that I have to deal with Nakagawa as soon as possible. After whispering to himself, Howren quickly came to the classroom of Class C of the second year. As soon as he entered the classroom, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. If he hadn't reacted quickly and stepped back 2 steps, he would have almost bumped into him head-on. "Hey, Fujiwara-kun, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Then a weak female voice sounded in front of him. Howren looked carefully and found that there was a girl with short orange hair, fair skin, and a slightly quiet face standing in front of him. The most distinctive thing is of course the 2 headlights in front of the car. At least it starts with F. "Oh, it's Ayase-san. What's the matter?" "Fujiwara-kun, I want to ask you for a favor." Lee Kei said this in a flat tone, and then stretched out his hand to tug at Howren's sleeve. This tone and attitude did not sound like the way one should ask for help. However, Howren knew that Lee Kei was not good at things other than calculations, and did not understand the ways of the world, so he did not say much, but just nodded and said, "What is it? Tell me." "This Sunday, Yukari is going to have her birthday, and my father happened to be away on a business trip that day, so only my sister and I were at home. I plan to hold a small birthday party for my sister. Howren, can you come to my house on Sunday and celebrate my sister's birthday with me?" Howren hesitated for a moment after hearing that, and didn't answer immediately. Under normal circumstances, for the sake of their friendship as classmates with Lee Kei, and for the fact that Yukari liked him so much, he would definitely go to Yukari's birthday party. However, now that he is being monitored by the Miko agency, he didn't plan to run around in the near future, and it was enough to just go back and forth between school and home to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, after thinking about it, Howren felt that the Lee Kei family were all ordinary people, and if they were just attending Yukari's birthday party, it shouldn't be a big problem. "I'll try to make time to go there then." In the end, Howren only gave a vague answer because he was not sure whether he could go at that time. However, when Lee Kei talked to him like this, he remembered something. Speaking of which, Shueiji looks a bit like Yukari's mother. After Lee Kei returned to his seat, Howren slowly walked back to his seat, whispering to himself. The reason why he thought of this was because Howren remembered that he and Shueiji had a test agreement to let Shueiji experience love. He had tried the so-called family affection and friendship before, and played the roles of siblings and good friends. As a result, because Shueiji had misunderstandings about these 2 kinds of feelings, and she didn't know what kind of indecent books she had read, she failed in the end. Although there is still one love that has not been tried, but with the experience of the previous 2 failures, Howren feels that if he does not change the method, the result may still be the same failure. In fact, when it comes down to it, Howren didn't think of any good way to experience love. The only thing he thought of was to bring in the role through role-playing to enhance the experience. But after trying this method, not only Yukihime, but even he himself, could not feel the slightest love because of the 2 people's stiff acting, and there was only a sense of disharmony and embarrassment. Not to mention that Yukihime took advantage of him twice afterwards. So, when Riko took the initiative to talk to him and reminded him that Riko's mother seemed to look a bit like Yukihime, he suddenly thought of a better way. Perhaps Yukari and Riko could help him let Yukihime experience the greatest love in the world, maternal love. After thinking for a while, the class bell rang soon. It's not easy to figure out how to do it, but fortunately there is still a lot of time. Finally, Howren summarized this sentence in his heart, gathered his mind, stopped thinking, and started a day of study. At the same time when Howren started class on a farm in Gunma Prefecture. After traveling all night last night, Yukihime and a few others finally arrived at her base at dawn. After settling Nakagawa Hotaru and letting Hoshino accompany her and keep an eye on her, Shueiji, Hiju and Xiaohua returned to a large house on the farm and began to pack up. Although Shueiji rarely came to this farm, she often asked people to take care of it, so the house did not look dirty. At this moment, they were not cleaning, but sorting out some things brought from Howren's house. Because this farm had not been inhabited for a long time, Shueiji did not prepare too many daily necessities in the big house at that time. So she brought some daily necessities from Howren's house. Of course, daily necessities are only part of it. The most important thing is to bring some of Howren's treasures. That's right, treasures, commonly known as trump cards. What is the most important thing when you are away from home? Of course, safety. Howren believes that even if Shueiji and the others move to a farm in the countryside, they cannot guarantee safety. What if the exorcism mechanism can find the place by following the clues of Shueiji's movement? What if a senior exorcist happens to pass by the farm? What if, by chance, this passing exorcist happened to see Shueiji carrying Nakagawa into the farm? Everything is possible. Therefore, the deployment of defenses for the new base is crucial. The consequences of insufficient defense are terrible. Howren felt that even if the new base was not built into a small fortress with various barriers like his home, at least it should be guaranteed that when discovered by outsiders, it can block the opponent for a while, giving Shueiji and others time to escape. That's why he prepared some trump cards for Shueiji to prevent foreign invasion. It was also when Shueiji and the other two were sorting things on the first floor, in a room on the second floor. Rumi Hoshino was lying on a small table in the room, sleeping soundly. She was originally sent by Shueiji to guard the unconscious Nakagawa Hotaru, but because she didn't sleep all night last night, she was too tired. So she fell asleep on the table, and on the big bed in the room, Nakagawa Hotaru was lying. At a certain moment, Nakagawa Hotaru groaned and slowly regained consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar ceiling, an unfamiliar bed, and an unfamiliar room. She was moved out of the dim storage room by the fox demon and moved into the room? This was Nakagawa Hotaru's first reaction. The second reaction was, why does my stomach feel so full, again? Nakagawa Hotaru touched her stomach and her face changed immediately. She quickly remembered what the fox demon said to her before she fainted. What about eating full and exercising? Combined with the fact that this was obviously a bedroom environment and the full feeling in her stomach. This is clearly, this damn fox demon. Every time it does something bad, it likes to knock people unconscious. Does it like not to resist so much? In an instant, Nakagawa Hotaru felt extremely ashamed and humiliated, but more of it was panic. Because she suddenly realized something. Damn fox demon, the body is as strong as a bull. What should I do with so many? No wonder Nakagawa felt very panicked by such a large amount. For example, in the sport of archery, if a person of average level is asked to shoot arrows, the chance of hitting 10 rings and hitting the center of the bull is definitely not high. But what if more arrows are shot and the amount is large? Wouldn't the chance of hitting 10 rings be greatly increased? So at this moment, Nakagawa was really scared. Ah, are you awake? It was also at this time that Hoshino woke up because Nakagawa made too much noise. She walked quickly to Nakagawa's side with a trace of concern on her face. Hoshino has always felt guilty about Nakagawa. Glancing at Hoshino in front of him, Nakagawa Hotaru's shame and panic slowly subsided, and then he asked coldly, "Where is this place? Where's the fox demon?" "Ah, you fainted. You don't know yet. We are already in Gunma Prefecture. This is what happened." Hoshino briefly recounted what happened, of course without explaining the reason, only saying that Howren asked them to live in the countryside for a few days. Nakagawa asked casually at first, but after listening to it, he had an idea in his mind and keenly grasped a key piece of information. "You mean the fox demon is not here now?" "Yes, didn't come with us." Facing such a sudden question from Nakagawa, although Hoshino was a little confused, he still answered honestly. After listening, Nakagawa nodded silently and said nothing. But what surprised Hoshino was that for some reason, Nakagawa's body was trembling slightly. In fact, if Nakagawa had not been born with a cold temper, he would probably have laughed out loud. Why? Because this is simply a godsend. Before, Nakagawa was still thinking about how to escape. Although she pretended to surrender to the fox demon and was taken advantage of by the fox demon in various ways, she endured all these humiliations for one purpose: to paralyze the fox demon and find a chance to escape. But what she never expected was that the opportunity came so quickly and so suddenly. On the second day after she chose to surrender, the perfect opportunity to escape appeared in front of her quietly. At present, the nine-tailed fox demon that she feared the most left her side, and the remaining small demons are not worth worrying about at all. Although she has no spiritual power at present, if she wants to quickly restore her spiritual power, there is always a way for her, as long as she is willing to spend some blood. Even if she has no spiritual power, she is confident that she can subdue ordinary A-level demons with her bare hands, just by relying on the strong physique of a six-stage swordsman and her military god bloodline. This wave, it's stable. It is precisely because she has figured it out that even with such a cold temperament as Zhongchuan, she is very excited at this moment. Even now, she is already fantasizing about how to take revenge on the fox demon after escaping. Well, if I can escape successfully, I must inform the master and let her personally cut the fox demon into pieces. Wait, what if the master can't beat the fox demon and fails to avenge the disciple, but is captured by the fox demon and becomes like herself and is forced to be filled? In the end, the evil crystal is born. Isn't it equivalent to harming the master? Although the master is one of the 18 spirit generals and is extremely powerful, the opponent is a nine-tailed fox demon after all. Not only is the charm technique extremely tricky, but it is also full of tricks. If the master accidentally falls into the fox demon's evil plan, I'm afraid it will be a tragic ethical drama of Kawashima Fumi. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? It was at this moment that a question from Hoshino interrupted Nakagawa's fantasy. She raised her head, glanced at Hoshino quickly, and easily read the concern in her eyes. This concerned look made Nakagawa's heart move, and he quickly reacted. By the way, it is not impossible to take revenge on the fox demon as long as he can break his best charm. The fox demon's charm is not unsolvable. From the fact that Hoshino Rumi still cares about her, it can be seen that she still retains some of herself. If Hoshino Rumi can be rescued and brought to the master, and the master can help to get rid of the charm she has been hit by. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. If the master can know the evil charm of the nine-tailed fox demon in advance, perhaps he can find a way to deal with it. Moreover, Hoshino Rumi's fall was not voluntary, and she still has a trace of conscience in her heart. After all, Hoshino had come to warn her kindly, even at the risk of being discovered by the fox demon, and even gave her advice, hoping that she could escape. In this way, he was doing her a favor. Then he could not let his benefactor fall. Although Nakagawa was very paranoid when dealing with demons and alien races, she was still the noble-minded witch when dealing with human beings. Thinking of this, Nakagawa soon had a new plan in her mind, and said with a serious,